Chapter 2792. The archway was a rather special place in the city lord's mansion. The archway was guarded by a third-step ancient saint. He was abnormally tall and strong, just like a small pagoda mountain. At a glance, one could tell that he was a cultivator of the Tao of strength. His entire body exuded a strong sense of power. Moreover, this ancient saint was the kind of person who looked dignified without being angry. Therefore, when he guarded the archway, he looked very intimidating, making people not dare to approach him. He looked sacred and inviolable. The archway was obviously an important place in the city lord's mansion. Therefore, a powerful third-step ancient saint was specially sent to guard it. "Oh, Lord Mittani, what brings you here? You haven't been here much. Oh, you even brought a little guy here. Your relationship is not shallow. For you to come here, Lord Mittani, but I haven't heard that you have accepted a disciple. Is he your illegitimate son, Lord Mittani?" Although the three-step ancient saint had a dignified look on his face, he immediately grinned when he saw the third valley master. His smile seemed to be very flattering. Lord Mittani glared at him and said, "Eighth brother, your mouth is getting more and more talkative. Is it because I haven't drilled you for a long time? Haha, I wouldn't dare. You are my superior. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, Lord Mittani, and my mouth is itching." Eighth brother grinned and hurriedly begged for mercy. Hearing the strange name of eighth brother, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. There was actually someone with such a name. Eighth brother saw Qin Shao laughing and glanced over. "What are you laughing at, little brat?" Eighth brother is a very powerful name in our elemental saint realm. Why don't you people from the other saint realms understand it? Eighth brother, how domineering. What a good name. It matches my temperament. Do you understand? Understand? What did he know? Qin Shao really wanted to laugh. Did this name have anything to do with mighty and domineering? What did Baoyang mean by being in the elemental saint realm? Qin Shao was too lazy to figure it out. He only knew that the name he understood was very strange. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. This is Qin Shao, the lucky one who got a high-grade valley card recently. I brought him here to receive his reward, Lord Mittani said. Hearing Lord Mittani's words, Baoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Shao with envy. Baoyang, on the other hand, acted like they were close friends. He hugged Qin Shao with his huge arms. Qin Shao felt that just one of his arms was as big as his body, so this scene also seemed very strange. Being hugged by that huge arm made Qin Shao feel like he was being pressed down by a mountain. Baoyang, a third-step ancient saint who guarded the valley archway, unexpectedly had such a side. It really made people feel that there was a big contrast. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Qin Shao was a little unaccustomed to being so familiar with him. "Hey, little boy, tell me quickly, what is the relationship between you and Lord Mittani?" Lord Mittani, such a big shot, actually came to my shabby temple in person for you. This is very, very unreasonable. I seriously suspect that there is an unspeakable relationship between you two. Baoyang was a very curious person. He hugged Qin Shao because of this gossip. Moreover, looking at his very serious face, it seemed that he had already confirmed something. Slap. Lord Mittani slapped Baoyang speechlessly and said angrily, "Let's get down to business." Yes, aren't we walking? We have to do business, but we also have to talk about other things. I feel that I have a lot of affinity with this little boy. Let's chat for a while. Baoyang nodded obediently and continued to talk to Qin Shao. "Hurry up and tell me, little boy, do you want me to die of anxiety?" Qin Shao was also a little speechless. How was he supposed to answer this? After thinking about it, he could only say, "You can say that he is half a teacher." What? Baoyang glared at him. "What do you mean half a teacher? One is one. Where did half a teacher come from? Are you sure he is a teacher and not a master?" Slap. Lord Mittani slapped Baoyang again, but this time it was much harder. "I told you to talk nonsense again." Lord Mittani kicked Baoyang again, and Baoyang became a lot more obedient. He quickly let go of Qin Shao, smiled at the three valley masters, and quickly sped up in front. But after a while, his mouth itched, and he muttered, "Stingy, really stingy. Such a great valley master, but he is only half a teacher." Looking at Bal Yangji's cheeky and playful appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but secretly laugh. What an interesting person. But from this aspect, it could be seen that Lord Mittani was indeed a very easy person to talk to, and he wasn't really angry with Bal Yanga. Otherwise, Bal Yanga wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. In other words, the people in the City Lord's mansion all got along so well. Soon, Bal Yanga brought Qin Shao inside, and then he put on a serious face and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, take out your valley tablet and give it to me." When Bal Yanga was serious, he really did look like he was serious. But compared to his cheeky appearance just now, he was like a completely different person. It really made people unable to help but laugh. "Little friend Qin Shao, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Bal Yanga said seriously. Qin Shao really couldn't help but want to laugh. This was a very serious scene, but when she thought of the huge contrast between Bal Yanga and now, she really felt that it was very funny. But Qin Shao still resisted and took out the high-grade valley tablet. After receiving the high-grade valley tablet, Bal Yanga checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he put away the high-grade valley tablet. Well, not bad, not bad. Being able to get a high-grade valley tablet, your luck is really very good. But Bal Yanga said until here, then he paused and looked at Lord Mittani on the side and said, "Lord Mittani, I think Qin Shao just arrived in our Guyong city, right? He got a high-grade valley tablet as soon as he arrived? And Lord Mittani, he is half a student of yours? Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence?" "Hee, I say, Third Valley Master, did you give it to him?" If an ordinary person said this to Lord Mittani wouldn't be polite. But Lord Mittani was somewhat accustomed to Bal Yanga saying such things. He glared at Bal Yanga and said, "When can your dog mouth spit out ivory? You are the one who talks the most nonsense." "Hee, Lord Mittani, there is nothing wrong with what you said. A dog mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm not an elephant. How can I spit out ivory?" Bal Yanga was still talking nonsense. However, even though he was poor, after that, Ba Air brothers immediately got back to work seriously. "Well, little friend Qin Shao, first of all, I have to congratulate you. Secondly, I will give you 9 benefits, and then you can choose any 3 of the 9. You have to listen carefully. After you choose, you can't go back on your words." "Well, Lord Mittani is here today. I can give you more time to choose, and I can also give you a chance to go back on your words." Little brat, are you pleasantly surprised? Are you surprised?" Qin Shao blushed with shame. How could he be surprised? Seeing Qin Shao didn't have any reaction, Bal Yanga rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said, "Boring, you don't know anything. Forget it. Let's get down to business. You can choose by yourself." With that, Bal Yanga waved his hand, and 9 jade slips flew in front of Qin Shao. There was information on each jade slip. Looking at the information, he knew the benefits of each jade slip. Qin Shao's eyes fell on the jade slips. The benefit of the first jade slip was this. You can obtain an upper-level sacred artifact. An upper-level sacred artifact was indeed very precious. At least for first step, second step, or even third step ancient saints, it was relatively valuable. But an upper-level sacred artifact was not very attractive to Qin Shao. Speaking of upper-level sacred artifacts, Qin Shao had more than one. So naturally, it was not very attractive. Moving on to the second benefit. The second one was very attractive. The 5 elements path understanding tree could be cultivated for 90,000 years. Although it was the first time Qin Shao had heard of the 5 elements path understanding tree, Qin Shao could guess a little from the name. So Qin Shao asked, "Senior Bal Yanga, does this 5 elements path understanding tree allow people to cultivate and comprehend the 5 elements?" "Yo, you're pretty smart, aren't you? You even guessed it? You guessed it, didn't you?" Bal Yanga immediately teased. It was just that this kind of banter was very awkward for Qin Shao. He was not used to this kind of banter. Bal Yanga repeatedly hit a wall with Qin Shao and felt very bored. He said seriously, Yes, you are right. It is a path understanding tree that can be used to comprehend the 5 elements. This thing is extremely precious. I'm afraid that in the entire Great Thousand World, there are only a handful of them. Our City Lord Mansion has one. It is a treasure. If you choose this option, then you will have 90,000 years of time to comprehend. This is very precious. Brat, if your potential is heaven-defying, you can become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator right away. So it was true. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. This was a good thing, and it was very tempting. Becoming a destiny cultivator was something that Qin Zhao had been working hard for. In the entire Great Thousand World, Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. The third benefit was that he could choose one of the 3 Valley Masters of the City Lord Mansion to teach him for 90,000 years. This benefit might be very attractive to others. Although Qin Zhao did not know the situation of the other 2 Valley Masters, he was very clear about the situation of Lord Mittani. Lord Mittani was already so powerful, so the first and second Valley Masters should not be too bad, right? They might even be more powerful, right? Therefore, the guidance of an ancient saint of the 4th step was invaluable. The significance of it was simply too great. For some 1st step and 2nd step ancient saints, it was naturally very attractive. But for Qin Zhao, it was not very attractive. He had spent some time with Lord Mittani before, and Lord Mittani had talked to him a lot and taught him a lot. If he could be thick-skinned, he could get 90,000 years of Lord Mittani's teaching for free. He did not need to use this opportunity. The 4th benefit was that he could get an extremely dangerous cultivation method, which was comparable to a top-level saint technique. The top-level cultivation method from the City Lord Mansion, naturally, could not be underestimated. It was definitely something invaluable. Needless to say, this benefit was very attractive. Qin Zhao was also considering it. If there was no other better choice, Qin Zhao would also choose this. It was just that Qin Zhao wasn't particularly attracted to it. Chapter 2793. The 5th and 6th benefits were ordinary as well. Qin Zhao wasn't interested in them. Of course, the value of these 2 benefits was indisputable. Anything that the City Lord's Manor could offer would naturally not be bad. It was just that Qin Zhao wasn't very interested in them. The 7th benefit made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. It was no less attractive than the 5 elements path understanding tree. This benefit was that he could cultivate in the celestial pool for 10,000 years. This would definitely be of great help to Qin Zhao's immortal Dao cultivation. However, this benefit would only be of great help to immortal Dao cultivators. As for the 8th benefit, it would be of great help to his cultivation of the great Dao. The 9th benefit would be of great help to his cultivation of the heart. 9 benefits for Qin Zhao to choose from. This choice wasn't difficult at all. For Qin Zhao, it was a relatively easy choice. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Qin Zhao came to a decision. He said to 8th brother, "Senior, I've made my choice. The 2nd is the 5 elements path understanding tree. The 7th is the celestial pool, and the 9th is the heart field. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Don't worry, the Lord Mittani is here. I'll give you this opportunity. You can think about it carefully. Otherwise, you can ask the Lord Mittani for his opinion." 8th brother said. Qin Zhao shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but there's really no need to change it. I've already decided. These 3 will do. I've thought it through. You can think about it again. There's really no need to think about it anymore." 3rd Valley Master kicked 8th Liang brother again. Only then did 8th Liang brother become obedient and said, Okay, 3 then. 3rd Valley Master, leave the rest of the matters here to me. You can go back now. What? I haven't even had a cup of tea, and you're chasing me away? Lord Mittani raised an eyebrow. 8th brother grinned. "I don't have tea, I don't have wine, but I do have a mouth." "Aha! Lord Mittani, do as you see fit." Lord Mittani waved his hand. He was too lazy to argue with 8th brother. He glanced at Qin Zhao and left. The rest would be left to Ba Yangge. After sending off Lord Mittani, 8th brother's expression changed. He rubbed his hands and looked at Qin Zhao as if he was looking at his prey. Seeing this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown. She looked at 8th brother strangely. What was he trying to do? 8th brother smiled and said, "Little bastard, The Lord Mitanni was protecting you just now. I didn't even have a chance to play with you. Now that the Lord Mitanni is gone, can I do whatever I want? You little brat, you're too boring. You're too insensible. Haha, that's why I'm going to teach you to be sensible. Looking at Eighth Brother's treacherous and careful look, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. She looked at Eighth Brother with some vigilance. She really couldn't figure out what this senior was trying to do. It looked a little scary, but she didn't know what he was trying to do. Eighth Brother rubbed his hands and smiled evilly. He walked towards Qin Shao step by step. Although Qin Shao couldn't figure it out for a moment, and she was a little flustered, she still stood there steadily and looked at Eighth Brother calmly. Even when Eighth Brother rushed in front of Qin Shao still didn't react. She was as calm as Mount Tai. Such a situation really frustrated Eighth Brother. He looked speechless and stared at Qin Shao. Hey, you little bastard. Don't you know how to cooperate a little? Show that you're scared? Then come and save me? Then I'll show my heroic spirit. I'll wave my hand and not bicker with you, little bastard. Isn't that perfect? You little bastard, why are you so insensible? Why do you have to show such a cold face? Eighth Brother's reproachful words were also full of resentment. It seemed that no one was playing with him, and he was bored and lonely. It was not easy to catch one, but Qin Shao didn't care at all. She didn't respond to him at all, which made Eighth Brother feel very uncomfortable and frustrated. Qin Shao was even more speechless. He was not good at joking. Moreover, Eighth Brother was a 3-step ancient sage, a big shot in the City Lord Mansion, and the owner of the Archway. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't joke with Eighth Brother. It could only be said that Eighth Brother was still a child. He wanted to play with Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't respond to him, which made him feel frustrated and unhappy. Forget it. I won't joke with you. You're too boring. If Lord Mitanni didn't bring you here, I would definitely play with you. Eighth Brother shook his head helplessly. Qin Shao could only smile helplessly. Baliang said, out of these 3 benefits, which one do you want first? I don't care. Qin Shao replied. Eighth Brother glared at Qin Shao as his huge palm fell heavily on Qin Shao's shoulder. Then, with a serious face, he said, this big brother isn't joking with you this time. We need to be serious when talking about business. How can we be so casual? Do I look like a casual person? Or is the City Lord Mansion a casual place? So, you must not be casual. You must say it accurately. That's the only way. Understand? Okay. Eighth Brother was so serious that Qin Shao was a little confused. If that's the case, then say it. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the 5 elements path understanding tree first. That's right. The 5 elements path understanding tree is the 5 elements path understanding tree. You should have said it earlier. Eighth Brother muttered, then continued to lead the way. It was hard to imagine that Eighth Brother, who looked so majestic and dignified, was actually like a meddlesome woman. Following Eighth Brother, they soon arrived at an entrance. The entrance was sealed, and there was a force that formed a barrier, blocking the entrance. Is it here? Qin Shao saw that Eighth Brother didn't say anything, so he couldn't help but ask, Hee, what do you think? Eighth Brother smirked at Qin Shao and said something that seemed to have a deeper meaning. What the hell? You want me to guess? This isn't a game. Guess my ass. Qin Shao was just about to speak, but Eighth Brother didn't give him the chance. A giant hand reached out and pushed Qin Shao into the passage. The powerful force threw Qin Shao directly into the passage, into a small space. Qin Shao could only be speechless at Baliang's crude and explosive actions. Forget it. Qin Shao steadied himself and looked around the small space. The small space was empty, and there was nothing else except for a tree that wasn't very tall. It had no roots, no soil, no flowers, and no fruit. The 5 colors blended and intertwined, and it was very beautiful. The path understanding tree was a tree of Tao, born from the roots of heaven and earth. It was untainted by the mortal world and was incomparably noble. The roots of the path understanding tree were connected to the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was connected to the source of the world's power and the threads of the laws. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the five elements path understanding tree. Looking at the colorful, sparkling, and translucent colors, it looked very sacred. Was this the five elements path understanding tree? Before Qin Zhao even got close to the path understanding tree, he could already feel the powerful and rich power of the five elements emanating, enveloping the small space. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. He immediately walked to the foot of the five elements path understanding tree and sat down cross-legged. He allowed the power of the precepts and the dense mist of the Tao to fall on his body, enveloping him and immersing himself in an ocean of precepts. And in this sea of laws, the fundamental power of the five elements existed, whether it was the space element, the time element, the light element, the darkness element, or the creation element. It was as if there were five great rivers that flowed endlessly, converging together to form a turbulent and surging ocean. This was the sea of laws. At this time, Qin Zhao was rippling in the sea of laws, greedily devouring the fundamental power of the laws, cultivating and comprehending. Qin Zhao had already mastered 3 of the 5 elements, leaving only the darkness element and the creation element to be mastered. And this time, Qin Zhao's goal was to master the darkness element and the creation element as well, and become a destiny cultivator. 90,000 years was considered a relatively long time. For example, when Qin Zhao had grasped the law of space, it had only taken her 10,000 years. Moreover, the power of the 5 elements Tao fruit was obviously inferior to the 5 elements path understanding tree. Therefore, with the 5 elements path understanding tree, Qin Zhao was full of confidence. He had great confidence that he could become a destiny cultivator in one fell swoop. With a clear goal, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't lose his composure. He immediately began to comprehend the creation element. Qin Zhao had previously comprehended and cultivated the creation element. With the help of the illustration of all creation, Qin Zhao actually had a lot of inspiration and comprehension of the creation element. Now, with the help of the 5 elements path understanding tree, the foundation of the creation element and the countless singularities were completely presented in a very direct way. This allowed Qin Zhao to absorb new things madly to improve his comprehension and cultivation. The 5 elements path understanding tree was indeed a true path understanding tree. The help it provided for the cultivation of the laws was simply too great. It was indeed much better than the 5 elements Tao fruit. With such a great helping force, Qin Zhao felt like he had been spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. He reaped the benefits very quickly, and the improvement was commendable. Many of the fundamental things of the laws were easily comprehended. This caused Qin Zhao to be wild with joy in his heart. This meant too much to him, and the benefits were too great. Based on the current situation, he was bound to have a great harvest this time. If there were no accidents, then becoming a heaven's mandate cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Qin Zhao was very confident about this goal. Work hard in this direction. Soon, Qin Zhao was completely immersed in the world of the creation element. The creation element was mysterious and wonderful. Among the 5 fundamental laws, the creation element could be said to be the most complicated and the most difficult one. It was all-encompassing, and infinitely changing. It was incomparably mysterious. Everything under the heavens was the creation element. Everything between everything was the creation element. The creation element is the foundation of all matter in the world. Everything that can be seen basically belongs to the creation element. Time and space are the framework of the world, and the creation element is the foundation of the world. Everything in the heavens is the creation element. All things were creation, a type of variable. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to the creation element. Such a process goes from the heavens to the creation element, from 1 to the creation element. And the origin of the creation element is actually a singularity. It's just that this singularity can be changed countless times, so the creation element is also ever-changing. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2794. Elemental Saint Realm. Heavenly Laws, Tao Palace. The 5 palaces of heavenly laws were divided into 5 palaces: the Golden Palace, the Wood Palace, the Water Palace, the Fire Palace, and the Earth Palace. The 5 palaces took turns to manage the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. When the 5 palaces came together, the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace became unparalleled and unified the entire elemental saint realm. It was the most indisputable and inviolable ruling power of the elemental saint realm. It was the only ruler of the elemental saint realm. The Water Palace, the water world's water hall. It was especially lively today and filled with a festive atmosphere. The water hall was the most sacred place in the Water Palace. Normally, the water hall would only be opened when something extremely important happened. Once the water hall was opened, it meant that something extremely important had happened in the Water Palace. Today was indeed an extremely important day for the Water Palace because another world god had been born in the Water Palace. This was indeed a rare and joyous occasion for the Water Palace. However, the Water Hall was lively today not only because of the birth of a new world god, but also because of the coronation ceremony for the next successor of the Water Palace. Therefore, there was a hint of solemnity and holiness mixed in with the liveliness. The main members of the Water Palace had basically all arrived, apart from some who were outside and couldn't make it back in time, or some living fossils who were in seclusion and never came out. The Water Hall, which looked as though it was made from countless beautiful crystals, was filled with people. There were so many people that there were at least 100,000 of them. It was an unusually large number. Moreover, those who were able to enter this place were at least Empyrean saints. Just the fact that so many Empyrean saints were gathered together was enough to create a grand scene. At the bottom of the water hall, a graceful and elegant woman sat on a throne high up. She was a supreme ruler. This person was clearly none other than the palace master of the Water Palace, one of the 5 palace masters of the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. Just by sitting there, she was enough to represent the heavens. In fact, the heavens had to obediently submit to her. There were 18 people seated below Palace Master Shui. However, of the 18 people, 15 were women and only 3 were men. Not only there, but more than 80% of the people in the water hall were women. Therefore, the Water Palace had a very unique characteristic. The number of women was extremely high, making up the majority of the population. Beautiful women were gathered here. Their radiance was beautiful, and it was simply eye-popping. Amidst this solemn and sacred atmosphere, a sonorous voice rang out. "Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingwei. Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingwei. Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingwei." After this loud and clear voice resounded, elemental salutes were fired one after another. Resplendent lights blossomed in the air, just like blooming flowers, beautiful and extraordinary. Under the resplendent light, Gu Lingwei descended from the sky in her 9-colored phoenix robes. Her dress extended for thousands of meters, and she was supported by 5 holy maidens. At this moment, Gu Lingwei was not only wearing a phoenix robe, but there were also icy blue phoenixes circling around her. She gave off a supreme aura of nobility, as if a new ruler of the world had been born. Gu Lingwei had already ascended to the 9 heavens and was about to step onto the supreme throne. As soon as Gu Lingwei made a move, everyone was stunned. Everyone stood up and respectfully bowed to Gu Lingwei. They were all very pious. Clearly, they were all very respectful and supportive of Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei walked step by step towards the palace master on the throne. The distance wasn't long, but it felt as though half a century had passed. Finally, Gu Lingwei arrived before the palace master. Gu Lingwei respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. The entire ceremony was extremely solemn, and sacred. This was one of the most sacred moments of the Palace of Water, as well as the most important event of the palace. Naturally, everything had to be done meticulously and without the slightest bit of carelessness. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively. After a long while, the ceremony ended. The palace master suddenly stood up and waved her hand towards Gu Lingwei, indicating for her to walk over. Gu Lingwei stood up and slowly walked over to the palace master's side. The palace master held Gu Lingwei's hand and began to mutter to her. Gu Lingwei listened to her devoutly. After she finished, an incomparably sacred light entered Gu Lingwei's body. Soon, a teardrop-shaped symbol appeared between Gu Lingwei's eyebrows. It was a light blue symbol, the symbol of the Palace of Water. Actually, many people in the Palace of Water had this symbol, but Gu Lingwei's was clearly different. First of all, her symbol would be larger. Second of all, the color would be more beautiful. This was the symbol of the palace master's successor. Only those with good eyesight would be able to recognize it. At this point, the entire ceremony was considered to have ended. The palace lord waved her hand. This time, everyone, including the 18 world gods beneath the throne, all rose to their feet and bowed respectfully towards Gu Lingwei. They called out in unison, "Greetings, young palace lord Gu Lingwei. Congratulations, palace lord. Congratulations." The palace master nodded slightly towards everyone, then patted Gu Lingwei's hand. She said in a serious tone, "Lingwei, the future prosperity of the Palace of Water will slowly fall into your hands. Continue to work hard and strive to take over my scepter as soon as possible. Sit on the throne as soon as possible and truly control the Palace of Water. When that time comes, I'll be relieved and can rest in peace. This is your mission, and it is a task that you should complete. This is something that others can only dream of. You have also put in countless efforts to finally reach this step. I hope that you can continue down this path and continue to work hard. Don't disappoint me and the people of the Palace of Water. It's not just the Palace of Water. The entire Heavenly Laws, Tao Palace, and even the entire elemental sacred realm need you to rule." Gu Lingwei nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Yes, Grandma. Lingwei understands. Lingwei will definitely not disappoint Grandma and everyone else." The palace master nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha, Palace Master Water, you're not being kind. It's such a big event, but you didn't even inform us to come and celebrate? The Palace of Water closed its doors and celebrated among yourselves. What's the point of keeping such a low profile? Do you think you can hide something like this?" Following the laughter, a hole was forcefully torn open in the barrier above the Palace of Water. A ray of light flashed through the hole and landed in the Palace of Water. Soon, two figures emerged from the light. Their unparalleled might suppress the entire world. The people of the Palace of Water couldn't help but bow respectfully and lower their heads, not daring to take another look. The two people who'd arrived were both dressed in fiery red robes and had fiery red hair. Even their eyes and eyebrows were fiery red, making them look very fiery. Moreover, the two of them were wrapped in a ball of raging flames. Within the flames, one could see the fire dragon and fire Qilin scurrying about. They circled around their bodies, displaying supreme dominance and the supreme aura of a ruler. Just looking at such a scene was enough to frighten people. Indeed, it gave people a feeling of dread at the sight of it. Palace Master Water looked at the newcomer and snorted, "Palace Master Hua, you sure know how to pick a time. You chose to come during our Palace of Water's banquet to ask for wine. You're really shameless." "Ha ha ha. Palace Master Water, look at what you're saying." Palace Master Hua laughed and said, "I'm here to ask for wine. Isn't that a coincidence? If it's any other time, I'm afraid I won't even get to drink wine." Hearing what Palace Master Water said, "It seems like I'll get to drink wine today. That's great. I'm here today to drink wine. It'll be a pity if I don't get to drink it." How could Palace Master Water not understand the hidden meaning in Palace Master Hua's words? The other people of the Palace of Water didn't dare to make a sound. This level of conversation wasn't something they could interrupt. They could only watch in silence. Palace Master Water said, "All right, Palace Master Hua, I don't have any wine for you. If you brought it yourself, why don't you just take it out? Why are you hiding it? I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you." "Ha ha ha." Palace Master Hua laughed again and said, Palace Master Water, your temper is getting worse. You're becoming more and more like me. In my opinion, we're all smart people. Let's just get straight to the point. There's no need to beat around the bush. I'm here today. I've brought here to propose marriage. I've mentioned it to Palace Master Water a few times, but you've declined. Now that the time has come, I'm sure Palace Master Water won't decline anymore, right? It has long been the successor of Fire Palace. Now, Miss Gulingyue has also become the successor of Water Palace. If the two of them can get married, it'll be a perfect match. Moreover, it'll make our Palace of Water and Palace of Fire even stronger. Palace Master Water, you've agreed to this before. Why don't we take advantage of this lively atmosphere and settle this matter together? What do you think, Palace Master Water? Palace Master Water had long known the purpose of Palace Master Hua's visit. Now that Palace Master Hua had made it clear, Palace Master Water's expression immediately darkened. Many people in Water Palace looked at each other. Although they had expected this situation, how should they put it? There had been endless arguments in Water Palace before, and there had been no lack of discussion. Moreover, there had never been a good outcome. Today, Palace Master Hua had personally come to propose this matter. Clearly, he had come prepared. It seemed that there had to be a result. Gulingyue's expression darkened as well. Her gaze fell on Palace Master Hua and the handsome man beside him. The handsome man beside Palace Master Hua smiled at Gulingyue and bowed respectfully to Palace Master Water. He said, "Yes, Palace Master Water. I've always liked Miss Gulingyue. I've been in love with her for a long time. I've mentioned this marriage to Palace Master Water several times before. I've also been working hard to win Miss Gulingyue's heart. However, Miss Gulingyue has always rejected me, so I've rarely had the chance to interact with her. I've never had the chance to show off. That's why I've taken the liberty to come here today. I brought my ancestor here to formally and solemnly propose marriage to Palace Master Water. If I can marry Gulingyue, not only will we be a perfect match, but it'll also be extremely beneficial to our Palace of Water and Palace of Fire. If we manage the Palace of Water and Palace of Fire, I'm sure we'll be able to become even more powerful and prosperous. I'm sure that's what Palace Master Water wants to see. This is also something I've been working hard for. I've mustered up my courage to come here today. I hope Palace Master Water can grant us our wish." Chapter 2795. Palace Master Shui's expression froze, and she hesitated. Palace Master Hua was full of confidence. He looked at Palace Master Shui with a smile and waited for her reply. Today, he took the opportunity to propose marriage in front of all the core members of the Water Palace. If Palace Master Shui refused, it would not look good. Moreover, it was clear that things were not so simple. In fact, it was far from simple. Everyone in the Water Palace was silent. It was better for the Palace Lord to make the decision on this matter. Palace Master Shui did not reply immediately. The atmosphere seemed to become very tense and oppressive. Gulingyue secretly bit her lower lip and bowed respectfully to the Fire Palace Lord. She said, "Lingyue is very grateful for the Fire Palace Lord's appreciation. Lingyue is really flattered and touched. I'm even grateful. Actually, you can't blame my grandmother for this. She has talked to me about this long ago. She has been trying to persuade me to agree. However, Palace Master Hua, you should know that Lingyue has been reincarnated once. After going through countless hardships and tribulations in the world, she finally regained her memories of her previous life and returned. Lingyue needs to properly digest the many experiences she's had in this cycle of reincarnation and adjust herself. Therefore, I have never agreed to this matter. Today, Palace Master Hua has personally brought Fire God to propose marriage. This should be a celebration for me. It should be a joyous occasion. If our two palaces can become even closer, it will naturally be a good thing. However, Palace Master Hua, I am really sorry. There are some things that I think can't be done too quickly. Being too hasty is not a good thing. Therefore, I hope that Palace Master Hua and Fire God can give me some time to digest my past and open my heart to Fire God. I believe that it will be better and fairer for Fire God." Hearing Gulingyue's words, palace master who chuckled. Obviously, he was not satisfied. Vulcan smiled and said, Miss Lingyu, you're wrong. It's just a reincarnation. It's nothing much. It's just a matter of the past. I'll erase it. Miss Luniwe, you are now a world deity. How could you possibly be affected by the memories of your reincarnation? I don't think it's possible, right? That's why, Miss Luniwe, you don't have to be so cold and distant. You should have known my feelings for you all along. I've been trying my best to find an opportunity to get close to you and spend more time with you. I believe that as long as you are willing to give me a chance, you will also give yourself a chance. As long as you can spend some time with me, I promise that you will accept me and not reject me like this. I'm very confident about this. My feelings for you have never changed. Today, I've come here shamelessly, and I've made a promise in front of everyone from the Water Palace. I'm sure you can see my sincerity. Miss Lingyu, please give me a chance to prove myself, a chance to love you. Is that all right? It had to be said that the fire god's words were still somewhat infectious. But Gu Lingwe obviously didn't fall for it. She said again, Sir Fire God, I understand your feelings. I really do. But this matter is really not a matter of whether you understand or not, nor is it a matter of whether I'll give you a chance. I just need time, a little time. I'm sure you know that I've just broken through to the world deity stage, so I do need a long time to consolidate my cultivation. If you really want to talk about this matter, can you give me a little more time? The fire god laughed. All right, if Miss Lungwen needs a little more time, of course there's no problem. But the question is, how long will it take? Can you give me a rough estimate so that I can be mentally prepared? No, it can't be so far away, right? Gu Lingwe couldn't help but bite her lips hard when she heard the fire god's words. It seemed that today's situation was indeed not easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of the fire god. If there was only the fire god, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that the fire palace master was also here. With the fire palace master around, there were many things that couldn't be said. No matter what, she had to give the fire palace master face. Palace master, she didn't want to make things ugly with the fire palace master. Moreover, this was the water palace. If things got ugly, it would be a disgrace to the water palace. It was precisely because of this that this matter put Palace Master Shui in a very difficult position. Gu Lingyue clenched her fists and didn't say anything for a while. Gu Lingyue really didn't know how to respond to the fire god's move. She did have some moves, but some of them weren't suitable here. This was what made Gu Lingyue upset. What should she do? Gu Lingyue was also in a difficult position for a while. Seeing that Gu Lingyue didn't respond, the fire god said again, Miss Lingyue, it seems that you're deliberately avoiding me and delaying me, right? Today, I've come here shamelessly to propose marriage. Since I've said so much, Miss Lingyue, shouldn't you say something? I don't know if I'm not good enough for Miss Lingyue. What's the matter? Miss Lingyue, you can say it openly. Or perhaps, Miss Lingyue, are you still thinking about that lowly life from the primordial universe? Nonsense. Gu Lingyue suddenly rebuked him angrily. She glared at the fire god and calmed down a little. Then she said, Young Master Fire God, I respect you very much, but I think it's better not to say something carelessly. This matter is related to my reputation. If news of this were to spread, I'm afraid there would be a lot of gossip. Therefore, I hope that young Master Fire God won't speak carelessly about this matter in the future. What do you think? The fire god cupped his fists at Gu Lingyue and said apologetically, I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue just now. I apologize to Miss Lingyue. Of course, I naturally hope that's not the case. Otherwise, it will indeed be a great damage to Miss Lingyue's reputation. Gu Lingyue said coldly, Don't worry about this. I know better than you. I'm the heir of the Water Palace and the future master of the Water Palace. How can I fall in love with a lowly life from a small universe? Since young Master Fire God needs time, how about an era? When I've adjusted myself, I'll definitely give young Master Fire God a satisfactory answer. An era is not a long time. Young Master Fire God, you can't even wait for this little bit of time, right? An era was not a long time, but it was not short either. The Fire God hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to strike while the iron was hot and win the marriage in one fell swoop. The fire god looked at the fire palace master. The fire palace master frowned and pondered for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he nodded to the fire god. After receiving the fire palace master's nod, the fire god said, "Well then, Miss Lungyue, it's a deal. An era. When the time is up, I'll come to the water palace to propose marriage. When the time comes, I hope Miss Lungyue won't disappoint me again." Gu Lingyue nodded and did not say anything else. The fire palace master said to the water palace master, "Since this matter is settled for the time being, I won't disturb you any further. The next time I come to the water palace to propose marriage, I'll bring a lot of good wine. We'll drink to our heart's content then." Ha 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 ha. With that, the fire palace master left with the fire god. After the two of them left, the atmosphere in the water palace was still a little tense. It was a little strange. No one dared to say anything about this matter. The water palace master's expression was not very good. She waved her hand, indicating for everyone to leave. The crowd did not stay any longer and left one after another. The world gods also left. Soon, only Gu Lingyue and the water palace master were left in the huge water palace. The water palace master looked at Gu Lingyue and said with a serious face, "Lingyue, don't blame me for this. The situation forced me. I didn't have a better solution for some things, so I had to make some compromises. You should be very clear about the subtle situation of the heavenly laws Dao Palace's 5 palaces. Although the fire god also has a motive for marrying you, it doesn't matter. No matter what, the fire god is still a very outstanding person. If you really want to say something, I do feel that the fire god is the best match for you in the entire elemental saint realm. If you can get together with the fire god, it may not be a bad thing for you. You'd better think about the various situations in this matter carefully. I know that you're a smart child and a director. But it's precisely because I know you're smart that I don't want to force you to do some things. As you can see, the fire god has brought this up several times, but I suppressed it every time. The fire palace master has also been pressing for this matter, and I've also done my best to suppress it. But in Granny's heart, I still hope that you can agree." Gu Lingyue pursed her lips and nodded, saying, "Grandma, I know what to do. I won't make things difficult for you." The water palace master nodded with gratification and took Gu Lingyue's hand, saying, "Yes, I know you're an obedient child. You have to believe me. I've been there before. What love? That's all a lie. That's all temporary. That's just a momentary lapse of judgment. Actually, that's all there is between a man and a woman. There are some things that you'll only fully understand after you've truly experienced it. I've experienced everything, so I understand it very well. I've long been indifferent to it. It's just what it is. It's not as beautiful, touching, unforgettable, or worthy of being chased by you as you imagine. Choosing something like this might not give you a second chance. So, you have to make the right choice the first time. You're still young and haven't experienced much, so there are many things that you don't really understand and can't understand. I don't blame you if you don't understand. I understand your thoughts, but you can't be wrong to listen to me. I love you the most. I'll never harm you. I don't care if you still have that person in your heart. Forget about it. He's just a passerby on your reincarnation road. He's not worth remembering." Gu Lingyue nodded, saying, "Yes, I know. I've already forgotten. Don't worry, Grandma. I know what to do." "Well, that's good. I'm relieved." The water palace master nodded. Chapter 2796. 90,000 years was nothing more than a blink of an eye for an ancient saint. Somewhere in the archway, Ba-Er-Ji's huge body was lying on a huge chair. He looked lazy, and no one knew what he was thinking. 90,000 years is up. That kid should be coming out soon. This kid is really something. No wonder Lord Mittani is so concerned about him. He's probably the only one who can make Lord Mittani so enthusiastic. This kid is really something. He has heaven-defying potential. At such a young age, he can reach such a stage and become a heavenly mandate cultivator. Not bad, not bad. The 8th brother muttered something under his breath. Soon, he saw a figure walking towards them. It was Qin Shao. 8th Liang Good jumped up and stared at Qin Shao with his big eyes. His eyes were shining. Being stared at by eighth brother like that, Qin Shao felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. However, eighth brother's size and appearance really did give off the feeling of a wild beast. Fortunately, Qin Shao was already used to it. Otherwise, he would have been frightened by eighth brother. Eighth brother could be considered a strange person, right? A heavenly mandate cultivator. Your temperament has changed. It's really different. Kid, you're really something. In the long history of Guyong City, there have been many people who had the opportunity to comprehend the 5 elements path understanding tree. But you're the first to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. Not bad, not bad. You're really something. I almost want to worship you. How is it? How do you feel? The first? Qin Shao smiled faintly. It seemed like he had made history in Guyong City. However, it was truly too difficult to become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. In the entire Great Thousand World, Heaven's Mandate cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Their numbers were few and far between, and it wasn't easy to meet one. If one's realm was high enough to become a Heavenly Mandate cultivator, it was not a big deal. For example, a 4-step ancient saint or a world god. With such a high realm, it would be much easier to become a Heavenly Mandate cultivator. However, it was really rare for a 1st or 2nd step ancient saint to become a Heavenly Mandate cultivator. After cultivating the 5 elements path understanding tree for 90,000 years, Qin Zhao's improvement was really great. He had also mastered the law of all things and the law of darkness, breaking through to become a Heavenly Mandate cultivator. After becoming a Heaven's Mandate cultivator, the feeling was very different. It felt as if there was a mysterious force pouring into his body, creating a certain connection with him. This feeling was very subtle. It was as if one was entrusted to the heavens and earth. One's heart was connected to the heavens and earth. The so-called mandate of heaven cultivators were those who had received the mandate of the heavens. They were the children of the heavens and were under orders to cultivate. Such a person would naturally have a unique advantage in cultivation. No matter what, it would be as if the heavens were helping them. Heavenly mandate was of heavenly mandate heavens. Heavenly mandate cultivators were dragons among men. They relied on their own talent, potential, strong willpower, and firm belief to fight their way to where they were now. Therefore, this heavenly mandate was also something he deserved. After becoming a heavenly mandate cultivator, Qin Shao really felt that he had mastered it through a comprehensive study. He also felt that his cultivation had become a lot easier. Therefore, Qin Shao had only used 20,000 years of cultivation to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. The remaining 70,000 years were used to continue cultivating the 5 fundamental laws. He had also cultivated the 5 fundamental laws to a relatively deep level. He was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. If Qin Shao was given some more time and an opportunity, Qin Shao would be able to break through. Now, the 5 fundamental laws were only at the initial level. 1 more step and he would be at the initial level. Qin Shao had already cultivated the 5 fundamental laws to the point where he was close to a breakthrough. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would have a breakthrough one after another. Qin Shao was very confident about this. This benefit was really too great for Qin Shao. Even if it was only 1 benefit, Qin Shao was very happy. After all, this high-grade valley plate was picked up casually. It didn't take him any effort to get it. Senior 8th brother. Can we move on to the second benefit? Qin Shao didn't say much. Instead, he asked a question. 8th brother's big hand patted Qin Zhao's shoulder again. Qin Shao had suffered a small loss before. 8th brother's hand was very heavy. Although it was just a light pat, it was very uncomfortable. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to dodge. However, 8th brother raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smirk. You little brat, how dare you dodge? Where are you going to dodge? Qin Shao tried his best to dodge, but strangely, he found that there was no way to dodge. No matter how he tried to dodge, 8th brother's hand was always on his shoulder. After dodging for a while, he still couldn't dodge. 8th brother's hand fell. This time, it was obviously much heavier. Qin Zhao's body involuntarily sank a little. Little brat, you are not obedient at all. You are making me very unhappy. Eighth brother said to Qin Shao methodically. Qin Shao helplessly smiled bitterly. He looked at eighth brother and said, Senior, please let me go. I am not fun. I have to play even if you're not fun. Do you think it is easy for me? How can it be so easy for a little brat like you to come? You are a little brat brought by Lord Mitanni. Naturally, I have to play with you. Why are you so nervous? I want to eat you. Really? Do you think you're a girl? If you were a girl, maybe I will be a little interested. Eighth brother didn't intend to let Qin Shao go easily. Qin Shao was speechless, but there was no other way. After all, eighth brother was a senior and the owner of the archway, so he could only follow eighth brother's lead. Fortunately, eighth brother didn't make things difficult for Qin Shao. Soon, he brought Qin Shao to the celestial pond. Looking at the sparkling celestial pond, Qin Shao could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. For some reason, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. The celestial pond was filled with dense celestial mist. The celestial mist was as white as snow. The atmosphere created by the celestial mist was very sacred. In front of the celestial pond, Qin Shao only needed to take a light breath to make his heart tremble. There was an indescribable feeling of beauty, as if his soul was nourished. The celestial pond was a place condensed from celestial spiritual energy. It was a place of priceless treasures. One should know that the celestial pond wasn't something as good as the celestial pond in the Saint Academy. For the cultivators of the immortal Tao, the immortal pond was definitely an utmost treasure. It was just like the amniotic fluid of a mother. It could provide the cultivator with an absolute amount of immortal spirit energy, allowing the cultivator to devour it in a frenzy in order to improve himself rapidly. Obviously, it was very easy for people to break through here. Go on in. You're lucky. No one has entered the celestial pond for a long time, so the celestial spiritual energy is very abundant and has reached its peak. You're really lucky to go in at this time. If you can't break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, then you are a failure. Eighth brother said and left. This time, he didn't make things difficult for Qin Shao. Hearing eighth brother's words, Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. However, Ba Erji's words weren't wrong. This was a great opportunity to make a breakthrough. If he grasped it well, then he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. In terms of immortal Tao law, Qin Shao didn't have much accumulation. After all, he hadn't been cultivating for a long time. It had been less than 20 million years since he became a saint realm expert. For an ancient saint, 20 million years was really too short. If he didn't have enough accumulation, it would be very difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to break through, accumulation was very important. Qin Shao stepped into the celestial pond. As soon as he entered the celestial pond, he felt an incomparably rich celestial spiritual energy enveloping him. That wonderful feeling rushed into Qin Zhao's body and quickly nourished Qin Zhao's saint body, soul, and will. Moreover, the celestial pond didn't only have rich celestial spiritual energy, but also the extremely powerful immortal Tao law. It allowed Qin Shao to clearly see the lines of the immortal Tao law, the fundamental laws of the immortal Tao law, and the singularity of the immortal Tao law. It was like a textbook in front of Qin Shao, allowing Qin Shao to directly comprehend and cultivate the immortal Tao law. With such help, Qin Zhao's cultivation naturally became much easier. Qin Zhao's talent and potential were already very strong. Now that he was in the celestial pond, it was as if he had the help of God. His comprehension and cultivation speed were very fast. Moreover, the incomparably dense and pure immortal spiritual energy madly surged into Qin Zhao's body, rapidly nourishing Qin Shao, rapidly improving every part of Qin Zhao's body. His saint body, spiritual will, and consciousness were all growing rapidly. The speed of improvement was visible to the naked eye. As expected of the celestial pond, it's really powerful. For ordinary cultivators, it's like spoiling a seedling by pulling up seedlings. For talented cultivators, it is a great opportunity, an opportunity for a breakthrough. I must make good use of this opportunity. I must make use of this energy to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. This is an excellent opportunity. I will definitely grasp it. I will definitely do it. Qin Shao secretly set a goal for himself. He was also very confident that there wouldn't be any problems. If he could make use of this opportunity to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, that would be great. Originally, cultivation was a very difficult thing. It was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. Although it wasn't as difficult as ascending to the heavens, it wasn't far off. Therefore, when one reached the ancient saint realm, one would need to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years. That was considered a small number, and it was a common thing. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, there were many cases where one couldn't even make a breakthrough after hundreds of millions of years of secluded cultivation. Making a breakthrough was as difficult as the heavens. But at this moment, Qin Shao was in the celestial pond. With the help of the celestial pond's rich and boundless celestial spiritual energy, Qin Shao didn't need to cultivate at all. His improvement was visible to the naked eye. To put it bluntly, even if a piece of trash was thrown into the celestial pond, it would still be able to help him grow. Moreover, it was a peerless genius like Qin Shao. Not only was the rich celestial spiritual energy, but the textbook Immortal Tao Law was also presented before Qin Shao's eyes, allowing Qin Shao to absorb these things crazily and greedily. Author Qin Shang. The third update is a little late. Qin Shang continues to write, rolling on the ground, begging for fresh flowers. Chapter 2797. After staying in the celestial pool for 8,000 years, Qin Shao finally broke through the barrier. He was about to break through. Before Qin Shao entered the celestial pool, he was confident that he would break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He had been cultivating wholeheartedly in the celestial pool for 8,000 years, devouring the immortal spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Finally, he was about to take the next step. Break through, Qin Shao shouted in his heart. A powerful force broke through the barrier and touched the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao descended, and the immortal Tao law shrouded Qin Shao. The entire celestial pool became turbulent. The rich and endless immortal spiritual energy rushed towards Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a black hole, devouring the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool like a whale. Under such a crazy devouring force, the entire celestial pool became turbulent. Eighth elder brother also came over when he heard the news. Looking at Qin Shao in the celestial pool, he grinned and said, "This kid is really good. He broke through so quickly. I thought this kid might not be able to break through. I didn't expect this kid to be so fast. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's about to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm at such a young age. He's really heaven-defying. Sigh, it took me many epochs to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm. This comparison is really infuriating. There's no comparison. There's no comparison at all. It's said that heroes come from the young. I'm old. Eighth elder brother sighed with emotion. But soon, eighth elder brother's brows wrinkled as he stared at the immortal pond with a strange look in his eyes. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, there was indeed a big movement in the celestial pool. The entire celestial pool was turbulent and getting crazier. The immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool was rushing into Qin Shao's body at an incredible speed. Qin Shao was devouring the immortal spiritual energy. That's not right. Even if he's breaking through, he shouldn't be devouring the immortal spiritual energy at such a terrifying speed. How can this be? I've never seen such a situation before. At this rate, wouldn't this celestial pool be completely devoured by that little bastard Qin Shao alone? Generally speaking, it's impossible for a first step of the ancient saint realm to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm by consuming more than a tenth of the celestial pool's immortal spiritual energy. What was the situation with Qin Shao, this little brat? Why is it so strange? This shouldn't. Eighth elder brother frowned. He was confused and looked at Qin Shao in the immortal pond with a puzzled expression. This was an unprecedented situation. He had never heard of anything like this before. It was no wonder that eighth elder brother was surprised. With such a big breakthrough, Qin Zhao's inner world would naturally take the opportunity to devour the immortal spiritual energy to rapidly expand his inner world. At this time, Qin Shao was focusing most of his attention on his inner world. He had been studying how to cultivate his inner world, how to find out the cultivation method of his inner world, and how to develop a complete cultivation system, moving forward on the path of Tao creation. This breakthrough was obviously a very good opportunity for Qin Shao to study. During a breakthrough, the inner world would certainly expand and become stronger. This process was a natural expansion process. What Qin Shao wanted to figure out was how to control this expansion and how to transform it into a cultivation method. Qin Shao had already determined the path he wanted to take. The path of inner world creation was the path he was determined to take. Qin Shao was also very confident that this path would work. Taking this opportunity to break through, Qin Shao naturally would not miss it. He began to study it with great concentration. In fact, the inner world has always been a part of my body. It has always been a whole with me. When I break through, the power of the heavenly Tao will descend. It is a gift from the laws of nature. Under the power of the mighty heavenly Tao, I can directly guide the immortal spiritual energy into my body to directly break through and sublimate, thus improving my strength. My inner world is actually the same. Even if I don't interfere with anything, under the guidance of the might of the heavenly Tao, a large amount of immortal spiritual power would flow into my inner world. My inner world is like a starving seedling, greedily devouring the rain and dew before rapidly growing. But if I don't have a way to interfere and only rely on the guidance of the heavenly Tao when I break through, there is no way to create a Tao. So what I have to do now is to find a way to let my own power interfere and guide the growth of my inner world. This is the first step I have to take. As long as this first step is taken, the rest of the road will be clear. This first step will definitely be the most difficult step. It will be the step that determines success or failure. So, no matter what, I must take this first step well. Qin Shao thought to himself as he began to take this opportunity to study. How on earth should he realize his own power to guide the growth of his inner world? Qin Shao kept thinking as he studied. He tried again and again, but there was no effect. With the direct guidance of the power of the heavenly Tao, how powerful and domineering was that? Under such a powerful force, it was naturally very difficult to guide other things. It felt like he had to first resist the power of the heavenly Tao before it could work. How could it be possible to resist the power of the heavenly Tao? How could the power of the heavenly Tao be something that Qin Shao could resist? Not to mention Qin Shao, even his master, Li Sheng, would not be able to resist it. The heavenly Tao was the supreme and mysterious power of the great wide world. It could be regarded as the power of the entire heaven and earth, the power of the entire great wide world. How powerful such power was simply unimaginable. He kept trying, but there was no good effect. Previously, Qin Shao also had many ideas, but it was still too difficult to turn those ideas into reality. There was no way to do it. This meant that those ideas were wrong, or that those ideas were still immature, and there was no way to really apply them. It was too difficult. It was too difficult to turn this idea into a reality. However, it was normal that it was difficult. How could it be so easy to create a brand new Tao? Since ancient times, countless geniuses had spent their entire lives trying to achieve this, yet they were unable to do so. Since the beginning of this era in the immortal realm, only Shakyamuni and Li Sheng had succeeded. In this era, in the entire great wide world, there were probably only about 5 people who had succeeded. With such a small number, it was enough to see how difficult it was to create a Tao. Everyone wanted to walk their own Tao, but it was definitely not an easy thing to really walk out of it. For Qin Shao, this could definitely be said to be the most difficult challenge in his life. At least, this was the current situation. It was too difficult a challenge. However, Qin Xiao had such determination and strong faith. No matter how difficult the challenge was, he would not back down. He had to take it down and succeed. It had been a while since the breakthrough, and the inner world had more than doubled in size. It was probably more than half the time of the breakthrough. If he still couldn't get anything out of it, then this opportunity would be missed. If he did not find a breakthrough during the breakthrough, it would be even more difficult to find a breakthrough during normal times. This matter can't be rushed. I must think about it calmly. Cultivation. Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved. Yes, cultivation. In fact, this can be regarded as a cultivation. How I cultivate can be transferred over according to this concept and applied to my inner world. Cultivation is based on the heart. Everything is based on the heart. In fact, the most fundamental thing is to guide oneself with the power of the heart. The power of the way of heaven is a guiding force. I have no way to have the power of the way of heaven, let alone to interfere with the power of the way of heaven. But I can imitate the power of the way of heaven and then guide my inner world. Is this feasible? But how can I imitate the power of the way of heaven? I'm afraid that the power of the heart alone is far from enough to support it. If it was really that easy, I would have succeeded long ago. I have tried all kinds of methods before, but it still didn't work. The power of the heart is the cornerstone, the thread that connects all the forces. Then, what other forces can be added to this thread to strengthen this force? Besides the power of the heart, what other forces can I use? While Qin Xiao was thinking about this matter, she was also constantly trying to find a breakthrough. She was constantly overturning some wrong ideas and analyzing the possible right ideas from them. He kept adding and subtracting, but it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. He was so confused that he couldn't see the direction clearly. What was wrong? He felt that everything was wrong. He felt that this was a road that couldn't be taken at all. It was impossible to succeed. The more it didn't work, the stronger the invisible power of doubt would be, and the more it would destroy his confidence. But Qin Zhao's faith was extremely strong. He had been holding on to his confidence. He had been steadfast and would not let any force destroy him. Qin Xiao didn't believe it. He really didn't believe that this road couldn't be taken. In his heart, he firmly believed that any path could be taken. Only people could not take it. As long as you are sure, any path is possible to be taken. In the end, whether you could take it or not depended on whether you could take it or not. If you could take it, it would be taken. If you couldn't take it, it naturally wouldn't be taken. But this was only for you. It didn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't work for others. Others might be able to take it. Therefore, in the final analysis, it was not about the road, but about the people. This was an extremely long road. Countless people might take it, but in the end, only one person would succeed. Only one person could succeed. Qin Xiao had been firmly holding on to the belief in his heart. He firmly believed that he would be able to take it. The power of the heart, the power of the soul, the power of the will. I've used all these forces, but they still don't work. What other forces are there? In other words, not only force, but also other things need to be added. Just like how I practice other laws, it's because there is the cornerstone, the root, and the Tao of the law. Only then can I comprehend, cultivate, and spy on the mystery. Why can I comprehend, cultivate, and spy on it? That's because there are mysteries in it. If there are no mysteries in it at all, it's equivalent to an empty shell. No matter how hard you work, what can you see from an empty shell? Author Cruel, Death Fourth Update, Robbing Flowers, he. Chapter 2798. Yes, the shell was empty. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything from it. All of a sudden, Qin Xiao suddenly became enlightened. He had been trapped in a misunderstanding. He had always thought that finding the cultivation method for the inner world was the first step, the most difficult step for him. It was the first step he should take, the most critical step on this road. But now he suddenly realized that his previous thinking was wrong. He had been working in the wrong direction, which was naturally wrong. Naturally, he couldn't get out of it. He hit a wall everywhere, and there was no way to make a breakthrough. If the direction was wrong, no matter how hard he tried, what was the use of trying? Now Qin Xiao understood what his first step was. My first step should be to establish a framework for the inner world, so that my power can guide the spiritual power of heaven and earth into the inner world, and let the inner world improve, grow, and break through. It's like the law has its root, the singularity, and the line of the law. Without a framework, how can my power enter? How can I make use of it? How can I guide the power into it? To make a simple analogy, if you want to collect water, you need a container. Only with this container can you have the capacity to let the water in and collect it. If you don't have this container, no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. There is no way to really collect the water. The biggest problem with the inner world now is that I don't have this container, or I haven't found this container. So no matter what method I use, there is no way to guide the power into it, and there is no way to find the cultivation method. After thinking carefully and analyzing it carefully, Qin Xiao understood everything. Therefore, Qin Xiao was faced with a new problem. How to find this container, and how to form this container, Qin Xiao had no idea. He had no idea how to do it. Although he found new problems, new directions, and ideas, it was still difficult for Qin Xiao. It blocked Qin Xiao's progress. All the problems were very difficult for Qin Xiao. After all, everything needed to be created by Qin Xiao. Creation was something that didn't exist in this world. It was the first thing you made. That was creation. Creation was also a very sacred thing. For the time being, Qin Xiao had a lot of ideas and felt that he should have found the right direction. He knew where the key to this road was and where the first step was. It was just that taking the first step was not an easy thing to do. He had been studying, deliberating, and trying. Unfortunately, Qin Xiao didn't really go down this road. Forget it. The road of creation has always been a road of no return. It's normal that it's not so easy to gain something. This matter can't be rushed. I've already expected this result. There's no need to be so impatient. Let's take it slow. At the very least, I have a lot of ideas now. This can be considered as a small gain. Furthermore, it will be of great help to my path of cultivation. In any case, it's already a great gain to be able to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm in one fell swoop in the celestial pool. If I force it, I'll seem a little greedy. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his heart. A smile appeared on his face. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Xiao began to feel the power of the second step of the ancient saint realm in his body. After breaking through a realm, the situation was indeed very different. Qin Xiao clearly felt that he had become much stronger. He could easily mobilize the power of the immortal Tao and great Tao nomological laws with a raise of his hand. Qin Xiao's immortal Tao nomological laws and great Tao nomological laws were both at the initial stage. Therefore, the breakthrough just now could be considered a breakthrough in both immortal Tao nomological laws and great Tao nomological laws. Qin Xiao's great Tao nomological laws had long been at the initial stage. It was only because his foundation wasn't solid and he hadn't accumulated enough that he couldn't break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm in one fell swoop. This time in the celestial pool, Qin Xiao had received the help of an endless amount of immortal spiritual energy, which naturally helped him break through. Both immortal Tao nomological laws were at the second step of the ancient saint realm. This gave Qin Xiao an advantage over others in terms of strength. It was like 1 + 1 = 2. It took me 8,000 years. It's not bad. Although it's a little rushed, at least I've achieved my goal of breaking through. What's going on with the celestial pool? Qin Xiao's eyes flickered. When he saw the celestial pool in front of him, he jumped in fright. When he'd first arrived, the celestial pool was filled with dense, immortal qi. The immortal spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, and there was an entire pool of immortal water. Just the immortal mist alone was as thick as clouds. But now, the entire celestial pool was bare. There was nothing left. There was no immortal water, no immortal spiritual energy, no immortal mist, and no sacred energy. Everything was gone. Therefore, Qin Zhao's first thought was that the celestial pool had been destroyed. What was going on? How could this be? This was indeed the celestial pool. He hadn't been transported to another place. There was no mistake. Could it be? Qin Shao immediately thought of a possibility. The moment he thought of it, Qin Shao immediately felt awkward. As expected, Qin Shao immediately felt a pair of fiery eyes staring at him. It was so piercing that Qin Shao felt a little uncomfortable. This pair of eyes obviously belonged to none other than Eighth Brother. At this moment, Eighth Brother's eyes were wide open. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Qin Shao. Those two bell-like eyes were about to pop out. Cough, this was awkward. Qin Shao knew that when he was expanding his inner world and breaking through, he must have absorbed all the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool. That was why this happened. But this kind of thing couldn't be blamed on him, right? Senior Eighth Brother. Qin Shao was about to explain, but Eighth Brother didn't have the patience to listen to Qin Zhao's explanation. He immediately roared. "You little bastard, you goddamn bastard, what kind of outrageous thing did you do? How could you ruin the celestial pool like this? This is the celestial pool. It's one of the treasures of our city lord mansion. How could you ruin it like this? You're also breaking through, but other people's actions are not even 1/10 of yours. You damn bastard. Hurry up and tell me, what the hell is going on? What kind of evil technique did you use to make the celestial pool like this? How do you want me to explain this to the city lord? If I can't explain it to him, then I'll explain it to you first." Looking at Eighth Brother's angry face, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Eighth Brother, don't be so agitated. Actually, I don't know what's going on, bah." Eighth Lianggu suddenly jumped up and screamed. His elongated face was almost stuck to Qin Zhao's face. He was so close that Qin Shao could feel Eighth Lianggu's breath. "You little bastard, you're lying through your teeth. Try saying it again. If you say you don't know what's going on, then I'll explain it to you first. You ruined the celestial pool like this, and you still dare to say you don't know? If I don't show you my power, you really think I'm Eighth Brother? Aren't you Eighth Brother?" These words really made Qin Shao speechless. However, Qin Shao was certain that the Eighth Brother was very angry at this time. Was he really angry? After all, he did make the celestial pool like this. Qin Shao said, "Eighth Brother, you can't blame me for this. In fact, it's because of my inner world. When I broke through, my inner world also expanded and broke through. That's why there's such a situation." "Bullshit," Eighth Brother scolded again. His face was even closer to Qin Zhao's. His voice was so loud that Qin Zhao's ears were buzzing. It was as if thunder had exploded in his ears. "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? Look at your Eighth Brother. Do you think he's easy to fool? In this world, no one can fool your Eighth Brother. Your little tricks are simply child's play in front of Eighth Brother. It's ridiculous. You're talking as if I don't have an inner world. Don't you know how much energy an inner world can attract? You've only broken through from first step Ancient Saint to second step Ancient Saint. The celestial pool's rich, immortal spiritual energy is enough for you to break through dozens of times. Let alone you. Even if a 4-step Ancient Saint breaks through to the world deity stage, their inner world won't be able to attract so much immortal spiritual energy. Little brat, if you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rough." After saying that, Eighth Brother waved his huge fist at Qin Shao. He raised his chin at Qin Shao and asked, "Have you seen a fist the size of a bull's head? Here, it's right here. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll let you have a taste of what a fist the size of a bull's head is. I'll let you have a taste of what true power is and what true violence is." Qin Shao was really speechless, but there was nothing he could do. However, it was no wonder that Eighth Brother didn't believe him. Qin Shao was indeed the only one in the entire vast thousand worlds who could do such a thing. In reality, this was indeed the case. Even if a 4-step Ancient Saint broke through to the world deity stage, it wouldn't cause such a big commotion. There was no need for him to absorb so much immortal spiritual energy. One must know that when Qin Shao was a 1st-step Ancient Saint, his inner world was already as big as a world deity's. After breaking through to the second step ancient saint, his inner world expanded by several times. It was much bigger than an ordinary world deity's inner world. Therefore, Qin Shao absorbed all the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool, causing the celestial pool to become like this. Senior eighth brother, I can tell you. However, I've only told a few people about this. Consider it a big secret of mine, Qin Shao. Therefore, I also hope that senior eighth brother can promise me that you'll keep this secret from me and not tell anyone. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, if senior eighth brother can promise this, then I'll tell you. His master, Li Sheng, had also warned Qin Shao not to tell anyone about his inner world. He had to keep it a secret. Qin Shao also knew that it was indeed inappropriate to tell others about this situation. Therefore, Qin Shao had always kept it a secret. Not many people knew about the situation of his inner world. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little hesitant about how to tell eighth brother. Chapter 2799. Normally, Qin Shao wouldn't tell eighth brother such a secret. However, if he didn't say anything now, it wouldn't make sense. It would be difficult for him to explain this matter. Moreover, Qin Shao was indeed very apologetic in his heart. Turning the celestial pond into this state had indeed caused a lot of damage to the City Lord Mansion. Qin Shao was originally a gift from the City Lord's mansion. Now that he had turned the celestial pond into this state, he felt very embarrassed and a little guilty. You little brat. Is it because you have the support of the Third Valley Master? That's why you're so daring? You still dare to bargain with your eighth brother again and again? Don't you know that your Ba Liang-gu never lets people bargain? Ba Liang-gu said with a very angry look. But Qin Shao could feel that although eighth brother's aura was a little scary, it was probably just a bluff. Eighth brother had a strong fist and a loud voice, but in fact he was a kind person. He wasn't the kind of person who would do anything for real. Qin Shao shook his head and said firmly, no, absolutely not. If senior eighth brother doesn't agree, then I won't say anything. Anyway, this benefit is what I deserve. It's also what the City Lord's mansion publicly promised. I didn't violate any rules. So even if I don't say anything, the City Lord's mansion shouldn't do anything to me. Otherwise, wouldn't such an action be tarnishing the City Lord's mansion's reputation? Eighth brother pointed at Qin Shao angrily and waved his fist. He looked like he wanted to smash Qin Shao to death. After a while, eighth brother's anger subsided a little. He patted his chest and comforted himself. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm a dignified three-step ancient saint senior. How can I lower myself to the same level as a two-step ancient saint brat? That would be too narrow-minded. Well, it's just a small promise. It's not a big deal. I'm not a big mouth. I can't be bothered to talk about other people's matters. Well, a promise is a promise. What's the big deal? After comforting himself for a while, Bal Yang's voice recovered a bit and he said, okay, I won't lower myself to your level. I promise you that I will keep your secret and won't tell anyone. Little brat, can you tell me now? Hurry up, don't make me angry again. It's not that I'm telling you, but if I really get angry, I'll even hit myself. You won't be able to withstand it. He even hit himself. How terrifying was this? He was convinced. He was truly convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Qin Shao briefly explained the situation of her inner world to the eighth elder brother. After listening to Qin Shao, the eighth elder brother obviously didn't believe her. Ba Yang's face darkened. He looked at Qin Shao and said unhappily, little bastard, your Ba Liang is an educated man. Don't lie to your Ba Liang. I've never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. In the great wide world, such a situation doesn't exist at all. Don't try to lie to me. I'm really not trying to scare you. My tolerance is really limited. If you continue to be so insensible, then I'll really get angry. If I get angry, the consequences will be very serious. Really, I'm not lying to you. You saw my fist just now, right? It's very big and heavy. It's very rough and cruel when it hits people. Such a threat really made Qin Shao feel like laughing. For some reason, listening to Ba Yang's words, Qin Shao wanted to laugh. It was really too funny. Bao Yang was born with comedy elements. Whether it was his expression, action, or tone, they all made people unable to help but want to laugh, even when he was really angry. There are all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. There's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that the great wide world doesn't have. What you haven't heard of doesn't necessarily mean that it won't appear in the great wide world, right? I believe that you know this better than me. It's not strange that I, Qin Xiao, have something that others don't have, right? Whether you believe it or not, this is indeed the case. While I was breaking through just now, you have been watching here. If I really used any other means, it would be impossible for me to hide it from you. So, I can't lie to you, right? No matter what, I'm still considered Lord Mitanni's half-student. I can't possibly lose face for him, right? Qin Xiao explained very seriously and sincerely, but Bao Yang still didn't believe it. Bao Yang shook his head and said, "Although what you said seems to be very reasonable, I still don't believe you. I'm not going to believe you. You little bastard, you're very bad." Qin Xiao shrugged his shoulders. It was fine if he didn't believe him. Anyway, he had explained it. Qin Xiao put on a posture of do whatever you want. Although Bao Yang looked very fierce, in fact, he didn't really want to do anything to Qin Xiao. In the end, he waved his hand and glared at Qin Xiao, saying, "Let's do this first, little bastard. I will investigate this matter clearly. If it's really you who used some underhanded means, then you're going to be in big trouble. Well, I'll take you to the third landlord. You really know how to choose benefits, little bastard. You can gain so much from every one of them. For the same benefits, ordinary people can only get 30% of your benefits at most. Those who are able to get 30% of your benefits can be considered lucky. More than that, they can't even get 10% of your benefits. Little bastard, I'm afraid that you are the one who has gained the most benefits in all the years I've been here." The one who had gained the most benefits? Qin Xiao also felt that it was possible that the first benefit made him a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. This was the first benefit. The second benefit made him squeeze the Celestial Pond dry. This was definitely the first benefit. Both of them were first place, so naturally, he was first place. He had accidentally taken first place, which was quite an interesting thing. However, it was nothing much. Qin Xiao came here with great ambition. Getting first place was also the result of hard work. "Senior, are you praising me?" Qin Xiao smiled and asked. Bao Yang was stunned for a moment. He immediately rolled his eyes at Qin Xiao and said angrily, "I'm praising you in your dreams. I'm scolding you. I'm spitting on you. Senior, pay attention to your image. You're also a big figure," Qin Xiao said. "Bah, Bao Yang didn't care. My image. What image do I have? I'm lucky that the city lord didn't punish me this time. What image do I have? It's all your fault, little bastard. I really want to punch you until you become a pig head. You little bastard, you better shut up and stop talking. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from punching you." "Fine." Qin Xiao curled his lips. "Shut up then, shut up, as long as you don't look for trouble." Qin Xiao didn't care about other things. It didn't matter. Soon, Bao Yang brought Qin Xiao to a spring and said to Qin Xiao, "Get in." Qin Xiao sized up the mouth of the spring. The mouth of the spring was not very big. It was about the same size as the mouth of an ordinary well. However, the surface of the water was very calm. There was not a single ripple. It looked like a mirror placed there. It was difficult to tell that it was the surface of the water. Moreover, the water was very strange. It was obviously not ordinary water, or it was not water at all. However, it looked like the surface of the water, but looked like a smooth mirror. If you looked at it, you would see your own reflection reflected in it. Was this strange spring the third benefit? The third benefit was the benefits of cultivating the power of the heart. Qin Xiao wanted to use this to improve his own cultivation of the power of the heart. He even had a little ambition. He wanted to see if he could break through to the initial level of the power of the heart. Of course, this was Qin Xiao's beautiful dream. Whether or not he could actually do it was another story. "Senior, Qin Xiao wanted to ask something, but before he could say anything, he felt a huge foot kick him in the back. The powerful force made Qin Xiao unable to resist at all, and he fell directly into the mouth of the spring. Playing dirty again? Damn it, did you have to be so stingy? Qin Xiao was speechless. Eighth brother had played this trick once before. Last time it was still okay. He threw him out with his hand, so it wasn't too much. But this time, he kicked him directly in the back. This was obviously revenge. But even if he knew this, Qin Xiao could only be speechless. There was no other way. Alas, how could he not bow under someone else's roof? As soon as Qin Xiao fell into the spring, he immediately entered a strange space. It was like a chaotic space. There was no sky, no earth, and no sense of space. It was just a space of nothingness. Qin Xiao carefully looked at this space of nothingness. He couldn't see anything. He also couldn't feel any power. It was very strange. Qin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if this was the third land of benefits. Why didn't it feel like it at all? He thought that eighth brother wouldn't take this opportunity to take revenge on him and deliberately punish him, right? So he didn't know where he had kicked himself. But Qin Xiao immediately shook his head. He felt that it was impossible. It should be impossible. Eighth brother shouldn't be such a stingy person. It was impossible for him to do something so despicable. He couldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Throwing away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Xiao wholeheartedly immersed himself in this space of nothingness. He seriously felt it. Maybe he hadn't noticed it yet. Based on the previous two benefits, the third benefit definitely wouldn't be too bad either. It would definitely be of great help to his cultivation of heart force. Heart force. Use your heart to feel and use your heart to observe. First, your heart must be absolutely calm. Soon, Qin Xiao completely calmed down. He used his heart to feel this space of nothingness. When Qin Xiao really reached this stage, he immediately found that the space of nothingness began to change. Bright spots appeared one after another. Streams of nothingness flowed out like silk. Slender threads streaked through the air like flowing water, flickering as they appeared. At this moment, Qin Xiao felt like he was in an ocean of heart force, an ocean of law. Qin Xiao was currently rippling in the ocean of heart force. He looked at the threads of law of heart force, the singularities of law of heart force, and the fundamental streams of law of heart force. At this moment, they all appeared in a very direct form in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao could clearly see, feel, and touch them. Chapter 2800. For Qin Xiao, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. As expected of the City Lord's mansion, this was indeed a big deal. Every benefit was a big deal. Immersed in this ocean of heart force, Qin Xiao quickly perceived the lines of the law, the singularity of the law, and the river of the law. The foundation of the Tao and the true essence of the law were clearly placed in front of Qin Xiao, so that Qin Xiao could perceive it very directly and quickly improve his cultivation. Heart force is like a boundless ocean. As for me, I am a fish in this ocean, wandering in this ocean. If I just rely on my own flow to see the entire ocean, then I will need a long time to see the entire ocean. Even if I spend my whole life, I may not be able to see it all. After all, this ocean is boundless. Not only is it boundless, but it also has no direction. If you lose your way in it, you may only be able to circle around in a small area for the rest of your life, unable to walk out. How far you can walk in the ocean of heart force will still depend on your own ability. If you see far, you can go far. Imagine yourself as a big fish. Once you understand all the directions in the ocean of heart force, you will be able to go even further. Cultivation lies in the heart. In order to cultivate, you must first understand the situation and all the rules. Only then will you be able to walk out of it. The ocean is boundless, and it's easy to get lost in it. The heart is its own light, illuminating the road ahead. Immortal Realm, 9 Continents Academy. In a secluded mountain forest, a figure carefully drilled out of the dense forest, looking very careful and vigilant, as if afraid of being discovered. This is a handsome young man, very handsome and masculine. If Qin Xiao was here at this time, he would recognize who this young man is. It is none other than his younger brother Qin Yi. Qin Xiaoyi's expression looked a little nervous and very careful. Qin Yi looked around for a while, as if he was looking for something, and as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a while, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, it was a man in black, covered by a black robe, and his face was also covered with a black mist, which looked very strange and gloomy. Seeing the man in black, Qin immediately said, "Senior Black, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you appear so long?" Seeing Qin Yi's anxious face, the man in black chuckled and said, "Why is young Master Qin Yi so anxious? The sky won't fall down. Calm down." "Oh, my Senior Black, how can I not be anxious about this?" Qin Yi jumped up and cried, with an anxious and worried face, and complained, "Black-clothed predecessor, the situation is very tricky now. I did as you said before, but I found that this mess is getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Laming, that guy's too ruthless. He doesn't buy it all." That set not only didn't contain him, but angered him even more. Now, Xiao Laming has said that he wants to teach me a lesson. He wants to fight with me, defeat me, and force me to apologize and beg for mercy. Black-clothed senior, what do you think we should do about this? You have to help me. Everything I did before was according to your wishes, senior. Now that things have come to this point, you have to help me to the end. The man in black smiled and said, "Young Master Qin Yi, don't worry. I'm a good friend of your brother, and I have always regarded you as my younger brother. That's why I won't stand by and do nothing when it comes to you. As for your matter, it's simple. It's not that complicated. Don't be too nervous." Simple? Qin Yi was stunned and looked at the man in black in confusion. He was very puzzled. "Oh, Senior Black, don't play riddles with me. Just say it. I really don't know what to do. I didn't want this matter to be like this. I didn't want to be so stiff with that Xiao Laming. If I really make a big mess, my brother will scold me to death. If this goes on, my brother will find out. Black-clothed senior, hurry up and tell me what I need to do to resolve this matter." The man in black laughed softly and said, "This matter is easy to handle. Didn't you agree to Xiao Lei's challenge? Since it has come to this point, then things are simple. There's nothing that can't be solved with a fight. You should have told him before the fight that if you win, then everything will be written off. So, isn't this very simple?" "What?" Qin Yi frowned and immediately said in confusion, "Senior Black, don't tease me. Qin Yi, am not a fool, am I? Although I'm a little arrogant, I still know my own strength. How can I be a match for Xiao Laming? If I fight with Xiao Laming, I will lose without a doubt. If I raise this condition with him, won't I be asking for humiliation? There is no way I can win." "Ha ha ha." The man in black laughed. After laughing, he shook his head and said, No, you still haven't opened your mind. It's because everyone thinks this is impossible that they gave you a big chance. If everyone thinks you have a good chance of winning, then do you think Xiao Laming is a fool? He knows you will win, so why would he make you a promise? It's because everyone thinks you will lose that you have a chance, understand? Qin Yi was actually a smart person, but sometimes when he was impatient, he seemed to be a little confused. After listening to the man in black, Qin Yi thought about it carefully and understood what was going on. Qin Yi immediately said, "Black-clothed predecessor, I understand. Please help me." "Ah, that's right." The black-clothed man smiled and continued, "Isn't that right? I will definitely help you. It's okay if you can't win. You're a third-step celestial venerable. You can't win against a fourth-step celestial venerable. But it's okay, I'm here. As long as I help you, it's easy for you to win against him." Qin Yi nodded, and there was a smile on his face. Suddenly, he was relieved. Yes, what the senior said is right. I was a little anxious and didn't think of this. Yes, Xiao Laming must have absolute confidence to think that he will win. So, no matter what conditions I put forward, he will definitely agree. Right now, I don't want to fight to the death with him. I just want to put an end to this matter. So, it's not a big deal for him to make such a request. He will definitely agree. As long as he agrees, and then I win against him, then this matter will be solved, and everything will be over. And I also found what I wanted, and I also fiercely raised my power and shocked others. so that people always talk about me behind my back, always thinking that I rely on my brother. I want to prove to everyone that I don't need to rely on my brother. I'm not inferior to anyone. I'm also a peak genius. I can also be like my brother, shining with boundless radiance, my name shaking the entire immortal realms. I never felt that I was much worse than my brother. I always felt that my brother was the direction of my efforts, the example of my study, and the goal I pursued. But I never thought that I was not as good as my brother. I must live under the shadow of my brother. My brother is my brother. I am me. I will not be worse than my brother. I will not be. Those who secretly talk about me, I must let them look at me with new eyes, and I must let them know that I, Chin E, am not worse than them, only better than them. They said that just because they were jealous of me. The man in black nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes, those people must be envious of you. First, I envy that you have a powerful brother. Second, I envy that your talent is not worse than your brother's. Your Chin family has produced two such geniuses. Anyway, I am very optimistic about you. You must be able to do it. So, you must work hard and believe in yourself. You must not be attacked by others. You are you. You don't need to be anyone's shadow. If others don't understand you, then you don't need to say anything to them. You just need to take out your fist and use your actual actions to tell them that you are very strong and let them shut up obediently." Chin E nodded heavily. These words went to the bottom of his heart. What he wanted to do was also this. "Senior, please give me some advice so that I could defeat Xiao Laming." Chin E said again. The man in black nodded and said, "Well, come, I will tell you what to do." Guyong City, City Lord's Mansion. 10,000 years passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already passed. Qin Shao had also been rippling in the Heart Force Ocean for 10,000 years. These 10,000 years of ripples made Qin Shao full of harvest, and the cultivation of the Heart Force Ocean had improved greatly. 10,000 years of time passed quickly, and it was about time to leave this Heart Force Ocean world. However, Qin Shao felt that it was a pity that he did not take advantage of this good opportunity to break through the Heart Force Ocean world in one fell swoop, and to raise the Heart Force Ocean world to the second step Ancient Saint Realm. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to give it a try. He also had the ambition to fight for it. Unfortunately, the result was not satisfactory, and in the end, he was still unable to break through. When the time came, an invisible force pushed Qin Shao out of the Heart Force Ocean, and Qin Shao was instantly outside. Suddenly, as if returning to reality, Qin Shao felt a sense of emptiness. Slightly stunned, Qin Shao came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's a pity that I couldn't break through in one fell swoop. The Heart Force Ocean is really a good place. If I had another 10,000 years, no, even 5,000 years would be enough. I don't even need 5,000 years. If it's fast, even 1,000 years, I can break through. It's a pity that time waits for no one. I've already missed this good opportunity. Forget it. In these 10,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, my harvest can be considered very much. Although I haven't been able to break through in one fell swoop, I've already cultivated to a relatively extreme level. I'm only one step away from breaking through. If I want to take this step out, it's not a difficult thing. If I'm given another opportunity, I can break through in one fell swoop. It's better to be content with what I have. I've already gained so much, so I can't ask for more. It's enough." Qin Shao nodded and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. Chapter 28:01. "Ha, little brat, I didn't expect you to suffer setbacks. I thought you could continue to defy the heavens. What a pity you couldn't break through in one go. I've been thinking that if you could break through again, you'd be completely defying the heavens. You'd be able to create a new record in Guyong City. Seems like you're still lacking. This way, I'll feel much better." A voice filled with schadenfreude could be heard. It was Eighth Brother. Seeing Eighth Brother's happy expression, Qin Shao smiled and said, "If I could really defy the heavens, it wouldn't make sense. So, I think it's better to forget about it. This is fine too. I'm very satisfied. Desire is something that has no limits. Thinking too much might not be a good thing. So, it's better to think more simply. Eighth brother rolled his eyes at Qin Shao. He wanted to gloat at Qin Shao, but he didn't expect that Qin Shao wouldn't be affected. This little brat's state of mind was still not bad. But speaking of which, the law of heart force was indeed more difficult to cultivate than other laws. If one wanted to break through to the initial stage of heart force in 10,000 years, it was obviously more difficult than the law of immortal Tao. So, it was reasonable that Qin Shao didn't break through in one go. If Qin Shao could break through in one go, that would be a scary thing. Although Qin Shao was already scary, if he did it 3 times in a row, it would be too scary. All right, little brat, I've given you all the benefits from the 3 times. You're good. The benefits from the 3 times are more than what others got from 10 times. You're definitely the only one in the history of Guiyang City to get such a big harvest with just 1 upper-grade valley plate. You're having a good time. I still have to worry about the Celestial Pond. You drained the Celestial Pond dry in one go. I'm afraid it won't recover without a few universe epics. You little brat, forget it, forget it. If you keep thinking about it, I want to beat you to death with my fist. Scram, scram, hurry up and scram. Eighth brother waved his hand at Qin Shao, wanting to chase Qin Shao away. Qin Shao smiled and bowed to Eighth Liangge. With a face full of gratitude, he said, Senior, thank you. What's there to thank me for? What does it have to do with me? I didn't help you. You deserve it. If it wasn't for Lord Mitanni's sake, I would have already beaten you. Is there something wrong with your head? Baliang glared at Qin Shao and said, after spending so much time with Eighth brother, Qin Shao, he was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. It was a classic example of a knife with a tofu heart. Even if it wasn't tofu heart, it definitely wasn't iron heart either. Therefore, even though Eighth brother scolded him, Qin Shao still smiled and said, Thank you, Senior. Scram. Eighth brother still didn't appreciate it. He waved his hand at Qin Shao, indicating Qin Shao to scram. Qin Shao didn't stay any longer and left. After sending off Qin Shao, the eighth brother suddenly became like a flower that had fallen. His skin suddenly became soft, and his face looked lost. It was as if he had suddenly lost something. This little brat has a bright future. His potential is too terrifying. I feel that he's going to carve out his own path. Interesting brat. After this farewell, I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again. Forget it, forget it. Bless this brat. I hope I can bask in his glory in the future. Sigh, I'd better continue to worry about the celestial pool. My head hurts. Qin Shao directly left the valley archway. Qin Shao didn't expect that a high-grade valley plate could give him such a huge harvest. It was as if he had encountered 3 great opportunities. The harvest of each benefit was indeed comparable to a great opportunity. The harvest of 110,000 years was too great. It was enough to match Qin Zhao's tens of millions of years of cultivation. His immortal Tao and grand Tao had both reached the second step of the Empyrean Saint stage. He had also grasped the 5 fundamental laws, becoming a heavenly mandate cultivator. His law of heart was also on the verge of a breakthrough. After cultivating the law of heart force to this level, it was only a matter of time before he broke through again. There were no other obstacles. As long as it was a matter of time, it wasn't a problem at all. After all, for Qin Shao, time was infinite. Therefore, the harvest this time was indeed too great for Qin Shao. It was no wonder that eighth brother would say that Qin Zhao's harvest this time was 10 times that of others. It was indeed so. It was indeed 10 times that of others. After leaving the valley archway, Qin Shao quickly arrived at Lord Mitanni's residence. Lord Mitanni had long known that Qin Shao had returned. He had sent a servant to wait for Qin Shao at the door, then led Qin Shao to the place where they met last time. Master, you're finally back. As soon as Qin Shao arrived, a fragrant body threw itself into Qin Zhao's arms and gave Qin Shao a hug. The soft girl who threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms was naturally Baby Mo. Although it wasn't the first time Qin Shao had been hugged by a girl, the number of times he had hugged her could be counted on one hand. Therefore, when Baby Mo suddenly hugged him, Qin Shao froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he didn't react. This was also, although he had to admit that it was a very special and wonderful feeling, Qin Shao was still very shy about it. Of course, Qin Shao knew that Baby Emote didn't have such thoughts. She was just happy, that's why she was like this. Baby Emote didn't have the slightest idea of a relationship between a man and a woman. In fact, she didn't even have the concept of such a relationship. Seeing Baby Emote so excited and happy, Qin Shao gently pushed Baby Emote away to make it less awkward. His face couldn't help but blush. When the third Valley Master saw this scene, he pursed his lips and smiled. Baby Emote didn't notice Qin Shao's awkwardness. She didn't understand this at all. Her excitement hadn't completely subsided yet. When she saw Qin Shao push her away, she threw herself into Qin Shao's arms and hugged Qin Shao again. Qin Shao was really shocked by Baby Mo's actions. She immediately said, "Baby Mo, you broke through?" Hearing Qin Shao's words, Baby Mo stopped and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, master. Baby Mo broke through. Baby Mo is now a third-step ancient sage. Master, is Baby Mo very strong? Qin Shao looked at Baby Mo in surprise. He really did have the aura of a third-step ancient sage. She really didn't expect that Baby Mo would break through to the third-step ancient sage realm in the 110,000 years she had been away. This was really a big surprise. Qin Shao didn't expect this at all. A third-step ancient saint. Such a cultivation base was definitely very high. Reaching the third-step ancient sage realm was definitely considered to be standing at the peak of existence. It was strong enough in the entire Great Thousand World. No matter where he went, he would definitely be able to have a say in the matter. He would be able to shake a region with his might. She didn't expect Baby Mo to break through to the third-step ancient sage realm so quickly. One had to know that Baby Mo had only broken through to the second-step ancient saint realm not too long ago. If one were to calculate, it would take her less than 20 million years to advance from the first-step ancient saint realm to the third-step ancient saint realm. In such a short period of time, she had broken through again and again. If news of this speed were spread, who knew how many people would be shocked to death? Compared to Baby Mo, Qin Shao felt that he couldn't be considered a genius at all. Compared to Baby Mo, no one could be considered a genius. Qin Shao felt that his cultivation speed was heaven-defying and fast enough. He had lived for almost 60 million years. From the lowest life form, he had cultivated all the way to the second-step ancient sage realm. Moreover, Qin Shao had only used less than 20 million years to break through from the first-step Empyrean Saint stage to the second-step Empyrean Saint stage. If news of this speed were spread, many people would be shocked to death. Moreover, Qin Zhao's breakthrough was due to the opportunity in the celestial pool. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast. Even with such an opportunity, his speed was still far from Baby Mo's. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Divine Beast Clan was indeed the Divine Beast Clan. Such a bloodline was too powerful, and the method of breaking through was too simple and crude. However, this was a good thing. Baby Mo's breakthrough was definitely a good thing for Qin Shao. Well done, Baby Mo. You're amazing. Here's a thumbs up for you. Qin Shao laughed and praised Baby Mo. In this way, Baby Mo's strength had increased by a lot. In addition, he was now a second-step ancient sage realm. If he unleashed his full strength, he should be able to fight a third-step ancient sage realm existence. If he and Mo Bao joined forces, they should be able to put up a fight even if they encountered a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao even thought that if he were to meet Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, he should be able to fight, right? If he were to meet Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, he wouldn't be so powerless and wouldn't have to stand there and wait for others to save him. Both times, he was saved by others. The first time, it was Fu Yunny who came to save him. The second time, it was Heaven Mountain Yao Lao and Lord Mittani who came to save him. If such a thing were to happen again, Qin Shao would definitely take care of it himself. Of course I'm great. Of course I'm very strong. If Bao Bao doesn't experience any harm, then wouldn't I be letting Master down? Bao Bao won't drag Master down like Xiao Gu. Master, you're also very strong. You've also broken through to the second step ancient sage realm. Hee hee, I just broken through to the third step ancient sage realm. In that case, I'm still one realm higher than you. This way, Bao Bao will have some strength to help Master. If I'm only at the second step ancient sage realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. That's why I must work hard and try to break through to the fourth step ancient sage realm when you break through to the third step ancient sage realm. In that case, I'll be able to help you. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy to be able to help you. Hearing Baby Mo's pure words, Qin Xiao felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He scolded, "Silly girl, silly baby." He was also thinking that it was a good thing he didn't let Xiao Gu out. Otherwise, Xiao Gu would be devastated if he heard Baby Mo's words. After all, Xiao Gu's talent, potential, and bloodline were still lacking. He couldn't expect much from him. Author Cruel, Death 4th Update. Continue to beg for fresh flowers. Don't miss out on any of them. Chapter 28:02. Both of them had made breakthroughs. This was a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Qin Xiao, congratulations on your double happiness. Lord Mittani walked over with a smile and congratulated them. Upon seeing Lord Mittani, Qin Xiao immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, big brother Lord Mittani. Without you, Baby Mo and I wouldn't have had such a great harvest this time. I really don't know how to thank you, big brother Lord Mittani, for your great kindness." Qin Xiao was grateful to Lord Mittani from the bottom of her heart. Baby Mo was able to break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm in 110,000 years. Obviously, it was all thanks to Lord Mittani. It must be Lord Mittani who helped Baby Mo so that Baby Mo could break through so quickly. Otherwise, Baby Mo wouldn't have been able to break through at all. Lord Mittani waved his hand with a smile and said, "You don't have to be so polite. I didn't actually do anything. It was just a small effort. Being able to obtain the high-grade Valley token is your own opportunity and fortune. It's your destiny, and you deserve it. Even if I don't bring you there personally, you will still get what you deserve. I didn't give you the high-grade Valley token. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I don't have the authority to do so." Perhaps Lord Mittani didn't help her much, but Qin Xiao was still very grateful. Most importantly, Baby Mo's breakthrough was definitely all thanks to Lord Mittani. Therefore, Qin Xiao continued, "Big brother Lord Mittani, you are too modest. I thank you on behalf of Baby Mo, big brother Lord Mittani." With that, Qin Xiao tugged at Baby Mo and said to her, "Come and thank big brother Lord Mittani." Baby Mo immediately nodded and imitated Qin Xiao. She bowed deeply to Lord Mittani and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior." "Ha ha." Lord Mittani laughed and didn't say anything else. Since she wanted to thank him, he would accept it. Indeed, he could accept it. Qin Xiao was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Lord Mittani, what exactly did you give to Baby Mo?" It actually allowed him to break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm in such a short time. Was it a beast crystal core? Before Lord Mittani could answer, Baby Mo answered first, "Yes, yes, master. Not only did Senior give me a strange and powerful treasure, but he also let me obtain an extremely powerful secret technique from that treasure. It can be used together with my innate ability to form a soul-devouring technique. It's very, very powerful. Senior also gave me several beast crystal cores. In addition to the beast crystal core that Big Sister Fu gave me, I directly broke through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. Senior Lord Mittani is so generous. He's much more generous than Big Sister Fu." Qin Xiao guessed the same. If there was something or method that could allow Baby Mo to break through quickly, it was most likely the Beast Crystal Core. That was indeed the case. Beast Crystal Cores were incomparably precious and rare items. Wanting to obtain one was not an easy matter. Who would have thought that big brother Lord Mittani would give baby Mo several of them at once? Qin Shao was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Big brother Lord Mittani. Qin Shao wanted to say more words of gratitude, but was interrupted by the Third Valley Master with a wave of his hand. All right, Qin Shao, you're half a student of mine. I'm very gratified to see how outstanding you are. It's like seeing a family member. That's why I'll do my best to help you when I can. After all, this is the time when you need help the most. Even without this help, you can still grow stronger and defy the heavens. But with this help, you might be able to grow faster and take fewer detours. I don't have any use for those beast cores with me. When I saw that baby Mo needed them, I gave them all to him. To me, it's nothing much. No matter how precious they are, I can't use them. In fact, they're worthless to me. They're no different from a few stones. My hometown has long ceased to exist. My people have all died long ago. I've never taken in a disciple, nor have I married or had children. I don't have any descendants. So to me, I'm just a loner. It wasn't easy to have you, who could be considered half a family member and half a student of mine. Naturally, I have to treat you better. I've found a sense of closeness that I haven't felt in a long time. As Lord Mittani said these words, a happy smile appeared on his face. From the smile on his face, it could be seen that Lord Mittani was truly happy from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shao could feel that Lord Mittani was also a very sentimental person. He really did treat him as a family member. It was precisely because of this that he was so selfless in helping him. It was a great blessing to have a benefactor in one's life. The Third Valley Master could be considered as a great benefactor in his life. Qin Shao had thousands of words to express his gratitude to Lord Mittani, but Lord Mittani didn't let him say anything at this time. Qin Shao also silently remembered all of this in his heart. Okay, don't be so emotional. If you continue like this, you'll be too affectionate. Lord Mittani waved his hand and said. Qin Shao nodded. Since Lord Mittani said so, there was nothing more to say. In any case, he would remember everything in his heart. Qin Shao said, Brother Lord Mittani, we've also disturbed you for a long time. It's not convenient for us to disturb you anymore. I also have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lord Mittani nodded and said, Okay, go and shine. The path of cultivation is slow, but I believe that you'll walk a wonderful path. I hope that the next time we meet, your light will be enough to overshadow mine. Then I'll be very happy and gratified. Qin Shao smiled. He would work hard. Qin Shao took baby Mo and left the city lord's mansion. Only then did he let Xiao Gu out. As soon as Xiao Gu came out, he was really shocked by baby Mo. Xiao Gu was very happy that Qin Shao had broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He also felt that it was normal. However, baby Mo had also broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. This was really a big blow to Xiao Gu. Previously, he was one realm lower than baby Mo and was completely suppressed by baby Mo. But now, he was 2 cultivation levels lower. How could he, Xiao Gu, still be able to move a single inch? He would be crushed to death immediately. Therefore, Xiao Gu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Baby Mo, you can't bully me like this. You just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. How did you break through to the third step in the blink of an eye? Even if you can grow up by drinking water, you can't grow as fast as you. Do you have public flesh? Don't you need money? I was the one who chased after Master first, so I should have been the boss. Now, won't I never be able to raise my head again? Baby Mo smiled proudly at Xiao Gu and said, You're the second in the first place. You're not cut out to be the boss. I can't help it. Who asked me to be so smart? Who asked me to be a divine beast? I'm just so capricious. Divine beasts are amazing. Xiao Gu smacked his lips, but in the end he had to admit, All right, divine beasts are amazing. Sigh, comparing beasts will only piss me off. My position as Little Gu is gone forever. From now on, I'm afraid I can only lie in my inner world and sleep. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to fight in the future. It can't be helped. I can only blame myself for being too weak. I can't help Master at all. I can only blame myself for being useless. Xiao Gu looked dejected as he spoke, like a pet that had fallen out of favor. However, it was true. With Xiao Gu's current strength, it was indeed very difficult for him to help Qin Xiao. Baby Mo's performance was so outstanding. In the future, Xiao Gu would have even less to do. It would all be Baby Mo's business. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Gu was indeed envious of Baby Mo. At the same time, he hated himself for being useless. There was no way for him to break through and become stronger. However, no matter how much he hated himself or how much he encouraged himself, there was nothing he could do about it. Cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved just by thinking about it. It required actual action, a lot of hard work, and a lot of opportunities to improve and break through. Seeing Xiao Gu sighing, Qin Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Xiao Gu, it doesn't matter whether you can help me in the future. The important thing is that no matter what happens in the future, you'll always be my Xiao Gu. You'll always be my loyal follower. You'll always be someone connected to me by blood. You'll always belong to me, Qin Xiao. Your relationship with me will never change. It won't change just because I've become stronger and you're no longer of any use to me. You and Baby Mo are the same in my heart. You'll be treated the same. I won't say that I'll treat Baby Mo better and give you the cold shoulder because he has more experience than you. Both of you are my loved ones. Both of you are a part of my life. Both of you belong to me. This will never change." Wah! After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Gu actually cried exaggeratedly and hugged Qin Zhao's thigh. He looked very touched and said, "Big brother, Xiao Gu is willing to die for your words. I'm really, really touched. If Xiao Gu was a girl, I'd definitely give myself to you." Get lost. Hearing Xiao Gu say something like giving himself to him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He kicked Xiao Gu and sent him flying. Xiao Gu ran over and looked at Qin Xiao with a flattering smile. "Big brother, don't be so excited. I'm not a girl. I'm just saying if I were a girl. It's just a hypothesis. I know it's impossible. That's why I said it. I used this hypothesis purely to express my love for Master. Pooh. It's my loyalty to Master. Big brother, although I don't like girls, I'm definitely normal. I don't like girls, and I don't like boys even more." What did he mean by don't like girls, and I don't like boys even more? What did he mean? Baby Mo blinked his eyes, looking as if he was deep in thought. After Xiao Gu was done messing around, Baby Mo suddenly had a sudden thought. Baby Mo suddenly screamed. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu were both stunned. They couldn't help but look at Baby Mo. Baby Mo looked at Qin Xiao and blinked at Qin Xiao. After a long while, he said, Master, Xiao Gu isn't a girl, but Baby is." Hearing Xiao Gu's words, Bao Bao feels that Bao Bao should repay Master with her body. Baby is a girl. It shouldn't be a problem to say that, right? Thump. Chapter 28:03. Qin Xiao, "I've finally found you." Suddenly, an urgent voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Xiao immediately looked over and saw a familiar figure walking over. It was Meng Dali's cousin, Luo Meng. Although Luo Meng had escaped from danger previously and did not step forward to help him, Qin Xiao did not have any complaints about it. After all, he had only known Luo Meng for a short while and did not have much of friendship. At most, it could be said that because they were all from the celestial realm, and because of their relationship with Meng Dali, they had unknowingly become closer. However, such a relationship was not to the extent that Luo Meng would sacrifice everything for him. Therefore, Qin Xiao understood Sacred Venerate Luo Meng very well and did not blame him. However, Xiao Gu was unhappy. Upon seeing Luo Meng, Xiao Gu said unhappily, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here." Sacred Venerate Luo Meng was embarrassed by Xiao Gu's words. He was more or less embarrassed about what had happened previously. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Gu and said, "Xiao Gu, you are not allowed to be so rude to Sacred Venerate Luo Meng. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng did not do anything wrong. We have no right to ask him to do anything." Xiao Gu pursed his lips and did not say anything else. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng looked embarrassed as he said to Qin Shao, I'm really sorry about what happened previously. Fortunately, Qin Shao, you are blessed by the heavens and managed to escape. It is indeed a blessing. Qin Shao laughed faintly and said, Yes, I was extremely fortunate to have escaped this calamity. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng, you don't have to apologize. There is nothing to blame yourself for. I can completely understand what happened previously. Really, I'm not lying. I have never been a hypocrite. I will say whatever is on my mind. I can really understand. You are already an ancient sage. It is impossible that you do not understand such trivial matters. Luo Meng could only sigh silently in his heart. However, at that time, he did want to protect himself and did not want the flames of war to burn him. It was indeed for his own good. Since this matter had already passed, then let it be. He also knew that it was impossible for him to get any closer to Qin Shao. Luo Meng said, It's like this. Qin Shao, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. You should hurry back to the immortal domain. Something happened there. What? Did something happen in the celestial region? What's going on? Qin Shao looked at Luo Meng doubtfully. He was in Guyong City and didn't have any clones in the immortal domain. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't know about the matters in the immortal domain. Zhang Yang and the rest of them had no way of contacting him from so far away. After all, Valley Harmony City was just too far away from the immortal region. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little worried when she heard that Luo Meng was in trouble. Luo Meng continued, It's related to Princess Xiaoyu and your brother Qini. Meng Dali didn't tell me much, so I don't know much. Therefore, I've been looking for you all these years. I learned that you entered the City Lord Mansion, so I've been waiting for you here. Finally, you came out. I don't know the specific situation now, so you'd better hurry back to the immortal domain and have a look. What? Hearing Luo Meng's words, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became gloomy. Something happened to Princess Xiaoyu and Qini? How could this be? Thank you for telling me this, Holy Master Luo Meng. Qin Shao thanked him and immediately left with Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. As soon as they left Valley Harmony City, Baby Mo took the initiative to ask her to take care of the journey. At this time, Baby Mo was an existence of the third step ancient saint realm. She was originally good at speed, so if she hurried the journey, the time would be greatly reduced. Returning to the immortal domain would be much faster. Big brother, you don't have to worry too much. I believe there won't be any big trouble. Xiaogu comforted. Qin Shao was silent. She was indeed in a very bad mood. She was somewhat worried in her heart. Now, Qin Shao just wanted to return to the immortal domain as soon as possible. Just when Qin Shao and the others were about to leave, two powerful auras suddenly descended and attacked, forming a powerful domain that enveloped the world. Obviously, the intention was to trap Qin Shao. Two figures walked out of the void. One of them was familiar to Qin Shao. It was none other than Saint Sorcerer Waltaz, the existence of the third step ancient saint realm. Last time, he led hundreds of ancient saints of the elemental sacred realm to besiege him, but in the end, he was defeated by him. Even if Waltaz himself was not defeated, that battle was indeed Saint Sorcerer Waltaz's defeat. It could be said that he was defeated by Qin Shao. He didn't expect it to happen again. Previously, Qin Shao and Baby Mo were able to suppress Saint Sorcerer Waltaz when they joined forces. Now that both of them had broken through, there was nothing to be afraid of. It would definitely be easier for them to suppress Saint Sorcerer Waltaz. However, Waltaz obviously came prepared this time. He even brought along a third step ancient saint realm existence who was also from the elemental sacred realm. With two third step Empyrean saints, it was only natural that they would have a lot of confidence in themselves. When Waltaz saw Qin Shao and Baby Mo, he naturally felt like he had met his enemies and his eyes blazed with hatred. Both of his spiritual beasts had died in the hands of Qin Shao and Mo Bao Bao. Last time, he had suffered such a huge loss. With such a deep hatred, how could he forget it? How could he let go so easily? That was why Waltaz was here to take revenge for what happened last time. However, after seeing Qin Xiao and Baby Mo, Walters couldn't help but frown deeply. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Xiao and Baby Mo's aura to be so much stronger after not seeing each other for just a few 100,000 years. Did both of them break through to the next level? Impossible, right? How could this be? How could both of them break through in just a few 100,000 years? Even if Qin Xiao obtained the benefits of the high-grade Valley token, even if Qin Xiao was lucky enough to break through, what about Baby Mo? How could she have broken through to the third step of the ancient saint stage so quickly? Wasn't this too frightening? A third step Empyrean saint. That was a divine beast. This made Walters secretly think that Baby Mo was indeed a divine beast. He was really heaven-defying. It would be great if he could subdue him and make him his spiritual beast. He was much stronger than the Earth Demon Dragon. Most importantly, he had limitless potential. In fact, it might even be possible for him to reach the world deity state in the future. TSK. If he could own a world god spiritual beast, it would be great just thinking about it. He would be able to do whatever he wanted in the great wide world. At the thought of this, Walters looked at Baby Mo with greedy eyes. However, seeing that Qin Xiao and Baby Mo had both broken through to the next level, Walters was more or less worried. He thought that since he had invited his old friend to help him this time, he would definitely be able to kill Qin Xiao and subdue Baby Mo. However, he didn't expect that everything else was within his expectations. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Xiao and Baby Mo had both broken through to the next level. Walters, didn't you say that it was just a first step Ancient Saint Realm kid and a second step Ancient Saint Realm Spirit Beast? Is this the situation you were talking about? The third step Ancient Saint Realm powerhouse, who came with Walters, was obviously displeased when he saw the situation with Qin Xiao and Baby Mo. The muscles on Walters' face twitched violently as he said, "Brother Du E, you really can't blame me for this. The last time I fought with this kid, he was really only a first step Ancient Saint, and his Spirit Beast was only a second step Ancient Saint. However, I didn't expect that this kid and his Spirit Beast would break through to the next level after obtaining the benefits from the high-grade Valley token. I really didn't expect this to happen. However, since things have come to this, we can only put in more effort. He's just a second step Ancient Saint Realm kid. What do we have to be afraid of? Even the third step Ancient Saint Realm Spirit Beast has just broken through to the next level. What's there to worry about with the two of us joining forces? Although the situation might have exceeded our expectations, it doesn't matter. Everything is still under our control. Brother Dewey, since we're already here, shouldn't you at least help us? We can't just leave like this, right? Otherwise, won't the two of us be ridiculed by the world? Don't tell me that your brother Dewey is frightened by a brat at the second step Ancient Saint stage? That's impossible, right? Saint Master Du, he snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. Why would I take a mere second step Ancient Saint Realm kid seriously? It's just that the situation is different from what Brother Walters said previously, so I'm naturally a little displeased. Since you didn't expect this situation, then forget it. Just treat it as an accident. However, it doesn't matter. It's just a small situation. For us, it's just a little more effort. It won't affect us much." Walters immediately smiled and nodded. "That's right. How can such a small situation affect us? With Brother Duyi's strength, you can easily deal with it alone. Brother Du-yi, I'm counting on you this time. You can choose." Saint Master Duyi's gaze fell on Qin Xiao and chuckled. "You're the main character today, so I won't steal your limelight. Didn't you always say that you wanted to tame that spirit beast? This little girl looks so fresh and pretty. She's quite cute. I know you like that. I'll leave that spirit beast to you. As for the rest, leave it to me. Don't worry. I'll wait for you to take revenge. I'll just take this kid down." "All right." Walters nodded. The two of them immediately assigned Qin Xiao and Baby Mo. As for little Gu, he was cruelly ignored. Seeing that the two three-step ancient sages were about to make a move, Qin Xiao could not be bothered to say anything more. If they wanted to fight, so be it. If it was before, Qin Xiao would definitely be afraid. However, Qin Shao now had some confidence and was not afraid of anything. However, Qin Shao really did not want to waste time here. Therefore, Qin Shao said coldly to Saint Master Walters, "I told you last time not to bother me again. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. I don't have the time to waste with you today. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if you really piss me off and I make a move, you'll definitely die here today, Walters. I can assure you of that." Qin Shao was in a hurry to rush back to the immortal region. So how could he be in the mood to tangle with Saint Master Walters? However, Qin Zhao's words obviously did not have any effect. Not only did it not have any effect, but it also angered Saint Master Walters even more. Chapter 2804. Ha ha ha. Saint Sorcerer Walters burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Interesting. You're getting more and more arrogant. Young people are indeed young. How arrogant. All right, if you really have the ability to kill me, then come at me. Don't think that you're so great just because you've broken through to the second step of the Ancient Saint stage. I'll let you know that the gap between realms is not something you can cross. After saying that, Walters turned to Saint Sorcerer Du Yi and said, "Brother Du Yi, I'll leave this kid to you." Saint Sorcerer Du Yi's lips curled into a playful sneer. Killing a brat at the second step of the Ancient Saint stage was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. Anyway, he had already handed the role of Lehigh over to Walters. All he needed to do was to control this brat at the second step of the Ancient Saint stage. The task should be relatively easy. Qin Shao glanced at Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu shrugged sadly and said, "Big brother, don't say any more. I know what to do. I know what to do." Qin Shao shook his head and waved his hand to put Xiao Gu into his inner world. Qin Shao knew that Xiao Gu wanted to help him, but he was not strong enough. Therefore, Xiao Gu must be very unhappy. Attack! After Qin Shao put Xiao Gu away, Saint Sorcerer Walters immediately attacked. Baby Mo was very angry. He snorted and said, "I can tell you very responsibly that you're in trouble today. Umph! How dare you block our way and waste our time? I'll trample you to death." Baby Mo was also very anxious. He wanted to return to the immortal realm as soon as possible. However, at this time, there was still a fool who wanted to block their way. Wasn't this just courting death? Therefore, Baby Mo was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Baby Mo wanted to trample Saint Sorcerer Walters to death last time. If Saint Sorcerer Luolan did not appear in the end, Baby Mo would not have let him off so easily. This time, Saint Sorcerer Walters took the initiative to come to him again. Baby Mo could do what he failed to do last time. "Baby Mo, I think you'd better submit to me obediently. I won't mistreat you." Saint Sorcerer Walters. He knew that Baby Mo was strong, but he did not care. He was confident of himself. Although Mo Bao was a third-step Ancient Saint, he had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. He was Saint Sorcerer Du Yi. He was Saint Sorcerer Du. He did not care about anything else. Naturally, no one would risk their lives for Saint Sorcerer Walters. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du Yi was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression and chuckled. Qin Shao also looked at Saint Sorcerer Du Yi. Since Saint Sorcerer Du Yi was not in a hurry to make a move, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a move either. He would first observe the situation on Baby Mo's side, and then decide how to make a move. Saint Sorcerer Du Yi saw that Qin Shao was not making a move, which made him feel a little awkward. The atmosphere was not right. He had put on the airs of an expert, but what was Qin Shao? Was he here to act all high and mighty? That was not right. It would not be good if he did not make a move. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du Yi said to Qin Shao, "Kid, make a move. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you make 3 moves first." However, Qin Shao was still too lazy to pay attention to him, as if he did not hear him at all. He chose to ignore him directly. Saint Sorcerer Du, he was a little depressed after being directly ignored by Qin Shao. What was going on? How dare he ignore him? How dare he? Saint Sorcerer Du, he naturally regarded such an action as a provocation, an extremely great provocation. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du, he was a little angry. He did not need to be so serious. He just needed to restrain Yi Shiwen. However, he now realized that the kid in front of him was really arrogant. He even ignored him directly. You're really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. You're really arrogant. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I won't be polite to you. Saint Sorcerer Du, he snorted angrily and made a move. Saint Sorcerer Du, he waved his hand, and a powerful elemental power suddenly surged out. Huge logs were born out of thin air, and then they whistled and smashed towards Qin Shao. Each of the huge logs weighed tens of millions of pounds, and they all carried an incomparably powerful law power. They all rushed towards Qin Shao. They carried the law power, the might of heaven and earth, and the power of darkness. Saint Sorcerer Du, he also mastered the power of the law of darkness, which made his power even more strange. A wave of darkness came, covering everything, causing Qin Shao to feel as if he couldn't see anything clearly. This power of darkness seemed to have the power to instantly pull people into a bottomless abyss, making people feel that they could not turn over. This was a huge impact on the mind and will. Qin Shao flipped his hand, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. This was Qin Zhao's first battle after his breakthrough. The heaven-opening sword also became a little excited, and it let out a sword cry. The heaven-opening sword technique was directly displayed. Peerless sword chi spewed out, shaking the heavens, and instantly crushed the power that was attacking Qin Shao. In an instant, all the darkness was illuminated. The powerful power directly dissipated Saint Sorcerer Du Yi's attack. Qin Zhao's move really shocked Saint Sorcerer Du Yi, and he almost jumped up and shouted. His expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, and he looked at Qin Shao with some disbelief. He was shocked for a moment. This boy, Saint Sorcerer Du, he was really shocked. How powerful could a boy at the second step of the ancient saint realm be? Moreover, he was just a boy who had just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. How powerful could he be? Saint Sorcerer Du, he was indeed very indifferent and disdainful. He did not believe that Qin Shao had many tricks up his sleeve. However, the confrontation just now had completely dumbfounded him. It made him feel like he had been tricked by Saint Sorcerer Walters. Although he did not go all out just now, he had used a lot of power just now. At least 70% of his power, right? However, 70% of his power was instantly dispersed by Qin Shao. What kind of strength was this? How could he be so strong? There was no reason for him to be so strong. He had seen a lot of people at the second step of the ancient saint realm, but he had never seen someone as powerful as Qin Shao. How could it be? No matter how powerful he was only at the second step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, he had just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Saint Sorcerer Du did not know that Qin Shao had not used all his strength at all. He had not even used the power of his inner world, the 5 fundamental laws, the Great Path Law, and the Heart Force Law. Walters, you old man, you're not lying to me, are you? How does this boy look like someone who has just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm? How is this boy simple? Saint Sorcerer Du, he asked Saint Sorcerer Walters in a bad mood. Saint Sorcerer Walters was also feeling very uncomfortable. He had thought that he could easily defeat Baby Mo. However, after the exchange, he realized that he had been too naive. He had thought too highly of himself. He had no way of defeating Baby Mo at all. He even felt that he was not a match for Baby Mo unexpectedly. Saint Sorcerer Du, he was also in a situation. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't these two fellows just break through? Saint Sorcerer Du, he had exchanged blows with these two people hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were not that strong. Even though he was strong, he was not so strong that two ancient saints working together could not deal with him, right? However, the situation in front of him was not good. It was very bad. I don't know what's going on either. Now that things have come to this, Brother Do, don't say anything. Let's fight seriously and use our full strength. Otherwise, we might really suffer today, Saint Sorcerer Walters said through gritted teeth. Bastard, you tricked me. I'm not done with you. Saint Sorcerer Do also scolded Saint Sorcerer Walters. However, at this point, he knew that it was useless to scold Saint Sorcerer Do. It was better to fight first. If this went on, he might really suffer a great loss. Saint Sorcerer Do began to take Qin Xiao seriously. He looked at Qin Xiao seriously and regarded Qin Xiao as an opponent. This time, Saint Sorcerer Do did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was not in a hurry to act. He just looked at Saint Sorcerer Do coldly. Firstly, Qin Xiao knew that Saint Sorcerer Do was just a helper invited by Saint Sorcerer Walters. In fact, there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to fight to the death. Secondly, Qin Xiao did not want to waste too much time. He just wanted to hurry back to the immortal domain. Therefore, he did not want to settle the score. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and leave as soon as possible. Everything else was not important. If there was anything he wanted to do, he would talk about it later. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If you, Sorcerer Do, insist on interfering in this matter, you will be responsible for the consequences. You better think carefully. Qin Zhao's words made the corner of Saint Sorcerer Do Yi's mouth twitch. He felt like he had been stabbed by a sharp knife. If other second-step ancient saints dared to say such words to him, he would probably kill them immediately. However, these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth, so he really had to consider it carefully. After all, judging from the situation of the confrontation just now, he knew that the strength of this brat Qin Xiao in front of him was really extraordinary. He was very strong, and he might not be a character that he could easily defeat. In fact, if he did not handle it well, he might even suffer a loss. Hearing these words, looking at those cold and somewhat eerie eyes, and the powerful aura emitted from his body, Saint Sorcerer Do, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. A strong intuition told Saint Sorcerer Do that if he really angered this kid, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. Although he didn't know why he had such a feeling, he was also very ashamed of himself for having such a feeling. After all, he was a third-step ancient saint. How could he have such a feeling in the face of a second-step ancient saint? Was that not a very embarrassing thing? Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Do, he was also hesitating in his heart. What should he do? Should he fight or not? Chapter 28:05. Saint Sorcerer Do, he was indeed in a difficult position. After all, he was entrusted by Saint Sorcerer Walters to help. Since he had agreed to help, he naturally had to stay true to his word. Moreover, he was only facing a kid in the second-step ancient saint realm. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how he felt about the other party, if he really retreated, would it not make him look too cowardly? To him, this was a humiliation as well. Even if this matter didn't spread out, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. However, if he were to fight, he would indeed feel an inexplicable sense of panic. He did not know why he felt this way, and this feeling was a little strong. It was really like seeing a ghost. Why would a kid in the first-step ancient saint realm give him such a feeling? It did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. However, Qin Zhao's aura was too strong. While Saint Sorcerer Do, he was still hesitating. The situation on Saint Sorcerer Walt's side was not looking good. Mo Bao Bao unleashed her prowess. She immediately used her innate ability, the soul-devouring technique. This was also the first time that Bao Bao Mo used the soul-devouring technique. This was a new ability that she had cultivated. Using the Third Valley Master's words, she could use it when she was in danger. It was enough to help Bao Bao Mo turn the tide. Although it was not the time of crisis yet, Baby Mo was very unhappy with Saint Sorcerer Walters. Saint Sorcerer Walters was indeed not weak. Therefore, if she did not use her innate ability, it would be very difficult for Baby Mo to completely defeat Saint Sorcerer Walters. Baby Mo was not that patient. She wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, Baby Mo did not hesitate much and directly used her innate ability, the soul-devouring technique. As soon as the soul-devouring technique was used, it directly devoured Saint Sorcerer Walt's soul and instantly froze him. Saint Sorcerer Waltz did not expect Baby Mo to have such a terrifying and strange technique, so he was naturally caught off guard. As soon as Baby Mo used the soul-devouring technique, Saint Sorcerer Waltz was immediately locked in place. As soon as he was locked in place, a strange and terrifying force directly and accurately grabbed Saint Sorcerer Walt's soul and quickly devoured it. As soon as his soul was captured, Saint Sorcerer Walt's whole body seemed to be imprisoned. He could not move, nor was there any way to use his power. He had no way to resist at all. Under such circumstances, Saint Sorcerer Waltz was like a fish on a chopping board, allowing Baby Mo to slaughter. The most frightening thing was that Saint Sorcerer Walt's soul, he could clearly feel his soul was being devoured and his soul was rapidly dissipating. As his soul was dissipating, his life was Saint Sorcerer Waltz was his life. This feeling was too terrifying. He could only watch helplessly as he walked towards death step by step. Moreover, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. No, no, no. Sorcerer Waltz was terrified as he yelled with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he regretted it. He really regretted it. He really didn't expect that he would lose his life this time. How could this be? How could he become so strong? He also saw the strength of Baby Mo and Qin Xiao in the last battle. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was naturally not afraid of either of them. Even if Qin Xiao and Baby Mo attacked together, he was confident that he could fight them. But this time, how did the situation become like this? It had only been a few 100,000 years. How could it become so terrifying? It did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. No, 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 I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I can't die like this. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the third step of the ancient saint realm. How can I die so easily? I can't. Saint Sorcerer Waltz began to panic and was afraid. His head, which had been held high, was immediately lowered. His arrogance had also been completely defeated. Baby Mo, please spare me. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. In the face of death, Saint Sorcerer Waltz no longer had any pride. He immediately begged Baby Mo for mercy. Baby Mo ignored Saint Sorcerer Waltz. She was still angry. Baby Mo lifted her beautiful nose and snorted. I won't care about you. I said I'm going to kill you, so I'm going to kill you. You're the one who asked for it, so don't blame me. I let you go the last time and let you escape with your life. This time, you still dare to cause trouble for my master. If I don't kill you, I won't be happy, very unhappy. How dare you block Bao Bao's path? Who told you to block Bao Bao's path? Bao Bao is going to kill you. Seeing that Baby Mo had no intention of letting him go, Saint Sorcerer Waltz immediately looked at Qin Xiao, hoping that Qin Xiao would be his last hope. He knew that Baby Mo was Qin Xiao's spiritual beast. As long as Qin Xiao spoke, Baby Mo would definitely let him go. Lord Qin Xiao, no, 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 Lord Qin Xiao, I was blind, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have provoked you, it's my fault. Lord Qin Xiao, I apologize, I admit defeat, I won't dare to do it again. Please ask Baby Mo to stop. I beg you. I'll die if you don't stop. I beg you. Seeing the situation on Saint Sorcerer Waltz's side, Saint Sorcerer Du, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He was still hesitating whether to fight with Qin Xiao again. Now that he saw Saint Sorcerer Waltz's end, he shuddered and the thought in his mind was instantly shattered. He did not dare to think anymore. He was scared out of his wits. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate at all. Lord Qin Xiao, I was just playing with you just now. This has nothing to do with me. I was tricked by Saint Sorcerer Waltz. I definitely don't want to go against you, Lord Qin Xiao. This is none of my business. I'll take my leave first. Saint Sorcerer Du, he said quickly, clasped his fist at Qin Xiao, and ran away. Seeing Saint Sorcerer Du, he run away, Saint Sorcerer Waltz could only curse in his heart. But what else could he do? He knew that he, Saint Sorcerer Walters, was not so important to let others risk their lives for him. At this critical moment, it was natural for him to leave. Saint Sorcerer was a selfish person. He had already put in a lot of effort to help him. It was unrealistic to expect more from him. Qin Shao did not care about Saint Sorcerer If he wanted to leave, let him go. Anyway, this matter really had nothing to do with him, and he did not do anything out of line. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to give him a chance. After Saint Sorcerer left, only Saint Sorcerer Walters was left. More than half of Saint Sorcerer Walters' soul had been devoured by Baby Mo. His breath had become very weak, and more than half of his life force had been lost. If this continued, he would die soon. His current state was very bad. He could clearly feel that he was very weak, and his breath had become very weak. It felt like he was falling into the abyss. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Qin Shao walked over and looked at Saint Sorcerer Walters coldly. The anger in his heart inexplicably surged. Originally, Qin Shao was not very angry with Saint Sorcerer Walters. If Saint Sorcerer Walters did not provoke him, he would not bother with him. However, not only did Saint Sorcerer Walters get his accomplices to kill him, but he also delayed him. This made Qin Shao very angry. He was in a hurry to return to the immortal region, but Saint Sorcerer Walters had delayed him for a long time. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally vented his anger on Saint Sorcerer Walters. Sir Qin Shao, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. I apologize to you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Please don't kill me. Saint Sorcerer Walters begged humbly. Qin Shao sneered and looked at Saint Sorcerer Walters with disdain. You're a three-step ancient saint. You're considered a big shot in the elemental sanctuary. At the very least, you're a supreme overlord or regent, right? You're the ancestor of countless people, right? You're a big shot, right? If the people in the elemental sanctuary knew that you, Saint Sorcerer Walters, are begging me for mercy, what would they think? Holy Mage Walters, are you so cowardly? Do you not even care about your self-esteem? Saint Sorcerer Walters wanted to cry. He was about to die. Why would he care about self-esteem? How much was self-esteem worth? Life was the most valuable thing. Without life, there would be nothing left. Nothing was worth anything. It was not shameful to beg for mercy from someone who was more experienced than him. Wasn't this a very special thing? Sir Qin Shao, I'm afraid of death. In front of you, I don't have any self-esteem. What's there to talk about? Saint Sorcerer Walters said again. Qin Shao sneered and snorted in disdain. He felt disgusted and despised people like Holy Mage Walters. If it weren't for the anger in his heart, Qin Shao might have really let Saint Sorcerer Walters go. But this time he couldn't. Qin Shao said coldly, You're courting death. I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. You can't blame me for this. I think it's better for a person like you not to live in this world. You should just die. Qin Shao had made up his mind to kill Saint Sorcerer Walters. Seeing that Qin Shao was determined to kill him, Sacred Mage Walters was dumbfounded on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was extremely ugly and pale, devoid of any color. Dazed, angry, crazy. Soon, Saint Sorcerer Walters became incomparably crazy. It was the final madness. Saint Sorcerer Walters roared at Qin Shao ferociously. His expression was as if he was going to eat someone. It looked very terrifying. Qin Shao, I'll remember you. If you kill me today, I'll never let you off. My people will never let you off. They'll kill you until the end. If you kill me today, I'll become your nightmare. If I can't kill you, I'll kill the people around you. I'll kill your clansmen, your relatives, your friends, and everyone around you. You're the one who forced me to go crazy. I've already humbly begged you for mercy, but you still won't let me off. Don't blame me for not letting you off. You're ruthless this time, but next time we'll see. I'll definitely do what I say, huh? In the face of such a threat from Saint Sorcerer Walters, Qin Shao just smiled coldly and didn't pay much attention to it. Who didn't know how to say ruthless words? Qin Shao had heard such threats too many times and was already numb to it. Author, Cruel death. Let's see if acting cute and asking for fresh flowers today will be a little better. I'll let Baby Mo do the acting. I need monthly votes, brothers and sisters. Please give me some. Chapter 28:06. Qin Shao had no intention of releasing Holy Sorcerer Waltaz, so naturally, Baby Mo would not release him either. Holy Sorcerer Waltaz struggled frantically for a while before finally dying under Baby Mo's soul-devouring technique. After killing Holy Sorcerer Waltaz, Baby Mo's mood immediately improved. Baby Mo looked at Qin Shao proudly and said, Master, Baby Mo is awesome, isn't it?" Qin Shao smiled, patted Baby Mo's head, and said approvingly, "Yes, awesome, very awesome. I know you're awesome now. This time, your performance is very, very good. I'll give you a like." "Master, you're too stingy. You only gave me one like? I need at least 32 likes." Baby Mo pouted. Qin Shao could not help but laugh at Baby Mo's mischievous look. Okay. 32 likes it then. Even 64 likes is fine, as long as you like it. Yes. Of course, the more the better. Anyway, Baby Mo doesn't mind having more. Baby Mo nodded with satisfaction. He then said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect this soul-devouring technique to be so powerful. It really killed that annoying person." Tai Li, a third-step ancient saint, was killed by Baby Mo in an instant. It seems that Senior Lord Mittani didn't lie to Baby Mo. This secret technique is so awesome. It's practically tailor-made for Baby Mo. In this case, it's a lot easier. I only need to use the soul-devouring technique to end the battle. It's so simple. It's perfect for Baby Mo. Baby Mo was obviously very satisfied with this soul-devouring technique. Baby Mo was very satisfied. Qin Shao was also very pleased. It was naturally a great thing for Baby Mo to be so awesome. If that was the case, then Baby Mo would indeed be of great help to him. Holy Sorcerer Waltaz had been easily killed by Baby Mo. Baby Mo could probably fight against a fourth-step ancient saint now. Even if it was not enough, he could add more. There would definitely be no problem. However, Qin Shao also said seriously, "Baby, you have to be careful when using the soul-devouring technique in the future, understand? As long as I'm by your side, you're not allowed to use the soul-devouring technique without my permission, understand?" Why, Master?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baby Mo looked at Qin in confusion. Why was he not allowed to use such a vicious technique? This was too illogical. Shouldn't such a vicious method be used more often? If he did not use of his woods. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Don't ask why. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just listen to Master. Master won't harm you." Previously, Lord Mittani had reminded Qin Shao that Baby Mo should keep a low profile as much as possible. It was best if he did not show his face too much. Otherwise, he would provoke the Divine Beast clan. Although he did not have to be so nervous, it was always good to be careful. Qin Shao also felt that the Third Valley Master's words made sense. His current strength was still not strong enough. If he really provoked the people from the Divine Beast clan, then the situation would be very bad. Therefore, Qin Shao still wanted to be cautious for the time being. When he broke through to the three-step ancient saint realm in the future, he should have the strength to fight against a fourth-step ancient saint. Then, he should be able to protect himself. Even if the Divine Beast clan really came to find him, he would not be at a disadvantage. As long as he was strong enough, the Divine Beast clan would also recognize him. After all, there were still many Divine Beasts that were taken as spiritual beasts by some experts. However, Divine Beasts were extremely noble existences after all. After all, they had an extremely noble bloodline, so naturally, they would not be willing to see a Divine Beast clan member following an ordinary cultivator. If it was an experienced fourth-step ancient saint, then there should be no problem. If it was a world god, then there would be no problem. Simply put, Divine Beasts were very simple. As long as you were strong enough, then they would respect you. If you were not strong enough, then they would trample you to death. It was very simple and very realistic. This was the meaning behind Lord Mitanni's words to Qin Shao. "Oh, okay. Then I'll listen to Master." Although Baby Mo did not quite understand and was not very willing, he still nodded obediently. Qin Shao did not say anything more. After cleaning up Saint Sorcerer Waltaz's spoils of war, he began to hurry back to the immortal domain. Baby Mo changed back to his original form. Qin Shao rode on the inked Qilin and directly rushed into the endless universe sea, turning into a stream of light that streaked across the horizon. This time it went very smoothly. There were no more obstructions, allowing Qin Shao to return to the immortal realms without a hitch. Even with Baby Mo's nonstop rushing, Guyong City was too far away from the immortal domain. This made Qin Shao spend a full 10,000 years to return to the immortal domain. This was the result of Baby Mo rushing at the fastest speed. If Qin Shao were to return by himself, it would probably take at least 100,000 years. The distance was too far, too far. After returning to the immortal domain, Baby Mo was panting heavily. He looked at Qin Shao with a flushed face. "Master, I'm so tired. We're finally back in the immortal domain. If we hadn't arrived, I would have wanted to cry." Now that they were in the immortal domain, Qin Shao did not need Baby Mo to rush anymore. He could leave it to him. "Thank you for your hard work, Baby Mo. And I can go back to the inner world to rest." Qin Shao patted Baby Mo's head and said. Baby Mo immediately nodded happily and said, "Master, if there's a fight, you can't forget about me. I like fighting a lot." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Was this little girl led astray by Xiao Gu? What did she dislike? She actually liked fighting? Why would a little girl like to fight? This was not a good thing. However, Baby Mo was probably just purely playful. Qin Shao put Baby Mo into his inner world and quickly returned to the Sacred Institute alone. Qin Shao had already informed Prince Zhongyang and the others. Prince Zhongyang was not in the Sacred Institute. Meng Dali was already waiting for Qin Shao at the entrance of the Sacred Institute. "Qin Shao, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you hadn't come back, something big would have happened." Meng Dali hurriedly came up to Qin Shao when he saw Qin Shao. For Meng Dali to be so nervous, the situation was not good. It was very bad. However, it should be okay. It was not very bad yet. Qin Shao had just returned and did not know anything about the situation here. Qin Shao frowned and said, "Dali, tell me the situation in detail. What exactly happened? There's so many of you here. Can't you solve it?" Meng Dali shook his head and sighed helplessly. He said, "It's really complicated. Let me tell you about Princess Xiaoyu's situation first. It's like this: about 50,000 years ago, everyone in the Exanhua clan was killed by a mysterious force overnight. No one was left alive, including Xiao Dao. And not only Xiao Dao, but Fatty Kai was also killed. All of them were killed together with their avatars." What? Wang, hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Zhao's mind buzzed and went blank. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and his face turned pale. How could this be? How could something like this happen? For a moment, Qin Zhao really could not accept this fact. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely cold and ugly. But soon, Qin Zhao tried to calm herself down. The more difficult it was, the calmer she had to be. No matter what, she had to figure out everything first. Qin Zhao asked, "Did you find out who did it?" Meng Dali shook his head and said, "No, we haven't found any clues yet. That mysterious power is too strange and mysterious, and it does things very neatly, without leaving any traces. We worked together to cast the time reversal, but we still couldn't find any useful information. We wanted to revive the Xinhua clan's people together, but we found out that there was no way to revive them. The Xinhua clan's people were all killed by a mysterious force. That force is too strong. Even with the few of us working together, we still couldn't revive them. From the looks of it, we would need at least a 4th-step ancient saint to revive the Xinhua clan's people." Qin Zhao's frown deepened. If it was a mysterious force, why would it want to annihilate a small clan like the Xinhua clan? It was completely illogical. Qin Shao could not think of anyone who would do such a thing. It didn't make any sense. It really didn't make any sense. Although the Xinhua clan was quite popular in the Fusu Immortal Palace recently, it was actually not a big deal. If it wasn't for Princess Xiaoyu, the Xinhua clan would be nothing. Even if the Xinhua clan had offended someone, it shouldn't be such a strong and mysterious force. Even if it was Princess Xiaoyu, it should be her that was the target, not the entire Xinhua clan. Logic didn't make sense. Even if there was a slight possibility, Qin Shao was still unwilling to forcefully explain this logic. Qin Shao was more willing to believe that this might not be the case. If this was not the case, then this matter would be very puzzling. Hasn't Fusu Palace Master been guarding the Fusu Immortal Palace? Such a big thing happened right under his nose, and he didn't say anything? Asked Qin Shao. Meng Dali shook his head again and said, "We've asked the Fusu Immortal Palace about this. He happened to have something to do at the other ridges, and there were some matters to discuss in the surrounding ridges. Thus, he left the Fusu Immortal Palace. We've asked the other ancient saints in the other ridges as well, and the situation is exactly as Palace Master Fushur said. Therefore, it could be a coincidence. It's even more likely that the mysterious and terrifying power calculated the timing of the attack and took advantage of Palace Master Fu Shui's absence. For the time being, this is all that we can find out. We've tried many other methods, but to no avail. It's very strange, very strange." After listening to Meng Dali's explanation, it seemed that Fu Su Palace Master had nothing to do with it. Furthermore, Fu Su Palace Master didn't have any motive, so the possibility was very low. After all, Princess Xiaoyu is Fu Su Palace Master's personal disciple, and she even acknowledged him as her teacher. Fusu Palace Master wouldn't do such a thing. Chapter 28:07. The situation here was not simple, and it was quite strange. But Qin Shao believed that there must be a target and a purpose. The main target of that strange and mysterious power was definitely not the people of the Xinhua clan. The small Xinhua clan was not powerful enough to provoke such a strange and mysterious power. The biggest possibility was that they had come for Princess Xiaoyu. But Princess Xiaoyu spent most of her time in the Saint Academy, and he had never heard of her offending anyone. After all, Princess Xiaoyu was a woman, and she was a woman with a peach blossom body. Even in the Saint Academy, she was very popular and had many pursuers. So, it should not be possible for her to provoke any big enemies. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to be extremely puzzled. Let's see Princess Xiaoyu first, and then ask her to see if she could know something about the situation. Maybe this matter was not so simple, and maybe the target was not Princess Xiaoyu. A thought flashed in Qin Zhao's mind. Princess Xiaoyu and Qin had an accident at the same time. Could it be a coincidence? This thought made Qin Zhao's eyes even colder. "Where's Princess Xiaoyu now?" Qin Shao asked Meng Dali. Qin Shao did not feel Princess Xiaoyu's aura in the Saint Academy. Meng Dali sighed and said, "Alas, this incident was a big blow to Princess Xiaoyu. Everyone in the Xinhua clan was killed, and the Xinhua clan was removed from the world. Her brother, Xiao Dao, was also killed. How could she bear such a blow? So, Princess Xiaoyu has been staying in the Xinhua clan. She moved all the bodies of the Xinhua clan back to the Xinhua clan and buried them there. Since then, Princess Xiaoyu has been staying there, and her condition is very bad. Yuan and the other two have been worried about Princess Xiaoyu, so they have been staying there." Qin Shao nodded. He could understand Princess Xiaoyu's mood at this time. If such a thing happened to Qin Shao, he would probably feel the same, and it would be difficult for him to pull himself together. Thinking of this, Qin Shao was still heartbroken. But with Yuan and the other two accompanying Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Shao was relieved. At least, Princess Xiaoyu was fine for the time being. As for other things, he could figure out slowly. This great hatred must be avenged. Toward the Xinhua clan, Qin Shao also had a very deep relationship with it. He also considered the Xinhua clan as half of his home. Qin Zhao's first stop in the celestial realm was the Xianhua clan. The Xianhua clan had saved his life and was also the most precious place in the celestial realm. Thus, Qin Xiao had a very special relationship with it. There was also Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, who were his brothers. Although they rarely saw each other after leaving the southern wasteland, it didn't affect the brotherhood between them. With such a great hatred, how could Qin Xiao not avenge it? However, this matter must be investigated carefully. For the time being, it can't be rushed. For the time being, Qin Xiao didn't even know what the situation was. Qin Xiao asked again, "What's the situation with Qin Yi?" Speaking of Qin Yi, Meng Dali seemed a little anxious. "Oh yes, Qin Xiao, let's go to the Nine Continents Academy first. Let's talk about it as we go. The situation is urgent. If you come back later, I'm afraid we don't know what to do." Hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Xiao's heart sank. It seems that something big has happened to Qin Yi. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the Nine Continents Academy with Meng Dali at the fastest speed. On the way, Meng Dali told Qin Xiao the details of the matter. Only then did Qin Xiao understand what was going on with Qin Yi. It turned out that Qin Yi killed Xia Leiming of the Xia clan. The cause of this matter is actually not so complicated. Qin Yi and Xia Leiming are both students of the Nine Continents Academy. Although Qin Yi has not been in the Nine Continents Academy for a long time, Qin Yi is indeed a peerless genius. Although his brilliance may be far less than that of Qin Xiao, he is definitely a very monstrous genius. Looking at the whole immortal realm, he is definitely a rare genius. According to the previous selection criteria of the Sacred Academy, Qin Yi can definitely become a student of the Sacred Academy. After Qin Yi entered the Nine Continents Academy, he showed a super talent. Not to say that he was amazing, but he made people scream all the way. The speed of his growth was particularly fast. In just a short period of time, Qin Yi has broken through to the fourth step of the Celestial Realm, promoted to the core disciple of the Nine Continents Academy, and stood at the highest level of the disciples. Qin Yi's triumphant performance naturally caused some conflicts with some of the original outstanding students of Nine Continents Academy, and there were some contradictions. After all, Qin Yi has no background. He just has a brother, Qin Xiao, but this background is nothing at all. Moreover, Qin Yi came out of the universe. In the eyes of those geniuses in the immortal realm, he is naturally humble and inferior. Therefore, in the Nine Continents Academy, Qin Yi will inevitably be some excluded, some slanderous, and so on. And Qin Yi's character is very strong, and sometimes he will act impulsively, a little too much, not as calm as Qin Xiao, who will deal with everything very calmly. In contrast, Qin Yi's temper is far from so good, and he is easily impulsive. Once he is impulsive, it is easy for his head to be hot. If he does it, it is somewhat uncontrollable. In addition, Chang Mingyue is very popular in the Nine Continents Academy and is pursued by many boys. Among them, there are outstanding students of the Nine Continents Academy. It can be said that he is the #1 student of the Nine Continents Academy, Xia Leiming. Xia Leiming has a good impression of Chang Mingyue and has been close to Chang Mingyue. As for Qin Yi, he is relatively protective and has not let anyone get close to Chang Mingyue. In addition, Qin Yi is still a relatively arrogant person. He doesn't take Xia Leiming seriously. He even regards Xia Leiming as his imaginary enemy, a goal he wants to surpass. In this way, between him and Xia Leiming, it is natural that he is very dissatisfied. There are many small frictions, and there will always be an outbreak. When two geniuses collide together, there will always be some different sparks. And Qin Yi is a person who refuses to admit defeat, so under several confrontations, Qin Yi has suffered losses in the hands of Xia Leiming. Although Qin Yi is also a fourth-step celestial realm, after all, he has just broken through. How can he compare with Xia Leiming? Xia Leiming has already broken through to the fourth-step celestial realm, and has always been the #1 student of the Nine Continents Academy. He is very strong in all aspects. He is also a member of the Xia family. His means and strength are naturally not comparable to Qin Yi. In addition, most people in the Nine Continents Academy follow Xia Laming's lead, and they will naturally stand on Xia Laming's side. As a result, Qin Yi is even more at a disadvantage. I don't know what happened later. Maybe Qin Yi was really anxious. He provoked Xia Laming several times, and finally the two had a public battle. It is reasonable to say that Qin Yi is bound to lose. It is not impossible to use this battle to end some of the grievances between the two. But in the end, what they didn't expect was that Qin Yi didn't know what strange means he used and actually killed Xia Laming. Such a thing immediately shocked the entire Nine Continents Academy. The ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family were dispatched to immediately investigate this matter. In the end, they found that the means to kill Xia Laming turned out to be the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. So this matter was upgraded to another level. The ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family were angry and directly decided that Qin Yi was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. They wanted to kill Qin Yi on the spot as a warning to others. And the terrible thing is that several ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family took action, and even a third-step ancient sage took action. There was no way to resurrect Xia Laming. So, whether it is the Nine Continents Academy or the Xia family, they will not let Qin Yi go easily. They all said that they want to kill Qin Yi. If Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had not heard the news and rushed over to deal with Qin Yi, I am afraid that Qin Yi would have been executed. Now Qin Yi is still imprisoned in the prison of the Nine Continents Academy. The Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family still want to kill him. Prince Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have no way to stop it. They can only delay for some time and wait for Qin Shao to come back. Alas, this matter is a little too big. Otherwise, I would not be in a hurry to ask you to come back. Meng Dali shook his head helplessly. Qin Zhao's face was cold. He did not expect such a thing to happen. I know my brother. His personality is a little strong, and he is not mature enough. He is still a little impulsive when he encounters things. Although he still has a lot of shortcomings, I still believe that he is a man of principles. He will never touch anything that crosses the line, even if you beat him to death. So, I am sure that he absolutely has nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. He should not have intended to kill Xia Laming. This matter should be just an accident. Or to be precise, I think it is a conspiracy to kill with a borrowed knife. If I am not wrong, Qin Yi should have been used by someone. This matter really gave Qin Shao a headache. Meng Dali nodded and said, Yes, we think so too. We also think that Qin is being used by someone. Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have asked him, but Qin Yi just gritted his teeth and refused to say anything, not a word. No matter how much we ask him, he just does not say anything. The people of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family asked him, but he did not speak. First, he did not explain, and second, he did not refute. So, we do not know what the situation is. But to Qin Shao, this was a piece of good news. It seems that my brother is still very smart. After he knows that he has done something wrong, he must seriously reflect on it. There can be no more mistakes. So, he chose not to say anything. It is correct, Qin Shao said. Ah, correct? This made Meng Dali a little puzzled. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. Qin Shao explained, Think about it. If the people of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family ask him, and he tells them the truth, then it is possible that the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family will have something to use against him. It may make things worse. He is not willing to say anything to Xia Dongho and Prince Zhang Yang because he does not dare to trust anyone now. This is enough to prove that it was because he trusted others that he harmed him. He already knows this now, so he's on guard against this. He won't let the same thing happen again. To do this, he will not trust anyone until I come back. In this way, if he does not say anything, at least it will ensure that the situation will not continue to worsen. Secondly, it made me even more convinced that he was being used by someone. Chapter 28:08. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Meng Dali nodded in agreement. In this case, Qin Yi was indeed very smart. In the face of danger, he knew how to protect the last bit of escape and not let everyone block it. But even so, the situation was still very bad. Whether or not he was used, no matter what happened behind the scenes, Xiao Laming died in the hands of Qin Shao. This was an ironclad fact. Now, 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan would not let Qin Shao go easily, especially the Xia clan. Xiao Laming was a young genius of the Xia clan. He could be considered one of the more important disciples of the younger generation of the Xia clan. Naturally, he was the target of the Xia clan's protection. Xiao Laming died in the hands of Qin Yi. How could it be so easy to solve? This was also something that Qin Shao had a headache about. This matter was definitely not easy to solve. He was also thinking about how to solve this matter. No matter what, he could not just watch Qin Yi be executed. Although this was only a clone of Qin Yi, Qin Shao absolutely did not want to see this happen. This matter was not completely without room for maneuvering, was it? However, as a young genius of the Xia clan, Xiao Laming probably did not cultivate a clone. In other words, if Xiao Laming died, he would be completely dead. If Xiao Laming only lost a clone, then perhaps this matter would be much easier to handle. But if Xiao Laming really did not have a clone, then this matter was indeed very troublesome. But Qin Shao had no other choice. He had to solve this matter, otherwise, Qin Yi would definitely die. The Xinhua clan's incident, Qin Yi's incident, these two things happened to be at the same time. Both of them were related to him. Could it really be such a coincidence? Qin Shao faintly felt that behind these two things, there might be the same person, the same force behind them. As for their goal, it was very likely that they were targeting him. Was it the power of the Bloodbath Alliance? Xiao Laming died in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. This meant that after Qin Yi's incident, it was very likely that it was related to the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, what did the Bloodbath Alliance mean by deliberately exposing them? Was it just to frame him? It shouldn't be that simple, right? Was it a warning to himself? These were all headaches. Qin Shao, you're already a second-step Empyrean saint? Meng Dali exclaimed as he stared at Qin Shao. Previously, Meng Dali had been explaining the situation to Qin Shao, so he didn't pay attention to Qin Shao. Now that Meng Dali had explained the situation, he finally realized what was going on. Yes, I had some opportunities outside this time. Qin Shao nodded and did not explain further. He was not in the mood to say anything at this time. Meng Dali had a look of admiration and envy on his face. He had been working hard to break through to the Ancient Sage realm, but he had yet to break through to the Ancient Sage realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the Ancient Saint realm. However, Qin Shao had already broken through to the second step Empyrean Saint realm. He was now very far away from Qin Shao. As expected of Qin Shao, he was heaven-defying. There was nothing that could not happen to Qin Shao. He had to continue working hard. With a friend like Qin Shao by his side to encourage him, he had to work hard. He had to break through to the Saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he have fun in the future? Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had also broken through to the Saint realm. Meng Dali could not be too much of a burden. With a heavy heart, Qin Shao and Meng Dali arrived at the boundary of the 9 Provinces Academy. As soon as they arrived at the boundary, they felt that the situation was not quite right. They felt that there was a very powerful aura gathering in the 9 Provinces Academy in the distance, and some noise came over. Obviously, there was a large number of cultivators gathering in the 9 Provinces Academy. Something big must have happened. Not good. Meng Dali immediately exclaimed and said to Qin Shao, "The people of the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan are publicly trying Qin Shao in the 9 Provinces Academy. They're going to execute Qin Shao today. Prince Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have no way to stop it. Prince Zhang Yang is trying his best to stall for time, but there are a few ancient saints staring at Prince Zhang Yang. As a member of the Xia clan, Xia Dongho can't say much about this matter. Fortunately, you have arrived. Otherwise, it would have been too late. Let's go there quickly." Hearing that Qin Yi was going to be executed, Qin Shao did not say anything and directly rushed to the 9 Provinces Academy. In a hurry, he directly left Meng Dali aside. Meng Dali looked as if he was about to cry and quickly chased after him. At this time, the martial arts field of the Nine Provinces Academy was very lively. Tens of thousands of students of the Nine Provinces Academy were gathered here. All the teachers, elders, and deans of the Nine Provinces Academy were present. Dozens of ancient saints were gathered here. Not only were there many ancient saints of the Nine Provinces Academy, but there were also several ancient saints of the Xia clan sitting here, showing their supreme majesty. On the martial arts field, Qin Yi looked a little messy. He was tied to an immortal pillar and tied by an immortal rope, which made him unable to struggle, let alone break free. Moreover, there was a terrible electric current flashing on the immortal rope, constantly eroding Qin Yi and torturing Qin Xiao. Although it was just some flesh pain, it would make people feel a little uncomfortable. Qin is also a very tough person. Although the muscles on his face can't help but twitch from time to time, he didn't shout out. He still clenched his teeth and endured all this. His gaze was icy cold and firm, and it didn't allow for the slightest doubt. On the opposite high platform, there were two figures standing there with dignified and cold faces. Of these two people, one is the Nine Provinces Academy's holy master, a third-step ancient saint, who has lived for a very long time, and his strength is unfathomable. The other is the ancient saint of the Xia clan, Xia Laming's father, a second-step ancient saint. His expression was cold and arrogant. He looked at Qin Yi's eyes, full of gloom, full of killing intent, full of anger. His son died tragically in the hands of Qin Yi. Naturally, he was furious. Naturally, he wanted to kill Qin Yi to avenge his son, so that he could relieve the hatred in his heart. If Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had not come out to deal with him, he would have killed Qin Yi a long time ago. How could he have kept him alive until now? But even Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho can't stop him from killing. Even if he is Qin Zhao's brother, so what? He is a member of the Xia clan. Why should he be afraid of Qin Xiao? A life for a life, this is the law. What's wrong with him following the law? Today is the trial of God, which is to execute Qin Yi. In the corner of the martial arts arena, Chang Mingyue's face was full of tears. Several times, she wanted to rush out to save Qin Yi, but she was stopped by Wu Fengcheng. Prince Zhongyang gritted his teeth fiercely, and his eyes were full of anger and displeasure. He wanted to save Qin Yi, but he was also very clear that this was not a place where he could act wildly. He really didn't have the ability to save Qin Yi. Xia Dongho stood there with a gloomy face. He couldn't do anything, not to mention that he was a member of the Xia clan. He should be on the side of the Xia clan. Many of the Xia clan's people were looking at him. Even if he wanted to intervene, he could only do so powerlessly. He was the same as Prince Zhongyang. They were powerless. With their strength, there was no way to intervene in this matter. Uncle Zhongyang, Uncle Dongho, hurry up and save Qin Yi. If you don't save him, he will really die. Chang Mingyue was so anxious that she was already crying. She wanted to rush out to save Qin Yi, but she was held back by Wu Fengcheng. There was no way to rush out. Zhang Yang and the others' faces were also cold. They also wanted to save Qin Yi, but they could only try to restrain themselves. Chang Mingyue, don't worry. Qin Xiao has arrived. Qin, you will be fine. You will be fine. Wu Fengcheng comforted Chang Mingyue. Hearing Qin Xiao, Chang Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, it was as if she had caught the last straw. She immediately became excited. Uncle Qin Xiao is here? That's great, that's great. Qin, he can be saved. At this time, the crowd of onlookers was also discussing. It was a clamor. This Qin, he really deserves to die. Does he really think that just because his brother is Qin Xiao, he can do whatever he wants? You can't afford to offend the Xia clan. Yes, he dared to kill Xia Laming. He deserves to die. Even if there is a big conflict between students of the same school, they shouldn't kill each other. That's right, and it's a battle. It should be a fight. That Qin Yi is so despicable. He killed Xia Laming with underhanded means. He deserves to die. Well, I support the death penalty of Qin Yi. Kill Qin Yi. You can't judge a book by its cover. After getting along for so long, I didn't know that Qin Yi was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. He dares to sneak into our 9 Provinces Academy. It's a disgrace to our 9 Provinces Academy. The good reputation of our 9 Provinces Academy will be completely ruined by Qin Yi. If we don't kill him, it will be difficult to calm the anger of the public. Kill him. The people of the Bloodbath Alliance deserve to die. Kill him. A shout sounded, and many people agreed to support it. The crowd shouted to kill Qin Yi. The Xia clan's second step ancient sage looked at Qin Yi with red eyes, and his killing intent was incomparably dense. Qin Yi, do you plead guilty? Listen to everyone. They all say that they want to kill you. Why? Because you deserve to die. You deserve to die. A spy from the Blood Assassin Alliance dares to infiltrate the 9 Provinces Academy and even use underhanded methods to kill the outstanding students of the 9 Provinces Academy. The number 1 genius of the Xia clan. Do you know your crime? Do you plead guilty? In the face of the Xia clan's ancient sage's condemnation, Qin Yi still looked at him coldly, but he didn't speak. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything, because he knew that he couldn't say anything at this time. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and it would only be worse. When the Xia clan's ancient sage saw that Qin Yi didn't speak, he continued the trial without waiting for Qin Yi to speak. Since you don't speak, it means that you acquiesce to your crimes, your heinous crimes. So, I am here to judge you, Qin Yi, for 2 crimes. The first crime, killing a fellow student, a capital crime. The second crime, taking refuge in the Bloodbath Alliance, being a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance, a capital crime. Today, I am here to announce to the world that you, Qin Yi, are sentenced to death and will never be reincarnated. I will execute you with the Dean of Dangjiuyo and send you to hell together. After the Xia clan's ancient sage finished, he looked at the Dean of Dangjiuyo. The Dean of Dangjiuyo nodded, and the 2 were going to execute Qin Yi. Chapter 2809. The Trial of God, the Death Penalty. Listening to the ancient sage of Xia clan and the Dean of Dangjiuyo at the same time, Qin Yi struggled hard, but there was no way to break free from the shackles of the immortal rope. I don't accept it. Qin Yi, who had never opened his mouth, shouted out 3 words. He really didn't accept it. But at this time, what could he do? There is no way to resist and break free. He was directly convicted and judged by God. You deserve to die. How dare you refuse to accept it when you are about to die? You can say it when you go to the underworld. The ancient sage of Xia clan said coldly. He glanced at the Dean of Dangjiuyo, and the 2 of them attacked at the same time. In the name of the trial of God, they wanted to kill Qin Yi on the spot and tell the world. The students of the 9 Provinces Academy all shouted in unison, "Kill Qin Yi! Kill Qin Yi!" In their eyes, Qin Yi is a shameless person who killed his fellow disciples, and he is a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance, a despicable villain. No matter which crime it is enough to give Qin Yi a death sentence. Therefore, at this time, it is also regarded as a group attack on Qin Yi, and they want to kill Qin Yi. Big brother, I'm sorry. Fortunately, this is only a clone, so Qin Yi can still bear such consequences. Since there is no other way, he can only accept his fate. The loss of a clone is not the key. The key is that he is sentenced to death by such a trial of God. Once his clone is killed, his crime will be announced to the world by 9 Continents College. In this way, Qin Yi will be nailed to the pillar of shame. I'm afraid it will be difficult to turn over and wash off this crime. With this crime, Qin Yi will definitely become the target of everyone in the future. I'm afraid there will be no place for Qin Yi in the immortal realm. He doesn't care about these things the most. What he cares about most is that because of his reasons, his eldest brother Qin Shao and Chang Mingyue will be implicated. If he was really convicted of this crime, then in the future, when people saw his elder brother, Qin Shao, they would point at Qin Shao and say, "You're the elder brother of the Bloodbath Alliance's spy? Are you also a spy planted by the Bloodbath Alliance in the Sacred Academy?" He wasn't afraid of ruining himself, but he was afraid of ruining his elder brother's reputation. So, Qin Yi hated himself very much. He was furious. He wanted to fight back, but he was powerless. He was too powerless. He couldn't do anything at this time. He didn't even have the chance to defend himself. What awaited him was only death. Only death. However, he also knew that this was a crime he had committed, and he should bear the consequences. He was not afraid of the consequences, but he was afraid of implicating his elder brother. Ancient Sage Xia and Din Dang Juyo's offensive power had already arrived in front of Qin Yi. That destructive power was powerful and terrifying. Even if Qin Yi was not tied up by the immortal rope, he had no way to resist. Death had already befallen him. "I'm gonna die, Sai." Qin Yi slowly closed his eyes. "Qin Yi!" Chang Mingyue screamed desperately, and tears fell like pearls. Zhang Yang and the others, at this time, were nervous to the extreme. They stared at Qin Yi. This was the last moment. They had already felt that Qin Xiao had arrived. Next, it was up to Qin Xiao to deal with this matter. They were also ready to support Qin Xiao. Although they knew that Qin Xiao had arrived and knew that Qin Xiao would definitely make a move, they were not confident in their hearts. After all, there are dozens of ancient sages here, and there was a powerful third-step ancient sage like Din Dang Juyo. If they really wanted to fight, they were afraid that they would suffer. Therefore, Zhang Yang and the others were naturally worried. On the one hand, they wanted Qin Xiao to make a move. On the other hand, they were worried about how to solve it after making a move. This matter was not so simple. Qin Yi himself was indeed at fault. If this matter could be solved easily, then Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho would have already solved it. It was because it was too tricky and troublesome. They did not know what to do. Just when Zhang Yang and the rest of them were worried, they suddenly felt a dazzling light descending from the sky. It was like a thunderbolt in the dark night, instantly splitting the void apart. That light was a Li Sheng's flying dagger. Li Sheng's flying dagger carried an unparalleled sharpness and an overbearing power, rushing towards this side at an incomparably fast speed. Zhang Yang and the others knew that Qin Xiao had made a move. From the peerless sharpness of this Li Sheng's flying dagger, they also felt an unusually powerful force, which was probably enough to deter the power of the third-step ancient sage. This made them more surprised than happy. They looked at each other for a while. The familiar Li Sheng's flying dagger and the familiar figure also appeared, but this power was too strong, right? Is this still Qin Xiao? Is this still the power of a first-step ancient sage? No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The power that can be displayed by a first-step ancient sage is definitely not as simple as a first-step ancient sage. Could it be? Zhang Yang and the others' eyes fell on Qin Xiao. At this time, Qin Xiao did not hold back his aura and directly released it. Therefore, when Zhang Yang and the others saw Qin Xiao, they immediately felt the powerful second-step ancient sage aura on Qin Xiao's body. Second-step ancient sage. Zhang Yang and the others looked at each other again for a while, looked at each other with great surprise, and exclaimed in unison. They did not expect that Qin Xiao had already reached the second-step ancient sage realm after not seeing him for a while. This breakthrough speed was too shocking, wasn't it? How long had Qin Xiao left the immortal realm? Not to mention leaving the immortal realm. How long had it been since he broke through to the ancient sage realm? At the very most, it was less than 20 million years. In just over 10 million years, Qin Xiao had actually broken through from the first-step ancient sage realm to the second-step ancient sage realm. How terrifying was it to raise one's cultivation level in just over 10 million years? How inconceivable was this? This speed was too terrifying, too terrifying. It definitely made them feel as though they had suffered a huge blow. Qin Xiao, this was the speed of a real genius. If they were compared to Qin Xiao, how could they be called geniuses? They were too far behind. After the shock, Zhang Yang and the others immediately became excited. That's great, that's really great. Qin Xiao's strong return meant that there was still some room for negotiation in this matter. In fact, no matter what, as long as you have enough strength, it's not a big deal. But if you don't have enough strength to reverse or change something, then what others say is the truth. At this moment, Zhang Yang and the others really saw hope. They felt that it was a turning point. They immediately cheered up in their hearts and regained their confidence. Li Sheng's flying dagger streaked across the sky, carrying with it an incomparably brilliant light, an unparalleled sharpness, and a fierce and domineering power. It directly attacked the power of the Xia clan's ancient sage and the Dean of Jiuyou. With that peerless sharpness that could destroy everything, plus ancient sage Xia and Dean Dang Jiuyou, they actually didn't use much strength. It was just to kill a fourth-step celestial venerable kid, so they naturally didn't need to use any strength at all. Therefore, that power was naturally directly defeated by Qin Zhao's flying dagger. After defeating the power of the two, Li Sheng's flying dagger directly slashed towards Qin Yi. After flying around Qin Yi, the immortal rope was directly cut off, allowing Qin Yi to regain his freedom and no longer suffer. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the immortal pillar. With a wave of his hand, Li Sheng's flying dagger fell into the hand of Qin Shao. Qin Shao was like a king descending from the sky. His domineering arrival made the whole audience silent involuntarily. All eyes were focused on Qin Shao. Many people stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes. For a moment, they couldn't confirm who the person in front of them was. There were many people who knew Qin Shao, but there were not many people who had seen Qin Shao in person. At least here, except for Zhang Yang and the others, there was no one else. Although they hadn't seen him before, Qin Zhao's reputation was still very well known in the immortal realm, so someone recognized him very quickly. There was no need for others to recognize him. After Qin Yi saw Qin Shao, he was immediately surprised and shouted, "Big brother, you are here." But after the excitement, Qin Yi immediately looked like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head in shame and said, "I'm sorry, big brother. I lost face for you, lost face for the Qin family, and caused you trouble." Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Shao was somewhat relieved. This shows that after experiencing this incident, Qin Yi has become a lot more sensible and understood a lot of things. This is a kind of progress, a kind of improvement. Qin Shao looked back at Qin Yi, smiled and nodded to him, and said, "I didn't lose face, and I didn't cause trouble. No matter who it is, there will always be times when they make mistakes. It's not terrible to make mistakes. What's terrible is that you don't know you made mistakes. It's a good thing that you can know this deeply, which makes Big Brother very pleased." Qin Yi thought that his big brother would be very angry and would scold him. But what he didn't expect was that his big brother not only didn't scold him, but also said that he was very pleased. For a moment, Qin Yi was moved to tears. In his impression, his big brother was a bit stricter than his parents. When he was in the Hongming universe, his big brother would blame him for doing something wrong. But he didn't expect that this time he had caused such a big mess and made such a big mess. But his elder brother actually didn't blame him. Without hearing his big brother's blame, Qin Yi's heart was even more upset, and his heart was a little more remorseful. But he also knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything has really happened. What he has to do now is to face it bravely and solve it. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. He was already prepared to die. Wasn't it just a life for a life? If he can solve this matter in this way and calm it down, then he will choose it. It's Qin Shao. He is Qin Shao. There should be no mistake. Qin Shao called him Big Brother. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? And this appearance is clearly Qin Shao. There must be no mistake. It is Qin Shao. Well, he dares to come? His brother killed Xia Leiming, and he is a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance. He dares to come to save people? He really takes himself too seriously, doesn't he? Well, at this time, he doesn't know how to avoid suspicion. He even dares to come to the door. He is really looking for death. I used to admire Qin Shao, but now it seems that he is just so. Yes, I've been thinking, Qin Shao can be so evil. Is it also related to the Bloodbath Alliance? As far as I know, the Bloodbath Alliance has a lot of means to make people quickly improve their realm in a short time. Well, yes, it's really very possible. His brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Then what about Qin Shao? I think it's also very likely. Otherwise, how could Qin Shao, possibly be so heaven-defying? A lowly life form that came from the universe. How could it be so heaven-defying? Author Cruel Death say, the fourth chapter, brothers, flowers continue to fight. If you don't accept it, just do it. Chapter 2810. Many of the 9 provinces' academies students began to discuss Qin Zhao's actions. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying talent had shaken the entire immortal domain. Qin Zhao was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the immortal realms, an existence that could annihilate all geniuses. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was indeed admirable. However, many people of the 9 provinces academy began to suspect Qin Zhao. They even linked him to the Bloodbath Alliance. Soon, someone discovered a terrifying situation. What? Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Qin Zhao is exuding the aura of a second-step ancient saint? It really is the aura of a second-step ancient saint. How is this possible? Isn't this too scary? Didn't Qin Zhao break through to the ancient saint realm only a little over 10 million years ago? How did he break through to the second-step ancient saint realm so quickly? How is this possible? Have any of you heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed? No, I've never heard of such a thing. Isn't it too shocking for someone to break through to the second-step ancient saint realm in a little over 10 million years? In the long history of our 9 provinces academy, such a thing has never happened before, let alone the 9 provinces academy. This has never happened in the long history of the Summer Clan. Looks like I'm right. Qin Zhao must be from the Bloodbath Alliance. He must have used the Bloodbath Alliance's methods to raise his cultivation level. This is the only explanation. That's right. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't believe it. It wasn't just the students of the 9 provinces academy who were staring at Qin Zhao. Even the ancient sages were staring at him with wide eyes, sizing him up in astonishment. Although there were many ancient saints present, most of them were first-step ancient saints. There were only 6 second-step ancient saints present. In addition, there were powerful third-step ancient saints like Din Dang Jiuyo. All in all, they were terrifyingly powerful. Those ancient sages had heard quite a bit about Qin Zhao's situation and knew quite a bit about it. When they saw Qin Zhao at this time, they were really surprised. When they saw Qin Zhao exuding the aura of a second-step Empyrean saint, they found it hard to believe for a moment. Therefore, they had some guesses in their hearts. Prime Saint Xia and Principal Dang Jiuyo both looked at Qin Zhao with cold and menacing eyes. The atmosphere in the martial arts practice field instantly tensed up. After Qin Zhao comforted Qin Yi, he asked him to stand there first and leave the matter to him to solve. Zhang Yang and the others also walked over. Xia Dongho did not follow them because it was not appropriate for him to show his face. Chang Minghua hugged Qin Yi excitedly. She was so excited to see that Qin Yi was not dead. Uncle Qin Zhao, it's good that you're here. Qin Yi is finally saved. You must not let them kill Qin Yi. Chang Minghua wiped her tears and said to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded and said to Chang Minghua, don't worry. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt Qin Yi. All right, all of you stop talking for now. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Qin Zhao also nodded to Zhang Yang and Wu Fengcheng. Between brothers, there was no need for such polite words. One look was all it took to understand. Qin Zhao looked at the prime saints of the Xia clan and Dang Jiuyo. He took the initiative to clasp his fist and bow to them. Qin Zhao greets Principal Dang Jiuyo and Senior Prime Saints of the Xia clan. Sorry, I don't know your name, so I can only call you that. Humph. Ancient Sage Xia immediately snorted angrily. He waved his hand and pointed to Qin Zhao's nose and shouted angrily, Qin Zhao, how dare you? Who gave you such courage to stop us? Qin Zhao was not angry. Instead, he looked at Ancient Sage Xia calmly and said, Senior, please calm down first. If you have anything to say, We can talk about it. I'm not here today to be an enemy of Senior, let alone to fight. I'm just here to solve the problem. What's the problem? Wouldn't it be better if we talk about it together? Humph. Qin Zhao's words could not calm the anger of ancient sage Xia. He was even more furious and said, "There's nothing to say about this. Qin, he will die today. No one can save him. No one can change our intention to kill him. He has committed a heinous crime, 2 heinous crimes. Both of them are punishable by death. We have already judged him and sentenced him to death. Qin Zhao, what else do you think there's to say about this matter? If you know what's good for you, immediately get out of the way, hand over Qin Yi, and let us execute him. Then this matter can be considered to be over. As long as his original body doesn't come to the immortal realm in the future, then I won't bother to go to your Hongmeng universe. This is already the greatest kindness of our Xia clan and 9 Continents Academy. If you don't know what's good for you today, Qin Zhao, if you insist on being our enemy and want to save Qin Yi, then don't blame us for being impolite. Then, Qin Zhao, don't blame us for not letting go of Qin Yi's original body. At that time, I'm afraid your Hongmeng universe will not be peaceful. Qin Zhao, young man, let me give you a word of advice. You should think twice before you act. Otherwise, the consequences are not necessarily what you can bear." Hearing the threat of the Xia clan's ancient sage, Qin Zhao shook his head. He had expected this, but he did not flinch, but continued, "Senior, I can understand your mood at this time. The pain of losing a son is indeed the same for anyone. Senior, as a member of the Xia clan, the ancient sage of the Xia clan, you are a person with awe-inspiring righteousness, a righteous person, and a senior worthy of respect. To be honest, I, Qin Zhao, respect Senior very much, so I really don't want to quarrel with Senior, let alone fight with Qin Zhao. It's just that I also hope that Senior can calm down a little and give me, Qin Zhao, some time so that we can talk and see if there's a better way to solve this matter. It doesn't have to be to the point of fighting to the death, right? I still think that it's definitely not a good solution to this point. So, Senior, why don't you listen to what I, Qin Zhao, have to say? Senior, you should be able to see that I, Qin Zhao, did not come here to be your enemy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier for me to take him away directly? Why do I have to say so much? Why do I have to speak nicely to you, Senior? Humph. The ancient sage of the Xia clan sneered and stared coldly at Qin Zhao. He said in an incomparably mocking tone, "Take him away. Let's see if you have the ability to say that. Qin Zhao, do you really think this is the Sacred Academy? Or do you think this is your backyard? Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. How dare you say that you can take him away from here? Don't talk about taking a person away from here. Even if you could take a stone away from here, that's because you, Qin Zhao, have the ability. Young man, don't think that just because you have a bit of talent and a bit of luck, you can look down on everyone and be arrogant without boundaries. You are just called the #1 genius in the immortal realm by many people. Do you really think you are the strongest person? Although you are now a second-step ancient saint, you don't have the ability to take people away from here. Blind confidence is not a good thing." Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled, but he looked at the ancient sage of the Xia clan with a calm face and said, "I'm sorry, maybe young people are a little frivolous and hot-blooded. So, let me say something arrogant. If I really want to do it, then I'm afraid I really have the ability to take Qin Yi away directly. It's very offensive and very impolite. Perhaps, Senior, you really may not be able to stop me." As Qin Zhao said, he waved his hand and released Xiao Gu, and Baby Mo. Baby Mo also directly released her powerful aura. The aura of a third-step ancient saint was still very powerful, and it instantly enveloped the entire martial arts practice field. What? Baby Mo? She's actually a third-step ancient saint. When Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengsheng saw Baby Mo, they were really shocked. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and their expressions were very interesting. Both of them suddenly had the same thought in their minds. They thought that Qin Zhao was already heaven-defying enough and already felt that he was invincible in the great wide world. But at this time, after seeing Baby Mo, they knew that they were wrong. It turned out that there was really someone more heaven-defying than Qin Shao, and this person was Baby Mo. It was too terrifying. Baby Mo had broken through to the ancient saint realm less than 10 million years ago, but now he had broken through to the third step ancient saint realm. In other words, in less than 10 million years, Baby Mo had broken through from the fourth step ancient saint realm to the third step ancient saint realm in one fell swoop. In a few million years, he had reached the third step ancient saint realm. Was there anything more terrifying than this? This was truly peerless and heaven-defying. He was much more ruthless than Qin Shao. He had really surpassed his master. The two of them were so scared that they almost knelt down in front of Baby Mo. Although Xiao Gu was only a first-step ancient saint realm, his tone was very arrogant. As soon as he came out, his gaze swept across the ancient saints and finally landed on the ancient saints of the Xia clan. He grinned and said with a very arrogant look, "What, you want to fight? All right, come on. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Do you really think that we're afraid of you? Do you want to bully us with numbers? Then we're not afraid. I'll eat you one by one." When they saw Xiao Gu and Baby Mo, the expressions of the ancient saints of the Xia clan and the dean of the Deng Jiuyo Academy darkened. Qin Shao was a second-step ancient saint realm expert. Based on the past situation, Qin Zhao's strength was definitely considered extremely strong among second-step ancient saints. This was something that should not be doubted. If it was just Qin Shao, it would be very easy for them to take him down. But now, there was another third-step ancient saint realm spirit beast. Moreover, they could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from Baby Mo. This spirit beast was definitely not a simple spirit beast. It was definitely a very powerful spirit beast. With a third-step ancient saint realm spirit beast around, it would be troublesome to deal with. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would not have an easy time. It seemed that Qin Shao had come prepared this time. With two spirit beasts by his side, just the three ancient saints alone was a very powerful force that could not be underestimated. Not only that, but Prince Zhongyang was also there. Although Prince Zhongyang was only a first-step ancient saint realm expert, he was still Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. He must have some tricks up his sleeve, and his strength was definitely not simple. Chapter 28:11. In the face of such a situation on the side of Qin Shao, the ancient sage of Xia sneered angrily. In this sneer, there was boundless anger. What? Do you still want to do it by force? Do you really think that if you have a little strength, you can behave atrociously here? This isn't your Saint Academy. It's not a place where you bunch of immature brats can behave atrociously. Young man, it's best to think about the consequences of doing things. Don't think that you can do whatever you want here because you are a student of Saint College and a disciple of Saint Li. I can tell you very clearly that if you want to be tyrannical, there is no way. In the face of the endless anger of the ancient sage of Xia, in fact, Qin Shao is also very understanding. In any case, Qin Yi is indeed in the wrong in this matter, and it is also a fact that he killed Xia Laming. Of course, if it weren't for this, then Qin Shao would not be so easy to talk to. He would just save him directly. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. Qin Shao said again, "Senior, I'll repeat myself. I'm here to solve the problem, not to make an enemy out of the Xia clan or the 9 Provinces Academy. I'm definitely not here to fight. I, Qin Shao, have never been an unreasonable person. Although I also have selfish motives, I will not act arrogantly. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for my brother's kindness. But before that, I can't let you kill him first. I can't just stand by and watch you kill my brother. I'm sorry, I can't do such a thing. I don't want to fight, but if Senpai really doesn't give me, Qin Shao, the opportunity to solve this matter, then I have no choice but to fight. I don't want to be courteous before resorting to force, but courteous before courteous. No matter what, I believe there will be a solution." The ancient sage of Xia pointed at Qin Yi and said to Qin Shao, "Kill him, that's the best solution, then everything will be over. And I only need to kill his avatar. I haven't investigated his real body. Such a benevolent act. What else do you have to say, Qin Shao? You should know that Qin Yi is not only your little brother, but he's also a member of the Blood Killer Alliance. He's a spy who infiltrated our 9 Continents Academy. His crimes are monstrous, and he is not tolerated by our righteous path. You can't save his life, so don't waste your breath. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't benefit. Qin Shao said in a deep voice, Xia Senpai, you keep saying that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Do you have any conclusive evidence? If you don't have any solid evidence, then I'd better ask you to take back your words. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Is this what you call a righteous person to convict my brother and let him bear the sins of his life? Don't you think this is a kind of cruelty? Don't you think such means are no different from the people of the Bloodbath Alliance? Presumptuous! The ancient sage of Xia Senpai shouted angrily. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. He roared angrily. This is simply preposterous. He used the dark methods of the Blood Kill Alliance to kill my son, Xia Laming. This is an ironclad fact. Everyone here can testify to this. Is this evidence not conclusive enough? Since he worked for the Bloodbath Alliance, why would he be afraid of such a crime? Qin Zhao's voice was cold and raised a few notches. If this is conclusive evidence, then I think you are abusing your position for personal gain and killing innocent people. Just because he used the means of the Bloodbath Alliance, he is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? According to your divine logic, then I can also make many of you members of the Bloodbath Alliance. Senior, you are a second-step ancient sage, a member of the Xia Senpai, and a person with an awe-inspiring righteousness written on your face. Is this your so-called style of doing things? Just now I heard a lot of people talking about whether I, Qin Shao, am also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. According to your divine logic, Senior, it can be said that I, Qin Shao, am also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. You can say that Qin Yi and I are brothers. If Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then how can I, as his brother, be innocent? It's even possible that Qin was brought out by me, right? Xia Senpai's face was cold, and he looked at Qin Shao gloomily. After a long silence, he spat out a few words. I didn't say that. You didn't say that, but you think so in your heart, don't you? I shouldn't be wrong, Senior. You don't have to deny it. You are such an existence. You don't even dare to admit such a small thing, do you? Qin Shao retorted. Xia Senpai's face was gloomier, but he didn't speak. His actions also proved Qin Zhao's words. He didn't want to make Qin Shao a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao glanced at the people around him. Those who had just privately talked about Qin Shao being a member of the Bloodbath Alliance could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Qin Zhao's eyes. Qin Zhao's momentum at this time was too strong, so no one dared to come out and provoke Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's. His gaze finally landed on the Dean of Dang Jiuyo. Dean of Dang Jiuyo, Senior, you are a senior expert, and also the Dean of the prestigious Dang Jiuyo Academy. You are a famous master who has taught countless people and is respected by the world. Senior, what you teach is the righteousness of the immortal realm, the righteousness of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the righteousness of the world, the true great Tao. You also think that just based on a treasure, you can conclude that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. My brother has only been in the immortal realm for a few million years, and I brought him here from the Hongmeng universe. I am the master of the universe of the Hongmeng universe. After my brother came to the immortal realm, he stayed in the Sacred Academy for a period of time and was directly sent to your 9 Provinces Academy. He has never been to other places. He has never left my sight at all. If Senior also thinks that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that before entering our 9 Provinces Academy, he was already a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, which means that I, Qin Shao, am a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. The second is that after entering your 9 Provinces Academy, he became a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. As far as I know, after entering the Nine Provinces Academy, my brother has been staying in your Nine Provinces Academy, right? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that your Nine Provinces Academy has been infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance? I don't know which possibility is right, Senior. Dang Juyo's expression changed slightly, and he frowned and pondered. Yes, if you really want to determine that Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then there are only these two possibilities. Either you identify Qin Xiao as a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, or you admit that Nine Provinces Academy has been infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance. Nine Provinces Academy is one of the top 10 academies in the Immortal Realm, and it is ranked relatively high. It can be said that except for the Sacred Academy, Nine Provinces Academy is one of the best. Nine Provinces Academy has always been adhering to the righteousness of the world. How could it be infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance? If this spreads out, wouldn't it ruin the reputation of Nine Provinces Academy? And this matter is indeed a big loophole. Finally, Dang Juyo said in a deep voice, "It is indeed too arbitrary to conclude that Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance based on a treasure alone. I also think it is not reasonable. Of course, we can't directly conclude, but we can't rule out the suspicion. Little friend Qin Xiao, if you can't prove your brother's innocence, you will still bear this suspicion. Of course, I also absolutely believe that little friend Qin Xiao has nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. This is beyond doubt. As for the private discussions of some students in our academy, I will deal with and punish them later. Please rest assured, little friend Qin Xiao." In any case, the attitude and tone of the Dean of Dang Juyo were very good, and he stood on a more fair point of view. This made Qin Xiao very grateful, and he said, "Thank you, Senior, for clearing my name. In fact, it's not so difficult. I, Qin Xiao, can swear by my soul that I have nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. I believe that my brother is innocent, and he can also swear by his soul to prove his innocence. It's not so complicated. Why do you have to give him a groundless crime? I, Qin Xiao, hate the Bloodbath Alliance the most, and I swear in my life that I will fight against the Bloodbath Alliance to the end. You have to impose this crime on my brother. Sorry, I can't accept it, and I will fight against you to the end. Once the crime was set, once the hat was put on, it will be a matter of a lifetime. How could Qin Xiao tolerate such a thing to happen to his brother? That was absolutely impossible. This was beyond his bottom line. Qin Xiao absolutely could not tolerate it, and he would fight to the end. If Qin Xiao wanted to fight for something, even if he died, he would fight for it. Okay. Xia Guanxing waved his hand hard, looked at Qin Xiao coldly, and said, "Well, even if you don't add the crime of the Bloodbath Alliance, he killed my son Xia Leiming. This is an ironclad fact, right? You, Qin Xiao, don't understand the principle of a life for a life, do you? Even if you don't add the crime of the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Yi can't escape death today. We still have to execute him. Do you have to pay for a life for a life?" Qin Xiao retorted. "Then I don't know if Xia Guanxing has ever stained his hands with a life. According to your logic, how many lives do you have to pay for it? I, Qin Xiao, don't know how many lives have been stained in my hands, so I have to pay for it with countless lives too?" You, Xia Guanxing was angry, and he stared at Qin Xiao angrily and said angrily, "Sophistry, it's sophistry. It seems that I have nothing to say to you. Let me ask you one last time. Are you going to get out of the way?" Xia Guanxing was ruthless. As soon as his words came out, the ancient sages behind him were also ready to fight. Although the Dean of Dang Juyo is still a reasonable person, in this matter, he is obviously on the side of Xia Guanxing, and he is also ready to take action. His eyes were locked on Baby Mo. If Baby Mo dared to do anything, he would definitely take action immediately. In the air, there was a strong smell of gunpowder, and the atmosphere became extremely tense and oppressive. Many people held their breath, and their faces were as cold as cicadas in winter. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "It's not sophistry. What I mean is that we also have to consider the situation here. It can't be said that because of this result, we should kill him with a stick. It's true that your son was killed by my brother. We all admit this, and we all admit this mistake. But what about the reason for doing wrong? Shouldn't we think about it and find out what's going on before we make a final decision? Chapter 28:12. Ridiculous. Since you admit your mistakes, then don't talk so much nonsense. Come and die. The ancient sage Xia didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Shao. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a little afraid of Qin Zhao's strength at this time, he would have already killed him. Wait, Qin Shao immediately made a gesture of stopping, and then said to the dean of Dang Juyo, Senior, as the dean of the Nine Continents Academy, you are in charge of it. Since this is a matter between the students of the Nine Continents Academy, I think you should at least deal with this matter from a fair and just standpoint, right? If Senior is like Senior Xia, you don't give people a chance to speak, you directly sentence them to death and kill them directly, then how can you convince the people in the world? Is it possible that Senior wants to see the reputation of the Nine Continents Academy be affected because of this matter? I can understand Senior Xia's mood very well, but before killing people, you don't allow others to say a few words? If that's the case, isn't it too overbearing? Qin Shao, didn't come today with the intention of opposing the Nine Continents Academy, but I want to solve this matter, but why can't I say a few words? There's nothing to say, Qin Shao boy. Since you insist on doing this, then don't blame me for being impolite, do it. The ancient sage, Xia, no longer hesitated and was about to do it directly. At this time, the dean of Dang Jiyo said, Well, don't be impatient. What little friend Qin Shao said is indeed reasonable. The Xia family is one of the top families of the 100 schools of thought, and it is a force that upholds justice. Our Nine Continents Academy is also a place where the righteousness gathers. In any case, we still have to let little friend Qin Shao say it. He really didn't want to make trouble. Why don't we listen to what he has to say? Dean, hearing the dean of Dang Jiyo's words, the ancient sage, Xia, suddenly became anxious. Is it because of a few words of his you want to change the trial of Qin Yi? The dean of Dang Jiyo shook his head and said, I didn't say that I would change it, but we can at least listen to what Qin Shao has to say. Before a bad person kills someone, they always give them a chance to leave their last words. Why do you have to be so anxious? With just a few of them, don't tell me that you're afraid that Qin Shao can really take them away from here. You don't have to worry about that. The old man won't let anyone run amok here. Although the ancient sage of the Xia clan was still very upset, he wanted to get rid of Qin Yi as soon as possible, so as to avoid long nights and dreams. He didn't want to wait for anything. He wanted to kill Qin Yi and then quickly. Otherwise, he would always be in a panic. The ancient sage of the Xia clan waved his hand forcefully. He didn't say anything else. After all, this was the Nine Provinces Academy, and Dang Jiyo was the dean of the Nine Provinces Academy. Not only that, but he was also a powerful third-step ancient saint. The dean of Dang Jiyo said to Qin Shao, I'll give you a stick of incense. If you have anything to say it quickly. However, I don't think you have enough reasons to persuade us not to kill Qin Yi. Of course, Qin Shao knew that it was difficult to persuade the Nine Provinces Academy and the Xia clan to let Qin Yi go. However, Qin Shao didn't have any better ideas. He could only give it a try. In any case, he couldn't let Qin Yi die like this. Qin Shao looked at the dean of Dang Jiyo and began to say, I also know the specific situation. Before explaining it to you, I'll talk to my brother first. I'll ask something I'm not sure about, and then I'll talk about it. Dang Jiyo nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Qin Shao turned to look at Qin Yi. At this time, Qin Yi was still lowering his head in a very low mood. He looked ashamed of Qin Shao and didn't dare to look up at Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Yi like this, Qin Zhao's heart was very uncomfortable. But there is no way for such a thing to happen. He can only think about it in a good way. Maybe this is a good thing for Qin Yi. Such a big setback, such a big tribulation, will also become an indispensable experience in his life, a tempering. Qin Shao has always felt that Qin Yi is very lacking in these aspects. So even though he has lived for 50 or 60 million years, Qin Xiao feels that he still hasn't grown up. The whole person still looks a little immature. Qin Zhao's hand gently fell on Qin Yi's shoulder and asked, Qin, look up at me, and then tell me truthfully what's going on. No matter what, I will believe you, and I will not leave you alone. If you are wrong, I will face it with you. If you're used by others, I will give you justice. But no matter what, you have to face it bravely and solve it. Don't run away from it. Men should have a sense of responsibility, and courage. In a person's life, more or less, he will make some mistakes. This is not terrible. What is terrible is that you will be hit by your mistakes, or you can't recognize your mistakes. Setbacks can promote people to grow and improve. In the past, when you were in the Hongmeng universe, everyone spoiled you so that you didn't suffer any setbacks, and all the way was very smooth. But this is not a good thing for you. Now that you have left the Hongmeng universe, everything will enter a cruel mode. You must grow up, you must be familiar with it, adapt to this mode, and be really strong. Do you understand? Qin Yi looked at Qin Xiao with a trace of tears in his eyes, looked at his elder brother, who loved him the most. Over the years, he had been biting his teeth. No matter who asked him, he would not answer half a word. He had been holding on silently and strongly. But after hearing the words of his elder brother, the most vulnerable place in his heart was touched, making him have an urge to cry. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and said, Elder brother, I was used by others. I was too stupid, and too self-righteous. I believed in others indiscriminately, which led to such a result. I've really never thought of killing Xia Laming. Even though we've always been fighting, it's not to the point where we have to kill each other. I really didn't expect that thing to be so powerful and terrible that it could kill Xia Laming directly. My original intention was just to defeat Xia Laming and calm down some grievances between us. But I just broke through the fourth step of the celestial realm, and I am far from Xia Laming's opponent. That's why I listened to others' words and used some tricks. That's why I ended up like this. Qin Xiao had expected this situation. He had guessed that Qin Yi was used by others. Although Qin Yi was a little playful and impulsive, he was not so mature and steady. But Qin Yi's heart was still very kind, and it was absolutely impossible for him to kill people easily. What's more, he killed his fellow disciples. Qin Xiao would never believe that Qin Yi would do such a thing. Hearing Qin Yi's words, it was as expected. Qin Xiao continued to ask, Who instigated you to do this behind your back? Don't tell me you know someone here? To be able to give you a treasure that allowed you to kill Xia Laming. I believe that this person must be an ancient saint, right? Qin Yi, what the hell is going on? Qin Xiao didn't think that Qin Yi was a fool. It was impossible for him to believe others so easily. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, hesitated for a while, and said, I don't know who that person is. That person is very mysterious every time he appears. I have never seen his real face, and I feel that his aura is a little strange. I can't say it specifically. In fact, at first, I was very vigilant and didn't believe him, but speaking of this, Qin Yi hesitated again and bowed his head with a look of shame. He was struggling in his heart, very tangled, very embarrassed. Qin Xiao knew Qin Yi's mood at this time, and he could understand him, but things still have to be solved. Go on, Qin Xiao said in a low voice. In front of Qin Xiao, Qin Yi was more well-behaved and honest, and there was a sense of awe. After Qin Yi bit, he continued, But the mysterious man said a lot about you, big brother, your situation, including some things that are not well known. He said that he is your good friend and is very familiar with you. This time, he just came here and saw me, and he wanted to help me. I really didn't believe it. In fact, I always had some doubts in my heart, but it's just that I blame myself. I blame myself for being too self-righteous. I thought that the mysterious man couldn't do anything to me. Even if I believed in him, I wouldn't suffer any losses. Moreover, after listening to his words a few times, I feel like I'm trapped. It makes me feel like I can't stop even if I want to. I warned myself to be careful, but on the other hand, I said that it was no big deal. Anyway, I didn't lose anything, and there was nothing for him to do. So, I listened to him again and again. Later, the quarrel between Xia Leiming and I was very fierce, to the point of a public battle. In fact, I was very clear in my heart that Xia Leiming wanted to use this battle to defend his dignity, to defend his position as the first brother of 9 Provinces Academy, to defeat me in front of everyone, to let me know that he is the first person of 9 Provinces Academy. I have always been at a disadvantage in the confrontation with him. I'm not willing to accept it either. I'm very unwilling. Yes, I have no identity, no background, and I am a humble life that ascended from the universe. Many of my classmates would talk about me in private. Some of the things they said about me were very unpleasant. Xia Leiming is a member of the Xia family, and he was praised by everyone. Everyone respected him and chased after him. Everything was in his favor. When I fought with him, I was always the one at a disadvantage, and the one who was ridiculed in private was also me. I was unwilling. I was really unwilling. So, I believed the mysterious man's words. He gave me a treasure and told me to find an opportunity to use it. If I used it, I would definitely be able to turn the tide, turn the situation around, and defeat Xia Leiming. Actually, I also doubted the power of that thing and whether it would cause any problems. But when I thought about it, Xia Leiming was so strong, and he also had a life-saving trump card on him. Even if an ancient sage attacked, it would be very difficult to kill him in one blow. So, I comforted myself that no matter how powerful that thing was, it wouldn't be able to kill Xia Leiming in one blow. At most, it would injure him. I wanted to defeat him too much. First, I did want to settle the matter, and I didn't want to continue fighting with him. Second, I didn't want to win this battle. So, I chose to take a gamble. But I really didn't expect it to end like this. Chapter 28:13. At the end of his speech, Qin Yi also seemed very agitated. He was very regretful at this time, but things had already happened, and it had reached the point of no return. Brother, I really didn't want to do this. I really never thought it would become like this. I really know that I was wrong, and I regret it. Qin Yi was so agitated that he was about to cry. After listening to Qin Yi's words, Qin Xiao also understood the general situation of the whole thing. Behind this, who on earth was using Qin Yi? Using Qin Yi to kill Xia Leiming, such a method of using a borrowed knife to kill people. In the end, was it against the Xia family or against Qin Xiao? Of these two possibilities, Qin Xiao believed in the latter more. He believed that no one dared to go against the Xia family, right? But Qin Xiao was different. Qin Xiao, was just one person. Then who on earth was it? There weren't many people who would want to make things difficult for him. The first person that Qin Xiao thought of was Tianjiao. Tianjiao was definitely his mortal enemy, and definitely the person who had always wanted to kill him. As long as there was a chance, Tianjiao would definitely be ruthless to him, and there would be absolutely no ambiguity. Why was Qin Xiao the first person that came to mind was Tianjiao? Qin Xiao thought of the Xinhua clan and connected it with the Xinhua clan's matter. Qin Xiao increasingly felt that behind these two things, there should be a dark hand behind the manipulation. In fact, there were some suspects, such as the crown prince of the Pan Kingdom. It was also possible. However, Qin Xiao felt that the biggest possibility was still Tianjiao. Qin Xiao would definitely investigate this matter clearly. For the time being, it was difficult to make a complete conclusion. But overall, Qin Xiao had completely figured out the overall matter. Qin Yi was wrong in this matter, but must he die? Qin Xiao also did not agree. I know, I believe in you. It's okay. Just leave the rest to my brother. Qin Xiao comforted Qin Yi. Then, Qin Xiao looked at the dean of Dang Juyo and the ancient sage of Xia clan and said, Qin Yi's words, I believe the two seniors have also heard it. My brother is indeed being used by others. The real murderer of Xia Leiming is someone else. Senior Xia, please don't be angry. Let me finish my words first. Of course, no matter what the reason behind it is, this matter is indeed Qin Yi's fault. I've said it before. It's our fault. We'll admit it. It is the father's fault for not teaching the son. When the father isn't here, it's the brother's fault. As an elder brother, I failed to teach Qin Yi. This is my fault. I will bear this mistake with Qin Yi. So, do you want to die with Qin Yi? The ancient sage of the Xia clan sneered and looked at Qin Shao gloomily. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Of course not. Qin Yi is wrong, but I don't think death is the only solution. I think we can talk about other solutions." The ancient sage of the Xia clan snorted heavily and said, "Qin Shao, don't you just want to save Qin Yi's life? Isn't that the purpose of saying so much?" The dean of Dang Juyo also said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, we are very polite to you. I have always appreciated you as a genius. But today, please stop. Don't blindly protect Qin Yi. There are all kinds of reasons behind it. Qin Yi killed Xia Laming. This is a fact. We have to make an explanation. Furthermore, we are only planning to kill a clone of his. He will have to pay such a price. You are his brother, yes, but we can't let you bear this mistake. This matter must be borne by Qin Yi himself. You are a member of the Holy College and a disciple of Li Sheng. We will not easily treat you like this. However, you shouldn't blindly rely on your identity. Whatever you want to do, it's impossible to succeed. I'll tell you this in advance." Qin Shao nodded to the dean of Dang Juyo and said, "Well, I know, but what I want to say is that Qin Yi was used by others, and he was wrong. But are you willing to indulge the person behind it? The person behind the scenes is the true culprit. Qin Yi is wrong. How do you want to punish him? Make some demands. As long as you don't want to kill him, I will try my best to agree. I will bear this responsibility with him. And I also promise you that I will find out the person behind it, give you a satisfactory explanation, and give justice to Xia Laming." "Well, don't say so much." Xia Sheng waved his hand hard and pointed at Qin Shao angrily. "Even if you say something nice, it doesn't help. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yi was used or not. What matters is that he killed my son. He is the direct murderer. As for whether there is someone behind him, that's our Xia family's business. You don't have to worry about it. Qin Shao, this matter, after I kill Qin Yi, I will naturally check it. My son's life can't be buried so easily. No matter who it is, I will not let him go, and I will make him pay with his life. I don't care about others. Today, Qin Yi will die." The dean of Dang Juyo said coldly. Obviously, he also supported Xia Sheng. Such a situation is not good. Young Master Zhang Yang and the others were also gritting their teeth anxiously. It would not be an easy task for them to let Zhang Yang go. But if you think about it, it's actually understandable. After all, such a big thing happened. Qin Yi killed Xia Laming. This is a fact that no one can deny. With this premise, in fact, it's difficult to talk about other things. Therefore, such a situation was within his expectations. Xia Sheng and Nine Continents College will not be so easy to talk to. Qin Shao doesn't have such a big face that can make Xia Sheng and Nine Continents College afraid of him. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very helpless in his heart. He originally wanted to solve this problem in a more peaceful way, but now it seemed that it was impossible. If it doesn't work, then it seems that he has no choice but to fight. Helpless, helpless, really helpless. Forget it, brother, don't fight with them anymore. They won't be soft-hearted, and they won't let me go. My fault. I will bear it. I will not run away from anything. It's true that I killed him. No matter what the reason is, it's my fault. Since they insist on taking my life, then I'll give it to them. I can still afford to lose an avatar." Qin Yi said. He didn't want to embarrass his brother. He should bear the responsibility for his own mistakes. He wanted to stand up, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Qin Yi with a serious face and said seriously, "Everyone makes mistakes. As long as it's not your subjective mistake, I can understand you, forgive you, and stand by your side and face it with you. You're not like me. I have no one to rely on all the way, so I understand the hardships inside. Since you have me as your brother, then I have to take care of you. If I can't help you get through it when you're in danger and watch you die, then how can I be worthy of being your big brother? If you make a big mistake, then I won't let you go easily. But I don't blame you for your mistake this time. I'll let you bear some punishment, but if anyone wants to kill you, they have to ask me first. Your life is my brother's life. Unless Big Brother dies here today, I won't let you die. Listening to Qin Zhao's warm and domineering words, he was speechless for a while. His heart felt warm. In the past, he didn't feel how much his elder brother loved him. This time, he truly felt it. In his most dangerous time, his brother stood up without hesitation and dared to be the enemy of the world to save his life. Who can do this for him? Only his brother. Qin Yi's eyes were red, and his eyes were moist. He tried hard not to let the tears flow out. Xiao Gu also waved his fist and said to Qin Yi, "Don't worry, young master. I'm responsible for protecting you. With me, Xiao Gu, here today, there is absolutely no one who can harm a single hair on your head." Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengcheng also stood up. Although Wu Fengcheng has not yet broken through to the Saint Realm, he did not flinch. Baby Imo is also ready to fight. This made the already tense atmosphere even more tense and oppressive. Qin Xiao, it seems that you really want to be tough. Well, since you are so arrogant and ignorant, then come on. I'd like to see how capable you are, Qin Xiao, to dare to act recklessly here. The ancient sage of the Xia clan was completely angry. The dean of Dang Jiuyo's eyes also became cold. With a wave of his hand, many ancient sages were ready to attack and join forces to deal with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything, and he didn't back down at all. He looked at the Xia clan's ancient sage and Dang Jiuyo Academy's principal Dang Jiuyo and said, "Seniors, I, Qin Xiao, will also say one last thing. Why don't you listen to me first before you make your move? First, I really don't want to be an enemy of the Xia clan and Nine Continents College. I just want to try to solve it in the most peaceful way. I can pay the price, provided that I save Qin Yi's life. Second, it is a fact that Xia Laming died in the hands of Qin Yi. We all admit this, admit our mistakes, and are willing to face this matter. But Qin Yi was used by others, and there are others behind this. Third, the solution I gave is this. First of all, I will find out the person behind it, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Secondly, I will find a way to resurrect Xia Laming, which is also an apology and explanation to you. Finally, if you have any other requirements, we will try our best to do it. Fourth, I am still willing to ask the two seniors to give Qin Yi a chance to change and make up for it. To be honest, we don't want to see such a thing happen. My brother already knows that he is wrong, and he has been admitting his mistakes. He is also willing to make up for this matter and give you an explanation. He made a mistake, but does he have to die to give you an explanation? Whether it is the Xia clan or Nine Continent College, they are all famous sects, and they all promote the righteousness of the 3 kings and 5 emperors, and they're all forces of justice in the world. Don't tell me you really want to bite a young man and not let him go. Do you really want to kill him? If you do this, where's the justice in your heart? I have made such a promise, and I am willing to bear everything, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation. If so, you still want to kill Qin Yi, then I, Qin Xiao, will not say anything more. I have said what I should say. If you have any means, I, Qin Xiao, will accompany you to the end." Chapter 28:14. Qin Xiao has made up his mind and showed his greatest sincerity. Qin Xiao certainly has selfishness, but as a human being, how can he be completely selfless? Unless he is a Buddhist. But Qin Xiao doesn't like the Buddhist. Qin Xiao has always thought that friendship is the most precious thing for people. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally a little selfish when it came to friendship. Therefore, Qin Xiao can make the biggest concession and pay a great price for Qin Yi, but the premise is to save Qin Yi's life, which is Qin Zhao's bottom line. If Nine Continents College and the Xia family have to cross his bottom line, then Qin Xiao will definitely take Qin Yi away, even if he has to fight to the death today. Qin Xiao has already been ready for a war, and he is ready to make enemies with Nine Continents College and the Xia family for a long time. Of course, this is the worst result. But for this matter, I'm afraid it's likely to become worse, which is also something that can't be helped. Now, it's up to the dean of Jiuyo and the ancient sage of the Xia family. Mainly, it should still be up to the ancient sage of the Xia family, Xia Laming's father, who is the leader. The pain of losing his son is the greatest harm to him. The ancient sage of the Xia family said coldly and angrily, Qin Shao, it's easy for you to say that it's not easy to resurrect my son, and it's not a small price to pay. After being killed, after resurrection, the potential of cultivation is not as good as before, and it is even possible to cut off the road of cultivation. My son is also a peerless genius with a promising future. Cutting off the road of cultivation is equivalent to killing his life. How can such a matter be resolved with just a few words from you? What's the use of paying a great price? What's the use of it for me, for my son? Do you think I need you to resurrect my son? Can't the Xia family do it? So, I don't agree with what you said. Qin Yi's life, let's keep it. Qin Shao, that's enough. I've already tolerated you for a long time. If you continue to pester endlessly, then today's matter won't be resolved so easily. Maybe I won't let go of Qin Yi's clone. Hearing the Xia clan's ancient sage's words, Dang Juyo's expression darkened, but he didn't seem to have any objections. It seemed that the dean of Dang Juyo was also firmly on the side of the ancient saints of the Xia clan. He was determined to defend the supreme dignity of the Xia clan. If that was the case, then it seemed that there was no room for discussion today. This step, Qin Shao had long anticipated it. If that was the case, then he could only take the last path. There was no other way. Seniors, it seems that I, Qin Shao, have no choice but to offend you today. However, I can guarantee that everything that I, Qin Shao, said just now is my promise. No matter what you do, I'll do it. I'll give you an explanation. My Qin family has done something wrong. My Qin family can definitely shoulder it, dare to bear it, make up for it, and repay it. But if you want to kill Qin Yi, I'm sorry, no way. Qin Shao said with a resolute face. There was no room for retreat. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. Dean, I told you not to talk so much nonsense with this kid. This kid's purpose is very obvious. Well, since he insists on being an enemy of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family, then let's see how much ability this kid has, how hard his wings are. How dare he be so arrogant? Dean, I'll leave the others to you. Qin Shao, this kid, leave him to me. After the Xia clan's ancient sage said coldly, he started directly. The dean of Dang Juyo did not hesitate and said to the other saints, All saints listen to the order. Let's fight together. The war broke out. The onlookers of the Nine Continents Academy also retreated far away and watched the war. Since it doesn't make sense, let's fight. Prince Zhongyang gritted his teeth and became a little fierce. Qin Shao said to everyone, Everyone follow me. Let's get out of here. After that, Qin Shao waved his hand and used the ancient token. He had been ready to use the ancient token for a long time. If they were to really fight, Qin Shao might not necessarily be afraid of the power in front of him, and he might not necessarily be defeated. But obviously, this battle can't be fought. If they fight, they will definitely lose. Even if it was really difficult for the dean of Dang Juyo to take down all of Qin Shao and the others, if the war really came to this point, then the Nine Continents Academy will definitely use all its resources to defend its dignity. Qin Shao absolutely believed that the forces he saw were definitely not all of the Nine Continents Academy's forces. It should only be a small part of them. Moreover, this place was very close to the Xia clan's territory. If it really came to that point, the Xia clan would not sit idly by and let Qin Shao and the others provoke the Xia clan's supreme dignity. Once that happened, the Xia family would most likely send someone over as well. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Qin Shao to win. After all, Qin Shao was going to face, or rather, provoke the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia clan this time. The Nine Continents Academy represented the Xia clan's dignity. Under such circumstances, the Xia clan would naturally not let Qin Shao leave peacefully. If they fought, they would definitely lose. There was no need to even think about it. Therefore, the best solution was to leave without making a move. Qin Shao had already thought about all of this, which was why he dared to take this step. Of course, Qin Shao really did not have a better way, So this was the only way. If he escaped like this, at least the Xia clan's dignity would not be damaged. Therefore, by taking this step, Qin Shao would only have to face Xia Laming's father and the people of the Nine Continents Academy. In this way, the pressure would obviously be reduced by a lot. Senior Xia clan, I apologize for offending you. Again, Qin Shao, will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Today, I will take them away first. See you again. After Qin Shao used the ancient token, a powerful force directly took them away. Before leaving, Qin Shao left behind a sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The Xia clan's ancient sage and Dean Dang Jiuyo also reacted. The two of them tried their best to stop something, but it was already too late. The two of them had already fought with their powerful forces, but Qin Shao and the others had already disappeared. They had already left here. Looking at the empty immortal pillars, the Xia clan's ancient sage roared. He was angry. He hated. He was crazy. Qin Shao, I and you are irreconcilable, and we will fight to the death. Well, you dare to take Qini away. I will make you pay the price you deserve. I will. The Xia clan's ancient sage roared again, and he was extremely angry. The Dean Dang Jiuyo's face was gloomy and cold. He shook his head and didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't make this decision on behalf of Xia Laming's father. So, everything could only be like this. Qin Shao took Qin Yi away safely in front of all the people. Such a move really shocked everyone. The students of Nine Continents College and even the existence of the ancient sage realm were all dumbfounded. What is this operation? This Qin Shao is too arrogant, isn't he? He dared to take Qin Yi away in Nine Continents College, in front of the dean, and in front of Xia Laming's father. Isn't this too invincible? As expected of Qin Shao, he was even more powerful than the rumors said. He is worthy of being called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. He is really extraordinary. They are all geniuses, but after seeing Qin Shao, the geniuses of Nine Continents College realize that there is still a big gap between geniuses. Compared with Qin Shao, they're not geniuses at all. How can they be regarded as geniuses? Southern Wasteland, the extreme north somewhere. The void suddenly fluctuated, and several figures flew out directly from the void. It was Qin Shao and the others. After coming out, Qin Shao quickly looked around to confirm where they were. We are in the Southern Wasteland. After confirming that they were in the Southern Wasteland, Qin Shao was relieved. They were already far away from Nine Continents College, far away from Xia territory, so they were safe. Although this was a temporary safety, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, brother Qin Shao, you have the means. What the F***CK? Both of us are under the same master, but it seems like your treatment is much better than mine. Young Master Zhang Yang grinned and looked at Qin Shao with a face full of admiration and envy. Zhang Yang obviously did not expect that Qin Shao would have such a powerful means. In an instant, he went from Nine Continent College to the Southern Wasteland, directly got rid of the ancient sages of Xia clan, and was safe. This means is against the heavens. It's too cool. Using such a method to escape with his life was simply unstoppable. Even an existence like the Nine Nether Dean would not be able to stop it. Qin Shao joked, Zhang Yang, be careful that your master hears what you said. That kind of power is not something we can imagine. How dare you say bad things about your master? I think you are itching for a beating. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Yang was stunned and immediately reacted. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, Ahem, I was just joking. It was a pure joke. Don't take it seriously. In fact, my master is very good to me. He cares about me very much. In fact, I don't envy you at all, Qin Shao. Really, my master is much better to me than your master is to you. Really? Seeing Prince Zhang Yang's expression, Qin Shao could not help but smile. He had a strong desire to survive. Wu Fengcheng was quite nervous. After all, he was just a fourth-step heavenly venerable. He had not become a sage yet. If a fight really broke out, it would not be a good thing for him. He did not have the strength to help Qin Xiao at all. He might even drag her down. But fortunately, the battle did not really start. At this moment, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves also slowly relaxed. Chang Minghua finally stopped crying and smiled. Qin, he still looked guilty and sad. This matter was a great blow to him. He did not know how to face it. Although he was safe for the time being, he knew that this matter was not over, far from over. Moreover, in order to save him, his elder brother also paid a great price and caused a lot of trouble. All this was because of him, all because of him. He really felt that it was better to use his own death to solve all this. But his elder brother still saved him. Qin Yi. Qin Zhao's hand suddenly fell on Qin Yi's shoulder. Qin Yi slowly raised his head and looked at Qin Xiao with tears in his eyes. Chapter 28:15. Big Brother. Qin Yi's voice was choked, and he shouted hoarsely. Well, it's all right. It's all over. Let go completely. Men, you have to know how to let go and learn to face up to your mistakes in order to grow up. It's nothing to hurt. It's all over. The key is what you have to learn from this pain. As long as you don't make an unforgivable mistake, I will accompany you to face it, bear all the consequences, and protect you. No matter when, I will always be your strongest support. Qin Xiao patted Qin Yi on the shoulder and said with a serious face. Qin nodded hard and said, Big brother, I know. I will listen to you. I will change my ways. I will not make such a mistake again. I will not add trouble to Big Brother. In the past, I was a little too playful, a little too willful, a little too casual, and a little too easily provoked. After experiencing this incident, I understand that if I don't grasp it well, it's easy to suffer a big loss. All this time, I've been reflecting on myself deeply. I've been wondering why such a thing happened. Although I was used by others, in the end, I can only blame myself for all of this. But I will grow up, I will mature, and I will not be easily used in the future. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's not that I easily trust others. It's my own inner thoughts that always want to win. It was some thoughts that clouded my heart, causing me to go down the wrong path, resulting in this outcome. All this, I shouldn't blame others. It's all my own fault. I have a lot of problems in all aspects. Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Xiao nodded with relief and said, Well, you can understand this. Then I am relieved, and I am very pleased that you can understand it so quickly. In fact, it's nothing. It's inevitable to make some mistakes in life. There's no one who will never make a mistake in their entire life. But Big Brother, you didn't do anything wrong. Qin Yi shook his head and said. Qin Xiao was slightly stunned. Didn't he do anything wrong? Was there really nothing? After being stunned for a while, Qin Xiao shook her head and chuckled. That's just what you think. There's no right or wrong in this world. Perhaps I feel that I did not do anything wrong. However, in the eyes of others, that might not necessarily be the case. I don't think I did anything wrong, but that's only because I don't think I did anything wrong. But obviously, many people will think that I did something wrong. That's why there's no absolute right or wrong. There's no standard or definition. What we need to do is to have a clear conscience. A clear conscience. As for what others think, that's their business. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully, still thinking about Qin Zhao's words. Well, if you want to say that it has a lot of depth, then it does have some depth. But if he understood it, it would seem that it was nothing more than that. It was not that complicated. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, All right. I say, you two brothers shouldn't be stirring up emotions here. You two should go back and slowly discuss this matter. Zhang Yang smiled and said, All right. There are still a lot of people here. Now that it's safe, it's over. As for the trouble behind, let's talk about it later. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. It's not a big deal. Qin Yi's matter is temporarily solved. Now that we have come to the southern wilderness, let's go to Fujin Ridge first. Qin Xiao nodded. This time, he came back in a hurry for Qin Yi and Princess Xiaoyu's affairs. Qin Yi's matter was temporarily solved, so I had to go to see Princess Xiaoyu. There are also Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. Qin Shao will not let them die in vain. Qin Shao must get an explanation for this matter. A group of people rushed to Fujin Ridge at full speed and soon arrived at Fujin Ridge. After arriving at Fujin Ridge, they went straight to the Xinhua clan's land. Once again, they set foot on the Xinhua clan's land. Different from the past, this time the Xinhua clan's land was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. The Xinhua clan had been exterminated. Now, except for Princess Xiaoyu, there was no other life. Therefore, the entire Xinhua clan's land naturally became an uninhabited area. It was naturally very quiet and tranquil. Stepping on the land of the Xinhua clan, Qin Zhao's heart was very touched. This was his first stop in the immortal domain. It was the beginning of his road to the immortal domain. Things have changed with the passage of time. He hadn't set foot on this land for a long time. But this time, he came with a sorrowful mood. After all these years of development, the Xinhua clan's ancestral land had become much grander and more majestic. It was starting to look like a huge clan. In the clan land, there were also many magnificent buildings. However, at that moment, the clan's land had turned into ruins. Dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. At the back of the mountain, Princess Xiaoyu had built a huge tomb. At this time, Princess Xiaoyu was sitting in the tomb, accompanied by Yuan Yuan, Mingyu, and Princess Ruexine. Princess Xiaoyu, who was supposed to be radiant like a blooming peach blossom, was now a little dull. She had lost her charm. She didn't even take care of her clothes and hair, looking a little messy. She sat on the ground, casually, not caring about the dust on her body. Moreover, there was no expression on her face. It was a little pale, and her expression was dull and dull. Looking at her like this, it really made people feel sorry for her. Looking at the tomb, the ones that attracted Qin Zhao's attention the most were Xiao Dao and the Xinhua clan members. They were all names that Qin Zhao was familiar with. Seeing their names, Qin Zhao's mind immediately flashed with images of them. Qin Zhao still remembered that the first person he saw when he woke up in the immortal realm was Xiao Dao, that sunny and kind young man. He also remembered the Xinhua clan leader, that peaceful old man who was like an elder to him. He also remembered many people in the Xinhua clan. They didn't exclude him. Instead, they warmly accepted him, allowing him to stay in the clan and start his journey to the immortal realm. Qin Zhao also always felt that the Xinhua clan was a relatively important place in his life. It was an experience, a good place. Maybe the Xinhua clan didn't give him any help in his success, but there was still some credit there. At least, that was what Qin Zhao thought. At this time, seeing the people of the Xinhua clan all turned into tombs, it was a very, very uncomfortable feeling. Brother Qin Zhao, when Yuan Yuan saw Qin Zhao, she suddenly became a little excited and quickly ran over. Ming Yuexin and Princess Ruexin also looked at Qin Zhao, but their reaction was naturally not as big as Yuan Yuan's. Yuan Yuan was like a child. There was no way to hide her excitement and happiness at any time. Qin Zhao made a shushing gesture to Yuan Yuan, indicating that she shouldn't be so excited and loud. Yuan Yuan also reacted and immediately quieted down. She looked back at Princess Xiaoyu and made an embarrassed expression to Qin Zhao, indicating that she didn't mean it. Qin Zhao walked over. If it was in the past, as long as Qin Zhao came, Princess Xiaoyu would definitely look over immediately. But this time, Princess Xiaoyu didn't even pay attention to Qin Zhao's arrival. She still sat there, motionless. Brother Qin Zhao, you're finally back. Hee, I knew that Brother Qin Zhao was the best. As soon as you came back, you saved Qini. That's great. You're more experienced than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang and the others have been gone for so long, but they can't solve it. They still have to wait for Brother Qin Zhao to come back. I knew that as long as Brother Qin Zhao comes back, you can solve it. Yuan Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yuan Yuan say so in front of him, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly expressed his unhappiness. He was very unhappy. Prince Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Yuan Yuan and said angrily, Yes, 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 your brother Qin Zhao is the best in the world. No one can compare with him. I'm useless. I can't solve it for so long. I admit it. You don't have to say it. Don't you know how to give your brother some face? It's true. Your brother is so good to you. You're an ungrateful person. I don't compare with Qin Xiao in ability. I can't compare with Qin Xiao in other aspects, but I'm more handsome than him. No way. You can't compare with Brother Qin Xiao in terms of handsomeness. I think Brother Qin Xiao is the most handsome man I've ever seen. Yuan Yuan said again. Prince Zhang Yang was completely speechless. He felt like he had been hit by 100 points of damage. How could you be so hurtful? If Yuan Yuan hadn't said that, Prince Zhang Yang wouldn't have let it go. Prince Zhang Yang was used to being criticized by Yuan Yuan, so it wasn't surprising. Being praised by Yuan Yuan like that. Qin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Qin Xiao, you've actually broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Isn't that too heaven-defying? Princess Ru Xian suddenly looked at Qin Xiao in surprise and exclaimed. Princess Ru Xian was the same as Meng Dali in Wufeng City. The three of them hadn't broken through to the ancient saint realm yet. They were still working hard to open up their ancient paths. They had been working hard to become saints, but they hadn't succeeded yet. They hadn't even walked down their ancient paths. They still needed to work hard. Ming Yuexin, Princess Xiaoyu, and Yuan Yuan had all broken through to the ancient saint realm, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao had already become a second-step ancient saint realm. Such a monstrous speed really surprised Princess Ru Xian and the others. Yuan Yuan was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She said happily, of course. My brother Qin Xiao is just so heaven-defying. Isn't it just the second step, ancient saint realm? I think in another 20 million years, no, 10 million years, Brother Qin Xiao will be able to become a third step, ancient saint realm. Qin Xiao was really speechless. He shook his head and said, Don't flatter me. If I can break through to the third step, ancient saint realm in 10 million years, I'll really be proud. All right, let's not talk about this for now. With that, Qin Xiao walked over to Princess Xiaoyu. Everyone consciously stepped back, leaving the space to Qin Xiao. Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw baby Mo. She immediately ran over and played with baby Mo. What surprised Yuan Yuan the most was that baby Mo had broken through again in just a few million years. He was now a third-step ancient saint realm existence. Qin Xiao came to Princess Xiaoyu and sat down. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu's pale and haggard face, her tear-stained face, and her face was filled with pain. It was heart-wrenching. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 28:16. In front of women, Qin Xiao had always been a man of few words. He was shy and could not say anything. Seeing Countess Xiaoyu like this, Qin Xiao really wanted to comfort her, but he did not know how to say these words. After watching for a while, Countess Xiaoyu looked at Qin Xiao with some emotion in her eyes. However, this time, Princess Xiaoyu did not look at Qin Xiao with the same expression as before. Instead, she looked at Qin Xiao with a joyful expression. At this time, perhaps nothing was important to Countess Xiaoyu. Everything in the world was not important to her. That was the feeling of being completely disheartened. Seeing Qin Xiao, Countess Xiaoyu's sad past seemed to be brought up again. Her eyes quickly became moist. A woman's tears were definitely the most lethal weapon to men. Perhaps not many men could withstand the attack of a woman's tears. Qin Xiao wanted to comfort her, but when he saw Countess Xiaoyu's moist eyes, Qin Xiao did not know what to say for a while. The two of them looked at each other like this. For a moment, the air seemed to be frozen. Suddenly, Countess Xiaoyu hugged Qin Xiao tightly. She hugged Qin Xiao tightly. This was not the first time that Qin Xiao was hugged by Countess Xiaoyu. It should be the second time. But this time, the situation was different. This time, the hug was more like the hug between family members. Countess Xiaoyu's mood was very broken at this time. All her family members were dead, and she was the only one left. Now she had no one to rely on. She had no home and no family members. Therefore, she needed a hug to snuggle up to, and Qin Xiao was this hug that she could snuggle up to. Alas, Qin Shao had thousands of words in his heart. At this time, all he could say was a sigh. Perhaps there was no need to say anything more. Everything was in silence. Everything was in the warmth of this hug. Everything was in this snuggle. Everything will pass. I will definitely find out the truth of this matter. No matter who is behind this, I will definitely find out and make him pay with his blood. I don't care who it is. As long as I find out who it is, I will definitely kill him. Qin Shao said. This sentence was not only for himself, but also for Countess Xiaoyu. Countess Xiaoyu hugged Qin Shao more tightly. Neither of them had any evil thoughts. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yangchild and Wu Fengcheng had a look of envy on their faces, especially young noble Zhang Yang. He clicked his tongue and jokingly said, Qin Shao is still the luckiest. Not only does someone treat him as the #1 brother in the world, Princess Xiaoyu also takes the initiative to throw herself at him. Qin Shao. You really can't compare. Mingyu Xin joked. What do you think? Are you envious? That's right. You can't help it. You are not as charming as Qin Shao, nor are you as popular with women as Qin Shao. So, you can only be envious. Yes, that's right. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, I can only be envious. Since Mingyu Xin said so, how can I not admit it? Well, Mingyu Xin, I really want to interview you. Why do you women like Qin Shao so much? Why do you all chase after him? In terms of talent and potential, I am not worse than Qin Shao, right? He is the follower of Li Sheng, and I am also the pro-disciple of Emperor Xinyuan. In terms of handsomeness, I am not worse than Qin Shao, right? And I am a man of grace, gentlemanly, and eloquent. In these aspects, I am only better than Qin Shao, not worse than Qin Shao. So, in general, I should have more advantages than Qin Shao. Mingyu Xin smiled, thought for a while, and said, Well, there is no solution to this. Maybe, it's just that your luck is not very good. Prince Zhang could only be speechless. Was it really bad luck? Forget it. I better not compete with Qin Shao for the limelight. My brother is not just anyone. On the other side, Baby Mo and Yuan were having a lot of fun. The two of them were indeed somewhat similar in character. So, they were very similar in personality. Naturally, it was easy for them to play together. Mingyu Xin, Ru Xin, and Princess Xiaoyu were more like elder sisters to Yuan. As for Baby Mo, he was a real playmate to Yuan, a playmate she could play with. After a long time, Princess Xiaoyu still didn't seem to want to let go of Qin Shao. Although this was a hug without any distracting thoughts, Qin Shao did feel a little awkward after a long time. Ahem. Excuse me for a moment. Have you guys hugged enough? If so, can we get down to business? In the end, Prince Zhang couldn't help reminding them. Hearing Prince Zhang words, Princess Xiaoyu slowly let go of Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood up and glanced at Prince Zhang. Prince Zhang gave Qin Shao 2 thumbs up, which made Qin Shao feel very awkward. He didn't want to be like this. Princess Xiaoyu also stood up slowly. She looked at everyone and said, Thank you, everyone. What are you thanking me for? We're on the same side. Your business is my business. If you're sad, we're all sad. So, Princess Xiaoyu, you have to pull yourself together. Even if the sky falls down, you have to know that we'll support it with you. No matter how big the problem is, we can solve it together. Prince Zhang waved his hand and said seriously. After being serious, he immediately went back to being frivolous. He joked, speaking of which, Qin Shao is really charming. As soon as he came back, the situation really changed. He immediately made Princess Xiaoyu feel much better. If I had known this earlier, I think we should have avoided him. Princess Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at young Master Zhang. Seeing Princess Xiaoyu rolling her eyes at him, young Master Zhang became happy. This meant that Princess Xiaoyu's mood had returned. This was a good thing. This was much better than the pale and numb expression from before. Her mood had returned. This at least meant that Princess Xiaoyu had gotten through this and recovered a little. It had to be said that the previous Princess Xiaoyu was indeed a little scary. A moment of silence was better than a dead heart. If a person's heart was dead, that was the most terrible thing. Princess Xiaoyu's previous state was a little bit like her heart was dead. Qin Shao said, Princess Xiaoyu's business is our business. We must work together to solve this matter. No matter who's behind this, we must find him and make him pay with his blood. We must avenge Princess Xiaoyu. The Exionhua clan is one of the benefactors of Qin Zhao's trip to the immortal realm. I owe them a lot. And my two brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, they also died tragically. I will definitely avenge them. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, This is needless to say. Of course, it's our business. Zhongyang, will take care of this matter. No matter who it is, we must find him and kill him to avenge our blood. This matter is directed at us. We must fight with them to the end. If you don't accept it, just do it. Wufeng City also fully supported their statement. Not to mention Mingyu and Xin. Everyone's statement made Princess Xiaoyu feel very warm and grateful. At this time, she indeed needed help the most. She needed strength to support her the most. For a time, she even had the heart to die. Qin Shao said again, I think this matter and Qin Yi's matter should belong to the same person. And the ultimate goal should be me. So this time, I may have harmed Princess Xiaoyu, the Exino clan, and Fatty Kai. In fact, everyone had analyzed this matter and had some guesses. Indeed, the biggest possibility was that these two things were directed at Qin Shao, not at the Exionhua clan or Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu didn't provoke any enemies, so no one would do such a thing to avenge her. If it was the Exionhua clan, it was even more impossible. So, if you think about this problem from these 2 points, you can't figure it out at all. There was no possibility at all. But if this matter was linked to Qin Shao, then it would be easy to solve, and they would be able to figure out what was going on. But such a thing, naturally, no one would take the initiative to say it. Now that Qin Shao took the initiative to mention it, everyone looked at Qin Shao and was silent for a while. Princess Xiaoyu bit her lips hard and didn't speak for a while. Qin Shao looked at Princess Xiaoyu and said, I'm sorry, I harmed the Exionhua clan. They all died because of me. So, I have to take responsibility for this matter. Princess Xiaoyu looked at Qin Shao, and after biting her lips, she said, It's not your fault. It's really not your fault. Even if the clan master and the others were still here, they definitely wouldn't blame you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame their bad luck. It has always been the Exionhua clan's honor to have such a fate with you. It is something that everyone in the Exionhua clan loves to talk about and is proud of. Your prestige in the Exionhua clan is no less than mine. Everyone in the Exionhua clan worships you as their idol. I have never blamed you, and things may not necessarily be like this. Even if it is really like this, I can't blame you. So don't blame me. Although objectively speaking, Qin Shao couldn't be blamed. But objectively speaking, Qin Shao still blamed himself. Others didn't blame him, but he did. There was no doubt that it was him who harmed the Exionhua clan. Zhang Yang pursed his lips hard, patted Qin Shao, and said, Brother, if you really want to blame someone, you really can't be blamed. But in terms of the matter, it is most likely that it is because of you that the tragedy of the Exionhua clan being exterminated. But since it has already happened, let's get down to business. What we need to do now is to find out the murderer behind the scenes and avenge the people of the Exionhua clan. We also need to give justice to Qin Yi and give a satisfactory explanation to the 9 Provinces Academy and the people of the Xia clan. Let's not talk about other things. Just try our best to do this business well. Later, we can slowly make up for this matter. Qin Shao nodded. This was the only way now. This matter, he must do well, he must figure it out, and he must find out the murderer. Princess Xiaoyu, do you have any clues to tell me? Qin Shao asked. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head, indicating that she had no clues to tell him. Qin Shao then looked at the others, and they all shook their heads one after another. Chapter 28:17. It seemed that no one had any clues. Generally speaking, the other party was very cautious in their actions. It seemed that they did not want to expose themselves too early. Qin Xiao asked again, "Then let's talk about our own opinions. For the time being, the clues are very limited. But to be able to do such a thing, there must be a reason. There must be a reason." Everyone had their own considerations about this matter and thought about it. Now that they wanted to investigate this matter, they had to say whatever was on their minds. After a comprehensive analysis, I also agree that the two incidents were done by the same person. The biggest possibility is that the person came for Qin Xiao, and the biggest suspect is naturally the prodigy. These years, I've also been investigating Tian Jiao's news. Tian Jiao's whereabouts are unknown, and he has never shown up again. I have asked around, but I still don't know where Tian Jiao went. I don't think there is such a coincidence, so I think Tian Jiao is most likely. Prince Zhangyang was the first to speak. Wu Feng Cheng nodded in agreement. He agreed with Zhang Yang's words. Ming Yuexin also nodded and said, "I also think Tian Jiao is very likely. He is very familiar with this place and can do it without leaving any clues." Qin Xiao looked at Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu did not speak for a while. She also had some guesses and suspected that it was Tian Jiao who did it. But in fact, there was no grudge between her and Tian Jiao. At most, there was some discord between her and Tian Jiao because of Qin Xiao. But because of this, would Tian Jiao destroy the Xinhua clan? Therefore, in Princess Xiaoyu's heart, she was not willing to believe that it was Tian Jiao who did it. After reading everyone's opinion, Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "It seems that everyone's thoughts are basically the same. At present, we are all guessing that Tian Jiao did it, because this is the most reasonable explanation. But we can't completely rule out other possibilities. But for the time being, let's recognize Tian Jiao. Whether or not it was done by a prodigy, let's find him first. Then, we'll know at a glance." Everyone nodded in agreement. When Misty Emergency really wanted to find the prodigy first, many things could be verified. It was not difficult to verify if it was done by a prodigy. Firstly, he wanted to see if the prodigy had the Bloodbath Alliance's methods. If he did, then it was definitely his doing. Whether it was the Xinhua clan or Qin Yi, they were all related to the Bloodbath Alliance. Secondly, Qin Yi has seen the person who used him. He only needs to find the genius, and then let Qin Yi come over to identify him, and he will know whether it is him or not. These were the things that needed to be done right now. Now that the plan was set, Qin Xiao said, "Baby Mo and I will go back in time to check the situation and see if we can revive Xiao Dao and the others." Although Zhang Yang and the others had tried before, and it was useless, Qin Xiao was a second-step ancient saint after all, and Baby Mo was a third-step ancient saint. If they tried, maybe the situation would be different. As soon as Qin Xiao called, Baby Mo immediately ran over. Everyone liked this cute Baby Mo very much. "Sister Xiaoyu, I think, why don't you leave us for a while?" Qin Xiao said to Princess Xiaoyu again. After all, if they went back in time, they would definitely see the tragic scene of the Xinhua clan being killed one by one. To be honest, Qin Xiao did not want to see such a tragic scene, but in order to check the situation, Qin Xiao had no choice but to face it. And he also wanted to try and see if he could revive Xiao Dao and the others. It was obviously impossible to revive the entire Xinhua clan. Even if there were no other factors, it was impossible to revive so many people at once. Reviving people was an act that defied the heavens and ran counter to the heavenly Tao. Doing such a thing would go against the heavenly Tao. If he did it too much, he would be punished by the heavenly Tao. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "No need. I've already seen it. What's the harm in seeing it again?" Since Princess Xiaoyu said so, Qin Xiao did not say anything more. He and Baby Mo went into action together. Time quickly went back in time, and soon, the scene of a massacre appeared. It was a group of black-clothed people wearing black masks slaughtering the Xinhua clan's people. These people were very strong, and their auras were very eerie. Their methods were also very bloody, and their weapons were all stained with a strange and terrifying power. It was precisely this power that rendered the Xianhua clan's people incapable of reacting to it, as they would die if they were touched it. The Xianhua clan's people were slaughtered by the group of black-clothed people in an extremely short period of time. The scene was extremely tragic, and it was enough to make people angry. After the group of black-clothed people killed, they all self-destructed, leaving no trace behind. They wiped themselves clean, and even the source could not be traced. All the clues were cut off in an instant, and there was no way to continue the investigation. Such a situation really made Qin Xiao frown deeply. It was no wonder that Zhang Yang and the others could not find any clues. It turned out that this was really the case. There was no way to continue the investigation. Since there was no way to continue the investigation, it was better to proceed according to the original plan. As long as they could find the genius, many things would become clear. The biggest possibility was that the genius was the genius. Since they could not trace the source, they would go straight to the source. Soon, Qin Xiao saw Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's true body had been in the Xianhua clan's land all this time. Baby Mo, help me revive Xiao Dao, Qin Xiao said to Baby Mo. Baby Mo nodded and did his best to cooperate with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao exerted all his strength, trying to bring Xiao Dao out of the river of time and revive her. However, Qin Xiao immediately felt a strange power tugging at Xiao Dao, preventing Qin Xiao from bringing Miss out of the river of time. That power was too powerful and terrifying, making it impossible for Qin Xiao to bring Xiao Dao out. Baby Mo also did his best to support Qin Xiao, but it was useless. No matter how hard Qin Xiao tried, he could not move Xiao Dao. When Mr. Zhang Yang and the others saw this, they also came forward to help Qin Xiao. However, the final result was still inferior to human electricity. They still did not succeed. They still could not pull Little Knife out of the long river of time. After trying for a while, Qin Xiao finally had to give up. It's so strong, so strong. Even with our combined strength, we still can't do it. With our combined strength, we should be able to deal with an ancient saint of the fourth step. Under such circumstances, we still can't revive Xiao Dao. It seems that the power that killed Xiao Dao and the others is simply too strong. Not only is it strong, but it's also very strange. Qin Xiao also shook his head helplessly. He also had some doubts in his heart. What kind of terrifying power was this? He was sure that the genius was far from having such a strong power. Absolutely not. This strange power was more like the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. Only the Bloodbath Alliance could have such a strange and powerful means. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "It's useless, Qin Xiao. We have tried before. There is no way to revive them at all. They died under a strange and powerful force, and this force is too strange. Let alone a fourth-step ancient saint. I'm afraid that even a world god would not be able to revive Xiao Dao and the others. I don't know what kind of power this is. It's too strange and terrifying. It's as if it's not a power of our world. It makes us very helpless. According to the information I found, only the Bloodbath Alliance has such a power. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance should be behind this matter. If this matter is related to the genius, then the genius has probably secretly joined the Bloodbath Alliance. I really don't know what he is thinking. He is a genius of the Holy Academy and the first person to become a saint in the Holy Academy. He can be regarded as a key disciple of the Holy Academy. He doesn't know how to cherish such good treatment? Why must he be blinded by hatred? Why must he embark on a path of no return? Why must he ruin such a good future in his own hands? Wu Fengchang said, "There's always a reason why people turn bad. Only he knows what the reason is. It's not our place to judge him. It's just a guess for the time being. Although I don't like the genius, I really don't understand. How could he join the Bloodbath Alliance? Let's not talk about this first. Let's catch him first. I don't believe that he can hide anywhere." Qin Xiao nodded. It was useless to say more now. Right now, everything was just a guess. Everything had to be determined after catching the genius. For this matter, let's act separately. Don't pile up all of us here. I still have to find Palace Master Fu Shi and go to the Kai family. Let's act separately. If there is anything, we can contact each other at any time. But there's one thing. Everyone should pay more attention to safety. Try not to act alone. Qin Shao said to everyone. However, there was no need to be so bold. After all, everyone was a student of the Holy Academy. He believed that no one would have the guts to attack the students of the Holy Academy. Even the Bloodbath Alliance wouldn't dare to do so blatantly. Of course, it was always better to be careful. After giving instructions, Qin Shao went to Fu Shi Immortal Palace. In the forbidden area of Fu Shi Immortal Palace, Palace Master Fu Shi had already prepared a table of sumptuous food and wine. He just sat there and waited. Palace Master Fu Shi's expression was solemn. He didn't have the usual elegance. He sat there for an unknown amount of time before his eyes suddenly moved and he looked at the door. A figure walked over. When Palace Master Fu Zong saw who it was, he wasn't surprised at all. It was as though he had expected it. Qin Shao, you're here. Qin Shao walked over. Seeing that Palace Master Fu Shi was prepared, he was relieved to see the sumptuous food and wine on the table. Palace Master Fu Shui probably already knew that he had come to Fu Shui mountain range. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite Palace Master Fu Shi. Meeting again, it felt a little strange. Back then, Qin Shao was just a small disciple in Fu Shi Immortal Palace. He didn't even have the chance to meet Palace Master Fu Shi. But now, he could sit at the same table as Palace Master Fu Shui and drink with him. Palace Master Fu Shi, I trust you have been well since we last met. Qin Shao said politely. Palace Master Fu Shi was slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's politeness. He had already sensed the aura of a second-step ancient saint from Qin Shao, and he was shocked beyond words. In just a short time, Qin Shao had grown to a level that he could only look up to. His lifelong pursuit was incomparably easy and realistic for Qin Shao. Chapter 28:18. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was indeed beyond his imagination. Originally, there was a great opportunity in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't grasp it well. He chose the Heaven's Pride, but also missed out on Qin Shao. However, this matter was indeed something that couldn't be helped. Even if he was given another chance, based on the situation at that time, he would still be more inclined to the Heaven's Pride. What was missed. It was useless to sigh. Everything couldn't go back. Palace Master Fu Shi poured wine for Qin Shao, but the atmosphere was still a little strange. Although there was a table full of sumptuous food and wine, Qin Shao was not in the mood to eat. Qin Shao drank a cup of wine. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't good, Fu Shi didn't continue to pour wine, but looked at Qin Shao with a serious face and said, I'm very sorry about this matter. No matter what, it's something that happened in my Fujin mountain range, and even something that happened in my Linfu city. I know nothing about it, even though it happened right under my nose. I also deeply regret the death of Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. If you, Qin Shao, want to blame me, then I will accept it. Palace Master Fu Shi put on an apologetic look, but Qin Shao was taken aback. He came to find Palace Master Fu Shi, but he didn't have the slightest intention of denouncing him. Palace Master Fu Shi had prepared a table full of sumptuous wine and was waiting for him here, but he apologized to him like this. Qin Shao was really surprised. This made Qin Shao a little embarrassed. Qin Shao said, Palace Master Fu Shi, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't mean to blame you, and I didn't come to find you today to cause any trouble. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Palace Master Fu Shi couldn't help but be taken aback. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise. Didn't come to find trouble with him? After such a thing happened, Qin Shao didn't blame him? Qin Shao continued, I've also investigated this matter, and I know that Palace Master Fu Zong happened to be busy at the time and was not in Fushan Mountain Range. For something like this to happen, it could only be said that the other party had planned it meticulously. Therefore, I can't blame you, Palace Master Fu Shi. Although they were indeed killed in your territory, and this time The entire Exenhua clan and Fatty Kai were involved in this matter. The death of millions of people is enough to shake the entire South Baron. I also believe that you have nothing to do with this matter, Palace Master Fu Shi. You wouldn't protect the culprit, nor would you personally participate in this matter. Palace Master Fu Shi's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Qin Xiao. She was truly touched. After a while, Fu Shi said, Qin Xiao, thank you for trusting me, and thank you for not blaming me. I really don't know anything about this matter. If I had known, I would not have allowed such a thing to happen in my Fu Wei mountain range. To me, this is also a humiliation. Furthermore, 2 of my Fu Wei Immortal Palace's core disciples were killed. Isn't this also a humiliation to the Fu Wei Immortal Palace? Palace Master Fu Shi was actually still a little worried that Qin Xiao would use this opportunity to denounce him for what happened back then. He would fly into a rage and attack him. Fuda Immortal Palace Master naturally knew that Qin Xiao's current strength was far beyond his Fuda Immortal Palace. If Qin Xiao really wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult for him, then he could only silently endure it. But to his surprise, Qin Xiao did not do so. Qin Xiao's breadth of mind was indeed very, very broad. In this aspect, Fu Shi was very impressed. Unfortunately, there was already a gap between him and Qin Xiao. It was impossible for them to go back to the way they were before. Of course, Palace Master Fu Shi had never dared to hope for this because it was simply unrealistic. Palace Lord Fu Shi. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said with a serious expression, although I'm not here to do anything, my 2 brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, have been killed. The Exinhua clan is where I, Qin Xiao, started in the immortal realm. They saved my life and took care of me. So, no matter what, I will not let this matter go, and I will get to the bottom of this. When something happened in Fu Wei Immortal Palace, I'm sure you rush back as soon as possible. So, I also want to know what you know about the situation here. I hope Palace Master can tell me the truth. Fu Shi shook his head and said, although I rushed back as soon as possible, it was already too late by the time I arrived. When I rushed back, I only saw a few men in black exploding in front of me. I wasn't in a hurry to stop them. So, I didn't find anything. I don't have any concrete information to tell you. I'm sorry. Really? Qin Xiao asked. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's question, Palace Master Fu Shui was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Qin Xiao before continuing to shake his head. I really don't. Qin Xiao continued to ask, what do you think about this matter? Do you have any suspects? Palace Master Fu Shi fell silent for a moment, and his expression darkened. He naturally understood the meaning of Qin Xiao's words. Qin Xiao quickly added, Fu Shi, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to ask you if you don't want to answer. You don't have to. Of course, I also hope that Palace Master Fu Long can help me find the culprit behind this as soon as possible. Furthermore, with such a huge matter, I feel that Palace Lord also wants to give the world an explanation. Perhaps you don't have the heart to do it, but that's fine. Qin Xiao will definitely investigate this matter to the end. I won't let it go. The Bloodbath Alliance might be involved behind this matter. It might even involve an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, even if this matter had nothing to do with the Prodigy, Fu Shi Immortal Palace wouldn't interfere. If it had something to do with the Prodigy was still considered one of his people. Although the Prodigy had grown wings and was no longer under Fu Shi's control. Regardless, the Prodigy was still considered one of Fu Shi Immortal Palace's people. Therefore, Palace Master Fu Xiong naturally felt very troubled when he was asked to do so. Qin Xiao also knew Fu Shi's difficulties, so he didn't intend to force him. Seeing that Palace Master Fu Zong did not speak for a long time, Qin Xiao did not say anything more and stood up. Since we've drunk, let's reminisce about the past. No matter what, I, Qin Xiao, will never forget Fu Shi Immortal Palace's recognition of my talent, nor will I forget that Fu Shi Immortal Mountain is the pride of the Immortal region. I, Qin Xiao, won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Palace Master Fu Xian also stood up. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Qin Shao, I know that all of you are probably guessing that this is the doing of a genius. Therefore, I don't know how to explain this matter. As far as I know, Tian Jiao is indeed suspicious. I've tried to contact Tian Jiao, but he hasn't replied to me. I can't get in touch with him. This matter involves the Bloodbath Alliance. Although I also think that the prodigy is suspicious, I'm still not willing to believe that the prodigy would stoop so low as to work for the Bloodbath Alliance. He should be an incomparably proud person. It's hard for me to imagine that he would become a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Perhaps this matter is very complicated and there's a big conspiracy behind it. Therefore, there's something that I know you might not want to hear. Just take it as me nagging. Before the truth is confirmed, I hope you won't judge a person so easily. I'm also aware of the grudge between you and the prodigy. I've tried to persuade him once, but he didn't listen. I know that he's always wanted to kill you, but I'm still not willing to believe that he would be so unscrupulous and stoop so low that he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself in order to deal with you. What he's gambling with is his entire life, his great future. Actually, you might not understand the prodigy very well. The prodigy's background is quite pitiful. It really wasn't easy for him to reach this point. In terms of personality, how should I put it? You're standing on the opposite side of him, so naturally you don't like him. But for me, I don't think there's much of a problem. Perhaps it's just a matter of whether or not we get along. I've always thought that he's a good person, at least not a bad one. Qin Shao said, Don't worry, Empress Fu Shi. I, Qin Shao, have never wronged a good person, but I won't let a bad person go either. I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If it's not his prodigy, I won't do anything to him. If it's his prodigy, then no one can save his life. Everyone has their own ambitions, and not everyone can get along. I don't care what kind of person his prodigy is. What I care about is whether or not he's provoked me. If he has, I won't let him go, no matter what kind of person he is. All right, Empress Fu Shi, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again someday. With that, Qin Shao left. After sending Qin Shao off, Fu Shi sighed soundlessly, looking rather helpless. After leaving the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, Qin Shao went to the house of Kai. Fu Shi had begun to suspect the prodigy, and the prodigy had become even more suspicious. Judging from all aspects, there is a 70% to 80% chance that the prodigy was behind this matter. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to ferret out the prodigy as much as they could. Zhang Yang and the others had already begun to move. Qin Shao had also begun to secretly send out messages to some trusted people, asking them to look for the prodigy. After visiting Fatty Kai's father, Qin Shao went to Sky Mountain City. Fortunately, Sky Mountain City had the city lord, a second-step ancient saint, guarding the city. Qin Shao could rest assured. Only Big Brother Meng Huang and the others stayed in Heaven Mountain City. If they didn't leave, then they should be fine. This time, Qin Shao wanted to ask the city lord for help in looking for the prodigy. If there was any news, the city lord could inform him. The second reason was that he wanted to see Meng Huang and the others. He wanted them to pay more attention and be on guard so that nothing could happen to them. This time, someone was targeting Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to remind the people around him that Desolate Land and the others were the key. Qin Shao would not let anything happen to them. Initially, Qin Shao wanted to keep Xiao Gu, but Xiao Gu refused. Xiao Gu insisted on staying by Qin Zhao's side. Xiao Gu wanted to stay by Qin Zhao's side. In the end, Qin Shao had no choice but to give up on the idea. Therefore, he could only ask the city lord of Sky Mountain City for help. The city lord of Sky Mountain City agreed to it without hesitation. He even called his own body back to guard the city. Furthermore, the city lord was not the only ancient saint in Sky Mountain City. His wife was also an ancient saint. Although she was only a first-step ancient saint, she was still an ancient saint. Qin Shao was still worried, so he gave the light magic cube to Heaven Mountain City's city lord. Originally, Heaven Mountain City's city lord refused to accept it, but Qin Shao said that he would lend it to Heaven Mountain City's city lord temporarily. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 28:19. After leaving the Heaven Mountain City, Qin Shao thought of his fourth senior brother, by Shaosheng. He was the all-knowing scholar who was said to know everything in the world. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately contacted his fourth senior brother and asked him to help him investigate this matter and track down the whereabouts of the geniuses. With Xia Dongho and by Shaosheng investigating this matter at the same time, Qin Shao was much more relieved. He believed that there would be accurate news soon. Bad things happened one after another. This time, it was the Free City that was in trouble. Free City was also destroyed in one night. All the people in Free City were killed. When Qin Shao arrived at the Free City, it was already a dead city. Corpses were everywhere, and the whole Free City was dyed red with blood. The Free City was no longer a free city, but a city of death. Although the number of living beings in the Free City was not many, after years of development, there were tens of millions of them. Tens of millions of free cities have been wiped out overnight. What kind of power was this to be able to do this? One had to know that the Free City was not as weak as the Xianhua clan. The Free City was actually relatively strong. After all, there were dozens of fourth-step heavenly venerables. Moreover, the Free City had a protective array. With all these powers added together, ordinary first-step ancient saints would not dare to behave atrociously in the Free City. But who would have thought that the Free City would be destroyed overnight? Furthermore, just like the Xianhua clan, they couldn't find any clues either. In the time reversal, it was also done by a group of black-robed men. Those black-robed men were like night walkers. They came and went without a trace. They were very powerful and strange. After destroying the Free City, they quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. These three incidents were obviously targeted at Qin Shao. They started from the people around Qin Shao to take revenge on Qin Shao. And in the Free City, Qin Shao also found a blood letter. There were a few big bloody words on the blood letter. Each of them was eye-catching and ferocious. It was a warning. The Bloodbath Alliance is not something you can provoke. Know your place and stay alive. Obviously, this was a warning that the people of the Bloodbath Alliance deliberately left for Qin Shao. It was a serious warning. They used Qin Yi, slaughtered the Xianhua clan, and destroyed the Free City. In addition to this bloody letter, the warning was obvious. The Bloodbath Alliance had always been involved. The three incidents were related to the Bloodbath Alliance. There was no doubt about this. However, Qin Shao had always thought that there should be another person besides the Bloodbath Alliance. That person was a genius. Would the naive Blood Killer Alliance take revenge on him like this? Was this possible? Qin Shao didn't think it was possible. Although he had now gone head-to-head with the Bloodbath Alliance, first killing High Lord Galen and then killing ancient Saint Yuluosha, he had also destroyed many things of the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, he had now joined the Justice Alliance. It could be said that he was completely at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, it was possible that the Bloodbath Alliance really wanted to take revenge on him. In terms of time, it was reasonable. Therefore, after seeing the tragic state of the Free City and the blood letter, Qin Shao couldn't help but have some guesses in his heart. Could it be that this matter has nothing to do with the genius? Could it be that this matter is purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me? No. If Qin Yi's incident and the Free City's incident were purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me, then it's still explainable and completely possible. But the problem is if the Bloodbath Alliance simply wanted to deal with me, there was no need to drag the Xinhua clan into it, right? Princess Xiaoyu has never been an enemy of the Bloodbath Alliance, nor has she destroyed the Bloodbath Alliance's plans. If it's purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me, why would they drag the Xinhua clan into it? It seems a little difficult to explain. Of course, it's not completely impossible. After all, no matter what, the Xinhua clan has a good relationship with me. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao are also my brothers. He shook his head. He still couldn't figure out these questions for the time being. The only thing he was 100% sure of was that the Bloodbath Alliance was involved in all three of these incidents. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance, the culprit, couldn't escape. But the Bloodbath Alliance was too big. Who was the mastermind behind this matter? Dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance was definitely something that Qin Shao would do, but this matter would definitely be a very long and slow process. What Qin Shao had to do now was to find out the mastermind behind these three incidents. Sai, standing on the wall of the Free City, looking at the dead silent Free City, Qin Shao had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although he hadn't returned to the Free City for a long time, and basically didn't manage the Free City, although he was still the city lord of the Free City in name, he was just a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. As for the Free City, how to put it, it couldn't be said that he had very deep feelings for it. But at least Qin Shao still cared about the Free City. Seeing the destruction of the Free City, Qin Shao naturally felt very upset in his heart. The Free City was a very religious place. Everyone advocated freedom, and the various races lived in harmony with each other without many disputes. Basically, it could be said to be a paradise. For such a meaningful city to be destroyed just like that, it was truly a heart-wrenching sight. But Qin Shao also had his own helplessness. He also had no way. He didn't have the ability to resurrect the people of the Free City. Moreover, even if he could resurrect people, there were too many people. It was impossible for him to resurrect that many people. Forget it. Since it's already lost, I have to learn how to let it go. The cycle of reincarnation, the rings of time, are always moving forward. A lot of things can't last forever. They will be lost slowly in my life. It's impossible to keep everything, Yi Futian said with a smile. I have to learn to slowly let go and slowly become indifferent. Death, in fact, was not something to be afraid of. Death is also a kind of reincarnation. The current Qin Shao was indeed a lot calmer. If it was in the past, Qin Shao would probably still want to resurrect everyone. But now, Qin Shao had really become indifferent. Not to mention the people of the Free City, even the people of the Exanhua clan, Qin Shao didn't have many such thoughts. In other words, Qin Zhao's thoughts about Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai were a little stronger. But for the others, Qin Shao probably wouldn't do such a thing in the future. Unless there came a day when he could easily resurrect everyone, perhaps that would be possible. But for the time being, Qin Shao didn't have many such thoughts. Some things, maybe he really had become indifferent, or maybe his state of mind had really improved a lot. This time when he came back, especially when he met the Lord Mittani in Guyong City and chatted with the Lord Mittani a lot, coupled with the breakthrough in his realm, Qin Zhao's state of mind and vision had improved a lot. Seeing through some things, he would naturally see some things indifferently. Losing is not necessarily a bad thing. To be resurrected after death was something that defied the heavens. It was something that went against the heavenly Tao. In fact, doing this is not necessarily a good thing. Nature has a natural law, and death is also a law. This is also the way. The heavens are everywhere. The more you understand, the more you think. After leaving the Free City, Qin Shao went straight back to the Holy College and settled Qin, Yi, and Mingwei Xian in the Holy College. If the matter of Xiao Laming was not solved, Qin Shao would not dare to let Qin Yi show up. But it doesn't seem to be a long-term solution to put them in the Holy College. After all, the restrictions in the Holy College are too great, and they can only walk in his place of cultivation, and they can't leave the place of cultivation for half a step. Although the cultivation environment of his place of cultivation is also good, if Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei stay in that small room for a long time, it is estimated that they will go crazy. Therefore, staying in the Holy College is definitely not a long-term solution. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue's talent and potential are very good. In the past millions of years of cultivation in Nine Continents College, Qin Yi has broken through to the fourth step of the Celestial Realm, and Chang Mingwei has already broken through to the third step of the Celestial Realm. It should not take long for them to break through to the fourth step of the Celestial Realm. According to their current performance, it is only a matter of time before they open the ancient road and achieve the position of the Holy Lord. There is no problem. But if they stay in this small room all the time, it is estimated that they will be greatly restricted. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to properly settle them. It is unrealistic for them to follow him all the time. In the Holy College, Qin Shao will certainly not stay for a long time. There are still many things waiting for him to do. After thinking about it, Qin Shao could only think of one place. Yes, it is Langya Heaven. Qin Shao is Li Sheng's disciple, so he could bring some family members into Langya Heaven to live and cultivate. Moreover, Qin Shao also has an independent floating island in Langya Heaven, so Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue can live on his island. Although Langya Heaven is not very big, it is also an independent world, and there are many people who are relatively free, rich in cultivation resources, and many strong people. If Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue go to Langya Heaven, that's the best thing. It's suitable. In fact, Qin Shao had thought about letting Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue go to Langya Heaven before, but at that time, he had just officially joined Li Sheng and went to Langya Heaven. Therefore, he was embarrassed to send Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue there so quickly. Besides, Qin Shao also thinks that Nine Continent College is also a good place, and it may be better to stay outside, which will give them more opportunities, which will be relatively better. Therefore, in the end, he chose Nine Continents College and did not send them to Langya Heaven. Now that there is no other choice, Qin Shao can only think of Langya Heaven. After returning to the Holy College, Qin Shao heard a lot of criticism about him in the Holy College. This time, Qin Shao broke into Nine Continents College alone and forcibly took Qin Yi away in front of the dean and the ancient sage of the Xia family. Such a thing naturally caused a lot of sensation. This matter also spread in the Sacred Institute. Although it was said that Qin Zhao's domineering action was very impressive, everyone was still very amazed. However, this matter was clearly not something to be proud of. Therefore, there are a lot of criticism. Qin Shao did not pay attention to these criticisms, but returned to his practice place. Dong and Wu Qi also came out early to greet him. This time, Qin Shao left for nearly 10 million years before he came back. After not seeing them for a while, Dong and Wu Qi's aura was obviously a lot stronger. It seems that their strength has improved a lot over the years. Dong said, "Young master, we have heard about it. No matter what others say, we will always be on your side. If there's anything young master needs us to do, just tell us." Chapter 2820. Qin Shao understood Dong and Wu Qi's intentions. Although the two of them were not strong, Qin Shao was glad that they had the heart to help him. It was not in vain for him to treat them sincerely. However, the two of them were indeed limited in their abilities. They would not be able to help much even if they wanted to. Moreover, this matter was obviously very risky. The Bloodbath Alliance had already given Qin Shao a big warning with their blood. Therefore, this matter would definitely be accompanied by a lot of danger. Qin Shao could not be courteous to Zhang Yang and the others, but for Dong and Wu Qi, Qin Shao could not implicate them and involve them in this complicated matter. Both Dong and Wu Qi had their own clans and forces behind them. Both of them were waiting for them to take care of them. Therefore, Qin Shao waved his hand and shook his head. "It's enough that you have the heart. Don't ask too much about this matter. Just stay in the Saint Academy and do your job well. By the way, did anything happen while I was away?" Dong and Wu Qi looked at each other. Actually, they had expected Qin Zhao's answer. They were indeed too weak. Even if they really wanted to help, they might not be able to do anything. It seemed like they could only watch from the sidelines. Dong replied, "There's nothing else, but some time ago, the dean sent someone to tell us that if young master comes back, we should go see the dean. The god of Long World?" Qin Shao was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood. He had caused such a big commotion in the 9 Provinces Academy. The god of Long World must have known about it. In other words, the dean of Nine Nether and the ancient sages of the Xia clan had already negotiated with the god of Long World. Since the god of Long World had something to ask of him, Qin Shao did not delay. He immediately went to see the god of Ing Long World. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the god of Ing Long World. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded. They saw the god of Ing Long World at the same place they had been before. He was still dressed in white, with a wisp of white beard and white hair fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, looking down on the world. "Greetings, Mr. Dean." Qin Shao approached and bowed respectfully. The god of Ing Long World looked at Qin Shao and said, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Qin Shao knows because of the 9 Provinces Academy. I admit that I didn't do it properly, but I have no other choice. I can only choose to do it temporarily. However, I will definitely give the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan a satisfactory explanation for this matter. I had no choice but to take my brother away." The god of Ing Long World shook his head and said, "You are not only helpless, but also selfish." The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan have already sternly negotiated with me about this matter. They have raised serious objections and even intend to have the Sacred Academy hand you over. Moreover, this matter will definitely spread throughout the Immortal region. This is not a good thing for either you or the Academy of Saint Arts. Both of you will suffer losses. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Have you thought it through?" Qin Shao gritted his teeth and nodded. I know very well. I have thought it through. I didn't act on impulse. I knew what I was doing from the beginning, so I don't regret it. Mr. Dean, you can punish me however you wish. I will accept it. I have nothing to say. This matter is indeed my fault. I didn't handle it properly. I am willing to bear all the consequences. I never wanted to become enemies with the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. I also wanted to solve this matter properly, but they didn't give me any chance. They were determined to kill my brother. I really had no choice but to take this step in the end. I admit that my brother was wrong, but he was also used by others. He didn't intend to kill Xia Laming. He is still very kind by nature. He just made a mistake in a moment of folly. He has always acknowledged his mistakes and has always wanted to make up for them. However, the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan didn't give him a chance to admit his mistakes. They just wanted to kill him. I couldn't just watch as my brother was killed, so I saved him. I saved him out of selfishness. But for this matter, I will definitely give the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan a satisfactory explanation. Mr. Dean, if you also think I was wrong, then you can punish me. Qin Shao will accept it. The god of the Ing Long World shook his head and said seriously, "It is a fact that the Xia clan members died at your brother's hands. No wonder they didn't want to let your brother go. They only wanted to kill one of your brother's doppelgangers. It isn't too much. Why do you have to take such a big risk and bear this crime?" "Why?" Qin Shao smiled inwardly and said, "Mr. Dean, if I was the one who made such a mistake this time, I would definitely not resist. I would definitely admit my mistakes and be willing to accept any punishment. Even if I can't bear the punishment, I won't frown. This is my responsibility. However, this happened to my brother. I can't just watch him die. I watched my younger brother grow up, and I've been teaching him all this time. It is said that the elder brother is the father. I have to bear a lot of responsibility for not teaching my brother well. My brother has been spoiled since he was a child. He hasn't experienced much or suffered any setbacks. Therefore, this time, he was used by others and made such a mistake due to his carelessness. I, Qin Shao, have to bear half of this responsibility." If he hadn't been used by others and had killed Xia Laming on his own accord, then I wouldn't have protected him. However, he was used by others. It was an unintentional act. He didn't know that thing would kill Xia Laming. He didn't have the intention to kill. It was an unintentional mistake. He is guilty, but I don't think he has to die. Therefore, I have to protect his life. This is my attitude as a big brother. It is my responsibility and responsibility. The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan can punish him however they want, as long as they don't take his life. I will pay any price. I will do my best to do it. My brother and I will bear the responsibility for this mistake. We will do our best to make up for it. Even so, you still can't save my brother's life. The god of Long World fell silent. After a long period of silence, World God Rain Dragon shook his head and let out a melancholic sigh. Forget it, forget it. All of you have a point. Everyone has their own point of view. None of you can say that you are wrong. However, there must be a solution to this matter. It can't just end like this. The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan won't agree. I won't agree either. I won't allow a student of the Sacred Academy to act so recklessly. Otherwise, the Sacred Academy's unparalleled prestige will be destroyed. Although you are the #1 disciple of the Sacred Academy, I will still be very strict with you. Since you've put it this way, I can agree with you to do as you wish. I know that I can't change your way of thinking. However, if you want to do this, you must think of a way to deal with the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. Their anger won't be quelled so easily. Hearing the words of the god of Long World, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly rejoiced. In this way, the god of Long World will not forcibly interfere in this matter, which is naturally a good thing for Qin Zhao. If the god of Long World had a hand over Qin Yi, then Qin Zhao really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the god of Long World did not do this, but supported his own approach in disguise. Qin Zhao's heart was also grateful to the god of Long World. Thank you, Mr. President. Please rest assured. You know what I am like, Qin Zhao. I will definitely find a way to deal with this matter. I will definitely give an explanation to the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. I know that this matter will affect the reputation of the Sacred Academy, and it will also affect my reputation. I don't care about these things. Let others say whatever they want. I don't care. I apologize in advance for the impact on the reputation of the Sacred Academy. This is my fault, Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, will try my best to make up for this sin in the future. The god of Long World nodded slightly and waved to Qin Zhao. Well, you can go and deal with it yourself. I can temporarily delay for you for a while. It's best for you to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, what will happen later, that old man is not easy to say. If you don't deal with this matter well, then the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan will not intervene in what they want to do to you. You have to deal with everything by yourself. Qin Zhao nodded heavily and said, Well, I know, Mr. President. I know what to do. Well, you can go. The god of Long World waved his hand and said nothing more. Qin Zhao did not stay long and retreated. Before Qin Zhao came, he expected the god of Long World to find him. At first, he was really worried. Fortunately, the final result was good. Qin Zhao was relieved. The god of Long World did not want to do anything to him. It was a blessing. However, the problem in front of him was still very, very big. It was definitely a very difficult and troublesome thing to solve. But there is no way. No matter how difficult it is, he has to solve it. Right and wrong? Who can argue? What about the judgment of the world? Qin Zhao don't care. Right and wrong only lie in your own heart. If you think it's right, then do it without hesitation. Qin Zhao was so determined to save Qin Yi, not only to bear his own responsibility, but also because if Qin Yi's avatar is killed, I'm afraid that Qin Yi's road to cultivation will be blocked in the future. Of course, it is still possible to cultivate to the level of the world god, but I'm afraid it's impossible to go further. Qin Yi cultivated his avatar. If his avatar is killed, although there is no avatar, his soul will be cut when he cultivated his avatar. If he can't merge his avatar when he breaks through to the Holy Realm, it will be more difficult to break through to the World God Realm in the future, and the difficulty will increase by more than 10 times. Even if they were lucky enough to break through this layer, it would be impossible for them to advance any further. Qin Zhao's ambition is still very big and far, not just the World God Realm. Chapter 28-21. Qin Zhao didn't stay in the Sacred Academy for long. Soon, he took Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei to Langya Heaven. Fortunately, the journey was very peaceful, and they didn't encounter any obstacles, so Qin Zhao arrived at Langya Heaven smoothly. This was the first time Qin Shao took the initiative to come to Langya Heaven. Originally, Qin Shao wouldn't return to Langya Heaven so easily if there was no such thing. As soon as Qin Shao returned to Langya Heaven, he was very popular, and Qin Shao felt the warmth of home. Although Qin Shao did not spend much time in Langya Heaven, everyone was very receptive to this young martial uncle master. They were very kind and warm to him. This kind of feeling could only be felt by Qin Shao when he returned to the Hongmeng universe. But in the Hongmeng universe, everyone would be so kind and warm to him, mostly because they were in awe of him. The words of Langya Heaven were different. They were really warm, and they really regarded Qin Shao as a family. Qin Shao went straight to the place where his fourth brother, Bai Shaosheng, practiced. Bai Shaosheng was busy there. "Fourth brother," Qin Shao shouted. When Bai Shaosheng saw Qin Shao coming, he was also quite surprised. "Oh, sixth brother, you are willing to return to Langya Heaven. Why did you run back to hide?" Bai Shaosheng looked at Qin Shao and Baby Amo for a while, and continued, "Well, you've been out for millions of years, and your harvest is quite big. Not only did you break through to the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm, but you also took in a spiritual beast of the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm, and it's a divine beast. Not bad. Not bad. Your fourth brother is envious of you." "Does the fourth brother need to envy me?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that he was joking. Seeing that he brought Qin Yi over, the fourth brother naturally guessed what was going on. "Fourth brother, don't make fun of me. You'd better find a way to help me." There had to be an explanation for this matter. "Otherwise, my brother can forget about leaving Langya Heaven," said Qin Shao. Bai Shaoxing nodded, and a serious look appeared on his face. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "Well, what I can do for you is to investigate the situation as much as possible. But I can't help you with the specifics of how to solve it. It's not convenient for us from Langya Heaven to intervene in this matter. After all, it's your brother's fault. Since you've made a mistake, you'll have to make up for it yourselves. You'll have to solve it and get the forgiveness of the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. If they don't understand, we won't force them. So, you can worry about this matter by yourself. I won't accompany you in worrying about it." Qin Shao nodded, pursed her lips, and said, "Yes, fourth brother, I know. I understand. I will handle this matter well and will not tarnish Langya Heaven's reputation." For the sake of safety, I'll leave Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue in Langya Heaven. In the future, I hope fourth brother can take care of me. I'll thank you in advance." Bai Shaoxing snorted, glared at Qin Shao, and said, "I'll agree if you thank me first. You're really not polite at all." "Haha, why do I need to be polite to you, fourth brother? If you're polite, then I won't call you fourth brother," Qin Shao said with a smile. Bai Shaoxing smiled and said, "That's enough. Don't worry and go do what you need to do. What are you worried about in Langya Heaven?" With the words of his fourth brother, Qin Shao was relieved. They chatted here for a while and asked about the situation. For the time being, Bai Shaoxing didn't find out much. What was certain was that the Bloodbath Alliance hidden in the Immortal Realm was involved. As for whether it had anything to do with the Heaven's Pride, Bai Shaoxing hadn't found out yet. He couldn't be sure, nor could he rule it out. Judging from these 3 things, it was very targeted, especially in the case of Qin Yi. The person who used Qin Yi must be familiar with Qin Shao. Therefore, there must be someone else involved in this. Qin Shao was certainly not familiar with the people of the Bloodbath Alliance. Those who could know Qin Shao so well must be people around Qin Shao, at least people who have dealt with Qin Shao a lot. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao had always suspected the involvement of the Heaven's Pride. Even Bai Shaoxing couldn't find anything for the time being. It could be seen that the operation this time was flawless. There were no clues left behind. Therefore, it would not be easy to find out the truth of this matter. At present, the biggest breakthrough was the Heaven's Pride. Therefore, Qin Shao also asked Bai Shaosheng to focus on finding the whereabouts of the Heaven's Pride. As long as he could find the Heaven's Pride, he could come to know whether he was involved or not. If the Heaven's Pride was involved, then everything would be easy to handle, and all the problems would be solved. Bai Shaoxing was still trying his best to investigate, and there was already a little clue. It shouldn't take long for the exact news to come out. He asked Qin Xiao to wait patiently. Now, there was no other way but to wait. There was no way to find the heaven's pride. Sixth brother. There is a sentence, I don't know if I should say it. Bai Shaosheng suddenly said meaningfully. Qin Xiao could also think of what his fourth brother wanted to say. So he said, "Fourth brother, it's okay to say it. Fourth brother is willing to say it. It must be for my good." Bai Shaosheng said with a serious face, "Sixth brother, I know that you have been dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance, and the Bloodbath Alliance is involved in this matter. You will definitely fight against the Bloodbath Alliance to the end. I know about the grudges between you and the Bloodbath Alliance, and I can understand your feelings. I also know that you want to uphold justice in the world. But I still want to give you a piece of advice. If possible, it's better to avoid provoking the Bloodbath Alliance. At least, before you become a worldly god, don't provoke them. But in fact, even if you become a worldly god, I don't want you to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance. You should know a little about the Bloodbath Alliance's strength. But perhaps the Bloodbath Alliance is much stronger than you think. If you provoke too many of them, I'm afraid that the revenge you will attract will be more and more terrifying. It might even reach an unimaginable level. There are some things that you can try to look down on. There are some things that you want to do, but you should also consider the reality and think about the possible consequences. Qin Xiao also expected that fourth senior brother wanted to advise him to do so, but Qin Xiao didn't feel that he had any intention of doing so. Although fourth senior brother was a worldly god, the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance was indeed far from being something that a worldly god could provoke. From fourth senior brother's point of view, it was indeed for his own good that he said these words that made him uncomfortable. Qin Xiao pursed his lips hard and said, "Fourth senior brother, I understand your intentions. I know that I'm thinking about my own safety. But how should I put this? I've already made up my mind a long time ago. I've also told myself time and time again that I must do this. So no matter what, I will do this to the end. I know how difficult it will be, how dangerous it will be, and how long and difficult this path will be. I also know that many people around me will be implicated because of me. But I've made all the preparations. My hometown, Hongming Universe, is protected by the Holy Emperor Guardian Order. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue are staying in Langya Heaven. I have nothing to worry about and can do everything I want to do. I don't want to be a great man. I've never felt that I'm great, let alone say that I'm a good person. But justice always needs someone to protect it. And the enmity between me and the Bloodbath Alliance hasn't been resolved yet. So, naturally I can't stop. It's impossible for me not to be an enemy of the Bloodbath Alliance. What I want to protect is the justice and light in my own heart. I don't want to drift with the tide and be slowly swallowed by the darkness." Bai Shaoxing shook his head lightly and sighed softly. "Well, I can't interfere with the path you want to take. You have your own choice. Although I agree with your choice in my heart, I'm just considering some circumstances, and I don't want you to do so. Maybe I'm old, or maybe I've been out of the world for so long, and my heart has long faded. Langya Heaven has always been out of the world, not involved in the affairs of the world, not involved in the disputes of the world. You, Qin Xiao, are willing to stand up to protect this justice and fight against the darkness. This is a great thing that we don't have." Qin Xiao shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Maybe it's just because I'm still young and I still have the vigor of a teenager, the arrogance and ignorance of a teenager. The so-called ignorant are fearless, so now I can do anything without fear. I don't have so much experience, and I can't see it so lightly. Many things are still very important to me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as you follow your heart, you can do anything." Bai Shaoxing nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own path to walk. As long as they felt that it was right, they would continue to walk it. The advice of others could only be used as a reference, and there was no need to blindly listen to it. The good intentions of others didn't necessarily need to be accepted. Everyone's path was only clear to them, and no one else could really understand it. By the way, fourth brother, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Do you know about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters? Qin Shao asked suddenly. This matter had been troubling Qin Shao for a long time. Even the book spirit couldn't answer this matter, and the information he gave was pitifully little and basically useless. Bai Shaoxing shook his head slightly when he heard about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters. He said, I don't know much about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters. The Blood Hall is a relatively mysterious and powerful organization in the Bloodbath Alliance. It's mainly responsible for cultivating some loyal pawns for the Bloodbath Alliance to use for the Bloodbath Alliance. The people cultivated by the Blood Hall are called Blood Masters. The Blood Hall's requirements for cultivating Blood Masters are very, very harsh. If you want to become a Blood Master, you must be a 1 in a million existence. You have to go through many harsh tests before you can finally become a Blood Master step by step. Once you become a Blood Master, you will unconditionally obey the orders of the higher-ups of the Bloodbath Alliance and pledge your loyalty to the Bloodbath Alliance. Your mission will be accomplished. Once you give them an order, they won't stop until they die. They won't recognize their relatives and are just like ice-cold puppets. The Blood Master is considered one of the more mysterious and powerful weapons of the Bloodbath Alliance. Furthermore, the Blood Master is no different from an ordinary person. He doesn't have the aura of an ordinary member of the Bloodbath Alliance, so it's very difficult to determine whether a person is a Blood Master or not. This is also the strength of the Blood Master. The Blood Master can always catch people off guard and kill people invisibly. Chapter 28-22. Isn't the biggest role of the Blood Master to kill people? At first, it seemed a little strange, but after thinking about it, Qin Shao could understand what was going on. It was precisely because the cultivation of the Blood Master was too harsh and difficult that every Blood Master was extremely precious. If it was used to kill people, it would be too much of a waste. If it was only used to kill people, there was no need to do so at all. As long as they serve the Bloodbath Alliance, they can kill people for the Bloodbath Alliance. Why do they have to go through so much trouble? There must be other big uses for the Blood Master to be cultivated. Blood Masters will certainly not be used for ordinary small things. Where the Blood Hall was, Bai Shaoxing didn't know. This was the most important place of the Bloodbath Alliance. No one knew where it was. Except for a few high-level people, no one in the Bloodbath Alliance knew where the Blood Hall was. Knowing the situation of the Blood Hall, Qin Shao could only be helpless. It seems that there is no way to find Yao Shiwelian for the time being. Let's not talk about it. He couldn't even find where the Blood Hall was. Even if he could find it, with his current strength, he would die if he went to the Blood Hall to save people. There was no possibility of saving people. This matter was truly too helpless. There were a lot of headaches. For the moment, it's better to solve Qin Yi's problem first. After chatting with Bai Shaoxing for a while, Qin Shao left and returned to his place of practice. In the entire Langia heaven, I'm afraid that Qin Zhao's place of practice was incomparably deserted, and there was no one there. Qin Shao said to Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei, "You will stay here honestly in the future. You can walk around Langia heaven at will, but you're not allowed to leave Langia heaven, you know? Also, don't make trouble for me here, otherwise I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Here, you have to follow the rules here, and you have to get along with the people here. Cultivate well, and strive to become stronger as soon as possible, so that you can leave Langia heaven." After this experience, Qin Yi became more honest, so he didn't dare to refute anything at this time and nodded honestly. Chang Mingwei was fine, but she could only follow Qin Yi. After looking around, Chang Mingwei pouted and said weakly, "Uncle Qin Shao, your place is so cold, small, and boring. Do we have to stay here in the future?" "Yes." Qin Shao glanced at Chang Mingwei and answered affirmatively. "Then when can we leave?" Chang Mingwei asked again. Qin Shao said, "Let's talk about it when you become saints. Once the matter is resolved and you become saints, I will consider letting you leave Langia heaven. Until then, don't think about it anymore." stay in Langya heaven obediently unless you don't want to live anymore. Chong Mingwe immediately shook her head like a rattle drum and said quickly, "No, no, no. We will definitely die. Then listen to your uncle and stay here obediently." But it's actually okay. At least it's much better than in the Holy College. After settling the two, Qin Shao went to the central island. When he came back, he naturally had to pay a visit to his master. Soon Qin Shao saw Li Sheng. Compared with other existences beyond the world god realm, Li Sheng looked much more peaceful. If he didn't know his strength, he might think that he was very ordinary and didn't have much divine power. So the feeling he gave was very cordial. Or perhaps it was because he was his master. Anyway, in front of Li Sheng, Qin Shao felt very relaxed, and he couldn't feel the difference between heaven and earth at all. "Master, this disciple has embarrassed you," Qin Shao said apologetically. After all, this matter was not small. It had caused a sensation in the entire 9 continents of China. Many people were talking about this matter. This matter naturally didn't have a good reputation for Qin Shao. Li Sheng smiled indifferently, as if he didn't care, and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I won't interfere in your matters. From a public point of view, I won't support you in this matter, but of course I won't oppose you either. From a private point of view, as long as it's a path you are determined to take, then I will support you to continue on and take this path well. It's a temporary gain and loss. In the eyes of others, right or wrong is nothing. The most important thing is that you believe that it's right or wrong. It's said that every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. A person who doesn't do anything for himself is a Buddhist cultivator. But after all, there are only a few Buddhist cultivators in the world. I also admire Shakyamuni Buddha, and I also admire those Buddhist cultivators, but I don't want to become a Buddhist cultivator because I'm still a little selfish. Do things based on your heart. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. Why do you have to care about what others think and think?" Hearing his master's words, Qin Shao felt much more at ease. He was not surprised by this result, because he always believed that the path he took was not wrong, at least for himself. The right and wrong in the world are originally different people and different ideas. If you want to satisfy everyone, you can only sacrifice yourself fearlessly, which is something that only Buddhist cultivators can do. But obviously, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. After listening to his master's words, Qin Shao was more determined to do what he thought. As long as he felt that it was right, and he felt that he had a clear conscience, then he would do it. He only needed to be responsible for himself, and he didn't need to care about other people's opinions. "Master, I want to let Qin Yi and Chong Mingyue stay in Langya heaven for the time being," Qin Shao said again. Li Sheng nodded slightly and said, "Well, it doesn't matter. They are all your close relatives. Langya heaven will accept them. You can arrange this small matter by yourself. You don't need to tell me in the future. What do you need? You can arrange it yourself. You can find the corresponding person in charge of Langya heaven. Everyone in Langya heaven recognizes your identity. Just do it boldly. Go." Qin Shao nodded immediately, saluted Li Sheng, and left. After coming out of Li Sheng's place, Qin Zhao's mood couldn't help but improve a lot and relax a lot. As soon as he returned to the place where he practiced, Qin Shao found that there were guests coming. Not only did a guest come, but the guest also practiced Qin Yi and Chong Mingyue. Both of them were trapped in a pattern. Fifth brother. Seeing all this, Qin Shao laughed. This uninvited guest is none other than young Master Feng Yi. Young Master Feng Yi looked a little leisurely. While drinking there, he looked at Qin Yi and Chong Mingyue, who were trapped by him, with interest. Both of them were trying hard to break free, but it was obviously not so easy. Looking at the two struggling hard, young Master Feng Yi was very happy. Seeing Qin Shao come back, Chong Mingyue immediately asked for help. "Uncle Qin Shao, you have to make a decision for us. This person bullied us as soon as he came. It's too much. Hurry up and let him let us out. It's so uncomfortable to stay here." Hearing Chong Mingyue's cry for help, young Master Feng Yi laughed and joked, "Little girl, Your uncle doesn't have the ability to let you out. If I don't let you go, you can't get out. No, you're lying. I won't be fooled by you. I don't believe your nonsense. My uncle is very, very experienced. How can this little pattern be difficult for my uncle? My uncle is Li Sheng's direct disciple. His status is very high in Langya heaven. You must know. So, you'd better let us go quickly. Otherwise, if my uncle gets angry, you'll suffer. Chang Mingwe didn't believe it. Her words made young Master Feng even more amused. Young Master Feng laughed and said to Qin Shao jokingly, "Sixth brother, your niece is good. Why don't you satisfy her?" Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He said to Chang Mingwe, "You stupid girl. At this time, you don't know how to be smart and clever. My senior brother Feng, personally taught you too. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Such an opportunity, others can't even dream of it. It's best that you all earnestly decipher that spell. Else, I will not plead for leniency on your behalf and release you all. If you can't pass this little test, then I'll despise you. Well, you can take your time to crack it." After that, Qin Shao said to young Master Feng, "Fifth brother, let's go over there and drink. Let's go." Young Master Feng nodded. Before leaving, he looked back at Chang Mingwen and Qin and said to them, "Come on, I'm optimistic about you." Chang Mingwen made a face at young Master Feng. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She wanted Qin Zhao's uncle to come forward. She didn't expect that Qin Zhao's uncle was that person's junior brother. Now, there was no chance. They found a pavilion and sat down. "Sixth brother, you're good. You've only left Langya heaven for less than 10 million years, and you've already broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. The speed at which you raise your cultivation base is indeed a little too shocking. What's wrong? Looking at you these years, you've gained a lot in the great wide world. It seems that you've been in the limelight a lot." Young Master Feng said. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. I've indeed encountered a lot of troublesome things in these years, and few of them haven't been solved yet. But it's also a blessing in disguise. In addition to trouble, there are also a few good opportunities. That's why I can break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm so quickly. Not only that, but I've also become a destiny cultivator." "Oh!" Young Master Feng Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Destiny cultivator, you're really good. You've even become a destiny cultivator. It's only been a few million years. You've broken through a level and become a destiny cultivator. Yes, you're worthy of being my sixth brother. You're a monster. Our Langya heaven has finally produced a heaven-defying genius." "Ha ha! This is the pride of our Langya heaven." "Pride?" Qin Shao helplessly shook his head. "But this time, I'm afraid it's not very glorious." Young Master Feng smacked his lips. "I've heard about this matter. How should I put it? Fifth brother won't comment too much. No matter what, fifth brother will definitely support you. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Fifth brother won't care about them. If 9 Provinces Academy or Summer Clan wants to bully you, fifth brother will definitely not allow it. I'll definitely stand on the same side as you. Of course, fifth brother also hopes that you'll be able to solve this matter yourself." Qin Zhao's heart was moved by young Master Feng Yi's words. Fourth brother advised him not to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance, but fifth brother said that he would definitely stand on his side. "Thank you, fifth brother. I won't be polite with you." Qin Shao smiled. Young Master Feng thumped Qin Zhao's chest. "What's there to be polite about? Author Cruel Death 3rd update, begging for flowers." Chapter 28-23. With young Master Feng with his fifth brother, Qin Shao will not be polite. There is no need to be polite. After all, they are a family. Being able to get the full support of his fifth brother, Qin Zhao's heart is also warm. Moreover, when the fifth brother came, he gave some pointers to Qin and Chang Mingwe, which is also a gift. "Don't worry, you can leave these 2 little guys in Langya heaven. Here is their home, and we will take care of them. Their talent and potential are both very good. They are 2 talents that can be molded. There's also that little girl. She's weird and a little smart. She's quite cute. Don't worry. The fifth brother will train her well for you. Young Master Feng, Yi said again, and Qin Shao was even more relieved. Qin Shao was not worried that no one in Langya Heaven would take care of them, but he was more worried that the two of them would cause trouble in Langya Heaven. However, he believed that after this great calamity, Qin should have grown up and matured a lot, and he should not do such a stupid thing again. If he hasn't made any progress, then Qin Shao will be really disappointed. But Qin Shao was still very confident in Qin Yi. The matter of killing Xiao Leiming was just a momentary mistake. Making mistakes will make it easier to grow up. Qin Shao still has this confidence. Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei did not disappoint young Master Feng Yi. Soon, they came out of the formation, and young Master Feng Yi also praised them generously. Next, young Master Feng Yi took Qin Shao and Qin Yi to get familiar with Langya Heaven. It was also a smooth way for other people in Langya Heaven to get to know the two of them, so as not to make any misunderstandings in the future. Moreover, he took Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei to some good places for cultivation in Langya Heaven. Qin Shao didn't plan to stay in Langya Heaven for a long time. After arranging Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei, he was ready to leave. With young Master Feng Yi personally guiding them, they naturally got used to it very quickly. The people of Langya Heaven were very enthusiastic. In addition, Qin Zhao's status in Langya Heaven was very high, so he was respected and admired by everyone. Therefore, everyone was very enthusiastic and polite to Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei. Therefore, the two of them quickly blended into the good atmosphere of Langya Heaven. Qin Yi also quickly cheered up. The important thing is not to blame himself all the time, but to learn from this incident, to know that he is wrong, to let himself grow up and mature. Qin Shao was also about to leave. After he left, Xiaosheng came looking for him. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat when she saw her fourth brother. She immediately cheered up. It seemed that there was good news. Xiaosheng seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He said, "Don't be so happy. There is good news. But it's not about the Heaven's Pride experts. It's about something else." Not about the heavenly talents? Something else? What else is there? For a moment, Qin Shao was a little puzzled. Xiaosheng continued, "Don't you have a person from your hometown who was taken to the heavenly court? I've been paying attention to this situation over the years. I've heard some information before. If the news is correct, your hometown person should be imprisoned in Shuro World. Shuro World is divided into 3 levels of heavenly prison. Fortunately, your hometown person is imprisoned in the lightest level of heavenly prison. In general, it's not particularly difficult to save people. As long as there is a good opportunity and the right method, it's possible to save people without paying too much. If it's a person who is imprisoned in the 2nd or even the 3rd level of heavenly prison, it's more troublesome. Especially the people in the 3rd level of heavenly prison. If you want to save them, you basically need the approval of the Heavenly Emperor himself. It's naturally very difficult to get the approval of the Heavenly Emperor to let people go. And the 1st level of heavenly prison, fortunately, is not so complicated. You only need to deal with one of the 3 great gods guarding Shuro World. It sounded like a piece of good news that would be gratifying. Qin Shao had always kept the matter of Big Brother Heavenly Court in mind. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to save Big Brother Heavenly Court, but there had been no definite news. Qin Shao wanted to save Big Brother Heavenly Court, but it was a relatively difficult thing. The Heavenly Realm was not a place where people could go as they pleased. Qin Zhao's current strength was still very weak. Naturally, he didn't dare to rashly go to the Heavenly Realm. Therefore, Qin Shao had always kept this matter in his heart. When he had the ability in the future, he would think of a way to save Big Brother Heavenly Court. Now that he heard Fourth Brother's words, it seemed that there was a way. Qin Shao frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Fourth Brother, the 3 great gods guarding Shuro World should all be in the World God Realm, right? I'm afraid it's not so easy for me to deal with them, right? Does Fourth Brother think that they are one of them? Fourth Brother, do you have a way?" "No, no, no." Xiaosheng immediately shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "How can I do that? I don't know the three great gods guarding Shuro world. I don't have any contact with people from the heavenly realm. People from a heavenly realm like to be independent. They rarely leave the heavenly realm and rarely come to Huaxia in the 9 continents. Therefore, very few people know people from the heavenly realm. Although your fourth brother is experienced and knowledgeable, I'm indeed a little ashamed in this aspect. Qin Shao thought that fourth brother would have a way. It seemed that he was happy for nothing. But since fourth brother came to talk to him about this matter, it couldn't be just a piece of news, right? He should have some connections, right? So, Qin Shao continued to ask, fourth brother, I think you should stop talking in riddles. If you have any good ideas, just tell me. Bai Shaoxing glared at Qin Shao and said, you're so smart. I can't hide anything from you. Come on, it's like this. I just received news that the adopted son of world god Azura, the leader of the three great gods guarding Shuro world, Echui, has left the heavenly realm and is at the border of Huaxia in the 9 continents, not far from Langya Heaven. So, this is a great opportunity for you. If you can get Echui to speak to world god Azura on your behalf, it'll be a piece of cake for world god Azura to release a person from the first-level celestial prison. In fact, Echui might even have the power to release a person. Echui's status in Azura world is also very high. He assists the three great gods in supporting Azura world and suppressing evil. He's an extremely dangerous person. Speaking of which, he's also an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saint. In terms of personality, he seems to be a little reclusive. But as a person, he should be open and above board. He's a righteous person. The heavenly court has always been a pure land in the world and a righteous person. Therefore, the big shots in the heavenly court are all open and above board. But as a person, he might not be easy to talk to. It's not an easy thing to get close to him. It'll be even more difficult to get him to release the people from your hometown. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, no matter how difficult it is, it's still a way. Having a way is better than having no way at all, right? Since there's such an opportunity, I naturally won't let it go. I'll definitely give it a try. No matter how difficult it is to get along with someone, as long as he's not evil, I think it's possible to get close to him. Fourth brother, where is he now? I'll go and meet him. Bai Shaoxing took out a map and drew a circle on it, saying, the latest news I received is that he's in this area. But by the time he get there, he might have already left. For now, I'm not sure if his goal is to enter Huaxia in the 9 continents. For now, he's in this border area. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately said, okay, then fourth brother, fifth brother, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to you. Qin Shao quickly left Langya Heaven and headed toward that area. There was a large, uninhabited area at the border between the mortal realm and the heaven realm. It didn't belong to either the heaven realm or the mortal realm. It was like a forbidden area. Qin Shao arrived at that area as fast as he could, but unfortunately, after searching the area for a while, he didn't find Aki's figure. This made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. Where could he have gone? Qin Shao continued to expand the area to search, but he still didn't find anything. He still couldn't find any trace of Aki. Could this person have returned to the heaven realm? No, that couldn't be. Qin Shao shook his head and thought to himself that it should be very rare for people from the heaven realm to come out. Since he came out, there was no reason for him to return to the heaven realm so quickly. Since he came out, he should have stayed outside for a while. In other words, Aki left the heaven realm because of something. If there was something, then it was even more impossible for him to return to the heaven realm so easily. Therefore, the most likely possibility was that he was still outside. He continued to search. Qin Shao continued to search, spreading out his divine sense to search with all his strength. In this way, he searched for a full 100 years, but still didn't find anything. Basically, more than half of this uninhabited area had been searched. Could it be that he went to the 9 continents Huaxia? Qin Shao couldn't help but think of another possibility. There should still be this possibility, right? If he didn't go to the 9 continents Huaxia, then he must have returned to the heaven realm. In comparison, Qin Shao was naturally more willing to go to the nine continents Huaxia. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly searched in the direction of the nine continents Huaxia. And just when Qin Shao reached the border of the nine continents Huaxia's territory, another message came from Bai Shaosheng. Jiangling, Lucky Border City, go quickly. After receiving the message from fourth brother, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately went to Lucky Border City. The place where he was at just happened to be not far from Lucky Border City, so it was quite fast to get there. Lucky Border City was located in the border area of Jiangling. It was just a small border city and didn't have much fame. The Jiang clan was one of the 8 great ancient clans. In the primordial era, it was extremely glorious and had flourished for an era. It was just that now, it was a little bit declining and it didn't live up to the glory of the ancient times. But a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Jiang clan must be one of the 8 ancient surnames, so no one dared to underestimate its powerful background. Although it was located in the border area, it was also a dragon that could guard the border area. Lucky Border City didn't belong to any big force. It was a city formed by a group of idle cultivators in the border area. After accumulating for a long time, it gradually grew to some size. Now, Lucky Border City could be considered to be somewhat prosperous. However, this borderland was also a hodgepodge, so in Lucky Border City, there would also be different cultural styles. Author Kanshang said, fourth update, more flowers can be added. Chapter 28-24. What was quite rare was that Lucky Border City was not chaotic. Clearly, the city was a little chaotic and did not have a very good plan. Moreover, Lucky Border City did not form a unified management. There was no binding force there, so naturally there were no rules there. However, there were not many powerhouses in this small border city. Most of them were cultivators below the third step heavenly venerate realm. There were cultivators from all sides, and there were life forms of all races. It was a bit like the Free City, which was also a place where life forms of many races gathered. Of course, there is still a big difference between Lucky Border City and Free City. In a restaurant, in a private room, a tall and mighty man was leisurely sitting there drinking wine, looking very handsome and confident. His expression was relaxed, and his body exuded an indescribable aura. It was very manly. A servant girl with a voluptuous figure was standing there, pouring wine for this man. She had an earnest smile on her face, and her clothes were quite revealing. The places that should be exposed were exposed, and the places that should not be exposed were also half covered. It was a kind of beauty that was faintly discernible. However, this tall and mighty man clearly had no interest in this servant girl. He did not even look at her. From time to time, the servant girl would intentionally or unintentionally expose some things that should not be exposed to the man. However, it still did not have any effect. However, although it did not work, the man did not say anything. He just drank his wine leisurely while watching a group of beautiful women dancing in the hall downstairs. Those dancers had even less cloth on their bodies. Basically, it could only cover some of the important parts. Then, they danced with silk and satin, looking very beautiful. Young master, since you are so refined, why don't you take young master to a bigger private room and call a group of beautiful ladies to dance for young master alone? When a maid saw that this man was a little reluctant to eat oil, salt, and sauces, she couldn't help but take a step back and ask a question. However, the man did not seem very interested. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he said, "Next time, there's a guest." Guest? The servant girl was stunned. Where was the guest? Why didn't she see anyone? The man didn't pay attention to the maid. As he admired the dancers, he drank a little wine. He sighed in his heart. The women in the human world are much more interesting than those in the heaven realm, especially those women in the Azura world. All of them are evil women. I can't bear to see them. The ordinary women of the mortal world are all full of life, full of beauty and many talents. That's the key. They're all very gentle and obedient. They're easy to train. That's what makes it interesting. Unlike those women in the Azura world, all of them are very evil and difficult to teach. Just looking at it makes me lose my appetite, let alone eating it. The women of Immortal Realm. Huh? Just looking at them makes me want to eat. After sighing with emotion for a while, a figure arrived as scheduled. The maid was still mumbling in confusion, but when she saw that someone had really come, she tactfully retreated. The person who had come was naturally none other than Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at the man, and the man's gaze slowly fell on Qin Shao. After sizing him up, he casually asked, "What is it? Is there something you need from me? We don't know each other, right? Then we should go our separate ways. I don't think there's a need for us to know each other, right?" Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Holy Sage Aki, why do you have to be so unapproachable? It's indeed a bit rude of me to come and disturb you. Truth be told, I have indeed come here with the intention of finding you. I have come here with a special purpose. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy." Holy Sage Aki was clearly slightly surprised to hear Qin Shao call out his Taoist name. He gave Qin Shao the deep look. "Qin Shao." Holy Sage Aki muttered Qin Zhao's name and chuckled softly. "Sacred Academy Qin Shao. That's a rather famous name. It's so famous that even I've heard of you. You really are famous in the Immortal Realm. But why don't you say that you're Qin Shao, Sage Li's direct disciple? Isn't that a more famous name? Isn't it a little too low-key to just introduce yourself as Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy? I seem to have heard that you're also known as the #1 genius of the Immortal Realm. Both of those titles are much more famous than Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "That's just a false reputation. There's no need to talk about it. If I talk about it too often, it'll be far too fake. With my measly strength, I naturally wouldn't dare to mention my master's name when I travel outside. Wouldn't I be embarrassing my master if I were to use his name? As for being the #1 genius of the Immortal Realm, that's just a joke made by some people who think too highly of me. Qin Shao, I'm never taken it seriously." Holy Sage Aki smiled meaningfully. He looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Have you really never taken it seriously? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. There's no point in lying like that," said Qin Shao. Holy Sage Aki did not ask any further. He did not pursue the matter. He did not ask Qin Shao why he came, nor did he invite Qin Shao to sit down and drink. Instead, he just drank his own wine, as if he did not welcome Qin Shao, this uninvited guest. While drinking, Holy Sage Aki looked at the beautiful dancers outside and chuckled. He said to Qin Shao, "What do you think of these women?" Qin Shao was slightly taken aback by Holy Sage Aki's question. He looked at the dancers. Lucky Border City was just a small border city. What kind of decent goods could there be here? The quality would definitely not be that high. Therefore, Qin Shao glanced at it. It was indeed a rather ordinary item. Although Qin Shao did not go to places like restaurants often, he had been there a few times, right? In comparison, the quality, beauty, and temperament were much better than these. However, Holy Sage Aki looked at them with great interest. Qin Shao was speechless, but he said honestly, "To be honest, they're not very good. If Holy Sage Aki is interested in going to some big restaurants or brothels in big cities, you'll know." "Oh, you also like to go to brothels?" Holy Sage Aki looked at Qin Shao with some interest and asked. Qin Zhao's face immediately turned red. What the hell? Qin Shao did not like brothels at all. Also, what did he mean by also? Holy Sage Aki liked to go there, but it did not mean that he liked it too. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't like it, and I never go there." "Then why do you look like you know it? Have you never been there before? Why do I feel like you have experience?" Holy Sage Aki looked at Qin Shao as if he wanted to see through Qin Shao and see if Qin Shao was lying. Qin Shao was very speechless. That didn't sound right. Why do they talk about something as embarrassing as brothels? Qin Shao immediately changed the topic after casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He said, Holy Sovereign Aki, to tell you the truth, I've come to you this time because I need something from you. However, before Qin Shao could finish, Holy Sage Aki interrupted Qin Shao impatiently with a wave of his hand. I've finally come out for some fresh air and some time to relax. Why are there still so many things that come knocking on my door? What did I say earlier? All right, we don't seem to know each other, right? Do you think it's appropriate for you to say something like one doesn't come to see you for no reason to someone you don't know? Aren't you embarrassed to say that? I don't want to hear it either, so it doesn't affect my good mood. That's why I think it's best if you don't say anything about this matter. Otherwise, I won't even be in the mood to talk to you. If you don't want to talk about anything and just come here to ask for a drink, then I won't. If you're here to ask me for a drink, then I'll agree to it. As for the rest, don't say anything else. Qin Shao had no choice but to smile bitterly when he was rejected so decisively by Holy Sovereign Aki. It seemed like he didn't even have a chance to speak. What should he do? What should he do? It was indeed very difficult to ask Holy Sage Aki for help. Now, he didn't even have a chance to speak, so Qin Shao didn't know how to deal with it. If he continued, it would clearly not work. He would only anger Holy Sage Aki Wan, and Holy Sage Aki Wan wouldn't give him any chance at all. The current situation wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. At the very least, Holy Sage Aki didn't want him to talk about business. He didn't intend to chase him away, nor did he intend to leave. In other words, Holy Sage Aki Wan was still giving him a chance. But how much of a chance there was, he would have to fight for it himself. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Since he couldn't do it directly, he could only do it indirectly. He would first get to know Holy Sage Aki better, and then find an opportunity to mention this matter in the future. However, after thinking about it from another perspective, Qin Shao felt a little relieved. He also felt that it was indeed very bad of him to be so abrupt. Qin Shao was a complete stranger, yet he wanted to help her right from the start. Furthermore, it was such a big favor. It was normal for Holy Sovereign Echui to not want to let Qin Shao finish her words. In fact, this was a very smart move. He cut off the source directly, so Qin Shao didn't even have a chance to speak. Holy Sage Aki didn't even have to think about how to reject him. All of a sudden, he felt much more relaxed. After thinking this through, Qin Shao was completely relieved. He smiled and took out some of the good wine he had on him. I'm sorry, Holy Sage Aki. I don't really like drinking, so I rarely collect wine. I don't have any good wine with me. I only have this little bit of fruit wine from my hometown. It can only be considered a local specialty. It can't be considered a good wine. Holy Sage Aki didn't stand on ceremony. He took a jug and drank it. After taking a sip, Holy Sage Aki's expression changed. He took another big gulp and drank the entire jug of fruit wine in one go. Seeing Holy Sage Aki's expression, it seemed that he liked drinking this fruit wine. It seemed like a good start. Not bad, not bad. This fruit wine is quite special. Although it can't be considered a good wine, the taste is very special. I've drunk a lot of wine. I've drunk all kinds of wine. Bejeweled nectar is just so. If I drink too much, my mouth will always feel bland. No matter how I drink it, it will always taste the same. This fruit wine is very special. Although it's very ordinary, the taste is still not bad. Interesting. Drinking this ordinary fruit wine actually makes me feel that it's more delicious than bejeweled nectar. This is very interesting. Holy Sage Aki took another jug of fruit wine and said as he drank, Chapter 28-25. Do you like to play with women? Holy Sage Empress Kuei suddenly asked after drinking for a while. This question made Qin Shao spit out a mouthful of wine and look a little embarrassed. This question really made Qin Shao feel very awkward. How should he answer this question? If he said he didn't like women, would Holy Sage Empress Kuei doubt his sexual orientation? If he said he liked women, wouldn't that make him seem too dissolute? Moreover, Qin Shao really didn't like women. It wasn't that he didn't like them, but he just wanted to see if they were the right person. If it was Gu Lingyue, Qin Xiao was naturally willing. If it was anyone else, Qin Xiao didn't like them either. The matter between a man and a woman was the nature of life. It was one of the most wonderful things in the world. Although Qin Xiao hadn't experienced it, he believed in it. Haha, what's wrong? Look at how shy you are. Your face is a little red. You don't have to go that far, do you? Seeing Qin Xiao's awkward appearance, Sacred Sovereign Ichi immediately laughed and teased him. After looking at Qin Xiao for a while, he said, I say, don't tell me you're still a virgin right now? Don't tell me you've never tasted a woman before? Cough. This, Qin Xiao felt even more embarrassed. Why did men always like to talk about such things? So what if he was a virgin? Ha ha ha. Holy Sage Empress Kuei laughed even more happily and continued. This is really interesting. You've lived for 60 million years, right? He's lived for quite some time, and he's a second-step Empyrean saint as well. Regardless of strength, looks, manliness, or status, you're all very good. And you're a pretty good person. You're very good in all aspects. There shouldn't be no girls who like you. You're really good at keeping your chastity. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a great loss and a great regret in your life. Before you experience it, you'll think it's very mysterious and wonderful. After you experience it, you will still feel that it is very mysterious, very wonderful, and you will not be able to stop. Life is long, and the path of cultivation is tough and arduous. The slow and long path is also a very boring path. So, when it's time to enjoy yourself, you should enjoy yourself. Drink what you have to drink, eat what you have to eat, and play what you have to play. Eating, drinking, and playing sounds very vulgar, but the most vulgar things are the things that can bring the most happiness and enjoyment. If you only focus on cultivation, you'll end up like you now. You'll miss out on many beautiful things. While you're still young, you should enjoy more. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll become indifferent to everything in the future and lose that passion. Qin Xiao shook her head in response to Holy Sovereign Eccentric's teaching. She smiled and said, everyone has their own ambitions. There's no such thing as missing out. If it's something I've missed out on, then I'll think it's something I shouldn't have. If it's something I deserve, then I won't miss it. There are many beautiful things in life. You don't have to indulge in eating, drinking, and playing. Although cultivation is tough, it's also fun. When it comes to matters between men and women, if there's love, then success will naturally follow. There's no need to be too deliberate about it. I don't like matters between men and women without love, and I won't object to others liking them either. I know that this is very normal. I just don't like it. Ha ha! Holy Sovereign Eccentric laughed heartily again. Interesting. You really are an interesting person. You're very right. Everyone has their own ambitions. I can't help but force you. Love, do you understand now? Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. For a moment, she felt like she had been stumped. Love and affection. Do you understand? In Qin Xiao's mind, a few figures involuntarily flashed past. The first was Gu Lingyue, the woman he loved, the woman he wanted to marry, the woman he couldn't let go of the most in his heart. The second was Yao Xuelian. How should he describe this woman? Qin Xiao couldn't describe what he felt. Was it love? It didn't seem like they had reached that step yet. They hadn't reached the level he felt for Gu Lingyue. Were they friends? But he felt that they were a little higher and deeper than friends. Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't describe exactly how he felt about Yao Xuelian. To use an inappropriate analogy, if there was no Gu Lingyue, Qin Xiao would definitely accept Yao Xuelian. The third one to appear was actually Fu Yunyi, not Princess Xiaoyu. How should he describe it? Qin Xiao still couldn't develop feelings for Princess Xiaoyu. He could only treat her as an elder sister. Princess Xiaoyu also felt relieved. She also treated Qin Xiao as her younger brother, as her family. She treated him as a family member who was as important as Xiao Dao in her life. As for Fu Yunyi, Qin Xiao still couldn't describe his feelings for her. At first, he didn't get along well with Fu Yunyi and had some conflicts with her. But later, he felt relieved. Moreover, Fu Yunyi saved him and helped him several times, which made Qin Xiao feel very grateful. So what was love? Qin Shao shook his head. He couldn't explain it clearly. He didn't know whether he had really figured it out or not. He also didn't know what love was. Holy Sage Empress took a sip of wine and looked up at the sky. There was a strange sense of vicissitudes on her face. Alas, what is love? It makes people devote themselves to it. I have countless women, but only one can really move my heart. But I can't get her. It's really a kind of pain. So love is a deadly thing. It's poison and pain. It's something that shouldn't be touched. If it's just to play with women, it's so cool and carefree. You could do whatever you want. You can even change your taste every day. But if it really rises to the level of love, then it's terrible. You can only be loyal to her. You have to please her everywhere. If you can get a little response from her, you could be happy for half a day. The worst thing is that the more you can't get something, the more you want to get it. You're passionate to her, but she's cold to you. It's so painful, so painful. Seeing Holy Sovereign eccentric like this and hearing his sigh, Qin Shao was a little curious. What had happened to Holy Sovereign Ika? What kind of woman had hurt him to this extent? There must be a story. There must be a story behind it. However, Qin Shao didn't quite agree with Holy Sovereign Disaster Chi's words. It was naturally a painful thing to pursue something that couldn't be obtained. Therefore, love should not be a matter of one party, but of both parties. If both parties were in love with each other, then this kind of love would be beautiful. Love was supposed to be a beautiful thing. At this moment, a figure suddenly attracted Qin Zhao's attention. A woman in red appeared in a private room opposite him and sat down. She was dressed in red and looked exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching. His slender face was covered with frost, appearing extremely cold and aloof, as if he was 1,000 miles away from others. It was so cold that it was frightening. However, she was indeed very beautiful and had a very charming temperament. She was like a queen, making people not dare to get close to her. Where did this woman come from? Although Qin Shao could not sense the other party's cultivation base, he could tell that the other party was at least a third-step Empyrean saint. Seeing Holy Sovereign Ika's current expression, Qin Shao knew that this woman in red was the woman he said he couldn't get, the woman who made him so miserable and emotional. To be able to reject Holy Sovereign Ika like this, her strength shouldn't be much weaker than Holy Sovereign Ika. It was very likely that she was also a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao finally understood why Holy Sovereign Ika had been sitting here drinking all this time. It turned out that he was waiting for the woman in red to appear. The woman in red also had an ethereal, immortal aura around her, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. She's from the heavenly court? Qin Shao asked. Holy Sovereign Ika withdrew his gaze and said, she could be considered half a member of the heavenly court. Her mother is from the heavenly court. However, she violated the heavenly laws and was banished from the heavenly court. She stayed in the void between the heavenly court and the human realm. In the end, she died of depression, leaving behind only the woman in red. The woman in red has lived in an atmosphere of hatred since she was young, so she became very cold and aloof. She doesn't like to talk and doesn't like to get close to anyone. Most importantly, the woman in red hates the heavenly court, so she hates everyone in the heavenly court. Speaking of which, the woman in red is a pitiful person. Her background is very pitiful. She has lived in pain and hatred since she was young, growing up in an extremely harsh environment. Fortunately, the woman in red is also a supreme genius with exceptional talent. She has also worked extremely hard on cultivation, which is why she has achieved what she has today. However, she has been unhappy since she was young, so no one has ever seen her smile. They all say that she doesn't know how to smile. Not only does she not know how to smile, she doesn't even have any expression. She doesn't know how to feel joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Her face has always been so cold that no one dares to approach her. However, her personality and heart aren't actually that cold. She's still rather kind-hearted. It's just that she's used to this coldness, used to not interacting with others, used to rejecting everyone, used to not talking, used to being alone. Once she gets used to it for a long time, it becomes natural. Towards the end, Sacred Sovereign Esquire let out a long sigh. He seemed to be very pained. Qin Shao also studied the woman in red a few times. She could feel that she was very, very cold from afar. If she got closer, it would be even worse. Qin Shao thought of another problem. She looked at Sacred Sovereign Esquire and said, "Senior, you seem to know the woman in red very well. Also, I saw the woman in red's expression stiffen slightly when she saw you." She paused for a while before looking away. "I feel like you should be very familiar with her, right? Also, she doesn't seem to reject you that much, right? At the very least, she shouldn't hate you, right?" Speaking of this, Holy Sovereign Disaster sighed again. With a melancholic look on his face, he began to drink his wine. After taking a long sip, he pursed his lips and said, "Of course I'm very familiar with the woman in red. Actually, we've been together for an epoch. However, good times don't last. It's all tears when I talk about it. The painful past is unbearable to look back on. Unbearable to look back on." There seemed to be a lot of stories behind this. There had to be many stories between Sacred Sovereign Esquire and the woman in red. Qin Shao was rather curious. Just what had happened between the two of them? What was it? Seeing Sacred Sovereign Esquire's melancholy, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "If Senior is willing to talk about it, then Qin Shao is willing to be a listener. Perhaps I won't be of much help to you, but I can do my best to help you analyze what you need to do. Or rather, it's purely to let Senior talk to me so that Senior can feel better." Chapter 28-26. Holy Sage Eccentric glanced at Qin Shao and began to pour out his heart's content. In the Azura world, no one was willing to listen to him. Besides, he was unwilling to share his thoughts with others. After listening to Holy Sage Eccentric's story, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on between him and the lady in red. Not only did Holy Sage Eccentric and the lady in red know each other, they could be considered old acquaintances. The two of them had known each other for a very, very long time, and there was a dispute between them. Speaking of which, the situation was rather complicated. Furthermore, it was not easy to come to a conclusion about the relationship between the two of them. The two of them had known each other roughly 2 epochs ago. It could be said that they had gotten to know each other through a fight. Their strength could be said to be on par with each other. Of course, if they really fought with their lives on the line, Holy Sage Eccentric would probably come out on top. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that they had gotten to know each other through a fight, and there was a feeling of mutual appreciation. In the beginning, the lady in red did not know that Holy Sage Eccentric was from the Heavenly Court, so she did not reject him. Holy Sage Eccentric had fallen in love with the lady in red at first sight. The lady in red gave him a feeling that he had never felt before. It was a feeling that no woman in the past had ever given him. Such a feeling made his heart skip a beat. He kept thinking about the lady in red all the time. As a result, Holy Sage Eccentric stayed behind. He found all sorts of excuses to get close to the lady in red. They traveled, cultivated, and discussed the Tao together. They spent a period of very happy days together. However, the lady in red's personality was truly a little too cold. Although she did not strongly reject Holy Sage Eccentric, she did not allow him to get too close to her either. Every time Holy Sovereign Esquire tried to take a step closer, the lady in red would keenly sense it and begin to reject him. As a result, there was nothing Holy Sage Eccentric could do. He could only maintain a certain distance from the lady in red and interact with her as if they were ordinary friends. It could be said that they lived in harmony. Perhaps the lady in red was used to loneliness, so she did not reject Holy Sage Eccentric. However, whenever Holy Sage Wu Xie tried to get closer to her, she would immediately reject him and refuse to accept him. The most interesting thing was that Holy Sovereign Disaster still didn't know the lady in red's real name. He just kept calling her Lady in Red, and she kept calling herself Lady in Red. He wasn't accepted, but he wasn't rejected too much either. Therefore, the way the two of them interacted with each other was a little strange and subtle. Holy Sovereign Esquire was indeed infatuated with the red-dressed lady. He would think of all sorts of ways to get along with the red-dressed lady. His mind was constantly filled with the image of the red-dressed lady. It was as if he was possessed. He was truly possessed. Just like that, the two of them interacted with each other in this strange manner for an entire era. An era wasn't considered short. Logically speaking, after spending such a long time together, a man and a woman together, the collision of passion should have produced some sparks of love. Holy Sage Wu Xie had fallen in love at first sight from the very beginning. He had been chasing after the red-dressed lady the entire time. He, Holy Sage Wu Xie, had lived for most of his life and played with countless women. However, this was the first time he had found love with the red-dressed lady. However, the red-dressed lady was as cold as a block of ice that had existed for eons. There was no way he could melt her. Holy Sage Wu Xie tried everything, but he still couldn't get closer to the red-dressed lady. There was even one time when Holy Sage Wu Xie mustered up the courage to grab the red-dressed lady's hand. The moment the red-dressed lady froze, Holy Sage Wu Xie wanted to kiss her. However, at the very last moment, their noses touched. Just a little bit more, and they would have kissed. But at this moment, the lady in red struck out, catching Holy Sage eccentric off guard and almost taking him half of his life. At that moment, the red-dressed lady was especially ruthless. After that huge loss, Holy Sage Wu Xie didn't dare to do anything else. The two of them still interacted like a pair of lovers. However, they couldn't get closer like lovers. It was the kind of feeling that was neither close nor distant. If they were together, they could get along well. If they separated, they couldn't bear to. However, if they took another step forward, it would be an insurmountable obstacle. This drove Holy Sage Wu Xie crazy. He had always felt that the red-dressed lady had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get along with him for so long. They had lived together for an era, which was considered a relatively long period of time. Even though Holy Sage Wu Xie had expressed his feelings to her many times, he had tried to get closer to her and take another step forward. Every time there would be some friction, Holy Sage Wu Xie would suffer a little. However, the red-dressed lady had no intention of leaving. She was still willing to get along with Holy Sage Wu Xie. If she didn't like him, then why was it like this? However, the problem was that he couldn't cross that chasm no matter what. He couldn't break that layer of paper. Their relationship couldn't develop to the level that he, Holy Sage Wu Xie, wanted. This was a very painful and confusing matter. Moreover, the most terrible thing happened. After the red-dressed lady found out that Holy Sage Wu Xie was from the heavenly court, her attitude changed drastically. After questioning Holy Sage Wu Xie, she left without hesitation. From then on, she distanced herself from Holy Sage Wu Xie. She was truly cold and unapproachable. Holy Sage Wu Xie didn't give up. He tried to get close to the red-dressed lady a few more times. However, he was rejected by her every time. She even injured him a few times. Originally, Holy Sage Wu Xie wanted to give up. He even forced himself to give up for a period of time. However, some things were like a poison in his heart. It was very, very uncomfortable. Holy Sage Wu Xie also wanted to forget the red-dressed lady. However, he couldn't do it no matter what. If you cut water with a knife, it would flow even more. The more it was like this, the harder it was for him to give up. As a result, he couldn't bring himself to be interested in any other woman. He felt a little interested, but when it came to that kind of thing, he lost all interest. Under this kind of pain, Holy Sage Wu Xie almost went crazy. He couldn't stop thinking about the red-dressed lady. His mind was filled with her. Therefore, every time he tried to force himself to forget the red-dressed lady, he failed. In the end, he would come to her again like a bitch. However, every time, he would be mercilessly rejected by the red-dressed lady. He couldn't get her back at all. He didn't even have the chance to be friends with her. The red-dressed lady completely rejected Holy Sage Wu Xie because she hated the heavenly court. She hated everyone and everything in the heavenly court. Just like that, the entanglement lasted for an entire epoch. Holy Sage Wu Xie still couldn't let go. He still couldn't forget her. Instead, he missed her even more and couldn't give up. Or perhaps it was because he wanted what he couldn't get even more. It had already become a powerful obsession. This obsession had already taken root and sprouted. It was deeply planted in Holy Sage Wu Xie's heart. This wasn't a very special story, but it was rather novel for it to happen to a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao, tell me honestly, is this love? Holy Sage Wu Xie asked seriously. Qin Shao thought about it and said, to be honest, I really don't dare to come to such a conclusion. After all, I don't know much about love. I can't even tell what love is, so how can I judge your matter? However, from what you've said, I think you really did like the red dress lady in the past. You really fell in love with her. What do you mean by really did like her in the past? My heart hasn't changed at all. It's still like her now. It's still love. Holy Sage Wu Xie glared at him and immediately said. Qin Shao continued, Senior, don't get so worked up. Let me finish first. I'm not you, so I can't tell what you're thinking. As a matter of fact, you're not 100% certain about this either. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me this question. Based on what I feel after listening to your story, Senior, I believe that you really like the lady in red during the epoch you spent with her. You also want to start a relationship with her. There shouldn't be any problem with that. During the aeon after that, you've always been entangled with each other. You tried to let it go. However, you haven't, and you've even thought about it more and more. There are two possibilities. One is that you really did love her. You really couldn't let it go. You really wanted to be with a red dress lady. The other possibility is that you simply couldn't obtain her, which is why you felt this way. That's why you've developed a knot in your heart and become an obsession. Holy Sage Disaster frowned. He looked at Qin Shao and thought for a moment before saying, then how do I know if I really like her or if it's just an obsession? Right now, I'm thinking about the red-dressed lady all the time. I've always wanted to see her. I've always wanted to come out and find her. I've always been paying attention to her news. As long as there's news about her, I'll come out to find her regardless of everything. I want to get close to her. Even if it's just to see her, it'll be good enough. I also feel like I've become obsessed. But is this really just an obsession? This question really made Qin Shao feel a little awkward and put in a difficult position. Heavens, even though he'd been in love before, he still felt like he was very ignorant. He still felt like he didn't know what true love was. Qin Shao really felt like he didn't know much about love. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't know how to answer Holy Sage Disaster's question. Perhaps 10,000 people would have 10,000 different understandings of love. But what was true love? Qin Shao didn't know either. Therefore, Qin Shao also became thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he said, I think that obsession is just a manifestation of the heart's unwillingness to accept defeat. It's a kind of crazy heart that wants to get more and more when you can't get it. If it's obsession, then it's purely a desire to get. Everything revolves around getting and serving. In other words, as long as you can get it, you won't hesitate even if you have to resort to unscrupulous means. It seems to be love, but it's actually no longer love. It's under the guise of love, but in reality, it's done under the guise of love. Everything is for the sake of serving others. But once you get it, then the obsession will be broken. Everything will turn into nothingness and return to normal. At that time, it's no longer important. If it's love, then the obsession in your heart is the deepest love. It's a sweet thing. Thinking about it makes you happy and your heart warm. Everything you do is to get it, but getting it is not the most important thing. The most important thing is whether the other party is doing well. As long as she's doing well, as long as you can still see her, then it's all good. So, whether it's obsession or not depends on your heart. Chapter 28-27. Holy Sage Eccentric fell silent. He seemed to be deep in thought as he thought about it seriously. After thinking for a long while, Holy Sage Eccentric said with certainty, "If what you say is true, then I truly love her. It's not an obsession. Even if it's an obsession, it should be an obsession of love. It should be an unwavering love for her. For her, I could give up everything. Ever since I met her, I haven't been interested in any other woman. Whether it's my heart or my body, I can't accept another woman. I've lived for so many years and played with countless women, but I've never felt like this before. I wouldn't think about the women in the past at all. At most, I'll think about them again when I meet them again, but I've never felt like this before. Originally, I was very interested in beautiful women, but now my mind is filled with Lady in Red. I think about her all the time. I've also tried to interact with other women, but as soon as I really do anything, my heart and body will strongly reject them. So, I'm very, very sure that I love Lady in Red. I truly love her." Qin Shao nodded. If Holy Sage Eccentric was so certain, then there shouldn't be any problems. He probably really did love Lady in Red. How should he put it? Qin Shao could also understand this feeling a little. He also felt the same way about Gu Lingwei. Of course, perhaps it wasn't as strong as Holy Sage Eccentric's feelings. Perhaps it was just that Qin Shao could control his feelings very well. "All right, Qin Shao, do you think Lady in Red likes me?" Holy Sage Eccentric asked again. Qin Shao was a little hesitant about this question. After thinking for a while, he said, "Based on what I feel, I think the Lady in Red likes you. If she doesn't like you, she shouldn't have been able to stay with you for an entire epoch. She also saw you just now. The way she looked at you seemed a little complicated. When she saw you, I noticed that she hesitated. She hesitated for a moment, but she still sat down and did not leave immediately. If she doesn't love you and only hates you, then I think she will immediately turn around and leave after seeing you. She won't sit down again." Exactly. Holy Sovereign Eccentric clapped his hands, immediately feeling like he had found a confidant. He said, "Qin Shao, I think your analysis is extremely correct. I also think that the Lady in Red should like me. I've been with her for an entire era. I can feel that she likes me. But why do you think she did that to me? She obviously likes me, but she doesn't want to get closer to me. She won't let me overstep her boundaries. Now, she's ignoring me. She's rejecting me. No matter how hard I try, no matter how many times I try to get close to her, I can't succeed. Tell me, what should I do about this? Alas, I ask the world, what is love? It teaches us to be together in life and death." A sad song. Qin Shao really couldn't say for sure. After all, women were the strangest creatures in the world. Women's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Qin Shao was most afraid of interacting with women, let alone trying to guess their thoughts. Just thinking about it made him scared. If this happened to someone else, Qin Shao would have a headache. Fortunately, it didn't happen to him. If it happened to him, how much a headache would that be? Just thinking about it made Qin Shao scared. It was better not to think about it. Young friend Qin Shao, don't keep silent. Help me think about it and give me some ideas. It wasn't easy to see the Lady in Red again. No matter what, I have to think of a way to improve the situation. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything, Holy Sovereign Eccentric couldn't help but say. Qin Shao felt like crying, but had no tears. He said, "Senior, it's not that I don't want to say anything. I really don't know what to say. I don't have much experience, so I don't know what's right." Don't. Although you don't have much experience, there's a saying that the onlooker sees more clearly. You're now a bystander. Moreover, I've told you everything in detail. You know everything. You could just say it as a bystander. There's nothing right or wrong. No matter what, I think you see it much more clearly than I do. Just say it according to your understanding. There's nothing right or wrong. Just say it, said Holy Sovereign Eccentric. He felt like he was grasping at straws. Whether it was a life-saving straw or not, he had to grasp it first. Qin Shao felt a little helpless. What the hell was this? She wasn't matchmaker Yulao. How would she know how to pull strings for others? He hadn't even solved his own problem yet. How could he give Holy Sovereign Eccentric any good advice? As a result, Qin Shao shook his head and said, Senior, I really want to help you, but my experience is really limited. My ability is even more limited. I really can't take on such a heavy responsibility. I could be a bystander. I can find some small opinions. I can't do anything else. I think you should take care of this matter yourself. I really can't do it. Although the onlooker sees more clearly, what I can see is that you like Lady Hong Yi, and she likes you too. However, the lady in red might reject you because of her personality and other reasons. She doesn't dare to get too close to you. How should I say this? It's quite difficult to solve this situation. Holy Sovereign Eccentric thought for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He said to Qin Shao, How about this? If you can help me this time, I'll owe you a favor. Didn't you say you wanted something from me? How about this? You help me once, and I'll help you once. This way, we'll have made a fair deal. No one owes anyone anything. What do you think? No, wait. Tell me what you want me to help you with first. It's still too early to agree. Hearing Holy Sovereign Eccentric's words, Qin Shao was immediately moved. Although he had a headache over this matter and felt that he had no way to help Holy Sovereign Eccentric's offer was very tempting. However, Holy Master Aki's conditions were simply too attractive to Qin Shao. Qin Shao's heart was greatly moved. It would definitely be very difficult to get Holy Sovereign Eccentric to help him for free. If he could make such a deal, it would indeed be a good thing. If that was the case, then his chances of success would be much greater. Helping others was the same as helping oneself. Qin Shao said, If Senior really isn't afraid that I'll ruin your matter, then I'll do my best to give it a try. Or perhaps, if there's a third party to mediate this matter, the situation might be much better. In some cases, it might just be that you can't cross that hurdle. But let me say this first. Senior, you know my situation. I can only do my best, but I can't make any guarantees. I don't think I have any ability in this aspect. Holy Sovereign Eccentric waved his hand and said, All right, as long as you're willing to do your best to help me, nothing else matters. I know your situation, but I don't have any better ideas. I can only try everything I can. Who knows? You might be able to play a certain role. As for myself, I really have no other choice. I had no choice but to tell you. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't share anything with you. You don't understand my pain. You don't understand. Air cough. Speaking of which, Qin Shao really didn't understand. After all, he hadn't experienced it before. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. Senior, it's like this. Someone from my hometown has been imprisoned in the Azura world for some reason. However, he's only imprisoned in the first layer of the Heavens prison. That's why I want to ask Senior to see if you can release that person from my hometown, said Qin Shao. Hearing Qin Shao's words, Holy Sovereign Eccentric immediately frowned. His face turned slightly cold. He took a deep look at Qin Shao, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. After looking at Qin Shao, Holy Sovereign Eccentric said in a deep voice, Looks like you've really come prepared. You've investigated my situation very thoroughly. Forget it. I can't be bothered to pursue the matter. Tell me the details so that I can confirm whether I can help you or not. Qin Shao immediately rejoiced when he heard Holy Sovereign Eccentric's words. Since Holy Sovereign Eccentric didn't reject him directly, it meant that there was hope. That was fantastic. There should be a very high chance. Qin Shao continued to explain the situation in the Heavenly Court. After hearing everything, Holy Sovereign Eccentric said, So that's the person from your hometown you're talking about. Although his crimes aren't that serious, his matter still passed through the hands of the Heavenly Emperor and was reported to the Heavenly Emperor. He's only been thrown into the first layer of the Heavens prison. That's because the Heavenly Emperor is benevolent. It's still very difficult to save him. Very difficult? Qin Shao glanced at Holy Sovereign Eccentric. After some thought, he said, Although it's very difficult, I believe Senior will have a way. Holy Sovereign Eccentric said, I do have a way, but it's a little troublesome. It'll take a lot of effort. It's not worth it for me to pay such a price. It's not worth it at all. However, For the sake of the lady in red, I'm willing to go all out. However, I have a condition. The condition is that you can help me resolve the grudge between the lady in red and me. You have to help me truly get together with her. You have to get past her lightning pool. If you can't do this, then I definitely won't go through the trouble of helping you. This really was an extraordinarily high request, but there was no other way. Judging from the current situation, this was the most promising way for him to save his big brother in the heavenly court. Qin Shao could tell that Holy Sovereign Eccentric wasn't saying this on purpose. This matter really was very difficult. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very, very difficult for him to save his big brother in the heavenly court. Most likely, he would have to ask one of the 3 great protectors of the Azura world. The 3 great protectors of the Azura world were existences that even World God by Shaoxing feared. How could it be so easy to get close to them? Unless Qin Shao was truly shameless enough to ask his master to help him personally. However, Qin Shao clearly wouldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't ask his master to do it either. This matter, he would definitely do it himself. Author, Cruel Death Brothers, it's almost the end of the month. Flowers continue to support us. Let's go. Chapter 28. Okay, deal. Qin Shao agreed readily. No matter how difficult or challenging it was, he had to give it a try. After all, this was his only chance now. Although it was a field that he was not familiar with and was not good at, he could still give it a try. If a worker wanted to do something, he must first sharpen his tools. The lady in red had not left yet, so there was no need to rush into action. It was better to have a good plan first before taking action. That should be much better. Holy Sage Disaster seemed to be a little impatient. He immediately urged Qin Shao. What do we do now? How do we take action? Qin Shao gestured for him to stop and said, There's no need to rush. The more important is, the more we can't rush. Rushing will only lead to chaos. We have to stay calm. We have to stay calm. Otherwise, it might be over before it even starts. Isn't the lady in red still sitting there? So there's no need to rush. As long as she doesn't leave, we will have time to take our time with her. Yes. We can't rush. We have to stay calm. We have to stay calm. We can't be like before. Thinking back, it was indeed because I was too impatient that I was unhappy every time. Holy Sage Disaster immediately nodded and agreed with Qin Shao. Holy Sage Disaster asked again, Then what should we do now? Qin Shao waved his hand, and the book spirit was released by Qin Shao. The moment the book spirit came out, Qin Shao felt an enchanting aura. The book spirit looked at Qin Shao and said coquettishly to Qin Shao, "Oh, master, you're so naughty. You haven't let me out even once in such a long time. You bored me to death. So annoying." Qin Shao couldn't help but shudder when she heard the voice. She really had the urge to take the book spirit back, but she forced herself to hold back. Holy Sovereign Yi Kuang gave Qin Shao a strange look, then chuckled and said, "My little friend, Qin Shao, do you have this kind of taste as well? Why do I feel like I've been fooled by your appearance?" Qin Shao was speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, can't you see that this is just an artifact spirit? My senior brother gave it to me. I can't refine such an artifact spirit. By Shaoxing's by Xiaoshu. Although I've never met by Xiaosheng, I've heard of his name. Interesting. To refine the spirit of the all-knowing book into something like this. It seems that this all-knowing book really is quite passionate on the outside," Holy Sovereign Disaster said. How could he not see through the book spirit's background? He was just teasing Qin Shao earlier. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao asked the book spirit, "Book spirit, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Do you know anything about love?" Hearing Qin Zhao's question, the book spirit immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She was laughing so happily. After laughing, she winked at Qin Shao coquettishly and said, "Master, you're so naughty." There are outsiders here. I'm embarrassed to ask such a question. Look, this servant's face is all red. How could I possibly understand such a thing? However, Although this servant does not understand, this servant can slowly learn. This servant's learning ability is still very strong. Qin Shao suddenly had the urge to seal the book spirit in the all-knowing book. I'm talking about business. Do you have to be so? Qin Shao was speechless. Her face darkened, and she looked at the book spirit with a serious expression. When the book spirit saw the serious look on Qin Zhao's face, he immediately restrained himself and put away his cheerful appearance. She immediately became serious and said, "Love, this servant knows a little about it. However, I don't know the specifics of what Master is asking. Master can be more specific so that I know how to answer Master's questions." Qin Shao asked Holy Sage Disaster Kuang, "Senior, I'll tell the book spirit the truth. You don't have any objections, right?" Holy Sage Disaster Kuang waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. It's fine. She's just a book spirit." With Holy Sage Disaster Kuang's permission, Qin Shao told the book spirit the details. After hearing Qin Zhao's explanation, the book spirit touched her chin and frowned. She seemed to be in deep thought. Qin Shao and Holy Sage Disaster Kuang looked at the book spirit and waited for her to speak. After thinking for a while, the book spirit said, "According to the records in the book spirit's library, the Lady in Red is an extremely reclusive woman. Moreover, the Lady in Red has always been very repulsive towards men. She would never get close to any man. Lady Red's mother was from the heavenly court, and her father was from the human realm. After her mother violated the rules of the heavens, she was expelled from the heavenly court and died in depression. Lady Red and her mother relied on each other for survival since young. Lady Red's father was a wastrel and a heartless man who let down her mother. Thus, Lady Red's personality has a lot to do with her pitiful background. Moreover, her mother's death is indirectly related to the heavenly court. Thus, Lady Red has always been repulsed by the heavenly court and hates it. She hates the people of the heavenly court as well. Thus, she naturally hates and rejects the people of the heavenly court. Senior Holy Sage Disaster Kuang is both a member of the heavenly court and a man of the heavenly court. Thus, it's normal for Lady Red to reject him. This is the result of Lady Red's personality and heart. As the saying goes, a doctor is a doctor's doctor. If you want to change Lady Red's behavior, you have to change her heart. If we can't change her heart, then all our efforts will be in vain, and it won't be of any use. According to my analysis, it will be very, very difficult for the Lady in Red to accept Senior Holy Sovereign Disaster Kuang. I did a calculation and deduced it over 100 times. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the success rate is only 1 in 10,000. The success rate is only 1 in 10,000? That's really terrifyingly low. Since the book spirit said so, it was obvious how difficult this matter was. Qin Shao still believed in the book spirit's ability. She was the all-knowing book and knew everything in the world. She had a powerful library and enough knowledge to make a comprehensive deduction and evaluation. Generally speaking, the accuracy of the all-knowing book's deduction should be very high. However, even if it was only 1 in 10,000, Qin Shao would definitely not give up. She had to give it a try. Miracles always needed people to create them. There was still a 1 in 10,000 chance. This probability was still acceptable. In the past, no matter how difficult the problem was, even if it seemed impossible, Qin Shao could defy the heavens and change her fate. She could make the impossible possible. Now, what was this difficulty? Holy Sage Disaster Kuang said in a deep voice, "Then what do you think we should do to change this situation?" "Well, I don't know," the book spirit replied. Holy Sage Disaster Kuang glared at the book spirit coldly. The book spirit was really frightened and subconsciously hid behind Qin Shao. Qin Shao also rolled her eyes at the book spirit speechlessly and said sternly, "All right, book spirit, you'd better be more serious and speak better." Book spirit had an aggrieved expression on her face. She had always been like this. She felt very awkward and uncomfortable when she had to speak in such a serious manner. However, she had no choice. She could only obey her master's orders. The book spirit pouted and continued. "However, it seems that there is still a good situation. According to my deduction, I have basically come to a conclusion. The lady in red should like you, holy sage disaster qualm. Senior eccentric, you also like Lady Red. Therefore, both of you like each other. In that case, there is a basic condition for success. If there is no basic condition, then the probability is 0. In other words, there is no chance at all. Even if you kill the book spirit, there is no chance at all. Hearing the book spirit's words, a smile appeared on holy, sovereign Empiric's face. He liked to hear these words. That's right. I also think that the lady in red definitely likes me. But why won't she admit it? Why can't she accept me? Why can't she let me get close to her? Holy Sage Disaster Kwong said. The book spirit replied, well, this situation is very complicated. It's better to talk about it from the perspective of the red-clothed girl's personality and heart. As the saying goes, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change a person's nature. It's extremely difficult to change a person's character. The lady in red has lived for tens of thousands of epochs. Her personality has been solidified and strengthened over the years. Is already deeply rooted. She has been like this since she was young. She has already developed such a character. It has been deeply ingrained to such an extent. How can it be so easy for you to change it? Holy Sage Disaster Kwong waved his hand and said, don't talk to me about this. Of course I know it is very, very difficult. If it wasn't difficult, I would have solved it long ago. Why would I need you to come up with ideas for me? Let's not talk about difficult things. Let's talk about how to solve this problem. This is the most important thing. This is what I want to know the most right now. I'm not interested in knowing anything else. I am not in the mood to listen. Qin Xiao also said, yes, book spirit. You should tell us if you have any good ideas. Tell us everything. This is what we need the most right now. The book spirit nodded and said, to cure a person, one needs to cure a person's heart. According to the billions of methods recorded in my library, the best one is to cure a person's heart. If you want to change the lady in red situation, you have to change her heart. You have to change her heart that rejects you. I think the lady in red has tried this countless times. Since she likes you, she actually wants you to get close to her. She doesn't reject you. However, she can't do it. She can't help but reject you. She doesn't want you to get too close to her. She has failed countless times. It is very, very difficult for others to make her do it. The best way is to treat the illness of the heart with medicine of the heart. And this medicine was her own medicine. If she can't even defeat herself, then no one can help her defeat herself. Qin Xiao frowned deeply. After thinking for a while, she said, book spirit, what you mean is that we have to think of a way to make the lady in red restrain her heart, convince her heart, and defeat it so that she doesn't reject Holy Sage Disaster Qualm. Yes, master. That is exactly what I mean. Based on my current understanding of the situation, the best solution is to let the lady in red conquer her own heart. That is to let the lady in red conquer her own heart. What Master and Senior Eccentric need to do is figure out how to guide and assist Lady Hong in doing this, the book spirit said with a nod. Chapter 28-29. There was a reason behind it, but how is he going to do it? A person's heart was the most difficult thing to defeat. The lady in red was a fourth-step ancient saint that had lived for a very long time. How powerful was her will? She had tried for 2 epochs, but she was unable to defeat herself. How was an outsider supposed to enlighten her? It seemed like an impossible task. Book Spirit, do you have any good ideas? Qin Xiao asked. The book spirit shook his head and said, No. Master, don't look at me like that. I really don't have any good ideas. If I had a good idea, I wouldn't have said that the probability was only 1 in 10,000. Right now, it's all up to fate. It's up to fate. The only feasible way is to think of a way to resolve her heart. Her heart is guarded by a deep-rooted thought. It's firmly protected and won't allow any thoughts to invade. However, I think that the only hope is the lady in red's love. They all say that love is sacred and mighty. The power of love is the greatest and most powerful. Perhaps we can stimulate the lady in red's love for sacred sage disaster so that she can break through the barrier in her heart and open her heart to sacred sage disaster. As for the specifics, I can't say. It's all up to you, Master. Qin Shao glanced at sacred sage disaster, and sacred sage disaster looked back at Qin Shao. Although sacred sage disaster was a very capable person, he seemed to be at a loss when faced with such a situation. He was like a child who couldn't make up his mind. At this moment, it could even be said that Sacred Sage Disaster had developed a sense of dependence on Qin Shao. Sacred Sage Disaster was like his life-saving straw. He needed to rely on Qin Shao to obtain his happiness. Sacred Sage Disaster definitely didn't have any ideas. The person involved couldn't see clearly. In the end, this headache still fell on him. However, there was no other way. Since Qin Shao had agreed to this deal, she naturally had to bear this responsibility. Since there was no better way, he could only bite the bullet and try. He had to take the first step. Most of the time, if one couldn't see the road clearly, one could only walk it step by step. Only when one walked down the road would the road slowly appear and be able to see it clearly. Senior, please wait here for a moment. I'll go over and see if I can say a few words to the lady in red. I'm not from the heaven realm, so maybe the lady in red won't reject me too much, Qin Shao said. Holy Master Empress Kuang immediately nodded and said to Qin Shao solemnly, "Little friend Qin Shao, I'll leave everything to you then." Qin Shao walked over and quickly arrived at the private room. The lady in red sat in the private room. She didn't drink or eat. She just sat there alone with a cold expression on her face. One couldn't tell whether she was happy, angry, sad, or happy. No one knew what she was thinking. From afar, one could feel a wave of cold air. It was so cold that people didn't dare to come close. This was a woman with a cold aura. Even people who couldn't sense her aura didn't dare to come close. Women were scary, but cold women were even scarier. A cold and powerful woman was simply a creature that couldn't be provoked. If it was any other time, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't dare to provoke such a woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Qin Shao had just walked to the door of the private room when the lady in red's cold eyes shot over like a cold knife. That eye god was too scary. Just one look was enough to make Qin Zhao's entire body turn cold in an instant. The coldness went down to the soles of his feet. Scary, too scary. It was much scarier than the first time he saw Fu Yunny. However, the scariness of the lady in red was different from the scariness of other dangers. The lady in red wasn't scary because she was dangerous. She wouldn't endanger one's life. The lady in red was scary because of her coldness. She was so cold that she kept people thousands of miles away. This was a threatening force that could threaten people's minds. However, the lady in red wasn't a bad person. Although she was cold, she was still a kind-hearted woman. It was just that she was too antisocial. Senior Lady in Red, I'm Qin Shao. Qin Shao bowed and said. However, before he could finish his words, a cold voice interrupted Qin Shao. Don't bother me. Go. This was awkward. Qin Shao had expected that it would be very difficult to get close to the lady in red. However, the reality was much more difficult than he had imagined. He didn't even have a chance to speak before he was stopped. What should he do now? How could he get close to the lady in red? She didn't even give him a chance to speak. Wasn't she too cold? However, since he had agreed to this, Qin Shao naturally couldn't back down so easily. Therefore, Qin Shao braced himself and continued. Senior, I don't mean anything else. I just want to... This time, she didn't give Qin Shao a chance to finish his words. She glanced at him with an extremely cold gaze. The extremely cold power directly hit Qin Shao, causing Qin Shao to freeze instantly. He couldn't speak for a moment. This was a serious warning. Clearly, if Qin Shao dared to say another word, the lady in red would definitely not be polite to him. Qin Shao was naturally no match for a powerful existence in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. If he really angered the lady, he would be the one to suffer. Moreover, Qin Shao also wanted to resolve the matter between him and Holy Sovereign Eccentric. Naturally, He couldn't provoke the lady in red too much. Otherwise, he would only make things worse. But what could he do now? If he couldn't even speak, there was no need to talk about anything else. The lady in red seemed to have blocked his first step. She didn't give him any chance at all. Should he retreat just like that? If he retreated just like that, how could he continue? What a headache. However, there seemed to be no other way. He could only retreat temporarily. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse. Moreover, the lady in red didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. This meant that there was still a chance. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao could only bow to the lady in red and leave. Seeing Qin Xiao return with an indifferent expression, Holy Sovereign Eccentric had already seen the situation. Qin Xiao's gaze suddenly landed on the book spirit. He said, "Book spirit, why don't you give it a try? You're a woman and a book spirit. I think the lady in red won't reject you too much." Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the book spirit immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. She hurriedly said, "No, no, 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 master. Absolutely not. I'm just a weapon spirit. I'm not even a life." In the eyes of the lady in red, I don't have the right to talk to her. If I were to go over and make the lady in red unhappy, wouldn't I be exterminated? Qin Xiao thought about it and felt that the book spirit's words made sense. After all, the book spirit was just a weapon spirit. She wasn't considered a life, so her level was naturally very low. If he was treated like this in the past, the book spirit would probably be in danger. What should he do? The book spirit immediately said, "But master, I have a candidate in mind." It was also because of master's words that this servant has an idea. I see that the lady in red doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She doesn't seem to have anything to do, so I think she's a little reluctant to leave. I'm even more certain that the lady in red likes Senior Holy Sage Eki. However, she can't defeat her own heart, so she's been struggling in pain all this time. Qin Xiao nodded. He also felt that the lady in red liked Holy Sage Eki. The lady in red had been sitting there all this time, unwilling to leave. This should be her intention, right? However, she clearly had this intention, but she couldn't defeat her own heart. She couldn't let Holy Sage Eki get close, but she also had to reject Holy Sage Eki. It was a very contradictory thing, very contradictory. So, Master, why don't you let Baby Mo try? Baby Mo is a divine beast, so the lady in red probably won't reject him too much. Secondly, Baby Mo is also a third-step ancient sage, so his level of life is high enough. Thirdly, Baby Mo is very cute. Everyone loves him. Generally speaking, girls will like Baby Mo, the book spirit continued. When the book spirit said that, Qin Xiao immediately thought of Baby Mo. Indeed, it seemed that Baby Mo was the best choice at the moment. He really had a chance of succeeding. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately let Baby Mo out. After giving some instructions to Baby Mo, he let Baby Mo go. Meanwhile, in a private room, the lady in red sat there, sorrowful, lonely, and desolate. Right now, her heart was in great pain. She was struggling and didn't know what to do. There were several different voices in her head, and she couldn't get rid of them. They tormented her like nightmares, and she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Sometimes, she even wanted to die and be done with it. She didn't understand why she was in so much pain. She'd lived for so long, but she'd never been in such pain. She'd always been alone. She'd always walked in solitude, and she'd long ago adapted to living alone. It was as if the whole world had nothing to do with her. She was always alone, and the mountains, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the firmament were her companions. But now, there was a figure in her mind that she couldn't get rid of. It was a figure that she couldn't forget. In this era, she'd tried countless times to forget and erase it, but to no avail. She couldn't get rid of it, erase it, or forget it. She tried to conquer her heart and accept it. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. She really couldn't do it. She hesitated. She struggled. She was confused. She was in pain. She was helpless. She was lonely. She didn't know what to do. She felt that she had been living in a muddle-headed state for an entire era. She had always wanted to end this state as soon as possible. She had always wanted to completely erase that figure from her mind and completely forget about him. But she failed again and again. She couldn't do it. She wanted to conquer her heart, but she couldn't. She couldn't. She couldn't do either of those things. So she sank in pain. She couldn't walk out of the sea of bitterness. She could never see the other shore. Why am I still sitting here? Why am I still so close to him? Why can't I leave? Voices sounded in the lady in red's mind. They asked her again and again, as if they were interrogating her soul. But she didn't know why, but she couldn't move her feet. She wanted to leave again and again, but there was a mysterious force that pulled her back, not allowing her to leave. Chapter 28:30. Suddenly, a head popped out from the door, as if it was playing a game of hide-and-seek. It was very cute and playful. The lady in red frowned and glanced over coldly. When she saw baby Mo, her expression softened a little. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Holy Sage Wu Xie watched anxiously. They wanted to see if baby Mo could get close to the lady in red. If even baby Mo failed, then this matter would be very difficult, very, very difficult. Qin Xiao was also looking forward to this. She hoped that baby Mo would succeed. After waiting anxiously, Qin Xiao and Holy Sage Wu Xie finally let out a sigh of relief. The lady in red did not reject baby Mo too much. Although she did not let baby Mo get too close, at least he would not be like Qin Xiao, who was immediately chased away. At the very least, baby Mo could still stay in the private room and talk to the lady in red. Holy Sage Wu Xie was overjoyed, as if he had seen hope. Qin Xiao transmitted her voice to baby Mo, asking about the situation. Baby Mo also kept reporting to Qin Xiao about what to do next. The situation still didn't look so good. Although the lady in red did not reject baby Mo too much, she was still very cold. She would not say anything to baby Mo. At most, she would give a simple answer when baby Mo asked. Qin Xiao also tried to let baby Mo slowly attack her heart, but the lady in red was very sensitive. Once baby Mo touched on the topic of Holy Sage Wu Xie, she would subconsciously reject him and be on guard. This made baby Mo not dare to take the risk. He could only stop before going too far. He could only beat around the bush and try to attack her every once in a while. However, he failed every single time. Every single time, the red-clothed lady would be on guard against him and coldly shut him out. She didn't want to talk to baby Mo about this problem at all. Qin Xiao, what's the situation now? Holy Sage Wu Xie asked anxiously. Qin Xiao shook her head and said, the situation is not good. It's really not good. Baby Mo has tried many times, but all of them have failed. It's useless. The lady in red is on guard, but the power of her heart is too strong. She's holding her ground very well. It's very, very difficult to break through. It's definitely impossible in a short time. In the face of such a situation, Qin Xiao didn't know what to do. If they relied on baby Mo to slowly attack, it would take a long time. Qin Xiao could not afford to waste. Continuing to waste time like this was definitely not a solution. Most importantly, even if they continued like this, they did not know if they could succeed. Therefore, Qin Xiao seriously felt that these methods were not going to work. The effect was too bad. Were there any special methods? Were there any quick and effective methods? Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. However, when it came to love and women, Qin Xiao did not know much about them. Qin Xiao, you're hurting me. Holy Sovereign Eccentric had a sad look on his face. Senior, don't worry. There will always be a way. Qin Xiao comforted him. Although she said that, Qin Xiao did not have much confidence. A bold idea suddenly popped up in Qin Xiao's mind. Holy Master Aki, why don't we play a big game and give the girl in red a strong drug? Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Holy Sage Wu Xie was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. How do we play a big game? Kill you. Qin Shao looked at Holy Sage Wu Xie seriously and spat out these 4 words. Holy Sage Wu Xie frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Are you serious? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I'm serious. Using your death to stimulate the lady in red. This will help her break through the barrier in her heart. Book Spirit, what do you think of this method? The Book Spirit thought seriously for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, Yes, Master. I think that your plan may work. If we use the normal method, the success rate is very, very low. Secondly, it might take a very long time. If we want to increase the success rate and speed up the process, we can only use some fierce and strange methods. This move was the most ruthless and ruthless. However, I think this method has the highest success rate. Of course, it's also the most risky method. If we fail even like this, we'll probably fail completely. We won't have any more chances in the future. We'll lose our last shred of hope. A high success rate comes with a high risk. As for the specific choice, it'll be up to Senior Holy Sage Wu Xie himself. Qin Shao added, That's right, Senior. Think about it carefully. The Book Spirit and I are only suggesting this. We have an idea for now. If the lady in red really loves you, Senior, then only your death can stimulate her the most. If even the greatest stimulation can't break through the barrier in her heart, I think you'll have no more hope in this life. Although I don't know much about love, I still have a woman I like. A woman who's willing to risk her life for me. I can understand a little of this feeling. I'm not afraid of death, but if the woman I love is going to die, it will definitely make me go crazy. It will definitely bring out the fiercest side of me. I'm afraid other methods won't work. Right now, we can only use the most ruthless method and see if we can force the lady in red. Holy Sage Wu Xie fell silent, unable to make a decision. To make such a choice was indeed an extremely difficult thing to do. It was like breaking the ship or breaking the ship. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. However, Holy Sage Wu Xie couldn't think of a better method no matter how hard he thought about it. What should he do? After thinking for a while, Holy Sage Wu Xie gritted his teeth and made up his mind. All right, Qin Shao, then we'll do it your way. Let's go all out. For the past epoch, every day has felt like a year to me. I've been in pain all the time. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to go crazy. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. If I use this decision to end things with the lady in red, it might not be a bad thing. It'd be best if I succeed, but if I really fail, I think it'll be difficult for me to see the lady in red again. If I don't see her, perhaps I'll slowly give up. Qin Shao nodded. That was what he thought too. It was not a good idea to keep dragging it out. They had already been entangled for an epoch. Speaking of which, Holy Sage Wu Xie could be considered a rather infatuated man. Senior Holy Sage Wu Xie, since you're going to do this, you'll have to suffer a little. You definitely won't die, but if you want the best results, you'll have to do it to the extent that the lady in red believes in you. As a result, I'm afraid you'll have to be mentally prepared, Senior. Ha ha ha. Holy Sage Wu Xie laughed heartily. After laughing, his eyes flashed with determination as he said, I naturally understand this, and I've long been mentally prepared. Even if you want me to die, as long as the lady in red can love me and break the barrier in her heart, I'm willing to do it, let alone lose 90% of my life. Then what exactly should we do now? A figure stood on a high wall outside Lucky Edge City. His expression was desolate, and his face was filled with grief and pain. His eyes were dim, and he seemed to be in an extremely low mood. This person was none other than Holy Sage Wu Xie. The scene here had attracted some onlookers. This was a bustling downtown area, so the onlookers quickly gathered. There were quite a few of them. In a pavilion not far away, Qin Shao, Xiao Gu, and the Book Spirit sat there drinking wine as they watched. Big brother, isn't this too difficult for Holy Sage Wu Xie? He's a 4-step ancient saint. Don't you think it's too difficult for him to cry in public and even commit suicide? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it either. I'd rather hide in a secluded place and commit suicide. It's really hard to imagine that a fourth-step ancient saint would do such a thing. Moreover, will Master be able to do it? Xiaogu asked. Qin Xiao said, man proposes, God disposes. Whether or not it'll succeed will depend on Holy Sage Wu Xie's fortune. If he wants something, he naturally has to pay a price first. It's too difficult for Holy Sage Wu Xie to get what he wants. Therefore, he has to put in a lot of effort before he can succeed. If Holy Sage Wu Xie really loves the lady in red, then I think no matter what you ask him to do, he won't have any problems. He'll definitely do it. Moreover, as long as you've decided to do it, there's nothing difficult about it. If you're always thinking about your dignity, you won't be able to do anything. I've seen a saying before, there's no dignity in front of love. Although I didn't quite understand it in the past, now that I've seen Holy Sage Wu Xie, I understand a little. In order to obtain this love, Holy Sage Wu Xie can disregard everything. He can throw away his dignity. He can do anything. Love should be beautiful like this. Xiaogu shook his head and pursed his lips. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. This thing is too profound. I don't understand. Why would a beast like you need to understand this? You beasts don't like this. You only need to see a female to reproduce with her, the book's spirit teased. Xiaogu said awkwardly, but I don't like females either. Master, I think you should stay away from Xiaogu in the future, the book spirit said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Xiaogu was completely speechless. He wasn't that kind of person. No, he wasn't that kind of beast. He was still young. He was still a child. Therefore, he didn't know anything about love. He wasn't interested in it at all. Qin Xiao's gaze flickered as he looked in a certain direction. He immediately perked up a little. Baby Imo had brought the lady in red. Although the lady in red was only looking at them from a distant corner, he had successfully taken this step. Baby Imo had done it. Of course, the most important thing was that the lady in red still cared about Holy Sage Wu Xie. Otherwise, Baby Imo wouldn't have been able to do anything. Seeing that the lady in red had arrived, the small stone hanging in Qin Zhao's heart finally settled down. With a good start, the chances of victory would be greater. He hoped that everything would go smoothly this time. Chapter 28:31. On the high wall, Holy Sovereign Disaster Kwong was heartbroken. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the bitterness of this era. The surrounding onlookers did not understand what was going on and began to whisper to each other. Who is that person? What an unfamiliar face. I've never seen him before. It doesn't seem like he's from our lucky border city. His aura seems very powerful. He can't be a fourth step heavenly venerate, right? Fourth step heavenly venerate? It can't be, right? Would a fourth step heavenly venerate come to our ruined lucky border city? It's possible. I also feel that his aura is very powerful, far more powerful than mine. In any case, it's extremely powerful. In fact, I feel that even fourth step heavenly venerates are not this powerful. Tisich, you can't be saying that he might be an ancient saint, right? How could that be possible? How could an ancient saint be someone we can easily meet? Besides, is there a need for an Empyrean saint to be sad here? What's going on? Who knows? Look at how sad he is and how he looks like he's about to die. What exactly happened? What kind of blow did such a powerful existence suffer to make him feel so disheartened? I don't know. I think I heard that he might be troubled by love. It can't be, right? Troubled by love? Such a powerful existence can be troubled by love. If he's really troubled by love, then from the looks of it, he must be someone with deep love. Sai, what do you know? Ask the world what love is. It's something that makes people pledge their lives to each other. Love is the most terrifying thing in this world. It's best not to touch it. Holy Sovereign Disaster Kwong suddenly looked at the red-clothed lady. His gaze met hers from afar. The red-clothed lady was slightly shaken by Holy Sovereign Disaster Kwong's gaze. Her expression changed slightly, but she did not move her gaze away. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. 10,000 years passed in a single glance. At that moment, many people's gazes landed on the red-clothed lady. Only then did they realize that the female lead was this cold and beautiful woman. Being looked at by so many people, the red-clothed lady felt very uncomfortable. She was used to being alone and cold. At this moment, she felt like there was a dagger at her back. She felt very uncomfortable and wanted to escape. Baby Mo also took the opportunity to pull the lady in red back, not allowing her to leave in a fit of anger. Many people saw the lady in red and were stunned by her beauty. However, the lady in red's peerlessly cold aura made those people not dare to have any thoughts about her. Holy Sovereign Esquire finally spoke. Hong Yi, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. My heart was captivated by you. I was so captivated by you that I couldn't stop myself from you. Your figure, everything about you, has long been deeply imprinted in my mind. I can't forget it. I can't get rid of it. The era I spent with you was the happiest, and most relaxing period of my life. Although it was rather short, it was engraved in my heart. It would always surface in my mind, and I would think about it time and time again. Ever since I met you, I've felt that there's sunlight in the darkness, flowers in the fields, fish in the rivers, and that there's such a wonderful thing in my life. I know very well that I've long fallen in love with you. You've long been imprinted in the depths of my heart, becoming a part of my soul. Without you, I've always lived in a daze. I've been in so much pain that I'd rather die. It filled my world with darkness, without a trace of sunshine, without a single flower, without a trace of happiness. Holy Sovereign Esquire confessed his true feelings in front of countless people in Lucky Border City. His voice reverberated through the city. The originally bustling, auspicious border city quietened down for Sacred Venerate Esquire, as everyone listened to Sacred Venerate Esquire confess. Every word was filled with his true feelings. They could touch people's hearts. Whether it was people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life or people who had never experienced emotions, they were all moved by his words. There were even many women who were moved to the point of shedding tears. As Qin Shao listened, he was also greatly shocked by Holy Sovereign Esquire's words. He also admired Holy Sovereign Esquire very much. A fourth-step Empyrean saint, a lofty war god of Azura world, could actually disregard his dignity and face for the sake of love. It was hard to imagine that he would be willing to lower himself to such an extent. The power of love was indeed incomparably great. This deeply touched Qin Zhao's heart. He could not help but think of Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue was still in the heavenly law's Tao Palace of the elemental sacred realm. Qin Shao was not too sure about her current situation. Qin Shao also wondered how he would face such a thing if it happened to him one day. Would he be able to be like Holy Sovereign Esquire and have the courage to express his feelings like this? When he thought about it, he felt that it was indeed a very difficult thing to do. However, he would probably only know if he could do it when the time came. Love was indeed a very sacred and miraculous thing. The lady in red still stood there with a frosty expression. Her expression was still as cold as ever. She did not seem to be moved at all and did not react at all. However, her gaze was still fixed on Holy Sovereign Esquire the entire time. After speaking for a long time, the lady in red still did not react. She did not respond at all. The people who were listening seemed to be stunned by what they heard, causing the place to fall into a deathly silence. Come on, come on. Xiaogu and the book spirit were very anxious for Holy Sovereign Esquire. They waved their fists and softly cheered for Holy Sovereign Esquire. Holy Sovereign Esquire looked at the lady in red with deep affection. He suddenly said loudly, "Red, you clearly like me. Why don't you dare admit it? Why don't you dare accept me? Why do you reject me? I love you so much. You clearly love me too. Are you rejecting me just because I'm from the celestial realm? Are you going to hate me? Are you going to lie to your heart? Why can't you bravely take that step? I've risked everything for you today. Can't you give me a chance? Is it that hard to admit that you like me? I can give up everything for you. I can even accompany you wherever you want to go. I can accompany you to every corner of the great thousand worlds. I'm not afraid of heavenly rules or heavenly rules. For you, I can disregard everything. I beg you, can you give me a chance? This deafening voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that violently struck everyone's hearts. It shook the souls of quite a number of people to the point that they began to tremble violently. Every word was sincere and meaningful. It was indeed very touching. True feelings were the most touching thing. It was like an incomparably mysterious secret weapon. Qin Shao was moved by Holy Sovereign Esquire. It was also the first time he truly saw what it was like to truly love someone. He could not help but sigh in admiration. The power of feeling was indeed a little too great. When you love someone, you love them deeply and passionately. That's probably what it means. It made an incomparably proud person become incomparably humble. Perhaps an epoch ago, Holy Sovereign Calamity might not have been able to do such a thing. However, after going through an era of pain and torment, he had become humble. He had lowered his noble head in front of love. However, Holy Sovereign Esquire's way of doing things was very admirable. The lady in red's unchanging face was still expressionless. There was no reaction. She was still cold and covered in a layer of frost. She still did not say a word. From the beginning to the end, she did not say a word. In the face of Holy Sovereign Esquire's coercion, the lady in red still did not respond. She even turned her head to the side. If Baby Amo had not held her back, she would have probably left. Ruthless. She was really ruthless. When a woman became ruthless, she was indeed too terrifying. Qin Shao saw this and shook his head. It was too difficult to move the lady in red. There was indeed no other way for Holy Sovereign Esquire to fall in love with such a woman. The air completely froze. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. There was a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was anticipating the lady in red's reply. However, she did not say a word. Her cold face seemed to say everything. She did not agree or reject him. But what was the meaning of this? Many people began to feel anxious for Holy Sovereign Esquire. After Holy Sovereign Esquire finished speaking, he looked at the lady in red in a daze. He really wanted to hear the lady in red's reply. However, he did not hear it. This result was within his expectations. If the lady in red was so easily moved, he wouldn't have been entangled with her for an epoch. Holy Sovereign Esquire knew that it was time to use his ultimate move. He had to take that step. He had to take that step. Holy Sovereign Esquire's face was resolute. He said, "Lady in red, since you are unwilling to accept me and refuse to admit that you love me, then I am tired. I am really tired. Throughout this epoch, it has been tormenting me all the time, making me feel incomparable pain, so much so that I wish I was dead. If I can't be with you, then there's no reason for me to live anymore. If I continue living, I will only live in endless pain. I have had enough of this pain. I am really tired. Why don't I be completely free? If there is reincarnation, I hope that I am not a member of the heavenly court. Lady in red, let's part ways forever." With that, Holy Sovereign Esquire began to burn his own soul and destroy himself. He was a fourth-step Empyrean saint. It took a lot of courage for such an existence to commit suicide. This was definitely not a joke. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw Holy Sovereign Empiric Kwang take this step. For the sake of the lady in red, Holy Sovereign Esquire had risked everything to take this step. This was his greatness. No matter what, Qin Shao still admired Holy Sovereign Esquire. She still hoped that he would succeed. If he still couldn't succeed, then there would be no hope at all. Love was truly incomprehensible. There were clearly two people in love, so why couldn't they break through all obstacles and be together? She did not understand. She did not understand. When Holy Sovereign Esquire began to self-destruct, the lady in red's eyes finally showed a hint of change. However, it was only a slight twitch. She did not react much and quickly recovered. The lady in red was still unmoved. She still sat there coldly. Author can't die. Fourth update. Chapter 28:32. The lady in red was not moved, but many people were moved. Some of the guys were so touched that they started crying. Some of the girls were also moved. They looked at Holy Sage A-Key like love-struck fools. After a moment of silence, discussions began to take place, and voices began to ring out. It's actually a Heaven Realm expert. I didn't expect him to come to our lucky border city. Like I said, he's most likely a fourth-step Heavenly Venerable. At the very least. Why is that lady in red so cold-hearted? This Heaven Realm warrior had already expressed his heartfelt feelings. Was she not the least bit moved? As a man, I'm so touched that I don't want to. If I were a girl, I would definitely agree immediately. Sai, isn't that so? Some people just don't know how lucky they are. We're so envious, but that lady in red is indifferent. She's too cruel. Women, when they're cruel, there's really no solution. They're more cruel than anyone else. Men are so pitiful. They fell in love with someone they shouldn't love. Too pitiful. Love is something I don't want to touch for the rest of my life. It's still possible to touch it. There are still many good women. My Prince Charming, he's the perfect Prince Charming in my heart. What should I do? I realize that I've fallen deeply in love with this Heaven Realm expert. What should I do? Let's do it. You'd better look at yourself in the mirror before saying that. Pa. I'm still pretty, okay? It's just that my realm is a little low. I know I'm not worthy. Can I even think about it? Sai's such a good man. It'll be a pity if he dies. He's too noble. He died for love. I didn't expect to see this kind of story that I heard from storytellers in real life. Holy Sage A-Key's life force was rapidly disappearing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he really died here. All the people in Lucky Border City heard the news and came over, surrounding this place with 3 layers of people inside and 30% outside, watching this lively scene. Various discussions also spread out in all directions. Many people were shouting at the lady in red, but the lady in red remained silent. It was as if she could not speak at all. That expression that had not changed for thousands of years was still as cold as ever, as if it had been carved out of ice. It was the same coldness that could change at any time. No matter how many voices said that she was cruel and heartless, she still didn't pay attention to them. She still didn't give any response. She still didn't move. Baby Mo was also a little anxious. She couldn't help but say, Sister Hong, you obviously like him. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Why couldn't he conquer his own heart? Why couldn't they break through the barrier in the middle? Why can't you boldly accept Holy Sovereign A-Key? Big Sister Hong, I don't want you to regret this for the rest of your life. Even though I don't know anything, I still think that Big Sister Red Spectre should stop clinging to this obsession. Giving Holy Sovereign Eccentric a chance is also giving yourself a chance. Big Sister Hong, Big Sister Hong, if you still don't agree to Holy Sovereign Eccentric's request, he really will die. He really will die. If Holy Sovereign Eccentric really dies, then everything will be irrevocable. It will be too late. The lady in red glanced at Baby Mo. Her expression clearly changed. She couldn't help but tighten her grip. Her willowy brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was struggling with the pain in her heart. However, the lady in red still didn't say anything. She didn't respond. She continued to sit there, leaving Baby Mo in a state of panic. Holy Sovereign Eccentric continued to burn himself. He had already lost 80 to 90% of his life force. His aura had become extremely weak. He could barely stand, and his face was deathly pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. Now, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If this continued, he would really die. He had already lost 90% of his life force. This was already an extremely dangerous situation. If this continued, even if he didn't die, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Seeing this, Qin Shao started to panic. Judging from the lady in red's expression, she still didn't seem to be moved. She still couldn't be moved. If the lady in red still didn't speak up to stop Holy Sovereign Eccentric, then there wouldn't be much hope left. At the very least, Qin Xiao didn't see any hope in the current situation. Qin Xiao could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Holy Sovereign Eccentric didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was already crossing that extremely dangerous line. Once he crossed that extremely dangerous line, if he didn't stop him immediately, he would definitely die. Even if he tried to stop him immediately, his vitality would be greatly damaged. This situation was very frightening. So Qin Xiao couldn't help but tense up as he stared fixedly at Sacred Sovereign Aki. Qin Xiao also sent a voice transmission to Baby Mo, hoping that Baby Mo would make a final effort. However, Baby Mo had already done his best, but it still didn't work. He still couldn't convince the lady in red to stop Holy Sovereign Eccentric. Although the lady in red's expression had changed a little and her body was trembling slightly, it was obvious that she was struggling intensely in her heart. Both of them seemed to be trying to break through their own dangerous lines. In the end, it was Holy Sovereign Aki who succeeded. He had successfully crossed that extremely dangerous line. Seeing this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shout, "Senior Holy Sovereign Eccentric, stop right now. Stop right now, or you will die. You will really die." As he spoke, Qin Xiao also flew over, ready to forcefully stop Holy Sovereign Eccentric. However, Holy Sovereign Eccentric shouted at Qin Xiao, "Qin Xiao, don't come over. I won't stop. I've already thought it through. If I can't succeed this time, I'd rather die. I don't want to live in such pain in this world. It's meaningless to me. If the lady in red doesn't agree, then let me die. Once I die, everything will be over and I will be free. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Lady in red, let's farewell." After Holy Sovereign Eccentric said the last few words weakly, his heavy eyelids finally couldn't hold on any longer, and he closed them. His entire body immediately fell powerlessly to the ground and fell below the high wall. The people on the wall scattered like birds and beasts in fright. Holy Sage Disaster no longer had a trace of life. He lay quietly on the cold ground, dead. He was dead. A four-step ancient saint had actually committed suicide for love. He had died just like that. Qin Xiao also landed and looked at Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse lying on the ground. He was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse in a daze. Qin Xiao hadn't expected Holy Sovereign Eccentric to really self-destruct. He had really reached the point of death. Originally, Qin Xiao had proposed this crazy idea because he wanted to be ruthless this time. He wanted to use this method to go all out. Qin Xiao definitely did not intend for Holy Sage Empress Eccentric to reach this step. But Holy Sage Empress Eccentric had reached this step. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt a wave of self-blame and felt that he had caused Holy Sovereign Eccentric's death. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have suggested this idea. Now great. He had caused Holy Sovereign Eccentric to really die. How could this be? Holy Sovereign Eccentric, how could you really die? You clearly didn't have to die. Why did you have to go to this point? Qin Xiao was dumbfounded. Xiao Gu and the book spirit were also dumbfounded. The two of them stared at each other in shock. The countless onlookers in Lucky Border City were also dumbfounded. They froze on the spot, as if they had been petrified. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Dying for love. Dying in such a grand way. Dying in such a touching way. It's over, it's over. It's all over. This has really gone too far. Ioyo, I'm so sad. Baby Mo blinked and covered his face with his hands. The moment she saw Holy Sovereign Eccentric die, the lady in red, who had been unmoved all this time, finally stood up. Her delicate body began to tremble violently. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingers digging into her flesh. Dark red blood flowed out from her fingers. The lady in red bit her lips tightly as she stared at Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse. Her eyes flickered with an extremely complicated expression. It was obvious that the lady in red's emotions were on the verge of breaking down. She kept suppressing and suppressing and suppressing with all her might. In the end, he could no longer suppress it, and it burst out in one go. It was like a volcano erupting, spewing out. This kind of eruption was the most terrifying. After watching for a while, the lady in red suddenly let out a pitiful roar. This earth-shattering roar actually shook countless buildings to the point that they began to collapse. Such a terrifying scene frightened the people of Lucky Border City quite a bit. They scrambled in all directions, causing Lucky Border City to fall into chaos. The lady in red flew over and landed in front of Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse. Seeing Holy Sovereign Eccentric die in front of her, she could no longer suppress herself. She completely broke down. Tears actually fell from her cold eyes. The lady in red was crying. She was really crying. However, seeing this scene, Qin Xiao couldn't feel happy. She could only shake her head helplessly. Why did she have to wait until this moment to erupt? If she had erupted earlier, Holy Sovereign Eccentric wouldn't have died. Now that Holy Sovereign Esquire was dead, everything was meaningless. He was dead. Everything was irretrievable. This love had also reached a dead end. The lady in red clearly loved Holy Sovereign Eccentric. Why had she been suppressing herself and refusing to speak before? Her heart still needed to be cured. Could it be that only Holy Sovereign Eccentric's death could completely stimulate the lady in red and allow her to break through the barrier in her heart? Even so, it was still a tragedy. The lady in red's heart trembled as she walked towards Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse. It was a short walk, but it seemed incomparably long. After walking for a while, the lady in red finally reached Holy Sovereign Eccentric's corpse. She slowly squatted down and hugged Holy Sovereign Eccentric. On her face, there were already 2 lines of tears. The lady in red once again raised her head to the sky and let out a hysterical roar. It was a roar that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. It was a roar that was filled with pain and regret. It was a roar that vented the pain in her heart. She cried very sadly, very painfully, very regretfully, and very self-reproachfully. At this moment, she had already defeated and broken through everything. Whatever barrier, whatever obsession, she had defeated and broken through it all. The power of the final thought had swept away everything. But so what? It was too late. It was too late. Chapter 28:33. A heartbreaking song, the end of the road. Under the setting sun, the words are long. Regretful that it was too late, regretful that it was too late. A dream of 1,000 years ended in confusion. Waking up in the morning, 2 lines of clear mountains and rivers were cut off. What a pity, what a pity. Such feelings made people shed silent tears. Qin Xiao could not bear to see this scene. Many onlookers in Lucky Border City were sobbing silently. Their hearts were moved. This scene was too touching. Many people who had nothing to do with it were so moved that they cried. No matter how hard-hearted a person was, they would be moved. Death was the most tragic way to express oneself. It was the last song of one's life. It was the most beautiful words of love that could be sung through the ages. The boundless power impacted the girl in red's heart, breaking her obsession and dispersing her most solid barrier. The power of love was the greatest and most invincible. It just depended on whether one could fully unleash this power and make good use of it. If one could truly accept this power, then one would be invincible and peerless. At this moment, the girl in red suddenly came to her senses. But it was all too late. She regretted. She hated. Why? Why couldn't she break through the barrier in her heart earlier? Why couldn't she stop Aki earlier? Why did she have to wait until this point to regret? It was all too late. Wasn't it sad? Sigh. After a long sigh, Qin Xiao shook her head again. She said, "Girl in red, I can understand you. I don't think you did anything wrong. But what I don't understand is that you clearly love him. Why can't you say it? Senior Aki is dead now. Everything is irreparable. What I really want to know is, if you were given another chance to start over, would you accept Senior Holy Sage Empress? The girl in red looked at Qin Shao. She hesitated for a while before shaking her head. I don't know. I've been trying hard to overcome my heart. I've been trying hard to break through my barrier. But I haven't been able to succeed. I'm in pain too. I've been struggling bitterly. I've been trying my best, but there's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do. I've tried my best. I didn't want things to turn out this way. I didn't want to see Aki die for me. I wanted to stop him, but I've really tried my best. I really can't do it. I really can't. I don't know why either. I just can't do it. I've tried my best, but I'm just a little bit short. I just can't do it. I hate myself too. I really hate myself. I want to kill myself. I killed Aki. I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. Qin Shao could only watch helplessly as the girl in red wept bitterly and blamed herself with a face full of remorse. In fact, the red-robed lady could not be blamed for this matter. She had tried her best. She was also in pain. Both of them were in pain. It could only be said that the girl in red's inner state was somewhat unsolvable. If one were to use normal methods to resolve it, it would simply be impossible. Only the death of Holy Exalted Aki was able to truly stimulate her. Only the death of Holy Exalted Aki would allow her to break through everything. Only the death of Holy Exalted Aki would allow her to defeat her inner state and break through her barriers. However, she would have to pay with his death. This price was simply too great. To Holy Exalted Aki, he was already dead. Everything was over. There was no turning back. I've never understood what love was. I don't know what it means to fall in love with someone. I don't know what it feels like to like someone. I've never thought about the matters between a man and a woman. I've always felt that those things shouldn't belong to me. I've always been used to being alone. I've always been a loner. I've traveled the world by myself. I've done whatever I wanted. I didn't need to think about anything. I didn't need to be tied down by anything. After being alone for so long, I've long gotten used to it. I also felt that it was pretty good. I was free and unrestrained. However, it was only when I met Aki that I discovered that there was actually another way of living in this world. It turned out that being together with a man was such a wonderful thing. It was the feeling of wanting to reject something, but still wanting to accept it. I clearly thought that I couldn't be like this. I wanted to distance myself from Aki. However, I couldn't help but want to be with him. I felt very happy. I didn't feel lonely or lonely. The darkness in my heart also had a trace of light for the first time. This feeling of light was so wonderful. I also didn't understand why I had such a feeling. Later on, I slowly understood that this was the kind of love that belonged to me. I also understood that I had fallen in love with Aki. However, he was a member of the Heavenly Court. In my life, I hated the Heavenly Court the most. The demonic barrier in my heart made it impossible for me to accept Aki. Therefore, I had to distance myself from him. However, this also made me very painful. I also felt very uncomfortable. I realized that Aki's figure had been deeply planted in my heart. I couldn't get rid of it. I would always think of him. I would always want to see him. As long as I saw him, I would feel inexplicably happy, even if it was just a glance, However, the obsession in my heart made me unable to do so. It made me want to reject him. I couldn't get close to him. Therefore, I was in great pain. I had been struggling to get through this. I struggled with all my might. However, the more I struggled, the more pain I felt. The more hesitant I felt, the more helpless I felt. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. When I saw him this time, I wanted to leave several times. However, I couldn't bear to. Just now, I wanted to come over countless times. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't defeat my heart. I couldn't break through that barrier. It wasn't until this moment that I felt like I had defeated everything. However, the price was Aki's death. Aki used his death to save me. However, This wasn't the result I wanted. No, no. If I could, I would rather die. It was me. It was said that the world asked what love was. It made people pledge their lives to each other. This was indeed the case. The girl in red's words moved Qin Xiao so much that she almost shed tears. Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of Gu Lingyue and Yao Shiwelian. Wasn't Yao Shiwelian the same to her? For her sake, Yao Shiwelian was willing to disregard his own life. He was willing to die for her. When you love someone deeply, that person would be your everything. They would be the most precious thing in your life. You would do anything for them. Humans would slowly mature in this way. They would grow and comprehend things through pain. However, sometimes the price was simply too great. Therefore, one had to learn how to cherish something. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret it once it was lost. Aki died for me. I can't let him die like this. I must find a way to revive him. No matter what price I have to pay, I must do it. I must. The girl in red's eyes suddenly became determined and resolute. It was far too difficult to revive a fourth-step Empyrean saint. Holy Sovereign Aki was an extremely dangerous fourth-step Empyrean saint. Furthermore, he had self-destructed. Only someone who had surpassed the world god level could possibly revive him. Even someone like Sage Li, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would have to pay a great price to revive Holy Sovereign Aki. It was naturally very difficult to get the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, or Sage Li to help at such a great price. Qin Xiao felt that even if he was thick-skinned enough to save his master, it might not be possible. Besides, it was impossible for Qin Xiao to go and save his master in such a difficult matter. The girl in red didn't have such a great background. She definitely didn't know anyone who had surpassed the world god level. That was why it sounded like an impossible task for her to revive Holy Sovereign Isha. However, no matter how impossible it was, the girl in red was extremely determined. She had to do it. No matter how much effort she had to put in or how great the price she had to pay, she had to do it. This matter would become her everything for the rest of her life. She would only do this for the rest of her life. As long as she could do it, she was willing to even die. All of this was the regret she had left behind. She had to make up for it. Sigh. Qin Xiao let out another long sigh. He really didn't know what to say when he saw this tragic scene. It was difficult for him to express the emotions he felt in his heart. There was no need to say anything more. Forget it, forget it. He would leave everything to the girl in red. Holy Sovereign Aki was already dead. His matter could only be done temporarily. If she wanted to save her big brother in the sky palaces, she would have to find another way. If she missed out on such a great opportunity, it would be very, very difficult in the future. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Life was unpredictable. Qin Xiao hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Qin Xiao was also very sad about Holy Sovereign Aki's death. Although he'd only just met Holy Sovereign Aki, Qin Xiao still admired him from the bottom of his heart. He deserved respect for being able to do so much for love. Qin Xiao, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take Aki away. The girl in red picked up Holy Sovereign Aki. After thanking Qin Xiao and Baby Mo, she prepared to leave. But then, Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he looked at Holy Sovereign Aki. He just sensed an aura emanating from Holy Sovereign Aki's body. Therefore, a thought came to Qin Xiao's mind. Could it be that Holy Sovereign Aki wasn't dead? The girl in red clearly sensed it as well. Her expression froze, and she stared at Holy Sovereign Aki in her arms as if she'd been petrified. She'd clearly sensed the fluctuations of life just now. If there were still fluctuations of life, then he wasn't dead. As long as he wasn't dead, then everything would be easy. And as expected, Holy Sovereign Aki suddenly opened his eyes. A bright smile spread across his face. It was a smile of triumph and happiness. Holy Sovereign Aki really wasn't dead. Qin Xiao and the others were so shocked that their eyes were wide open. They were incomparably shocked in their hearts. How could Holy Sovereign Aki still be alive? That wasn't right. They clearly checked him just now. Holy Sovereign A-Key really didn't have a single trace of life. He was clearly dead, so how could he come back to life? That didn't make sense. Qin Xiao was someone with good eyesight. He shouldn't have been unable to discern the situation, right? Moreover, the girl in red was also a fourth-step ancient saint. How could she not have sensed it? He might be able to fool one or two people, but how could he fool everyone? Seeing this, Qin Xiao thought for a moment and immediately understood. It seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Holy Sovereign A-Key was indeed a good person. He wasn't really dead. He was just pretending to be dead. However, it was indeed a good trick. He'd managed to trick everyone here. Of course, even if he was pretending to be dead, Holy Sovereign A-Key was indeed 90% dead. He just managed to stay alive. The girl in red's eyes widened. She stared at Holy Sovereign A-Key in shock. She subconsciously loosened her grip and threw Holy Sovereign A-Key down. Chapter 28:34. Holy Sage Eccentric's aura was still very weak. After being thrown by the red-clothed girl, Holy Sage Eccentric landed hard on the ground, and his head was dizzy from the fall. After letting out a cry of pain, Holy Sage Eccentric crawled up. Although he was in pain, Holy Sage Eccentric's face was brimming with smiles as he looked at the red-clothed girl with deep affection. The red-clothed girl looked at Holy Sage Eccentric, and her face was covered in frost again. She stomped her foot and said angrily, "You lied to me." With that, the red-clothed girl turned and ran away. Holy Sage Eccentric immediately chased after her. Seeing the two's actions, Qin Xiao shook her head and smiled. Baby Mo saw that Qin Xiao had no intention of chasing after the red-clothed girl and was a little anxious. He hurriedly said, "Master, aren't we going to chase after her?" Qin Xiao pulled the anxious Baby Mo back and smiled. "Why chase after her? Do you want to be the third wheel?" "Huh?" Baby Mo looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Wasn't the red-clothed girl angry? Didn't she run away? Qin Xiao smiled. "What are you talking about? Didn't you see that the red-clothed girl was running very slowly? She wanted Holy Sage Eccentric to chase after her. Moreover, although the red-clothed girl is a little angry, she's actually very happy. You can tell from her tone. If the red-clothed girl was really angry, she would have left directly. Holy Sage Eccentric's aura is very weak right now. There's no way he could have chased after her. That's why the red-clothed girl is just embarrassed in front of so many people, so she wants to run to a place where there's no one around. Holy Sage Eccentric chased after her. When they reach a place where there's no one around, the two of them will be so passionate that they'll melt the two of them very quickly. Let's just find a quiet place and wait for them to finish their business. Once they're done with the red-clothed girl, Holy Sage Eccentric will definitely come looking for us." Baby Mo shook her head. She didn't really understand. However, since her master said so, she would listen. Qin Zhao's group found a quiet place not far from Lucky Border City and stopped temporarily. It seemed that things were going quite smoothly this time. Qin Zhao's group didn't stay there for too long before Holy Sage Eccentric and the red-clothed girl finally arrived, hand in hand. Seeing this, Baby Mo finally believed Qin Zhao's words. It was as her master said. It was indeed a joyous occasion to see Holy Sovereign Kwang and the lady in red finally get together and break through all the obstacles and shackles. Was happy, 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 eccentric, eccentric. Holy Sage Eccentric, 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 eccentric said, eccentric, 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 eccentric. Eccentric s eccentric eccentric a curl, eccentric eccentric, and eccentric 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 Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Congratulations to Senior Eccentric and Lady Hong Yi. It was your sincerity that moved each other. Since they were two people who loved each other, they should be together. No matter what kind of difficulties there are, we should work hard to overcome them. It doesn't matter if it's the human realm or the heaven realm. I don't think human beings or non-humankind beings should be a problem. They should all be broken. I'm also very happy for the two of you. It's not easy for the two of you to be together. Holy Sage Disaster nodded solemnly and said, Yes, it's not easy. I also feel that it's not easy. Being entangled for an epoch, struggling bitterly in pain, living a life worse than death. I really don't want to feel this way anymore. This time, it's all thanks to you, Qin Xiao. You gave me the chance to resolve the Red Spectre's heart. She was able to break through the barrier in her heart and accept me. Qin Xiao said, That's because Senior's moves are superior. At that moment, I thought that I'd already failed. But I didn't expect Senior to still have a trick up his sleeve. He didn't play by the rules at all. I was really scared. Holy Sovereign Ichi chuckled at the mention of that matter. I had no choice but to take the risk. Actually, when you mentioned this method, I expected that there might be such an outcome. The possibility should be very high. So, from the beginning, I was prepared to use another method. I actually had this idea before, but I was always hesitant and didn't have a good opportunity. I just happened to take this opportunity. I was prepared to go all out. But to be honest, if I really failed, I didn't want to live anymore. I would still die. Fortunately, I succeeded. As he said that, Holy Sage Disaster looked at the Red Spectre with a sweet expression. Although the lady in red still had a cold expression on her face, she seemed to have become a little more radiant in front of Holy Sage Urwo. Traces of a smile could be seen on her face. She was used to being cold, and it wasn't something that could be changed in a short time. Although the smile on her face couldn't be seen, one could feel the joy and happiness in her heart. This was the power of love, the nourishment of love. This was one of the most blissful things in the world. No matter how cold the ice was, it would be melted by the power of love. The Red Spectre had just broken through the barrier in her heart and swept away the pain and entanglement in her heart. This was naturally the most relaxed time. By the way, Qin Xiao, you've helped me complete my task. I promise you that no matter how difficult it is, I will complete it for you. Of course, you need to give me some time. For the time being, I won't return to the Shura world. I want to spend more time with the Red Spectre. How about this? Give me a time. Within 10 million years, I will definitely complete this task for you. What do you think? The Red Spectre also said, Aki, you don't need to accompany me. Go and complete Qin Zhao's task first. We have plenty of time anyway. A little while won't make a difference. You're not in a hurry, but Qin Xiao is in a hurry. Holy Spectre shook his head resolutely. That won't do. I don't want to leave you for even a second. That's why I don't want to deal with it, even if it's an extremely important task. I'm not in a mood to deal with it. I just want to be with you right now. I want to spend every second with you and not let you leave my sight. I'm afraid that if you leave, I won't be able to find you again. The Red Spectre was slightly taken aback. She looked at Holy Spectre Aki for a while before saying, Idiot, I won't push you away again, nor will I leave you again. Seeing the two of them talking, Qin Xiao immediately said, Senior Holy Spectre Aki, it's fine. I've already waited for 50 to 60 million years. Another 10 million years won't make a difference. As long as you can save my big brother in the heavenly court, that's enough. 10 million years was actually quite a long time. Qin Xiao obviously wanted it to be faster. She wanted Holy Spectre Aki to do it immediately. However, Qin Xiao could understand Holy Spectre Aki's feelings right now, so she naturally wouldn't force him to do something he didn't want to. It was already very difficult for Holy Spectre Aki to agree to help her, so Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't ask for anything else. Waiting for 10 million years was something that couldn't be helped. She would just wait. All right, then we'll take our leave first. I'll come find you when I have good news, Holy Spectre Aki said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded. The Red Spectre Aki looked at Qin Xiao and Baby Mo, then said, Thank you. If you need anything in the future, you can come find us. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. Baby Mo waved goodbye to the Red Spectre Aki. From the looks of it, the Red Spectre Aki wasn't that cold. In fact, she was quite a nice person. Holy Spectre Aki and the Red Spectre Aki left. This matter could be considered to have been completed perfectly. Now, they only needed to wait for Holy Spectre Aki's good news. Big brother in the heavenly court, just bear with it a little longer. Soon, we'll be able to save you, Qin Shao secretly said in her heart. There was hope for her big brother in the heavenly court. It was a visible hope. Since Holy Spectre Aki had promised, Qin Shao believed that there wouldn't be any problems. As long as there weren't any major accidents, she believed that Holy Spectre Aki could handle it. After all, in the Azura world, besides the three great gods guarding it, Holy Spectre Aki had the highest status. When she thought of this, Qin Shao thought of her teacher, Red Spectre Aki. Her teacher had died at the hands of the ancient saints of the Qin clan. She didn't have a way to revive him. If she only wanted to revive her teacher, it wouldn't be a difficult matter. The truly difficult matter was that Qin Shao wanted to avenge her teacher. She wanted to kill that ancient saint of the Qin clan who had killed her teacher, Red Spectre Aki. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to kill that ancient saint of the Qin clan. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was completely possible for her to kill him. However, to kill an ancient saint of the Qin clan in the Qin clan, it was naturally a difficult matter. That would be a provocation to the Qin clan. How could the Qin clan allow Qin Shao to do as he pleased? Therefore, with Qin Zhao's current strength, it was still not enough. It was far from enough to provoke the Qin clan. Teacher, forgive me for being unfilial. I haven't been able to revive you and avenge you. However, for this matter, I will do it as soon as possible. Please give me some more time. Soon, Big Brother of the Heavenly Court will be rescued. After he is rescued, I will start a plan how to revive you. Then, I will take you to take revenge. Inwardly, Qin Shao had made up his mind. It would not be an easy matter to revive Red Spectre. Most likely, even a third-step ancient saint would not be able to do it. If it was more appropriate, he would need a fourth-step ancient saint to do it. Of course, with Qin Zhao's current network, it would not be difficult to ask a fourth-step ancient saint to do it. Any one of his senior brothers will be more than enough. Only, Qin Shao did not only want to revive Red Spectre. He also wanted to avenge him. It would be better to do these two things together. Therefore, Qin Shao also thought that for now, there was no need to revive Red Spectre in such a hurry. When he had enough strength to do it, wouldn't it be better to revive Red Spectre and go to the Qin clan together? He would think about this matter in the future. Now that this matter was done, Qin Shao was thinking about his next step. Right at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the void, and a figure appeared. When he saw who it was, Qin Shao was also somewhat surprised. Miss Fu Yunny. However, very soon, Qin Shao realized that something was not right. No, this was not Fu Yunny's true body. It was just an energy thought that had transformed into Fu Yunny's appearance. He did not know how far this energy thought had come from. Before Qin Shao could speak, Fu Yunny's energy thought said, Qin Shao, now I have a very important task for you. You must complete it. I am currently in the depths of the endless cosmic ocean and cannot rush back to the immortal region. This matter is completely handed over to you. You must complete it. This is also the first task given to you by the Righteous Alliance. Perform well. Chapter 2835. After saying that, Fu Yunny's energy turned into a ray of light that entered Qin Zhao's mind and disappeared. A message was transmitted to Qin Zhao's mind. Obviously, it was the content of the mission. After knowing the content of this mission, Qin Zhao was a little embarrassed and dumbfounded. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is using the Joshuan Saintess to publicly select the first sage prince consort. As long as the ancient saint realm is younger than one universe era, everyone can participate. In the end, the holy prince consort will be selected. The Joshuan Saintess is the first saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, so the holy prince consort will also be the first sage prince consort. Does the Jade Lake's sacred ground like to select the holy prince consort so much? Qin Shao shook his head. Qin Shao already knew about the Jade Lake's sacred ground selecting the holy prince consort. He already knew about it when he was still in the southern wasteland. Previously, Meng Dali wanted to compete for the holy prince consort, but he failed in the end. The benefits of being the holy son-in-law were very tempting. The Nine Profound Saintess was also a peerless genius. She had previously represented the Jade Lake Sacred Land in the Young Geniuses' war between the human and earth realms. She was the representative of the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Although Qin Shao didn't pay attention to the Joshuan Saintess and didn't know her current situation, he thought that she should have broken through to the Saint Realm. An ancient Saintess, the first Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Being able to obtain her was something that many men would be proud of. Moreover, the Joshuan Saintess was indeed very beautiful. Most men would probably like her. Not only were there benefits in this aspect, but there were also many practical benefits if one could obtain the Joshuan Saintess's body. These practical benefits were probably enough to make countless people scramble like ducks. Wouldn't they be greedy? It was probably enough to raise the cultivation level of the man who obtained her. Moreover, the benefits might not be as simple as raising one's cultivation level. Qin Shao really didn't understand why the Jade Lake Sacred Ground liked to select the Holy Prince Consort. He felt that this was very unfair to the Saintesses. The Saintesses didn't have the right to say no. As long as the Holy Prince Consort was selected, he could obtain their bodies openly. Moreover, this relationship was only temporary. The Holy Prince Consort who obtained their bodies did not need to take any responsibility for them. To put in a vulgar and unpleasant way, it was the kind of person who would leave after playing. However, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground recognized this kind of thing. Moreover, it was chosen by them. This really made people speechless. On the surface, the Jade Lake Saintess was incomparably glorious. She had the title of Saintess. But in fact, Qin Shao felt that they were also very miserable. They had no right to talk about love and could only listen to the arrangements of the Holy Land. No matter what men the Holy Land arranged for them, they had to accept them. Furthermore, some holy maidens would have more than one holy prince consort in their lifetime. But even so, it was extremely difficult to become a saintess in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Not just any woman could become the holy daughter. The holy daughter had to be carefully selected. They were all top-notch women. He was top-notch in all aspects. What the hell is this? How can there be such a mission? Qin Shao really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was sent to participate in the first Holy Prince Consort selection of a Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and the mission given to him was to win the position of first Holy Prince Consort. He couldn't let this position fall into the hands of others. The reason was that the Righteous Alliance had received accurate information. This time, people from the Bloodbath Alliance would sneak in and try to obtain the position of first Holy Prince Consort. Therefore, they had to prevent this from happening. However, the Righteous Alliance did not know who the people from the Bloodbath Alliance were, so they had no way of eliminating them. They could only let Qin Shao go and obtain the position of first Holy Prince Consort. This made Qin Shao feel really awkward. How could he obtain the position of first Holy Prince Consort by himself? Although becoming the first Holy Prince Consort did not mean that he had to marry the 9 Profound Saintess, he did not have to take any responsibility. The relationship between the two of them was also not that of husband and wife. How should he put it? This was more like a transaction. Both sides were just taking what they needed. What the Jade Lake Sacred Ground needed was the excellent bloodline of the young geniuses of the immortal domain to pass down their legacy and produce outstanding descendants. As for becoming the Holy Prince Consort, he could first get a beauty, and second, he could also improve his strength from the Saintess's body. Why not? Moreover, there were many people who were there specifically for beauty. Meng Dali, for example, had wanted to become the Holy Prince Consort because he could get a beautiful saintess. Qin Shao was speechless that he had to do such a task himself. To Qin Shao, this felt like betraying Gu Lingwei. However, After Miss Fu Yunny gave him this task, she had gone silent. Qin Shao could not contact Fu Yunny either, so he had no way to refuse. Moreover, this was the first task given to him by the Righteous Alliance. It did not seem like it would be good to refuse. Moreover, when he joined the Righteous Alliance, he had already made up his mind to sacrifice everything for justice and uphold the righteousness of the world. Now that the task had come, there was no reason for him to shrink back, right? If he did not shrink back and did this task, it would be very difficult for Qin Shao. Even though Gu Lingyuan might not know about this, Qin Shao still felt that it was very strange. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back to the Saint Institute and take a look. Qin Shao shook his head and cast aside some thoughts in his mind for the time being. He brought Baby Mo and the others back to the Saint Institute. As soon as he returned to the Saint Institute, Yuan and the others all came looking for him. Big Brother Qin Shao, have you heard? The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is going to choose a Holy Prince Consort for the Ninth Saintess. Yuan directly grabbed Qin Shao and said. It seemed that the news had spread very quickly. Yuan and the others all knew about it. Moreover, they had all come for this matter. Yuan and Ming Yuexin had both participated in the young geniuses' battle of the mortal realm and the earth realm. The three of them had walked through the battlefield together, so their relationship was not shallow. Later on, the Ninth Saintess had stayed in the Saint Institute for a period of time. Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian were naturally familiar with her, especially Yuan. She had a good relationship with the Ninth Saintess. Therefore, when she heard this news, she was the most anxious one. And I heard, what's the matter? Qin Shao nodded and pretended to ask. Qin Shao naturally had to keep the matter of the Righteous Alliance, giving him a task a secret. He could not let anyone know about it. Yuan patted Qin Shao and pouted. What do you mean, what's the matter? What's the matter? Big Sister Joshuan is going to be chosen a Holy Prince Consort by the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It's such a big matter, and you still ask what's the matter? That's right. We have to go and get the first Holy Prince Consort. We can't let the Ninth Saintess fall into the hands of others and be defiled by others, Meng Dali said seriously. Then you go. I support you, Qin Shao said to Meng Dali. Cough. Meng Dali immediately smacked his lips and said, I also want to. Unfortunately, I'm not an ancient sage. I don't even have the qualifications to participate. The Ninth Saintess. She's the first Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. TSK. She's so beautiful. I've been dreaming about it. If I were an ancient sage, I would definitely participate without any hesitation. No matter what, I would get the first Holy Prince Consort. I don't have the strength, so it's up to you too. I'll give this great opportunity to you and Prince Zhongyang. Now, only the two of you have the strength. You can go and fight for it. Prince Zhongyang immediately shook his head and said, Don't drag me into this. I'm not familiar with the Ninth Saintess. At most, I've only seen her a few times. I don't have much of an impression of her. Moreover, I'm afraid I'll embarrass my master. Being the Holy Prince Consort is not something to be proud of. I'd better not participate in this. Qin Shao also wanted to say that he wouldn't participate. However, he had a mission to complete, so he couldn't say it out loud. However, Qin Shao really didn't want to participate in this. He wasn't familiar with the Ninth Saintess. At most, they had met and interacted a few times because of Yuan and the others. But that was the extent of their relationship. Yuan looked a little angry. She stomped her feet and glared at Qin Shao and the others. How can you be like this? Can't you be a little more manly? Be a hero and save a beauty? In our hearts, you're all first-class heroes. If you don't save her, then I'll despise you. I'll despise you ruthlessly. Not only will I despise you, Sister Ming Yuexin, Sister Xiaoyu, and Sister Ru Xian will all despise you. Wu Fengsheng and Meng Dali immediately expressed their innocence. They were only fourth-step ancient sages. Meng Dali immediately stood on Yuan's side. He said to Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang, That's right. Wu Fengsheng and I despise you too. If Wu Fengsheng and I weren't qualified, we would definitely participate. No matter what, we must take down the holy prince consort. We can't let the ninth saintess fall into the hands of others. Zhang Yang, Qin Shao, I think you shouldn't hesitate anymore. You should both sign up. If you two join forces, then you'll be invincible. You'll definitely be able to kill everyone and take down the holy prince consort. Zhang Yang was speechless. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have come. He didn't expect to be dragged into this matter just by coming over to join in the fun. Zhang Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You should spare me. Although I usually look like a playboy, I'm not interested in women. I'm not interested in the holy prince consort at all. I don't want to embarrass myself. I'll be scolded to death by my master. Let's leave this matter to Qin Shao. He alone is enough. He doesn't need me at all. His strength is far above mine. As long as Qin Shao is willing to take action, he'll definitely be able to take down the holy prince consort. Moreover, I reckon that there will definitely be some second-step ancient sages participating this time. I'm only a first-step ancient sage, and it's only been a few million years since I broke through. If I really encounter those second-step ancient sages, won't I lose miserably? I really can't afford to lose face like this. Even if I'm willing to lose face, I can't embarrass my master, right? So, no matter what you say this time, whether you despise or despise me, I won't participate. Don't even think about it. I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Yuan glared at Zhang Yang. Her face was filled with disdain. Finally, she turned her attention to Qin Shao. She pointed at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, then it's you. There's no one else. It can only be you. Brother Qin Shao, I'm begging you." I know that you're the most handsome, the best, and the kindest. Please be merciful and help Sister Jiuxian. Author, Cruel Death Brothers, it's almost the end of the month. Don't keep them, or they'll be wasted. It'll be a pity to waste them. Cruel Death's updates were obvious to everyone. Every day, he would update 4 times. Chapter 2836. Yuan was a very kind person. She was very sincere and enthusiastic to her friends. It seemed like she had a good relationship with the 9 profound saintess. That was why she was so sincere in helping the 9 profound saintess. Although she didn't interact much with the 9 profound saintess, this woman had a cold aura. Perhaps it was because she didn't have much contact with men. Therefore, she would maintain a certain distance when facing men. Naturally, people would feel like they were thousands of miles away from her. When she was with Yuan and the others, it was better. They could play freely and walk together. Ming Yuexin also said, "Yes, Qin Shao. Only you can help the 9 profound saintess now." Yuan and I went to see the 9 profound saintess. She was in a very bad mood. We felt sorry for her. But this is her fate. She has no way to resist, and there is no way for her to escape. Whether she's willing or not, whether she likes it or not, she has to face it and bear it. This is very unfair and cruel to a woman. Her pure body is going to be given to a strange man like this, a man who came with a purpose. How cruel is this? If you can get the holy prince consort, you can avoid all this. Sai, I don't understand why the Jade Lake Sacred Ground did this. But this is the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds matter. We can't interfere. If such a thing were to happen to me, then I would rather die than live an ignoble life. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a serious expression, "But have you ever thought of a problem? This is the tradition of the Jade Lake Holy Land. You should know the purpose of the Jade Lake Holy Land's holy son-in-law. They choose the holy prince consort to obtain the excellent bloodline of the young geniuses of the immortal domain. They want to produce better descendants. Therefore, the descendants of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saintess are all outstanding geniuses. The population of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground isn't large, but its overall strength is second only to the 9 continents China. It is stronger than the Kunlun Sacred Ground and Jiuhua immortal sect. Even if I get the Holy Prince Consort, how can I explain it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? According to what I know, before the Holy Maiden becomes pregnant, the Holy Prince Consort cannot leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The first condition for becoming the Holy Prince Consort is to promise the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to let the Holy Maiden conceive a child. If I become the Holy Prince Consort, won't I be detained in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground forever? This situation also gave Qin Xiao a headache and helplessness. What the hell was this? It just so happened that Miss Fu Yunny had assigned this task to him, so it was hard for him to refuse. If he didn't reject her, it would be difficult for him. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt like his head was about to explode. He had a lot of things to deal with recently, and now he had to deal with this matter. However, he had no other choice. He had to do this. However, in front of Yuan and the others, Qin Xiao naturally couldn't show too much. Then why don't you just make big sister Jiushuan pregnant? It's not that difficult. If you have to do this, then I still think it's better for brother Qin Xiao to do it than others. And it seems that big sister Jiushuan doesn't reject you too much. After all, we know each other. Yuan blurted out. Qin Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. He was speechless and rolled his eyes at Yuan. How could he possibly do such a thing? Helping was one thing. If he had to sacrifice his own body to help, that was definitely impossible. Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't agree to this. Yuan winked at Qin Xiao and said, "Oh, you men don't lose out. Really, if someone loses out, it's big sister Jiushuan. Brother Qin Xiao, don't look at me. Just treat it as helping. There's really no other way, so I can only ask you for help. If you don't help big sister Jiushuan, I'm afraid big sister Jiushuan will really die. I think this is a very dangerous thing. Although big sister Jiushuan won't go against the Jade Lake Sacred Ground for the time being, if she really hold it in for too long, once she erupts, it will be very scary. At that time, I'm afraid everything will end with her death. That would be a tragedy. Brother Qin Xiao, just be a hero and do a good deed. Help her." Qin Xiao was even more speechless. There was no problem in saving people and helping them. But what kind of help was making the Jiushuan Saintess pregnant? How could he help her with this kind of help? Qin Xiao glanced at Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu immediately said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm definitely on the women's side. The Jiushuan Saintess is quite a beautiful girl. She doesn't need you to take responsibility. What are you afraid of?" Qin Xiao was once again speechless. He looked at Prince Zhongyang and the other two. The three of them made a stop gesture at the same time, telling Qin Xiao to do as he saw fit. There was nothing they could do. What a trap, what a big trap. Qin Xiao was so tricked that he wanted to die. What should he do? What should he do about this matter? It wasn't like he should reject it. Not to mention that both Yuan and Ming Yuexin were asking him for help from the perspective of a friend. He should indeed help them. Moreover, this was a task given to him by Miss Fu Yunny. He didn't even have the chance to reject it. If he didn't reject it, would he not have to sacrifice himself to help the Jiushuan Saintess in order to complete this task? This was too much, wasn't it? Qin Xiao really couldn't get over Xinchen's hurdle in such a short time. Therefore, it was really difficult for Qin Xiao to nod his head and agree. He was panicking in his heart. All right, Yuan, don't scare Qin Xiao anymore. If you really let him do this, he probably won't help you even if you beat him to death. Right now, we really don't have any better ideas. We can only take one step at a time. No matter what, let's get the Holy Prince Consort first. As for what comes after, let's just delay it for now. No matter what, Qin Xiao, you are the #1 genius of the Holy Academy and Sage Li's direct disciple. Do you think the Jade Lake Sacred Ground will really force you to your death? For this kind of thing, as long as you don't want to, no one can force you to do it. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is a sacred ground, after all. They are very open and above board. Moreover, there is indeed no precedent for this kind of thing. Therefore, even if you regret it later, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't really do anything to you, right? If there is anything later, we can just think of a way together, Ming Yuexin said. Qin Shao thought about it and felt that it made sense. He was also thinking about this matter. Right now, this was the best way. Let's not care about anything else first. Let's get the Holy Prince Consort first. As for what comes after, we can make other plans. If he really didn't want it, then this kind of thing really wasn't something that anyone could force him to do. Qin Shao didn't believe that the Jade Lake sacred ground would really do anything to him if he really didn't want to. Right now, there was no better way. This was the only way. Prince Zhongyang wouldn't participate even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, what Prince Zhongyang said was indeed reasonable. After all, he was only a first-step ancient sage. In the end, he would probably end up at the second-step ancient sage level. Therefore, Prince Zhongyang might not be able to help. If Qin Shao were to participate, he still had some confidence. At the very least, Qin Shao was very confident in his own abilities. All right, then I will help the holy maiden Jiuxian this time. But let me make it clear in advance. I will definitely not do that kind of thing. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Hearing Qin Shao agree, Yuan immediately danced with joy. Yeah, that's great. Big brother Qin Shao, I knew you would definitely agree. You're really a good person. Yes. Don't worry, big brother Qin Shao. If something really happens to you, even if I have to beg my father, I will protect you. Ming Yuexin also said, I will also beg my grandfather. My grandfather can't interfere with the traditions of the Jade Lake sacred ground. But if you're in any danger, my grandfather will definitely step in. Since the two women had mentioned existences that surpassed the world god stage, Qin Shao couldn't refuse anymore. Princess Xiaoyu said, You men, just don't say one thing and mean another. Don't act like you're righteous now. Now, you're acting like a gentleman who can sit still. Don't wait until you are in the same room with a beauty. Facing the temptation of a beauty, you won't be able to control yourself. Qin Shao bitterly smiled. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu and said, Big sister Xiaoyu, you worry too much. This kind of situation might happen to other people. But when it comes to me, it will never happen. It will never happen. Who knows? Princess Xiaoyu said. Qin Shao didn't explain anymore. He knew that Princess Xiaoyu was most likely joking and didn't take it seriously. Meng Dali winked at Qin Shao and said with a smirk, Hee, brother Qin Shao, don't be so serious. He was a man after all. When it was time to play, he should play. The matters between men and women are the most wonderful things in the world. You just haven't experienced it yet, so you don't feel interested. It's just that you haven't crossed this door yet. But once you cross this door, you will discover how wonderful it is. So, brother, don't say that I didn't warn you. You still have to try what you should try. If you don't try, you won't know that there's a whole new world. Thinking about the 9 profound saints makes me drool. Brother, you have to seize this opportunity. TSK, what a beautiful woman. Qin Shao glared at Meng Dali. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Meng Dali was the kind of person who would take a few more glances at beautiful women. Many women had become the objects of his fantasies. So, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Meng Dali. Since this matter was settled, the next step was to sign up for the Holy Prince Consort selection. Thus, the group of people also moved together. Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengsheng weren't interested, so they stayed. Although Princess Xiaoyu was interested, she was still in a bad mood because of the Xinhua clan's matter. Right now, all of her attention was focused on finding the prodigy, so she obviously had no interest in this matter. She and Princess Ru Xin both remained behind to continue investigating this matter. Yuan, Ming Yuexin, and Meng Dali accompanied Qin Shao to the Jade Lake sacred ground. On the way, Meng Dali kept telling Qin Shao about the matters between men and women. He told Qin Shao about the wonders of it, the novelty of it, the new world, and the joys of life. He even brought out the principles of life and integrated them into the matters between men and women. Along the way, Meng Dali kept nagging about not having the chance to become the Holy Prince Consort. He had missed the opportunity last time. Until now, he still felt that it was a pity. Under Meng Dali's nagging, the three of them finally left the territory of Huaxia and entered the border of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Chapter 28:37. The Taiyu River was the boundary between Huaxia and the Jade Lake sacred ground. The long Taiyu River separated the two continents and surrounded the entire Jade Lake sacred ground. It was the sacred river of the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Taiyu River was very strange and terrifying. Its water was deep and serene. It was said that anyone who entered the Taiyu River would be lost in it and would never be able to come out until they died. Therefore, no one could force their way into the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Taiyu River protected the Jade Lake sacred ground and isolated it from the outside world. The Jade Lake sacred ground itself was very independent and did not welcome any outsiders into the Jade Lake sacred ground. Most of the trespassers would be executed. There was only one way to enter the Jade Lake sacred ground. It was called the Magpie Bridge. It was said that the Magpie Bridge was built by hundreds of millions of immortal magpies. They would appear when they were needed. When they were not needed, all the immortal magpies would enter the Taiyu River. The immortal magpies were the only creatures that could survive in the Taiyu River. At the edge of Huaxia's territory in the 9 continents, many ancient sages of the mortal world had gathered at the Magpie Bridge. However, the Magpie Bridge had not appeared yet, and the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground had not arrived. Qin Shao and his group of 4 came here and saw unfamiliar faces at first glance. Qin Shao did not know many people, so it was normal that he did not know many people. Although he did not know many people, he still found a figure in the crowd. It was none other than the Crown Prince of Pan Kingdom. The Crown Prince had schemed against him several times before and killed his doppelganger. He did not expect that this time he would participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort of the Jade Lake sacred ground and want to become the Holy Prince Consort of the sovereign country. Seeing the Crown Prince of Pan Kingdom, Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness. He felt that killing only one doppelganger of the Crown Prince was too easy for him. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shao had so many things to do in the past few years, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to him. At the very beginning, Qin Shao really did want to kill the Pan Kingdom's first prince's original body. The first prince of Pan State also saw Qin Shao. As if he was facing a great enemy, he suddenly became very nervous. His face showed a bit of fear. He was really scared. When he saw Qin Shao, he was naturally enraged. Even though all these years had passed, the hatred he had for Qin Shao in his heart had not subsided at all. Instead, it had grown deeper and deeper. There was not a moment when he didn't want to kill Qin Shao to avenge himself. But he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't kill Qin Shao. Therefore, he wanted to participate in the holy son-in-law selection of the Jade Lake sacred ground. He wanted to obtain the 9 profound saintis and use this opportunity to break through to the second step of the ancient saint altar in one fell swoop. Then, he would seek revenge. However, he did not expect to see Qin Shao here. Not only did he see Qin Shao, but he also clearly felt the powerful aura emanating from Qin Shao. That aura was not that of a first-step ancient saint, but a second-step ancient saint. How is this possible? Qin Shao had already broken through to the second-step ancient saint? How could it be so fast? It had only been a few million years since the last time they met. It had not even been 10 million years. How could Qin Shao break through to the second-step ancient saint so quickly? How could this be? Therefore, the first prince of Pan State was dumbfounded. After he recovered from his shock, a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. With Qin Shao around, he no longer had any confidence. How could he still have the courage to participate in the holy son-in-law selection of the Jade Lake sacred ground? If he encountered Qin Shao, he felt that Qin Shao would definitely kill him without mercy. His clone was already dead. He could not take the risk anymore. After the first prince of Pan State was shocked, he immediately thought of giving up. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. Xiao Gu, who was enjoying the show, immediately said to Qin Xiao, "Big brother, we can't let this guy go. I'll go and capture him. Since we've encountered him, let's kill him first. This guy is full of evil tricks. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster to the world. It's better to kill him." Xiao Gu wanted to chase after him, but Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let him be. Now that he has fallen out of favor with the Pan State, I believe he won't be able to cause any trouble. I've already killed one of his clones. When he saw me, he took the initiative to leave. At least he knows what's good for him. Let's forget about it this time. Let's get down to business first." Since Qin Xiao said to forget about it, Xiao Gu could only give up. His hands were itching. He couldn't wait to grab the Pan Kingdom's first prince and have a good rub. On the other side, the first prince of Pan State, who had already left, had a cold expression on his face. He gritted his teeth, and his expression was ferocious. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. "Qin Xiao, you're really haunting me. Why are you everywhere? I'm here to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince's consort. As a personal disciple of Li Sheng, you shamelessly participated in the selection of the Holy Prince's consort. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your master? Damn it. How can I let go of such a big grudge? Qin Xiao, I'll let you be smug for a while. I'll definitely get my revenge on you. I definitely will." After the Pan Nation's first prince left, Qin Xiao did not recognize any of the other people here. They were all unfamiliar faces. Looking over, there were already nearly 300 people gathered here. Most of them were probably here to participate in the selection. There were also a few who were here to join in the fun and be companions. Most of them were second-step ancient saints. A small number of them were first-step ancient saints. It seemed like the competition this time around was quite intense. To be able to attract so many second-step ancient saints, it seemed like the competition was quite intense. Moreover, the number of second-step ancient saints would continue to increase. This was not the final number. Qin Xiao did not know these people, but there were many who knew Qin Xiao. Not only Qin Xiao, but also Prince Zhongyang, Yuan, and Ming Yuexin. They were all very famous in the immortal realm. There were very few who did not know them. Prince Zhongyang was the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. There was no need to say more about his status. As for Yuan, she was the daughter of Li Sheng. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. If one could win Miss Yuan's heart, wouldn't he be able to become Li Sheng's son-in-law? That was a matter of reaching the heavens in a single step. However, a lot of men dreamed of this. Therefore, there were a lot of people who wanted to get close to Yuan. There were a lot of people in the Sacred Academy. Unfortunately, Yuan had no interest in this kind of thing. It was very difficult for other men to get close to her. Ming Yuexin was the same. Her grandfather was the Lord of Kunlun, an existence on the same level as Li Sheng. Therefore, Ming Yuexin naturally became the target of many men's pursuit. Yuan and Ming Yuexin were definitely the two most popular women in the Sacred Academy. There were countless suitors. Not only in the Sacred Academy, but in the entire mortal realm, there were probably countless people who had the same thought. The appearance of Qin Xiao and the other three naturally attracted the attention of many people. All four of them had backgrounds that surpassed the world deity level. Therefore, many people were bewildered by what they saw. What's going on? Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang also came to participate. Is there a need for this? That's right. Do they lack this little bit? Do they need to participate in the Holy Prince consort selection of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Aren't they afraid of embarrassing their school? What do Miss Yuan and Miss Ming Yuexin mean by this? Are they just here to join the fun? Or to cheer on Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang? Who knows? If they want to participate, so be it. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're still young. So what if they're the disciples of Emperor Xianyuan and Li Sheng? We've lived for so long. Are we afraid of them? That's right. They're just first-step ancient saints. What's there to be afraid of? If they dare to participate, then we'll teach them a lesson. That's not right. That Qin Shao seems to be second-step ancient saints. Does this guy have to be so heaven-defying? How old is he? He's only lived for 60 million years. Is he crazy? Prince Zhongyang is still a first-step ancient saint, but Qin Shao is already a second-step ancient saint. This is unbelievable. No wonder he's called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. I used to scoff at him, but now it seems that Qin Shao is indeed a monster. I can't help but admire him. So what if he's a second-step ancient saint? He might be a second-step ancient saint. There's nothing to be afraid of. No matter how high his realm is, he's only lived for 60 million years. Without any experience, his strength must be ordinary. We don't have to worry about him. Amen, that's true. I also think there's no need to worry about him. At this time, two figures walked over to Qin Shao and the others. They were second-step ancient saints. Looking at the two of them, Zhongyang frowned and looked at the two of them. Obviously, Prince Zhongyang recognized them. Zhongyang, long time no see. How have you been? You made a name for yourself. Not bad, not bad. You're the pride of our Hu clan, the second-step ancient saint on the left said with a smile, as if he was an elder. Clearly, these two were from the Hu clan. Zhongyang could be considered as a member of the Hu clan, but he did not admit that he was a member of the Hu clan. Therefore, young Master Zhongyang did not have the slightest good impression of the people of the Hu family. Upon hearing the second-step ancient saint's words, young Master Zhongyang snorted and said, "Sir, do we know each other that well? I don't even remember knowing you. Why are you trying to claim kinship? Also, let me tell you something. My surname isn't Hu. My surname is Zhang. I have nothing to do with the Hu clan. How I'm doing has nothing to do with the Hu clan. Don't be so hypocritical here. It's really disgusting. I really don't like it." The two ancient saints of the Hu clan frowned and shook their heads sadly, especially the second-step ancient saint who had spoken earlier. He sighed and said, "Zhongyang, your anger is too strong. Your resentment is too deep. No matter what, you can never change the fact that you're a member of the Hu clan. The blood of the Hu clan flows in your veins. You can never change this fact. Although there are some mistakes in your mother's matter, you don't understand the situation. It's very complicated and can't be explained to you in a few words. Also, it's not what you think it is. The door of the Hu clan will always be open for you. Why do you have to be so resentful? Child, blood is thicker than water. The entire Hu clan hopes that you can return to the Hu clan." Upon hearing the second-step ancient saint's words, young Master Zhongyang laughed coldly. "Humph! What a joke! What a joke! This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Can you be any more hypocritical?" Chapter 28:38. Prince Zhongyang sneered. Anger welled up in his heart, and the fire in his heart became a little turbulent. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned this matter, but now that he did, it was an unerasable wound in his heart, a permanent scar. His mother's sufferings, grievances, and humiliation at the hands of the Hu clan, as well as his own humiliation at the hands of the Hu clan, were all engraved in his heart. He had sworn countless times that he would never be a member of the Hu clan in this life. He hated the Hu clan and hated them. He didn't have a good impression of anyone in the Hu clan. Could it be that you people of the Hu family have completely forgotten what you people of the Hu family did to my mother and me back then? You beat me, scolded me, humiliated me, and stepped on me. My mother couldn't bear the humiliation, and in the end, her true deity heart collapsed and she died. Her body and soul relic were destroyed, and she couldn't even be resurrected. And all of this is thanks to the members of your Hu clan. From the moment I left the Hu clan, I swore that I would never take half a step into the Hu clan in this life, and I would never admit that I was a member of the Hu clan in this life. The Hu clan has long had nothing to do with me. It didn't have anything to do with me in the past, now, and in the future. Therefore, if you dare to say that I'm a member of the Hu clan again, don't blame me for being rude. Prince Zhongyang said angrily to the two second-step ancient saints of the Hu clan. The two of them looked at each other coldly. They didn't expect that as second-step ancient saints, they would come over to befriend Prince Zhongyang and see if there was a chance to pull Prince Zhongyang into the Hu clan. After all, Prince Zhongyang's current value was very, very high, and his potential was limitless. Just his identity as Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple was enough to make the Hu clan scramble for him like a flock of ducks. This matter made the Hu clan very embarrassed, and they even became the laughingstock of many people. They mocked the Hu clan for letting go of a peerless genius like Prince Zhongyang. All of this was the Hu clan's own fault, and they couldn't blame anyone else. Madame Hu also wanted to salvage the situation, but she clearly knew that the possibility was not high. When Lord Hu Iliang and Lord Hu Siwu saw Prince Zhongyang, they also wanted to befriend him and see if they could persuade him to return to the Hu clan. However, they didn't expect to be directly rejected by Prince Zhongyang. Their faces darkened. They were second-step Empyrean saints, after all, and they were considered big shots in the Hu clan who could summon the wind and summon the rain. But today, they were humiliated by Prince Zhongyang, which made them very unhappy. However, even though they were not happy about it, they did not want to make things too difficult for Zhongyang. So, the two of them left quietly. Although Zhongyang had scolded the two of them, he was still in a bad mood because of Saint Hu Yiming and Saint Hu Yiming. This matter was originally a wound that had been buried deep in his heart. If this scar wasn't opened, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, what should be forgotten should be forgotten. However, once this scar was opened, the past would surge up like smoke. Qin Shao patted Prince Zhongyang's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be so calculative with these people. Let bygones be bygones. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and spat. If he didn't want to let bygones be bygones, he would have already made trouble for the Hu clan. He hated the Hu clan. His mother had indirectly died in the hands of the Hu clan's people. He hated his father. Fortunately, his father was already dead. The person he hated the most was dead. As for the Hu clan, he couldn't be bothered to care about them. Anyway, he was no longer a member of the Hu clan. Yuan Yuan and Ming Yuexin immediately came forward to comfort Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang was actually a rather optimistic and open-minded person. People arrived one after another. Qin Shao and the other three had clearly become a unique scenery. It was probably because the identities of the four of them were indeed extraordinary. Two of them were disciples of transcendent world gods. One was the daughter of a transcendent world god, and one was the granddaughter of a transcendent world god. All four of them were directly connected to transcendent world gods. Who wouldn't want to befriend them? Not only that, but the four of them were also recognized as the top young geniuses in the immortal region. Their talent and potential were terrifyingly strong. Although many people didn't think much of it, they were still somewhat worried. Prince Zhongyang was only a first-step ancient sage. They didn't need to worry too much. However, Qin Shao was a second-step ancient sage. Even if he had just broken through to the second-step ancient sage, his strength couldn't be underestimated. It was more or less worrying. After all, there had been a lot of shocking news about Qin Shao in recent years. Yo, Lord Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, you're actually here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? I've heard a lot about the two of you, and I've been looking for an opportunity to get to know you. I didn't think that I'd be able to meet you here today. This is truly a blessing. All of a sudden, a second-step Empyrean saint walked over. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang glanced at each other. Clearly, they didn't know who he was and didn't know who he was. The other party didn't seem to have good intentions. Therefore, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang only glanced at each other but didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing that Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang ignored him, the second-step ancient sage smiled awkwardly and continued, Yo, look at me. I've been rude. I haven't introduced myself yet. Chun Ling, the Vice Palace Master of the Nine Tunes Dao Palace. My apologies. It's a pleasure to meet the two young masters. The Nine Tunes Dao Palace Master's ghost laugh. Obviously, Qin Shao hadn't heard of it. Qin Shao didn't know Chunling either. Prince Zhongyang had heard of the Nine Tunes Dao Palace before, but it was obviously his first time hearing about it. He wasn't familiar with it at all. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. After the other party smiled twice, Qin Shao nodded slightly and responded, Senior Gue Jianshao, you flatter me. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yo, don't call me senior. I've only lived a little longer than you. I really don't deserve to be called senior. I'm in awe. Gue Jianshao immediately smiled at Qin Shao. With Qin Zhao's current status and strength, it was indeed very polite of him to call Gue Jianshao senior. Therefore, Gue Jianshao was really flattered. Prince Zhongyang wasn't polite. He casually curled his lips and said, Don't make guesses. I'm not here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. I'm not interested in this. I'm just here to join the fun and have fun, so you don't have to pay attention to me. Many people felt relieved when they heard that Prince Zhongyang wasn't here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Gue Jianshao laughed in his heart and looked at Qin Shao again. If Prince Zhongyang wasn't here to participate, then what about Lord Qin Shao? Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, Prince Zhongyang isn't participating. He's just here to accompany me. Qin Zhao's words made many people look over. They had only guessed before, but now they could confirm that Qin Shao would participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. This wasn't good news for the family. The smile on Gue Jianxiao's face couldn't help but fade. He laughed dryly and said, Lord Qin Shao, you're really going to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? I thought that with your status, talent, and strength, you wouldn't participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. This might be something for others, but for Lord Qin Shao, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think it's something to be proud of. Qin Shao looked at Gue Jianshao and didn't refute him. Instead, he looked like he was all ears. Gue Jianshao looked at Qin Shao and continued, Lord Qin Shao, this is what I think. Listen to me and see if I'm right. Of course, if Lord Qin Shao thinks it's wrong, then just treat it as a joke. First of all, Lord Qin Shao, you're the #1 person on the holy rankings of the Sacred Academy and the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Immortal region. You are representing the face of the Immortal realm, so any action you take will not only represent yourself. The #1 genius of the younger generation in the Immortal realms, for the sake of that tiny bit of benefit, you want to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? Isn't this tarnishing your reputation? Isn't this damaging your prestige? If this matter were to spread, what would the people of the world think? I think it's something to be proud of. The Holy Prince Consort selection is just a matter of women marrying into the family. Moreover, this is just a short transaction. Second of all, Lord Qin Shao, you're the personal disciple of Sage Li. Wouldn't such an action damage Sage Li's prestige? Third of all, Lord Qin Shao, I believe you can see how intense the competition is going to be. According to my estimation, the number of people who will participate will definitely exceed 500. Most of them should be second-step Empyrean saints. In fact, there might even be a third-step Empyrean saint participating in the battle. Lord Qin Shao, although you're also a second-step ancient saint, you must have just broken through, right? So, young Master Qin Shao, if you were to fight for it, what if you lose? Wouldn't that be damaging to your dignity? Not only will it damage your personal dignity, but it'll also affect the Sacred Academy and Sage Li. Therefore, I really think that Lord Qin Shao should consider carefully and think twice before acting. How could Qin Shao not know about these problems? He thought about these things long ago. If he could, he wouldn't want to participate. He really didn't want to. However, he had no choice. On one hand, Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan were asking for his help. On the other hand, it was Miss Fu Yunyi who gave him a death mission. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to refuse. He could only accept it silently. Gue Jianxiao's words made him want to cry. However, Qin Shao could only curl his lips and say nonchalantly, Okay, I'll consider it carefully. Senior Gue Jianshao, you don't have to worry about me. Lord Qin Shao, I'm serious. Gue Jianshao saw that Qin Shao didn't seem to be happy and wanted to say something else. However, Prince Zhang Yang interrupted him. Okay, why are you so talkative? You're acting as if we're close friends. Even if you're a lobbyist, this isn't how you should act. How much did they give you? Prince Zhang Yang, we'll double it for you, okay? That's enough. We've already been polite to you. Don't force us to be rude. Prince Zhang Yang was a little angry. Gue Jianshao didn't dare to say anything more. He could only leave in embarrassment. Obviously, someone wanted Qin Shao to back off. They wanted to persuade him to leave first, so that there would be one less strong competitor. Qin Zhao's presence here made many people panic. After sending Gue Jianshao away, Prince Zhang Yang started to tease him. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that you're quite a deterrent. Just by standing here, so many people see you as a threat and think of ways to make you leave. TSK. Good. It seems that your success rate is much higher. Chapter 2839. Ba. Zhang Yang, you're spouting nonsense again. What do you mean by success rate? Brother Qin Shao must win. Okay? It must be 100%, okay? Don't mess up the morale of the troops. Yuan glanced at Prince Zhang Yang. Prince Zhang Yang pursed his lips and said, How rude. You should call him Brother Zhang Yang. I don't want to. I only have one brother, and that is Brother Qin Shao. You are not my brother, so I don't want to call you brothers. Yuan pouted. Her appearance was indeed indescribably adorable. She was as adorable as one could imagine. Prince Zhang Yang grumbled inwardly. Crash! A loud noise came from the extreme nether river, attracting everyone's attention. Immortal magpies flew out of the extreme nether river. Billions of magpies flew out at the same time. It was quite a majestic scene. After the magpies flew out of the Taiyu River, they gathered together in an orderly manner and quickly built a magpie bridge that connected the 9 continents to the Jade Lake sacred ground. This magpie bridge gave people a very dreamy feeling. Yuan and Mingyu Xin were dumbfounded. They couldn't take their eyes off the magpie bridge. Their jade eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Women were very sensitive to beautiful things, and it was hard for them to refuse. A group of beautiful figures came out from the Jade Lake sacred ground. A group of Jade Lake saintesses stepped on lotus flowers and slowly walked towards this side. There were a total of 81 saintesses stepping on lotuses, forming a neat square formation. These holy ladies were actually ancient saints of the first step, which was why they were able to exert such a powerful aura. An immortal figure descended from the sky, like a queen descending upon the world. Finally, she landed in the middle of the square formation of the saintesses and was lifted up by the lotus saintesses. As soon as the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground appeared, they were dazzling and beautiful. Every woman was very beautiful and had a very elegant temperament. With so many saintesses gathered together, it was a feast for the eyes. Many men were dumbfounded. It was as if their divine souls had been intimidated. Their eyes could no longer move away. Some people were even about to drool. Although there were countless beautiful women in the world, the women of the Jade Lake sacred land were famous for their beauty, especially the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground. She was one of the best beauties in the world, the real best in the world. In addition, the saintesses of the Jade Lake sacred ground were generally not allowed to leave the Jade Lake sacred ground. Basically, the women of the Jade Lake sacred ground would rarely see a man in their lifetime. It was hard to even see them, let alone get along with men. Therefore, the women of the Jade Lake sacred ground were also recognized as the purest women in the world. They were like blooming blood lotuses, spotlessly white and flawless, as perfect as jade. It was precisely because of this that the Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was so popular. In addition, all of them were indeed very beautiful and full of life. Just looking at them was enough to make one's heart ripple. Whether it was their looks, talent, strength, or temperament, they were absolutely the best in the world. They were all rare in the world. Every single one of them was enough to make the men in the world go crazy and intoxicated. At this time, with so many saintesses of the Jade Lake gathered here, it was naturally enough to charm a soul. The queen-like existence that was held up high by the saintesses exuded an incomparably powerful aura. It was enough to intimidate everyone and make them not dare to have any improper thoughts about her. From the powerful aura exuding from her body, one could feel that she was definitely an extremely powerful existence of the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Her temperament was a little cold and aloof. She was full of the aura of a queen. When she raised her hand, raised her foot, raised her eyebrows, and raised her eyes, she exuded a powerful aura of a monarch. However, compared to the lady in red, her cold aura was still far inferior. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not feel anything. The powerful existence of the ancient saint realm of the fourth step stopped on the Magpie Bridge and swept her gaze over, sizing up the crowd. At this time, there were already more than 500 experts who had gathered here. More than 500 people fighting for the only Holy Prince Consort's position. One had to admit that this competition was very, very intense. From this, one could see how attractive the Holy Prince Consort's election was this time. Of course, the main reason was that the first saintess, Jiuquan Saintess, was too attractive. The Jiuquan Saintess reputation was very well known in the immortal realm. She was the representative of the younger generation of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and was unquestionably the #1 youth. She represented the mortal realm to participate in the young genius war between the mortal realm and the earth realm. The more talented and the more experienced the saintess was, the more beneficial it would be to one's cultivation if one could obtain her. The Jiuquan Saintess had already broken through to the saint realm. If one could obtain her body, it should not be a problem for one to break through to the next realm. Greetings, Saint Lord Mu Wan. No one knew who shouted first. Only then did everyone know that this powerful fourth step ancient saint was Saint Lord Mu Wan of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Qin Xiao had never heard of this person, but Zhang Yang and the other two had heard of this person. When they heard this name, they reacted with respect. So this is Saint Lord Mu Wan. She is an amazing person. Prince Zhang Yang said softly. Greetings, Saint Lord Mu Wan. Everyone also bowed in unison. It seemed that Saint Lord Mu Wan was the person in charge of this election. Therefore, everyone naturally wanted to leave a good impression on Saint Lord Mu Wan. Saint Lord Mu Wan's gaze was cold and indifferent. She did not respond to everyone's greetings. Instead, she looked at them coldly. Finally, her gaze fell on Qin Xiao and the other three. Following Saint Lord Mu Wan's gaze, everyone's gaze once again converged on Qin Xiao and the other three. Obviously, many of them looked at Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang with hostility. Especially towards Qin Xiao, they were full of hostility. They had already become the imaginary enemy of many people. I did not expect that the disciples of two Reincarnation Supremes would also come to participate in our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Holy Prince Consort selection. This is unprecedented. If our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Holy Prince Consort selection had always been fair and I would have chosen you directly. However, there are two of you. This makes it difficult for me to choose. Saint Lord Mu Wan looked at Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang and said. Hearing Saint Lord Mu Wan's words, Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other. What kind of situation was this? This was a little bit annoying. As soon as they came, they had the feeling that the two of them would become the target of public criticism. Sure enough, after Saint Lord Mu Wan said this, the hostility in the eyes of those who looked at Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang became even stronger. Qin Xiao wanted to say in his heart, then why don't you just choose me directly? There's no need for the selection. Could it be that his reputation had spread out? Reincarnation Supremes. This should be the realm that surpassed the world god realm, right? Reincarnation Supremes surpassed all reincarnations. There were reincarnations in the world, and Reincarnation Supremes had surpassed all reincarnations in the world. Even the heavenly Tao could not do anything to Reincarnation Supremes. The number of Reincarnation Supremes in the entire immortal realm could be counted with 2 hands. This was a supreme existence that truly stood at the top of the pyramid of the great thousand world. Yuan immediately said happily, That's right. Sage Muan, you should just choose Big Brother Qin Shao. It'll save you a lot of trouble. The selection will end right away, and everyone will be relaxed. Isn't that great? My brother Qin Shao is here for the first Holy Prince Consort. He's determined to get it. Anyway, even if there's a selection, my brother Qin Shao will win in the end. It's better to just decide now and get it over with immediately. Isn't that great? Hee. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, Saint Lord Mu Wan, I'm not here to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. I'm here to cheer for my brother Qin Shao. I also think that Saint Lord Mu Wan's suggestion is very appropriate. Why don't you just choose my brother Qin Shao directly? Whether it's his talent, potential, strength, or excellent bloodline, he meets all the requirements. He's definitely the best candidate for your Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Yuan and Prince Zhongyang echoed each other and immediately aroused public indignation. Immediately, angry voices of objection rolled in like a tide, like huge waves that overturned the sky. Bah, who said that we should just decide? Who said that there's no need for a selection? The Holy Prince Consort selection of a Jade Lake Sacred Ground has always been the most sacred thing in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How can it be so trifling? Are you crazy to want to win? He's just a young boy who has just broken through to the second step Ancient Saint realm. His hair hasn't even grown out, and he thinks that his wings have hardened? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the first one to be eliminated is Qin Shao. You're so young, but you're so lucky. Do you really not know your own worth? Young man, it's better to be humble. Don't be too arrogant. It won't do you any good. In the midst of the ridicule, Saint Lord Mu Wan waved her hand and said coldly, All right, stop arguing. I'm just saying it casually. The Holy Prince Consort selection is the most sacred thing in our Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Naturally, we can't be careless. No matter who it is, in front of the Holy Prince Consort selection, no one has any special privileges. Everything must be fair, just, and open. Only the final winner is qualified to become the Holy Prince Consort. This is the first Holy Prince Consort selection, which is rare in our Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It's very serious. Saint Lord Mu Wan's words finally calmed everyone down. However, everyone knew that the Holy Prince Consort selection of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground couldn't be taken lightly, especially since it was the first Holy Prince Consort selection. They had already made a big deal out of it and attracted so many strong people from the human world to participate. Naturally, they couldn't mess around. After the crowd quieted down, Saint Lord Muin opened her mouth and said, All right, all the young geniuses who are participating in this year's Holy Prince Consort selection, step forward. Those that don't want to participate, please step back. Although the Holy Prince Consort selection of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground doesn't have too many restrictions, as long as you're in the Ancient Saint realm and haven't cultivated for more than a universe epoch, it's fine. In principle, it's indeed like this. However, I would still like to remind you that it's best for you to give up on the Ancient Saint realm. Those who feel that they're weak should give up, because there are a few tests that are very dangerous, and there's a chance of death. Of course, the decision is in your hands. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't force you, but you should be clear about it. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't be responsible for any consequences. If you're willing to participate, then you'll have to bear all the consequences. I'll make this clear to you in advance. Those who have thought it through, stepped forward. Author, Kinshang, he said, fourth update. Are there any more fresh flowers? It's the weekend, and Kinshang didn't have time to accompany his wife and children. He was working hard to update. It's the end of the month. Friends who still have fresh flowers, send them. Don't waste them. Chapter 2840. It was normal for the Holy Prince Consort selection to be a little dangerous. Even if it was an ordinary Holy Prince Consort selection, some participants would die in the process. It wasn't a common occurrence. Most of the participants of the Holy Prince Consort selection were second-step ancient saints. It was obvious that the competition this time would be very intense and cruel. It was not surprising that someone would be sacrificed and die in the selection. Sage Mu Wan's words clearly didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Out of the 500 people, nearly 500 people still walked out. Only a few stayed behind to join the fun. Prince Zhongyang and the other two gestured to Qin Shao and retreated to the side. Qin Shao sized up the group of close to 500 people. There were more than 400 second-step Empyrean saints, so more than 80% of them were second-step Empyrean saints. The remaining 10% of first-step Empyrean saints were probably just there to join in the fun. To them, the result wasn't important. Participation was more important. The others were all second-step ancient saints. Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. At first, he was a little worried that there would be a third-step ancient saint participating. Now, it seemed like his worry was unnecessary. No third-step ancient saints were participating. First of all, third-step ancient saints who hadn't cultivated for more than a universe epoch were probably very rare in the entire immortal realm. It was extremely difficult to find one. The few people who participated were all peerless geniuses. Most of them were either from the 5 supreme clans, the 100 schools of thought, or the outstanding figures of the various holy lands. These people had their own pride. Naturally, they wouldn't participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection so easily. At the end of the day, the title of Holy Prince Consort wasn't a good title. Some ambitious people wouldn't bother to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Qin Shao was actually disdainful. If he had other options, he wouldn't have participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection, even if he was beaten to death. Without the participation of a third-step ancient saint, Qin Shao was full of confidence. Of course, even if there was a third-step ancient saint, Qin Shao was not afraid. Qin Shao was confident that he could defeat ordinary third-step ancient saints. Those who wanted to participate stepped forward. Everyone was present. Just as St. Mu Wan was about to announce something, a loud and clear voice came from afar. This is a grand occasion for the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Shall we join the fun? 3 figures swiftly arrived after the loud and clear voice sounded. Very quickly, they landed at the front of the group. This was an extremely rude action. Such an action naturally caused the crowd to be enraged. However, after sensing the powerful auras from the 3 of them, many people frowned. Many people swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They also secretly shrank back their steps. All 3 of them were third-step Empyrean saints. Moreover, each of them had an extraordinary aura. With one look, one could tell that they were people with great backgrounds. Not only that, but the auras of the 3 of them were also very unusual. The person on the far left exuded an extremely sharp sword aura. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like swords, and his nose was like a sword. He carried 2 swords on his back and held a sword in his hand. His entire body was surrounded by sharp sword aura. This was not the aura of a celestial realm cultivator at all. This was a sword cultivator. He should be from the saint realm of sword cultivators. The person in the middle exuded a majestic aura. His body was surrounded by a circle of pure, white divine light. It was somewhat ethereal, and somewhat majestic. Not descending to the mortal world, not eating the food of the common populace, so transcendent and refined. Although the aura of this person was also the aura of a celestial realm being, it was clearly different from that of an ordinary person. Everyone present had good eyesight. Naturally, they could tell at a glance that this was the aura of someone from the heaven realm. This was a third-step ancient saint from the heavenly court. People from the heaven realm disdained to come to the mortal world. Very few people from the heaven realm would come to the mortal world. The people of the heaven realm had always had a peerless arrogance. Especially in front of people from the mortal world, people from the heaven realm instinctively thought that they were superior. They were the people of the heaven realm and should be above the people of the mortal world. People from the heaven realm had always thought that they were the rulers of the celestial realm. However, they were also incomparably aloof and indifferent. They did not like to rule and manage the celestial realm. Therefore, they let the mortal world rule over 90% of the celestial realm. If the heaven realm was willing to take charge, then the mortal world would have to obediently submit to the heaven realm. Of course, this was only the pride of the people of the heaven realm. Although the people of the mortal world were somewhat respectful to the people of the heaven realm, they did not think that the heaven realm could suppress the mortal world and trample the mortal world under their feet. In terms of the number of reincarnation supremes, the heaven realm and the earth realm did not have as many as the mortal world. The third-step Empyrean saint on the rightmost side exuded a majestic aura. Even though he was standing there, it felt as though he wasn't there at all. The great Tao was the most illusory thing. It was the most powerful Tao among the 8 great cultivation paths. The aura emitted from the person on the far right was indeed incomparably powerful. This strength made many people's hearts tremble. All 3 of them were ancient saints, and it seemed like they came from powerful backgrounds. One was from the heaven realm, one was from the great Tao saint realm, and one was from the sword cultivator saint realm. Such a lineup made one feel that the situation was not good. Everyone's gaze fell on the 3 people in a daze. For a moment, they were speechless. Many people also began to whisper to each other. What's going on? Why did 3 third-step ancient saints suddenly appear? How are we going to compete? That's right. If it's the third-step ancient saints of the mortal world, then it's fine. But why did the people of the heaven realm come to join the fun? It's fine if it's just the people of the heaven realm. After all, in the long river of history, there have been people of the heaven realm who participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Moreover, there were even people who became the Holy Prince Consort. The Holy Prince Consort selection of the Jade Lake Holy Prince Consort is open to the entire immortal realm. It's not limited to the mortal world or the heaven realm. However, what's the deal with the people of the Great Tao Saint realm and the Sword Cultivator Saint realm? That's right. I don't object to the people of the heaven realm participating, but I definitely won't agree to the people of the Great Tao Saint realm and the Sword Cultivator Saint realm participating. Yes, I don't agree as well. Let's oppose it together. If the 3 third-step ancient saints participate, then I'm afraid there's nothing for us to do. The aura emitted by the 3 third-step ancient saints is too powerful. Obviously, their strength is not to be underestimated. If they participate, then we won't have any hope at all. We're in big trouble. Everyone, now that we have a common enemy, let's put aside our hostility for the time being and unite against the enemy. If we don't deal with the 3 third-step ancient saints, then we won't have a chance at all. Therefore, we must stand on the same side. That's right. We firmly oppose the third-step ancient saints of the Great Tao Saint realm and the Sword Cultivator Saint realm participating in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Then, we'll deal with the third-step ancient saint from the heaven realm together. As long as we work together, we'll definitely be able to deal with the third-step ancient saint from the heaven realm. After a round of discussion, everyone reached an unprecedented strategic goal of unity. While the crowd was discussing fervently, the 3 third-step ancient saints remained indifferent. They stood there, ignoring the crowd. They did not even turn around to look at them. It vividly displayed their arrogance and aloofness. Young Master Zhang Yang and the other two ladies were also looking at each other. This unexpected situation had happened too suddenly, and they were all caught off guard. What's going on? The situation is very bad. Prince Zhang Yang frowned deeply. Looking at the three powerful figures, he was indeed worried for Qin Shao. Yuan immediately said, "Bah, Zhang Yang, don't jinx it. Don't talk nonsense. It's just a little unexpected situation. It's nothing. We have to believe in Big Brother Qin Shao. It's just 3 third-step ancient saints. I believe that Big Brother Qin Shao can definitely deal with them. He'll definitely be able to win in the end. The Holy Prince Consort must be Big Brother Qin Shao. No one can take him away." Yuan will definitely not agree. Although Yuan said that, she immediately said to Ming Yuexin worriedly, "Sister Ming Yuexin, will there be any accidents this time? Big Brother Qin Shao should be able to defeat the 3 ancient saints, right?" Ming Yuexin raised her eyebrows. After thinking for a while, she nodded affirmatively at Yuan and said, "We should believe in Qin Shao. Since he's taken action, he'll definitely succeed." Yes, Sister Ming Yuexin is right. We have to believe in Qin Shao. There won't be any problems. Yuan nodded and regained her confidence. On the other side, Saint Mu Wan's gaze also landed on the 3 uninvited guests. After sizing them up, she said coldly, "A person from the Heaven Realm, a person from the Great Tao Sanctuary, and a person from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. The 3 of you have come together. Why? Do you also want to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort in our Jade Lake Sacred Ground?" The third-step ancient saint from the Heaven Realm in the middle smiled arrogantly and said, "Senior Saint Mu Wan, the 3 of us happen to be free and just happen to pass by. We also happen to see your Jade Lake Sacred Ground selecting the Holy Prince Consort. So, such a coincidence happened to happen to the 3 of us. We all feel that this is a small revelation from the heavens. It's good that we don't have anything to do for the time being. I brought 2 friends from the outer holy regions to our immortal region. I also want to show them the local customs of our immortal region. The Holy Prince Consort selection of your Jade Lake Sacred Ground can be considered a local custom. So, my 2 friends want to experience it. See, the 3 of us are here to participate. Why, Senior Saint Mu Wan, do you not welcome us?" Saint Mu Wan looked coldly at the third-step ancient saint from the Heaven Realm and said, "Yes, you are indeed not welcome." Hearing Saint Monarch Mu Wan's words, many people laughed happily. Immediately, many voices began to support Saint Monarch Mu Wan. "That's right, we don't welcome you either. You should leave quickly. Don't think that you're so great just because you are a third-step ancient saint." "We don't welcome you here. Why aren't you leaving? Saint Mu Wan is right. You're not welcome. Please leave immediately and don't disturb our Holy Prince Consort selection. How can 2 people from the outer holy regions be qualified to participate in the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Holy Prince Consort selection? You're not welcome." In the face of the crowd's condemnation, the 3 men still didn't take it seriously. Their faces were still indifferent. Within that indifference, there was a hint of coldness, arrogance, and disdain. Clap, clap, clap. The third-step ancient saint from the Heaven Realm was not angry. Instead, he laughed and even clapped. Chapter 2841. The third-step ancient saint from the Heaven Realm chuckled and said, "Senior Mu Wan Saint, are you sure you don't welcome us?" The notice issued by the Jade Lake Sacred Ground didn't say that people from the Heaven Realm and the outer domain are not allowed to participate, right? There are only 2 conditions in the notice. One is to be an ancient saint, and the other is to have cultivated for less than 1 universe epoch. Coincidentally, the 3 of us meet these 2 conditions. Since the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is holding the Holy Prince Consort selection in public, it's not to the extent of excluding the 3 of us, right? We're here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. We won't let the Jade Lake's sacred ground suffer a loss, right? Hearing the words of the third step ancient saint from the heaven realm, everyone stared blankly. The notice issued by the Jade Lake's sacred ground did not have such a restriction. If they had to use this as an example, the situation was not good. Therefore, many people couldn't help but have a bad premonition in their hearts. If they really let these three third-step ancient saints participate, would they still have a chance? They felt that it was extremely uncertain. Saint Mu Wan's expression was cold as she looked at the third-step ancient saint from the heaven realm. After a moment of silence, she said, "According to the notice issued by the Jade Lake Sacred Ground this time, there are indeed not many restrictions. The three of you can participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. However, I want the three of you to think clearly. Once you participate and become the Holy Prince Consort, you have to be responsible to the end. It's not child's play. If you have other intentions and just want to play around and disturb the Holy Prince Consort selection, then don't blame us for being rude. I don't care who you are. At least, you can't do anything here. If you sincerely want to participate, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground welcomes you. If you have other intentions, then I advise the three of you to think twice before you speak." The third step ancient saint from the heaven realm laughed a few times and said, "Ha, Senior Muwan, you can rest assured. We are not unreasonable people. Since we're here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection, we definitely know the rules. You don't need to say anything. Of course, we sincerely want to participate. Otherwise, wouldn't we just be joining in on the fun? Our only worry is that you won't let us participate, Sage Monarch Muwan." Saint Lord Muwan didn't say much. Instead, she said, "If that's the case, then I welcome you." When Saint Lord Muwan agreed to the request of the three third-step ancient saints to participate in the selection, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Discussions erupted. "It can't be. The three of them are really participating? Isn't that too unfair?" "That's right. How are we supposed to fight? Do we still have the slightest bit of hope? It's over. It's over now. I thought Qin Shao was a big threat, but now it seems that we were too optimistic. What should we do?" I even had the thought of retreating. It seemed like those three people were easy to provoke. If you accidentally die in their hands, it will be a great loss. Retreat my ass. What's there to be afraid of? Weren't they just three third-step ancient saints? There are so many of us. As long as we unite, there's no need to be afraid of the three of them. That's true, but it's not a free-for-all. Even if we unite, we might not have such a good chance. Then what should we do? Will the Holy Prince Consort be snatched away by the people from the outer region? How can we, the people of the immortal realm, have any face left? The crowd burst into an uproar. Qin Shao smiled helplessly in his heart. He didn't plan to take responsibility after getting the Holy Prince Consort. But now it seemed that the Jade Lake Sacred Land wouldn't easily allow such a thing to happen. This was indeed a very troublesome matter. However, before this matter, Qin Zhao's current headache was the three third-step ancient saints in front of him. The three of them were obviously not ordinary third-step ancient saints. Obviously, they were very strong. It wouldn't be easy to deal with the three of them. It was not an easy task to take down the Holy Prince Consort. "That's enough. Stop arguing." Saint Muwan waved her hand and shouted sternly. She glanced at the crowd and said, "The Holy Prince Consort selection is for the capable. If you want to become the Holy Prince Consort, you have to rely on your own ability. The Holy Prince Consort selection of the Jade Lake Sacred Land has always been fair and open. It's the same for everyone. If you're willing to participate, then participate. The Jade Lake Sacred Land will never force anyone, but we also won't reject anyone who's qualified to participate. Everything is up to your own free will. It has nothing to do with the Jade Lake Sacred Land. As I said before, I'd like to remind everyone out of goodwill that the Holy Prince Consort selection is filled with uncertainty and danger. It's possible to lose your life during the selection. The Jade Lake Sacred Land won't be responsible for this. All the consequences will be borne by everyone. So if you want to withdraw, you can withdraw now. If you don't withdraw now, don't run away at the last minute." Saint Muwan's words made many people fall silent. They were also thinking about this matter and this problem. If it had been before, everyone would have thought it through and wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With 3 uninvited guests at the third step of the ancient saint stage joining the fray, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The danger had obviously increased by a lot. Those one-step Empyrean saints had thought that they might be able to give it a try. The Holy Prince Consort selection wasn't purely based on strength. Of course, strength was a very important factor, but it wasn't the only deciding factor. There were many other factors as well. Therefore, it didn't mean that those who were weaker would have no chance at all. There would definitely still be a chance. Those who were stronger would only have a greater advantage, but it wasn't absolute. However, if one's strength was too strong, then one could completely widen this advantage to a very large extent. A quantitative change would naturally lead to a qualitative change. The difference between a first-step ancient saint and a third-step ancient saint was too great. Naturally, there wasn't much of a chance. Therefore, after Saint Lord Mewin finished speaking, most of the first-step Empyrean saints chose to withdraw. A few second-step Empyrean saints also chose to withdraw. As a result, close to 100 people had retreated in an instant. However, although nearly 100 people had withdrawn, there were still more than 400 people remaining. This number was still not small. More than 400 people were competing for a spot. It was obviously going to be quite intense. It was enough to show how attractive the 9 profound saints was to be able to make so many people compete for the spot of the Holy Prince Consort. A group of uneducated people. The third-step ancient saint from the heaven realm saw that there were still more than 400 people who hadn't withdrawn. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered. The third-step ancient saint from the great Tao, sacred realm, also chuckled and said, "There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. It's really interesting that there are still so many people who want to participate. It seems that you people from the immortal domain are more stubborn. I like to deal with such stubborn people. Originally, I just came to the immortal domain to play. I didn't expect to encounter something new. Young Master Long, if you kill people in this selection, you shouldn't have to take any responsibility, right?" The young Master Long that the man from the great Tao, sacred realm, was talking about was obviously the third-step ancient saint from the heaven realm. Young Master Long smiled and said, "Spiritual Master Huamu, you don't have to worry about anything. Since it's a fair selection, life and death are naturally up to fate. If you die, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. Who can you blame for that? As long as you are willing, as long as the rules are reasonable, it's fine even if you go on a killing spree. Since you have the guts to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort and don't listen to advice, then you can just die. It's nothing. Perhaps there are more people who aren't afraid of death." So, Spiritual Master Huamu, why do you have to be polite to those who aren't afraid of death? If you want to kill them, then kill them. Spiritual Master Huamu laughed heartily and seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at the crowd playfully, and the corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. "That's interesting. It sounds like a good job. I'm not interested in the 9 profound saints of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, but I'm very interested in participating in the selection. Lightning Sword Saint, I'll leave the Holy Prince Consort to you, young Master Long, and I will clear all obstacles for you. You don't have to do anything. Just leave everything to us. You can just go and be the Holy Prince Consort." It's said that the little girl called Jioshuan Saintess is very pretty and pretty. Don't you like her? We'll let you have it this time. Hee. We'll let you have a good meal. Such insulting words to the 9 profound saintess were infuriating. These 3 people were obviously playboys. Sage Muwan's expression turned cold, but she didn't know what to say. The galvanic lightning sword saint from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary revealed a perverted smile. Thank you for taking care of me, brothers. I've been drooling over the beauties of the immortal domain for a long time, but I haven't found a suitable one to arouse my interest. This nine profound saintis isn't bad. I've been thinking about it. Then this time, I'll have to trouble you too. Hee. There's no need to be polite to those guys who don't know what's good for them. Since they want to die, let's grant them their wish. Kill those who can be killed. Cripple those who can't be killed. How dare they fight over a woman with me? They must be tired of living. I'll never tolerate such things. As he spoke, the galloping lightning's sacred sword swept his gaze across the crowd and said threateningly, I say, why don't you all know what's good for you? Don't you have any eyes? You see that we're here, but you still don't know how to back down? Do you really want me to make it clear to you? Come on. If you're not afraid of death, stay. At most, you'll only cause a little trouble. Today, I'll make it clear. The nine profound saintis belongs to me. Whoever dares to fight over her with me is courting death. Understood? Courting death. Whoever dares to participate, come on. I won't be lenient. Under the threat of young Master Long and the other two, the crowd's expression became incomparably cold and unsightly. Although he was angry, he had no choice but to carefully consider it again. This matter was not a joke. Although he was displeased, he did feel a strong sense of threat from it. If they didn't handle it well, they might really die in this election. It wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 2842. Many of the ancient sages began to whisper to one another, discussing what they should do next. Young Master Long and the other two were obviously not joking. Although there would be competition in such a selection, they were all ancient sages. However, they were all Empyrean saints of the mortal world, so most of them knew each other. Even if they didn't know each other, they wouldn't offend each other easily. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no one would easily kill someone. However, young Master Long and the other two were different. One was from the Heaven Realm, one was from the Great Tao Sage Realm, and one was from the Sword Cultivator Sage Realm. To the people of the mortal world, they could basically be considered as people of the outer world. Therefore, they wouldn't care if they offended others. They would definitely kill. Such a threat was definitely not just a joke. It should be serious. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death. Naturally, everyone would be more cautious. It was better to believe it than not. However, such a matter caused some people to be dissatisfied. They couldn't help but say, the three of you are participating. Why do you have to threaten others? Isn't it a despicable act? The Joshuan Saintess is as pure as ice. You are not allowed to tarnish her. Do you really think that the Holy Prince Consort's election is a game for you to play by threatening the other participants like this? What do you think of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? What do you think of the Holy Prince Consort's election? Originally, the Holy Prince Consort's election is sacred. However, you are completely tarnishing the Holy Prince Consort's election. The words of the ancient sage resonated with the crowd, and many of them voiced their support for him. What young Master Long and the other two said just now was indeed too much. It made everyone very angry. They were completely relying on their little strength to be arrogant and do whatever they wanted. They were unscrupulous and humiliating everyone. They were looking down on the Holy Prince Consort's election. It was infuriating. Saint Muon was also a little angry. It was just that she didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Faced with such a reprimand, the Lightning Sword Saint laughed. However, the Lightning Sword Saint didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He stared at the ancient Saint Cultivator with a playful look on his face. I'm threatening you. So what? Who asked you to have such low cultivation bases and weak strength? All of you look like you can't even withstand a single blow. If you think it's a threat, then it should be a threat. Actually, this Sword Saint is just giving you a kind reminder. After all, this is the Holy Prince Consort selection. Life and death are up to the heavens. You have to bear all the consequences. That's why this Sword Saint reminded you so kindly, because I want you to think about it carefully so that you won't lose your lives. Wouldn't that be a loss that outweighs the gains? I have such good intentions, but you don't understand. Just take it that my good intentions have been taken as ill intentions by you. Also, don't accuse this sword saint. Why would this sword saint taint the holy prince consort selection? Why would this sword saint need to taint the 9 profound saintess? Really, what you said is completely wrong. This sword saint will definitely get the holy prince consort selection. I will get the 9 profound saintess fair and square. How is this tainting? When this sword saint gets the holy prince consort selection, the 9 profound saintess will naturally belong to this sword saint. That will be the legal identity of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Then, this sword saint will get the 9 profound saintess's body. How can you use the word taint to describe this? Isn't this the purpose of the Jade Lake sacred ground, holding the holy prince consort selection? Isn't it to pick out the most outstanding people to get their saintess? Aren't all of you here to get the 9 profound saintess's body? Everyone is the same. Why is there a need to pretend to be virtuous? To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a transaction. If you say it's tainting, then you're thinking too highly of this matter. It's just a little bit better than the transactions in the brothel. Well, it's just a little higher on the surface. In fact, there isn't much difference. Of course, it's definitely much higher than a transaction in a brothel. The lightning sword saint spoke rudely once again. His filthy words angered many people. At this moment, the lightning sword saint and the other 2 had become the public enemy of everyone. Saint Lord Mewin's delicate body trembled slightly. This was an insult to the Jade Lake saintess and a slander to the holy prince consort selection. However, in principle, it seemed that they couldn't refute the lightning sword saint's words. And even if they refuted, so what? They still couldn't use a legitimate reason to refuse the 3 of them to participate in the holy prince consort selection. Qin Shao was a little angry at the person who spoke so arrogantly and filthily. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He rushed out and pointed at the lightning sword saint angrily. What are you saying, you ugly bastard? You can't insult Sister Jiushuan like this. You're too shameless. You don't deserve to be the holy prince consort. Sister Jiushuan can't be sullied by you. Hurry up and apologize to Sister Jiushuan. Take back what you just said. Otherwise, I'll call you ugly bastard every time I see you. Shameless bastard. Yuan rarely got angry, and she rarely used vulgarities. But this time, he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care about his image and scolded. Yuan was angry. Although he said such vulgar words, it didn't have much killing power. This made people feel that he was very cute. He was like a porcelain doll. No matter if he was happy, angry, sad, or happy, he was very cute. Ming Yuexin also glared at the lightning sword saint with disgust. Hearing Yuan's scolding, everyone's gazes gathered towards Yuan's side. Every one of them felt that their anger had been vented. To deal with such a person, he should be scolded. He should be scolded fiercely. Many people wanted to do something that they didn't dare to do, but Yuan did it. For a woman to have such courage, it would make some men feel ashamed. But thinking about it, Yuan was the daughter of Sagely. With her status, she naturally had the confidence to say such words. Thinking of this, his heart felt much more at ease, and he suddenly felt relieved. The lightning sword saint's gaze fell on Yuan. He chuckled. Haha, little girl, but your mouth is quite sharp. You're still young. You don't understand. Women, that's all there is to it. I don't know how many women are willing to be toyed with by men. Women who can be toyed with by this sword, saints should feel incomparably proud. Isn't the holy prince consort selection more or less the same? Pull out a holy maiden, choose a holy prince consort, and then play with her openly. Isn't that the same? How complicated is it? It looks incomparably sacred, but it's actually very dirty. You shameless bastard. Although Yuan wasn't good at scolding people, she could only say a few words that didn't hurt. Ming Yuexin couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She snorted angrily and said, "That's just your dirty thoughts. You're like that, but don't think that everyone is like you. Even if many men have the same dirty thoughts as you, at least they won't show it. They still care about their image. We women are not the playthings of you men. We women also have dignity. Your words not only insulted the 9 profound holy maiden, but also us. You also insulted all the women here. You even insulted all the women in the world. You don't know that you're also born of a woman. You didn't jump out of a man's pants. You're talking about women like that. Isn't that disgraceful? You even insulted your mother? Oomph. I think he's not born of a woman. Maybe he jumped out a crack in a rock. Yuan agreed. Ming Yueshin shook her head and said, how is he worthy of jumping out of a crack in a rock? The great sage, heaven's equal, was the one who jumped out of a crack in a rock. He's not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the great sage, heaven's equal. To say that he jumped out of a crack in a rock, I think it's an insult to the rock. Yes. Sister Ming Yueshin is extremely right. He's indeed not worthy of jumping out of a crack in a rock. Only the great sage, heaven's equal, is worthy. Yuan immediately nodded and said. The 2 women echoed each other, causing the lightning sword saint's expression to become gloomy. Especially after Ming Yueshin's words, he didn't know how to respond. Oomph. In the end, the lightning sword saint snorted coldly and said, a good man doesn't fight with women. This sword saint can't be bothered to lower himself to the level of you 2 little girls. However, this sword saint also has to warn you. You 2 little girls, don't go too far. If you continue to talk, this sword saint won't be polite to you. Look at you 2 little girls. You're so fresh and beautiful, but why are you so unlikable? If there were 2 cuts on that pretty face, it wouldn't be pretty, right? Faced with the lightning sword saint's threat, Prince Zhongyang stood up and glared at the lightning sword saint. You're so arrogant. Try saying that again. Yuan said angrily. You stinking bastard. How dare you threaten us? Sister Ming Yueshin, he dares to threaten us. He wants to slash our faces. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Sister Ming Yueshin, let's go beat him up. I want to, but I don't think we can beat him. Ming Yueshin said coldly. Yuan was stunned. She blinked and said, yes, I don't think we can beat him. Then what should we do? No, he's too despicable. He dares to threaten us and slash our faces. I can't tolerate it. I definitely can't tolerate it. Apologize. We must make him apologize. Otherwise, let Brother Qin Shao hit him. Hit him hard. Yes, apologize. Ming Yueshi nodded. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips and glared at the lightning sword saint. Did you hear that? Apologize. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Hurry up and apologize. Qin Shao was already angry. He glared at the lightning sword saint and said coldly, apologize. Qin Shao and the other 3 made the lightning sword saint apologize in unison. Such a scene made everyone look at them with admiration and respect. This was the way to deal with people like the lightning sword saint. Only then could they vent their anger. This lightning sword saint was too despicable. The lightning sword saint frowned. His expression darkened. Young Master Long, who are these people? The lightning sword saint asked young Master Long. Young Master Long said, one is the daughter of Sage Li. One is the granddaughter of the master of Kunlun. One is the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. The other is the personal disciple of Sage Li. Hearing young Master Long's words, the lightning sword saint's mouth twitched. He glared at young Master Long. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have said so much. He couldn't believe that he had offended 4 people with such backgrounds. He felt like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 28:43. Although the lightning sword saint felt as though he had seen a ghost, how could it be so easy for him to apologize? He was a 3rd-step ancient saint, so how could he apologize so easily? So what if the 4 of them had a strong background? As long as they didn't cross the line, nothing bad would happen. Hee. You're not allowing me to speak the truth? Did this sword saint say something wrong? What has it got to do with you? Interesting. A few little fellows want this sword saint to apologize? I'm sorry to tell you that the word apologize does not exist in my dictionary. What's the matter? If this sword saint doesn't apologize, what else do you want? It doesn't matter. You could try whatever you want. I know that you have a strong background. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative to provoke you. However, if you take the initiative to provoke me, you can't blame me if you suffer a little. The lightning sword saint didn't care about Qin Xiao and the others at all. It was just a second-step ancient saint and 3 first-step ancient saints. Even if the 4 of them attacked him together, what did he have to fear? He would just take them all. The galvanic lightning sword saint's arrogance and unruliness really made people unhappy. Yuan was very angry. The consequences were very serious, but she couldn't win against the lightning sword saint. The difference in cultivation level was too big. If she took the initiative to attack, she would be at a disadvantage. She wouldn't do something that would cause her to be at a disadvantage. I don't care what you think in your heart. However, you said it so vulgarly in front of everyone. Not only is it insulting to the 9 profound holy lady, but it's also insulting to all women. This Saint Monarch cannot tolerate such a thing. Apologize. Sage Muwan couldn't help but speak. Hearing Sage Muwan speak, everyone cheered in their hearts. That was how it should be. This galvanic lightning sword saint was simply too barbaric and unreasonable. He was simply too shameless. Such a thing couldn't be tolerated. The galvanic lightning sword saint frowned and looked at Saint Lord Muwan. The lightning sword saint could ignore Qin Xiao and the others, but Sage Muwan didn't dare to be so presumptuous. After all, Muwan was an extremely powerful 4th-step ancient saint. No matter how strong he was only a 3rd-step ancient saint. In front of Saint Lord Muwan, he was still weaker. However, it wasn't that easy to make him apologize. The lightning sword saint said, "Senior Sage Muwan, you might have misunderstood. I didn't mean to insult women. Maybe the analogy I made just now was a little inappropriate, but the general meaning should be more or less like this. It's just a harmless joke, isn't it? It's purely to liven up the atmosphere. Sage Muwan isn't going to take up her post like this, right? It's just a few words. You don't have to be unhappy." Everyone is here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. I don't think it's good to make the atmosphere so tense. Sage Muwan snorted and said, "I'm not representing the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. I'm representing myself. As a woman, I'm asking you to apologize. I don't care how promiscuous your private life is or what you think. However, you still dare to be so shameless in front of this saint. This saint will naturally not tolerate it. Don't force me to make a move. I'll say it one last time. Apologize." Sage Muwan was very determined. If the lightning sword saint didn't apologize, Sage Muwan would make a move. A 4th-step ancient saint making a move was no joke. It was definitely not something to be underestimated. No matter how displeased the galvanic lightning sword saint was, he had to reconsider. Therefore, the lightning sword saint's face was gloomy and his brows were tightly knitted. After struggling for a while, the lightning sword saint compromised. "Okay, since Sage Muwan has spoken, I'll apologize to all the women here and the 9 profound saints for my slip of the tongue." Obviously, this apology was just lip service. It didn't come from the bottom of his heart, but it was impossible to make him apologize from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't easy to make him apologize verbally. Furthermore, Sage Muwan had personally made a move to make the lightning sword saint compromise. Since the lightning sword saint had apologized, Qin Xiao, who was about to do something, could only put on a show. However, this matter couldn't be let go just like that. How could she let go of the humiliation of the 9 profound saintess and all the women in the world? She could let it go for now. She would definitely have another chance in the future. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat him, I would have beaten him up. This kind of person is really annoying. Yuan still couldn't vent her anger. Ming Yuexin was also very unhappy. However, she could only let this matter go. Although the Lightning Sword Saint had apologized under the pressure of ancient Sage Muwan, it was obvious that the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two had stolen the limelight. The Lightning Sword Saint had been humiliated by Sage Muwan, so he vented his anger on the others. The Lightning Sword Saint swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Ha, the selection hasn't started yet. There is still time for me to consider if I want to withdraw. If the selection starts later, I'm afraid it won't be easy to withdraw. It's fine to play with fire, but don't go overboard. Once you go overboard, you'll be setting yourself on fire. Therefore, I feel that some people should be more tactful and have some self-awareness. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. After all, there's no medicine for regret in this world." The Lightning Sword Saint's threat was very obvious. Under such a powerful threat, many people were indeed afraid. Many people started to have thoughts of withdrawing. After a round of private discussion, many people chose to withdraw from the selection. With the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two, the chances of winning were relatively low. It was obviously not worth risking his life for the sake of a small hope. If they were careless and lost their lives, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, many people started to have thoughts of withdrawing. Moreover, once someone started doing it, there would naturally be some butterfly effect, causing many people to withdraw from it one after another. This time, it was an avalanche. A large group of people withdrew. Soon, the group of more than 400 people was left with only a few dozen people. All the first step Empyrean Saints had left, leaving behind only second step Empyrean Saints. With just a few words from the Lightning Sword Saint, the group of more than 500 people was reduced to a few dozen people. One had to admit that the deterrent effect was really great. Oh, there's still so many people who aren't afraid of death. Not bad, not bad. Their courage is commendable. The Lightning Sword Saint's gaze swept across the remaining people, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. Finally, the Lightning Sword Saint's gaze landed on Qin Shao, and the smile on his face deepened. "You're Qin Shao, right? I've heard of your name before. You seem to have quite a lot of fame. You're the #1 youth genius of the immortal realm, right? You're also Li Sheng's personal disciple, right? Oh, right. Not long ago, you killed the second step ancient saint of the elemental saint realm in the 8 Territory Alliance's palace. That was also you, right? Not bad. You're so young and your cultivation level isn't high, but you've made quite a name for yourself. You're really something." Qin Shao looked coldly at the Lightning Sword Saint and said indifferently, "It's just a small reputation." "Hee hee, you really think you're fat just because I said you're fat? Are you pretending to be humble?" The Lightning Sword Saint sneered. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression and said, "Didn't that little girl ask you to beat me up? Looks like you're really strong. I want to know how strong you are. You still want to beat me up? Are you worthy? Are you qualified? Come on, I want to be beaten up. I want to be beaten up. I want to be trampled on. Can you?" Crazy, not just a little crazy, but extremely crazy. Such an arrogant and despotic look really made people want to beat him up. It made people want to beat him up to feel better. He was pulling aggro with a good hand. Qin Shao coldly looked at the Lightning Sword Saint and snorted. "Even if you're in a hurry to reincarnate, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Don't worry, I'll have a chance to deal with you later." "I'll definitely satisfy your request. I won't let you down. It's rare to meet someone with a request like yours in a lifetime. Once I meet one, I'll definitely cherish it. I won't let you down." Ha ha ha. The Lightning Sword Saint didn't get angry, but instead laughed. His laughter was so wanton and full of disdain. His laughter was filled with disdain and contempt. He pointed his finger at Qin Shao, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a playful and disdainful sneer. "All right, you said it. I'll remember it. I'll wait for you. Okay, I'll wait for you. You can't go back on your words. If you can't step on me, abuse me, or hit me, then this Sword Saint will be very angry. This Sword Saint doesn't get angry easily, but once I get angry, then even this Sword Saint will be afraid of me. The consequences will be very, very serious. So, boy, Congratulations on winning the prize. But this prize may be too big for you to bear. But it doesn't matter. The dead don't know anything. Qin Shao didn't back down and replied, Okay, then wait and see. I said I won't let you down, so I definitely won't let you down. Qin Shao, always keep my word. I always do what I say. Qin Shao refuted, the lightning sword saint disdained. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. In everyone's hearts, they indeed began to admire Qin Shao. Only Qin Shao dared to refute the lightning sword saint like this. As for the others, although they had the same idea and impulse, they were still too weak. They didn't have enough confidence. So, although they had the idea, they were powerless. They couldn't put it into action. All right, stop quarreling. Have you all decided to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection this time? This is your last chance. I'm going to announce the start of the selection. Sage Muwan said. The Lightning Sword Saint chuckled and said to Sage Muwan, Senior Muwan, I think you should thank us three brothers. Look, we eliminated those weaklings the moment we arrived. They were going to be eliminated anyway. In this way, we can save a lot of trouble. We can go through fewer tests. That's great. Senior Muwan, you can save a lot of trouble. Shut up. Saint Lord Muwan glared at the lightning flash sword saint and yelled at him. The galvanic lightning sword saint shrugged his shoulders and smiled. What a bold and arrogant man. Chapter 2844. The lightning sword saint was crazy to the extreme. He was so crazy that it made people gnash their teeth in hatred. Qin Shao thought that the lightning sword saint was determined to win the Holy Prince Consort. Both young Master Long and spiritual Master Huamu were supporting the lightning sword saint to help him win the Holy Prince Consort. Didn't that mean that the lightning sword saint was most likely a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? According to Fu Yunny, there would be members of the Bloodbath Alliance who would sneak into the Holy Prince Consort selection this time. Since the members of the Bloodbath Alliance had sneaked into the Holy Prince Consort selection, their goal must be to win the Holy Prince Consort. Otherwise, there was no need for them to take such a risk to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. On the other hand, if someone was determined to win the Holy Prince Consort selection and had the strength to win the Holy Prince Consort selection, then that person would most likely be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. If that was the case, then the Lightning Sword Saint was naturally the most suspicious. Since he was the most suspicious, Qin Shao naturally had his eyes on the Lightning Sword Saint. His mission this time was to target the members of the Bloodbath Alliance. If the Lightning Sword Saint was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then what about young Master Long and spiritual Master Huamu who were helping him? Could they also be members of the Bloodbath Alliance? There was still a possibility. However, it didn't make sense that three high-level members of the Bloodbath Alliance would be involved in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. The members of the Bloodbath Alliance who were hidden in the crowd were very good at hiding. Many of them weren't members of the Bloodbath Alliance from the beginning. They had joined the Bloodbath Alliance later on. Those who joined the Bloodbath Alliance later on were the most terrifying. They were the most hidden, and no one knew where they were. They were the most lethal weapons of the Bloodbath Alliance. It was fine if they didn't make a move. However, once they made a move, something big would happen. This time, the members of the Bloodbath Alliance should have come prepared. Qin Shao secretly thought that he had to be careful when dealing with them. Although Sage Mu Wan was very unhappy with the Lightning Sword Saint, she didn't argue with him. She had more important things to do. Saint Lord Muwan waved her hand, and the void was instantly covered by a huge piece of black cloth. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared within the black cloth, and a world appeared within it. Sage Muwan, Sage Muwan, there are more than 80 of you here. I estimate that there won't be more than 10 people remaining. This is a lot less than our original plan. However, there is nothing we can do about it. Since there are only so many participants, let's follow the original plan. All right, everyone, enter the mental world. The rules inside are very simple. You are only allowed to fight one-on-one. You are not allowed to form groups. You are not allowed to help others. No matter if you defeat or kill someone, you will be eliminated. After 5 people have been eliminated, you will be automatically expelled. This is the mental world. You can attack as you wish. There is no limit to killing. Let's begin. Under Saint Lord Mewin's command, the group of people didn't hesitate at all. They immediately prepared to fly into the world of consciousness. At this moment, the lightning sword saint spoke again. Haha, this is interesting. If anyone can eliminate Qin Shao, I will reward them handsomely. I will not go back on my words. Hearing the lightning sword saint's words, many people couldn't help but look at him. What did he mean by handsomely rewarded? Qin Shao frowned. He looked at the lightning sword saint coldly. It seems that he is deliberately targeting me. Bring it on. Qin Shao isn't afraid of talent. In order to deal with Qin Shao, the lightning sword saint was willing to pay a big price. With a move of his hand, a dazzling crystal bead appeared in his hand. The bead was too bright. It was as bright as the sun. It was extraordinarily bright. It showed that it was extraordinary. It was very extraordinary. Seeing this bead, many people's eyes lit up. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. It was a good item. It was definitely a good item. The lightning sword saint continued. This is the Millennium Jade Bead from the slaughtering underworld sea. It was born from all things in the world. If you eat it, you can easily grasp the law of all things. Even if you have grasped the law of all things, you can greatly increase the level of the law of all things after eating it. The Millennium Jade Bead from the slaughtering underworld sea is an extremely rare item. Those who obtain it can easily cultivate the law of all things to a high level. This item is extremely rare. It's priceless. It's a rare treasure. I will never go back on my words. This is a great opportunity. Everyone, don't miss it. Seeing the Millennium Jade Bead in the Lightning Sword Saint's hand, many people's hearts were moved. Greed rose in their hearts. It was a good item. It was really a good item. Although some people hadn't heard of the Millennium Jade Bead from the slaughtering underworld sea, many of them had heard of it. They all confirmed the Lightning Sword Saint's words. Moreover, since a third-step ancient saint had said so, it should not be a lie. The value of a Millennium Jade Pearl from the slaughtering underworld nether ocean was definitely not cheap. It was indeed very attractive to a second-step primordial saint. Its value was far for what the 5-element saint fruit could compare to. In this world, there was actually such a unique treasure. One couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. If one could obtain it, they would be able to easily master the law of all things. How tempting was that? The law of all things was the hardest to master among the 5 great fundamental laws. It was way too difficult to master. In the ancient saint stage, there were very few people who could master the law of all things. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. However, the Millennium Jade Bead was actually so powerful. It was really unbelievable. It felt like it was going against the heavens. It was truly a heaven-defying item. Therefore, as soon as the Galvanic Sword Saint spoke, many of the ancient saints were tempted. Many of them turned to look at Qin Shao with deep gazes. Most of them had already set Qin Shao as their target and prey. In any case, it didn't matter who was eliminated. If they could obtain such great benefits by eliminating Qin Shao, why wouldn't they do it? A Millennium Jade Bead wasn't so tempting that it could make second-step ancient saints risk their lives for it. However, it was something that they had to do anyway, so they were more than happy to do it. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown when he sensed the evil gazes of those people. The first test hadn't even begun, but he was already in a lot of trouble. The Lightning Sword Saint sneered at Qin Shao and said, "Brat, didn't you say that you wanted me to succeed? Humph, humph, humph. This Sword Saint really hopes that you can do it. Otherwise, it would be too boring. If you can't do it, I'll be very sad. This Sword Saint really wants to be stepped on by you, abused by you, hit by you, anything is fine. Come at me. Come at me with all your might." However, this Sword Saint is still a little proud. Not just anyone is qualified to appear in front of this sword saint. Therefore, I'll treat it as a small test for you. If you can handle these troubles, come again. Well, judging from your confident look, you shouldn't have any problems, right? Well, do your best. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Shao really wanted to beat him up for speaking in such a frivolous tone. Qin Shao really wanted to beat him up. See you then, Qin Shao replied coldly. Then, he flew into the world of consciousness and quickly entered it. After entering the world of consciousness, he found that it was very big and boundless. The terrain was very steep and complicated. This was the world of consciousness, and it was ever-changing. After entering the world of consciousness, one's consciousness could transform into one's own body and possess one's full strength. However, all treasures, spirit beasts, and the like could not be used. One could only use one's own strength. The advantage of this was that one wouldn't really die. If one died here, it would only be the death of one's consciousness. After the consciousness withdrew from the world of consciousness, it could be recovered. Secondly, it could prevent some people from cheating, such as using some treasures. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. Although it was said that he could exert all of his strength, what was in his consciousness was still in his consciousness. It was unchangeable. If it was in reality, there was a possibility of a breakthrough. However, in the world of consciousness, this possibility would be rejected. Moreover, the consciousness was still the consciousness. There would be a little difference in many aspects. Even if the difference was not very big, for experts at such a level, a small difference would have a big impact. But all in all, the advantages of being in the elimination round definitely outweighed the disadvantages. Qin Shao glanced around. There were only more than 80 people participating this time. 5 people had to be eliminated. But for Qin Shao, it didn't matter. No matter who he met, it wouldn't affect him. If he wanted to become the Holy Prince Consort, he had to defeat everyone. Qin Shao came for the Holy Prince Consort. In fact, it was the same for him anyway. Sooner or later, he would have to face them sooner or later. Therefore, Qin Shao was not worried that he would be unlucky enough to meet the Lightning Sword Saint and the other 2. It could even be said that Qin Shao hoped to be able to meet the 3 of them. In that case, he would be able to exchange blows with them in this place. They might even be able to eliminate them in advance. Qin Shao felt that it might be a good thing for him to fight with them here. In this place, no one could use treasures or other means. They could only rely on their own strength to fight. In terms of his own strength, Qin Shao was very confident in himself. Therefore, it would be best if there was a battle here, and they could be eliminated first. It would save them a lot of trouble later. Qin Shao didn't like trouble. For Qin Shao, it wasn't a big loss. It was just that he didn't have enough treasures, such as the heaven-opening sword, Sage Li's flying dagger, and the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror. But he couldn't use them, and the others couldn't use them either. They could only use the energy to form the most ordinary holy weapons. It's not impossible for us to do such a thing. We can really give it a try. Anyway, for me, my main opponents are only the Lightning Sword Saint and the other 2. Only the 3 of them can pose a threat to me. As for the others, they can't stop me at all. I just need to defeat the Lightning Sword Saint and the other 2. Then, victory will be in my hands. Well, let's give it a try. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. Author Cruel Death, sorry. I'm done for today. Today, I'm going back to my hometown to celebrate the new year. I've been driving for a whole day. As soon as I get back, I have to deal with some trivial matters. Plus, I'm tired. Let's call it a day. I'll try to warm up tomorrow and write more. But it's close to the new year. There are indeed a lot of things to do at home. Plus, I only go back to my hometown once a year. Some of my relatives have to visit, so please forgive me. Chapter 2845. In his mental world, everyone was randomly scattered. This was the only way to ensure that a large group of people wouldn't gather together. This was the most effective way to eliminate people in pairs. Qin Xiao didn't care. His target was the Lightning Sword Saint and his two companions. As for the others, Qin Xiao didn't really care. Therefore, he walked around casually and relied on his luck. However, his luck wasn't very good this time. The first person Qin Xiao encountered was a second-step ancient saint. When the second-step ancient saint saw Qin Xiao, he immediately made a friendly hand gesture and said, "Don't fight, don't fight. Lord Qin Xiao, I have no intention of fighting with you. I think we're on the same side. We have a common enemy, and that is the Lightning Sword Saint and his two companions. Therefore, I think we should unite and not be divided by the Lightning Sword Saint. The Lightning Sword Saint thinks he could defeat our alliance with a Millennium Jade Pearl. I think he's underestimating the ancient saints of the mortal world. We still have a bit of consciousness and backbone. I've already contacted many people. Let's work together to deal with the Lightning Sword Saint and his companions. We can't fight each other. Otherwise, all of us will be eliminated. Lord Qin Xiao, I believe you are a righteous person. You won't fall for the Lightning Sword Saint and his companions' trap, right? They're here to find me? Are they sure they don't want to kill me?" Although Qin Xiao had many doubts in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one should always be wary of others. There was no need to analyze the other party's true intentions. If it was true, it would be false. If it was false, it wouldn't be true. The fox wouldn't hide its tail for long. Therefore, Qin Xiao only needed to remain unmoved and watch the other party's performance with a smile. I naturally hope that we can unite and fight against the enemy together. It's not that righteous, but as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right now, we all have a common enemy, so we must unite. Besides, we are all from the mortal world. The Lightning Sword Saint and the other two are not from the mortal world. They are not even from the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, we should unite even more and work together to fight against external enemies. It's rare for your excellency to have such thoughts, which is exactly what I want. Of course, there's no problem with this. We can have a good talk." Qin Xiao said. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the second-step ancient saint's smile widened as he strode forward. "Haha, the Lord Qin Xiao is truly wise and careless. It's truly admirable. I thought that the Lord Qin Xiao would also be extremely arrogant and unruly and would disdain to associate with us. It seems that we were all wrong." If young Master Qin Xiao joins us, then our chances of winning will be a little higher. There's no need for internal strife. Let's unite against external enemies. Qin Xiao looked very relaxed on the surface, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. He was constantly paying attention to the second-step ancient saint's every move, not giving him any chance to launch a sneak attack. Even so, Qin Xiao was still bold enough to allow a second-step Empyrean saint to get close to him. In such a test, such a move was obviously very dangerous. If the two of them were of similar strength, and one of them launched a sneak attack, the chances of victory would obviously be much higher. Qin Xiao dared to allow the second-step ancient saint to approach him. He did not care about the second-step ancient saint's true intentions, but mainly because he was confident in himself. With this confidence, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. Although it was difficult to make a judgment, Qin Xiao felt that the second-step ancient saint was most likely going to attack him. He just wanted to lower his guard a little. Since the second-step ancient saint had such intentions, Qin Xiao might as well bait him. Therefore, Qin Xiao also deliberately lowered his guard. "Senior, how should I address you?" Qin Xiao asked. The second-step ancient saint slapped his head and said, "Look at my memory. I kept saying that I forgot the most important thing. I've sinned. Lord Qin Xiao, just call me Li Qin. Don't call me senior. It's as if I'm much older than you. In fact, I'm still young. I haven't even lived to the end of a universe. How can I call you senior? I guess people like us who haven't lived for long are not willing to accept such a title. So, please don't call me senior. Qin Shao smiled awkwardly and said, All right, then I'll call you Saint Venerable Li Qin. Are you from the Li clan of the Li Ling? No, no, no. Saint Venerable Li Qin shook his head and said, That's awkward. I also want to be from the Li clan. However, I'm not from the Li clan or the Li Ling. I'm from the Xiaoling, and my surname just happens to be Li. Huh. My ancestor also came from the universe, so his surname was Li from the beginning. He's also from the immortal realm. Therefore, it's impossible to find the same root as the Li clan. Therefore, I don't dare to be thick-skinned and use the Li clan's connection. Qin Shao nodded. Originally, the 100 schools of thought and the 100 surnames of the 9 provinces of Huaxia were established in ancient times. In the entire mortal realm, only the 100 schools of thought could have such a surname. No one else could have such a surname. However, some of the people who came from other realms had the same surname, so there was no way to control them. Therefore, as time passed, there were naturally many surnames in the immortal realm, and many cultivators with the surname of the 100 schools of thought appeared. As a result, it became very difficult to judge a person's identity simply by his surname. For example, Qin Zhao's surname was also Qin, but he was not from the ancient Qin clan, nor was he from the 100 schools of thought. Saint Venerate Li Qin added, Young Master Qin Shao, if we really want to talk about it, we are actually all life forms that came from the universe. Although I was born in the immortal realm, I always felt that my roots were in the universe, and I was humble. I have always been proud of the fact that I came out of the universe. I think it's quite good to have this root. Qin Shao smiled and said, It seems that Saint Master Li Qin is a person who cherishes old friendships. It's quite good. No matter who it is, they should have a root and a place to belong in their hearts. In this case, there are indeed some similarities between me and Saint Master Li Qin. We are both related to the universe. I thought that this time, everyone would want to kill me for the Millennium Jade Pearl. It seems that I was wrong. Saint Master Li Qin waved his hand and said, Of course, you were wrong, very wrong. How can this be? Everyone is only here for the Holy Horse. We all have sacred ideals and goals in our hearts. How can we be so unreasonable? We are all from the mortal realm. How can we be provoked by the lightning sword saint of the sword cultivation sanctuary? Let alone a mere Millennium Jade bead. Even if it was something more precious, it wouldn't be able to move our hearts. It wouldn't make us have such thoughts either. At least, I definitely won't have such thoughts. Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fist to Saint Master Li Qin to show his respect and gratitude. Saint Master Li Qin suddenly said, By the way, Lord Qin Shao, let's go over there. We still have a few people over there who are like-minded. Let's unite first, and then slowly unite with others. Now that we have gathered together and everyone is contacting each other, I believe our team will quickly grow stronger. Okay, Qin Shao agreed readily. Although he couldn't figure out the specific direction of Saint Master Li Qin for the time being, it didn't matter. Qin Shao followed Saint Master Li Qin all the way and soon came to a place. In front of a valley, Qin Shao suddenly stopped and raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing Qin Shao stop, Saint Master Li Qin couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Lord Qin Shao? Why did you suddenly stop? We're just a little bit ahead. Qin Shao faintly looked at the valley in front of him, frowned slightly, and said, Saint Master Li Qin, do you feel anything? Saint Master Li Qin looked at the valley in front of him carefully, and then shook his head. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled look and said, No, I don't feel anything different. Is there anything wrong? It should be very safe in front of us. There's nothing wrong. Young Master Qin Shao, I think you're being too cautious. But this is a good thing. We don't need to be so careful when doing things. However, you don't have to worry too much. I don't feel anything different. You must be wrong. It's okay. Let's go. We're just a little bit ahead. There are 2 of us. What are we afraid of? However, Qin Shao still shook his head and said, "It's not that we are afraid of anything. It's just that we should be more careful. Only by being careful can you steer a 10,000-year-old ship. There may be others who want to play tricks. There are also the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. We don't know how many tricks they have up their sleeves. I still feel that there is something strange in front of us. It shouldn't be too simple. So, Saint Master Li Qin, I think we should be more careful. Let's take a detour. Anyway, we don't lack time for the time being. If we take a detour, it will be safer and more assured." Li Qin immediately shook her head and said, No, there's nothing unsafe. It's absolutely safe. If we go through here, we will reach there in at most 30 breaths' time. Then we can meet up with the others. That is the place where we agreed to meet. It's such a short distance. There's no need to take a detour. Let's not talk about whether there is any danger. Even if there is, we will definitely be able to deal with it. Qin Shao still said, "Taking a detour and avoiding this valley won't add much time. At most, it will take us 10 breaths' time. 10 breaths' time. I think it will be fine, right? There's no need to rush. Intuition may be wrong, but I have always believed in my intuition. So, I still think we should take a detour and avoid this place directly. It's just 10 breaths' time. Saint Master Li Qin, 10 breaths' time shouldn't be a problem, right?" Saint Master Li Qin seemed to be a little anxious at this time. He quickly said, "We shouldn't waste time, let alone 10 breaths' time. Even 1 breath's time is excessive." "Well, it's not a matter of time. The main thing is that I really don't think it's necessary. Lord Qin Shao, if you are worried, how about this? I will walk over first to show you. If there's nothing wrong, you can leave. How about that?" Chapter 2846. What do you think? What do you think? Qin Shao naturally did not want to agree to it. However, Saintly Qin did not give Qin Shao a chance to refuse. Before Qin Shao could reply, he quickly went into the valley as if he was demonstrating. Qin Shao chuckled in his heart when he saw Saint Li Qin's eagerness. Is he finally going to show his true colors? Upon seeing this, Qin Shao was basically certain that Saint Venerate Li Qin was here to kill him. If that was the case, he would like to see how capable he was. Soon, Saint Sovereign Li Qin entered the valley. After entering, Saint Li Qin waved at Qin Shao with a proud look and said, "Lord Qin Shao, see? I told you that everything is fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Come here." The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a cold smile that no one noticed. He did not say anything as he walked into the valley. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at the valley. As soon as Qin Shao entered the valley, he was even more certain that Saint Li Qin had set up some traps in the valley. Clearly, Saint Master Li Qin wanted to attack him in the valley. Qin Shao was already prepared and had expected this. Hence, he was not afraid or worried at all. Qin Shao quickly walked into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, the restriction array was activated. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. Huge rocks broke out of the ground and formed a huge cage. Between the huge rocks, there was a net that was flickering with hot flames. The entire cage became more sealed, more secure, and more terrifying. Waves of terrifying array power surged toward Qin Shao. There were fire dragons, sword energy, huge rocks, sharp blades, and various other kinds of power surging toward him. Qin Shao snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. A powerful force spread out. An invisible space enveloped Qin Shao and blocked all the power outside. It was as if no poison could penetrate it. All the power could not get close to Qin Shao. This was an application of a law of space. It could isolate all space. The restriction array was not very powerful. Its attacking power was not very strong. Its only weakness was its trapping power. It was naturally impossible to deal with Qin Shao with such power. At this moment, Qin Shao was still standing there as steadily as Mount Tai. He looked at Saint Li Qin, who was controlling the array outside, and sneered in his heart. The smile on Saint Li Qin Zhao's face became more sinister. He looked at Qin Shao condescendingly and scrutinized Qin Shao with a sinister and playful look. At this moment, Saint Venerate Li Qin naturally felt that the situation was under his control and that everything was under his control. Under such a strong feeling, the smile on Saint Li Qin's face became more obvious. However, when Saint Li Qin saw Qin Zhao's calmness, he was obviously unhappy. Was he overconfident, or was there something else going on? No matter what happened, Saint Venerable Li Qin was determined to defeat Qin Shao. Why? You don't seem surprised at all? Saint Venerable Li Qin said to Qin Shao with a smile. The smile on his face was very strong, and there was a hint of gloominess in his smile. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said indifferently, "Do you think I should be surprised?" After Saint Master Li Qin took a deep look at Qin Shao, he laughed and said, "Shouldn't you be surprised? Could it be that you already expected me to make a move on you? Did you already know that I approached you with a purpose? That shouldn't be the case. If you had expected it, you wouldn't have followed me step by step. Just now, you said that you felt that this valley was dangerous. I was really worried that you wouldn't continue to move forward. However, in the end, you still moved forward. This means that you didn't really suspect me. So, shouldn't you be surprised?" Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Could it be that you, Saint Venerable Li Qin, really feel so good about yourself? Do you really think that your acting skills are so outstanding and that your words are so trustworthy? Or could it be that you, Saint Exalted Li Qin, think that I, Qin Shao, am young and inexperienced and am easily deceived? No matter how inexperienced I am, Qin Shao is, I know one thing clearly. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. When the lightning surge sword saint took out the Millennium Jade Pearl, I saw that many people were green in their hearts. Thus, I believe that the majority of the people want to eliminate Qin Shao so that they can earn a Millennium Jade Pearl. Maybe many people have no hope of winning the Holy Prince Consort. However, if they can earn a Millennium Jade Pearl, isn't that a good thing? Moreover, it's okay to kill people in this mental world. So, do you really think that I would believe your sudden appearance, courteous attitude, and courteous words?" Li Qin sneered. "That's right. Do you really think I would believe you? If you're really like this, I'll feel it. Unfortunately, a fake is a fake. No matter how good your acting is, it can't be real. What's more, your acting skills aren't that good. Do you think it's possible to fool me? No, I'm telling you, it's impossible. You think too much. Everything is too beautiful. You think you're too strong and others are too weak." Ha ha. Saint Li Qin laughed instead of being angry. After laughing, a hint of viciousness appeared on his face. "It seems that I've underestimated you. I thought that you, Lord Qin Shao, are young and inexperienced. There are some things that you can't guard against so well. I didn't expect that you've been guarding against me from the beginning. However, you're really arrogant. You know that there are tigers in the mountain, but you still insist on going there. Should I praise you for your bravery, or should I say that you're extremely stupid? If we were to fight directly, I might not have the confidence to eliminate you. However, you actually dare to be so arrogant as to walk right into my trap. You delivered yourself to my door and entered my formation. You've given me such a good opportunity. Do you really think that I'll let you leave here? Ha ha! It's not a good thing to be overconfident. You, Qin Shao, have the halo of being the #1 genius in the immortal realm. Moreover, you're Saint Li's disciple. So, you're really arrogant. However, you'll definitely miscalculate this time. You'd better accept your death obediently. After saying that, Saint Li Qin didn't hesitate any longer and attacked aggressively. Powerful nomological force was unleashed and poured into the formation array. Naturally, it was extraordinarily powerful when combined with the power of the formation array. The power was surging and roaring wildly. Suddenly, a powerful storm surged within the formation array. It was a storm of destruction. This powerful storm had a terrifying, devouring power that wanted to devour everything. It wanted to devour Qin Shao directly. In the face of such power, Qin Shao was still very calm and composed. He wasn't worried at all. Only when one had a plan in mind could one stand firm. Although Qin Shao hadn't cultivated the formation array to a very high level, he had the Tianji prescription that his elder brother had given him. This formation array was naturally nothing to Qin Shao. Although the Tianji prescription couldn't be used, it wasn't difficult for Qin Shao to break this formation array with the help of the Tianji prescription. Saintly Qin wasn't a very powerful second step ancient saint. As soon as he attacked, Qin Shao knew how to deal with him. Die! Die! Saintly Qin roared wildly. All of his power surged out and rushed into the formation array. He activated the formation array's maximum power. Under such a roar and such a terrifying power, the entire formation array was instantly annihilated. Saintly Qin was confident that under his powerful means, even second-step ancient saints who were slightly stronger than him could only die with a grievance. It was impossible for them to resist. He had spent a lot of effort to set up this powerful formation array to deal with other people. However, he hadn't expected that the first person to be dealt with would be Qin Shao. This was a pleasant surprise. It was simply a double blessing. He had eliminated one person and received a reward from the Lightning Sword Saint. It was wonderful. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you can only blame your bad luck for being the first person to be dealt with by me. Naturally, I have to deal with you first. Young people will always be young. You're still too young and inexperienced. That's why you're so easy to deal with. Even though you've noticed my intention, you didn't avoid it very well. Instead, you took the initiative to come to me. Young people are very hot-blooded. They feel that they can handle everything. That's why they're so arrogant. However, such arrogance will obviously make you suffer in front of me. You'll have to pay a huge price for it. Ha ha, what good start. It seems like my luck is pretty good. If that's the case, then there's still a chance for me in this selection. The Holy Prince Consort selection isn't just a competition of strength. There will be a comprehensive test of other abilities. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to win. 9 Profound Saintess. Although I haven't seen her in person, just looking at her painting is enough to make me fall head over heels for her. If I can get the 9 Profound Saintess, I'm willing to lose a little bit of my strength. I have countless women. However, they're just ordinary women. They're far from being comparable to the 9 Profound Saintess. Awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. So beautiful. However, before Saint Sage Li Qin could rejoice, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the formation array and was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the formation was completely empty at this moment. After he released his most powerful attack, there was nothing in the formation array. Where was he? Where was Qin Shao? Why wasn't he in the formation array? Had he been killed long ago? Had his consciousness returned to his body? That was impossible. If he had been killed, he should have sensed it. However, he didn't notice Qin Shao being killed just now. Just like that, he disappeared into thin air. How could this be? For a moment, Saint Sage Li Qin was dumbfounded. He just disappeared like that. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Saint Sage Li Qin's strong intuition told him that something was wrong. There must be something wrong. It couldn't be so simple. Qin Shao must have used some method to do this. However, was he still in the formation array? Or was he somewhere else? Thinking of this, Saint Sage Li Qin started to panic. Such a thing was indeed very scary. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. A living person just disappeared like that. His aura couldn't be detected. It was as if he just disappeared into thin air. Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 2847. An ominous feeling continued to surge in his heart. Saint Master Li Qin couldn't help but tense up. He looked around cautiously, but he still didn't notice anything. It was too strange. Saint Li Qin was also puzzled. Where was Qin Xiao? Where did he go? Why did he disappear? It did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. This formation should be very powerful. It should be able to trap Qin Xiao. Furthermore, he had used all his strength just now. How could Qin Xiao escape from such a terrifying force? It did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. It did not make sense at all. Saint Venerable Li Qin felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. It was too strange that he couldn't find any trace of Qin Xiao. The stranger the situation, the more likely it was that something unexpected would happen. Obviously, Saint Li Qin did not want to think about such a situation. Where was he? Where was he? Damn it. He must find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. Oh no! Danger! Suddenly, Saint Li Qin felt an extremely powerful and dangerous aura coming towards him. After sensing the dangerous aura, Saint Venerable Li Qin didn't dare to hesitate and immediately dodged. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. It was already too late. Before Saint Master Li Qin could dodge, a sword with unparalleled sharpness pierced through Saint Master Li Qin's Saint body. It wasn't as simple as just piercing through the sword. There was also an incomparably powerful force that erupted from the sword. It was like a flood of ferocious beasts that surged forth, crushing everything in its path. There was an extremely powerful and pure force in the sword. This power was so terrifying that even Saint Venerable Li Qin felt a sense of fear. He had also fought against second-step ancient Saint Realm cultivators before. He could feel that Qin Zhao's pure strength had reached the level of second-step ancient Saint Realm cultivators. Such power was naturally very, very frightening. It was an extremely frightening power. However, Qin Zhao's sword strike contained not only pure power, but also terrifying power of laws. The combination of several types of law powers allowed the power of law to reach a terrifying level. All of this power was gathered in the sword and then burst out with the sword, pushing it to the extreme. All of his power burst out, causing the power of this sword to reach an extremely terrifying level. The destructive power burst out from Li Qin's saint body, and it naturally became extremely terrifying and turbulent. Originally, if Saint Master Li Qin could fight with all his strength, things would not be so awkward. However, the problem was that Saint Master Li Qin did not even have the chance to react. He was directly pierced by Qin Zhao's sword and had no chance to resist. Therefore, he was like a pawn, standing there and letting Qin Xiao attack as she pleased. Qin Zhao's sword strike was not careless at all. He used almost all of his power. Under this sword strike, Saint Master Li Qin no longer had the strength to resist. Of course, Qin Xiao was able to succeed so easily because Saint Master Li Qin did not realize that Qin Xiao had used the law of space to hide in the space. Then, Qin Xiao suddenly attacked and caught Saint Master Li Qin off guard. If that was not the case, it would take a lot of effort to kill Saint Master Li Qin. Qin Xiao, Saint Master Li Qin already felt that his vitality was rapidly depleting. All of this was beyond his control. He was going to die for sure. Therefore, Saint Master Li Qin was extremely terrified and in disbelief. He originally thought that Qin Xiao was his prey and had fallen into his trap. However, he did not expect that the prey that he thought was already in his mouth would take a bite out of him. Such a situation was far beyond Saint Master Li Qin's expectations. However, it was too late now. He was going to be eliminated. Why? Are you surprised? Qin Xiao looked at Saint Master Li Qin with a smile and asked. After being asked by Qin Xiao, Saint Master Li Qin froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. This sentence was very easy. He had just asked Qin Xiao if he was surprised. He did not expect that retribution would come so quickly. Now, Qin Xiao was the one who asked him if he was surprised. However, Qin Xiao was not surprised. He was really surprised. The same question, but different results. It was really lamentable. At this moment, Saint Master Li Qin could not say anything. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It's not bad that I'm young. It's not bad that I haven't experienced much. It's also not bad that I'm young and frivolous. However, you're still overestimating yourself. You're also underestimating me. Qin Shao. It's obviously impossible for you to use an ordinary youngster on me. Qin Shao. You're destined to fail. You want to kill me and eliminate me. I don't have any objections. Since it's a selection, everyone naturally wants to win. If you want to win, you naturally have to eliminate your opponents as much as possible. This is the rule of the game. Everyone knows this. If you wanted to deal with me openly, I would welcome you. However, you actually use such despicable means. Don't you think it's shameless? I, Qin Shao, hate despicable people like you the most. Treacherous, despicable people. It's fine if you're just treacherous. However, you still want to trick me. Do you think it's fun? Taking advantage of other people's feelings is the most despicable thing. So you should just die. After Qin Shao finished his last sentence, Saint Master Li Qin died and was directly eliminated. After eliminating Saint Master Li Qin, Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. You want to hunt me down with such ordinary strength? You are really blindly confident. Originally, Qin Shao didn't want to kill people easily. He wanted to eliminate the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. Therefore, he wanted to find them first. However, Saint Master Li Qin was really too despicable. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't let him go. He wanted to kill him first. Anyway, there were 5 spots. After killing one, there were still 4 spots left. It was enough for the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. Moreover, Qin Shao was just thinking about it. He might not be so lucky to meet the 3 of them. He could kill them one by one. Continue. Qin Shao wanted to deal with the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. However, there were always people who wanted to deal with Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao was destined to not be able to rest. He didn't expect to find the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. He could only try his luck. However, his luck was obviously not very good. First, he was schemed against by Saint Master Li Qin. Soon, Qin Shao was targeted by someone else. This time, the person who targeted Qin Shao was a little better than Saint Master Li Qin. At least, he came to deal with Qin Shao openly. He didn't use any tricks. He attacked directly without hesitation. Qin Shao didn't want to fight. However, he said it several times, but the other party didn't listen at all. They still insisted on eliminating Qin Shao. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao had no other choice. At first, Qin Shao wanted to make the other party give up. However, he really had no other choice. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to attack. Qin Shao didn't use much strength in the beginning. Therefore, he gave the other party the wrong information. The other party misunderstood that Qin Shao was showing weakness to him and that he was no match for him. Therefore, he didn't care about Qin Shao. However, when Qin Shao unleashed his true strength, the other party was completely dumbfounded. He was beaten senseless. In the end, he was eliminated by Qin Shao. In this way, Qin Shao directly eliminated 2 people. If other people were eliminated, the 5 spots would be filled soon. Qin Shao didn't really care about those second-step ancient saints. He was confident that none of them would be a match for him. He could easily eliminate any one of them. Qin Shao's only opponents were the Lightning Sword Saint and the other 2. They were worthy of Qin Shao's attention. As for the others, Qin Shao really didn't care about them. This wasn't arrogance. It was a kind of confidence. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't want to eliminate these people. He had already eliminated 2 people. If he eliminated one more, he would have one less chance. However, it was just like the saying, I have my heart set on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Obviously, the world wasn't as beautiful as Qin Shao expected. Soon, another second-step ancient saint came knocking on Qin Shao's door. Perhaps everyone thought that Qin Shao was easier to bully. After all, Qin Shao was the youngest among them. Moreover, he had just broken through to the second-step ancient saint realm. Therefore, they naturally thought that Qin Zhao's foundation was very weak and should be the easiest to deal with. The main thing was that in the mental world, there was no way to use any treasures. One could only use one's true strength. This was a test of one's foundation and foundation. Qin Shao had only cultivated for 60 million years and had just broken through to the second step ancient saint realm. He was definitely very weak in all aspects. What else could Qin Shao have if his original advantage was cut off? Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Qin Shao was probably a soft persimmon. Whoever met Qin Shao was lucky. Therefore, when they met Qin Shao, they would pounce on Qin Shao like a hungry tiger, wanting to devour him. They all thought that Qin Shao was a soft persimmon. However, Qin Shao wasn't a soft persimmon in their eyes. He was an extremely hard rock. When he met the third person, Qin Shao directly retreated without a fight. However, Qin Zhao's retreat was seen by the other party as a sign that he was afraid of him and didn't dare to fight him. It was a sign that he knew his own limits. After all, many people bullied the weak and feared the strong. The weaker you were, the more they would deal with you. It was even more so in this selection test. Since there was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully, everyone naturally wanted it. Moreover, eliminating Qin Shao was a buy one get one free deal. It was like hitting the jackpot. Therefore, everyone was naturally very passionate. However, this made Qin Shao feel very helpless. The more he didn't want to eliminate those second-step ancient saints, the more they clung to Qin Shao like flies. If he dodged one, another would come. If he dodged again, another would come. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't shake them off or avoid them. They appeared one after another. Sometimes, he would even encounter a few of them at once. Qin Shao expressed his intention again and again, saying that he didn't want to fight with them and only wanted to deal with the Lightning Sword Saint and the other two. However, it didn't work at all. The second step, ancient saints took these words as bragging to scare them. It didn't have any effect on them at all. In the end, Qin Shao was forced into a corner. When a certain number of people had gathered, Qin Shao exploded and killed two of them in one fell swoop, eliminating another two. Only then did he manage to intimidate those people. Only then did those people come to a realization. Qin Shao was not trying to scare them or bluff. Instead, he really did have such powerful strength. Author, Cruel Death. Here comes the third update. I beg for fresh flowers. Cruel Death also wanted to go all out in the last few days, but he was too busy. It was almost the new year, and Cruel Death indeed had a lot of trivial things to deal with. Therefore, he could only update as much as possible. Chapter 2848. Under Qin Zhao's deterrence, everyone finally saw the true strength of Qin Shao. Although everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, they couldn't help but believe that this was Qin Shao. The powerful Qin Shao, the heaven-defying, monstrous Qin Shao. He was indeed worthy of being called the number one genius in the immortal domain. His reputation was well-deserved. He had only cultivated for 60 million years. Not only had he broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, but he was also a heavenly mandate cultivator, a rare heavenly mandate cultivator. Moreover, his strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. With that, Qin Shao was finally able to enjoy some peace and quiet. None of the second step Empyrean saints dared to make a move on Qin Shao, and all of them behaved themselves. Qin Shao had eliminated 4 people. There was only one last chance left. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't waste this chance. He wanted to find a Lightning Sword Saint and the other 2. It didn't matter which one he found. Perhaps his luck was good this time, or perhaps the others didn't dare to deal with Qin Shao anymore. Qin Shao finally got what he wanted. He finally met 2 people. One was young Master Long, and the other was enlightened Master Huamu. The 2 of them were very leisurely. They weren't in a hurry to eliminate people. Instead, they found a place and built a pavilion. The 2 of them leisurely sat in the pavilion and drank wine. They were very comfortable and comfortable. How was this a test? It was more like they were in their own residence. When they saw Qin Shao coming, the two of them continued to drink wine and chat. They turned a deaf ear to Qin Shao, treating him as nothing. Such an action was a form of contempt. They were full of the aura of a superior. Qin Shao walked step by step towards the pavilion and soon entered it. However, enlightened Master Hua Mu and young Master Long still didn't pay attention to him. They didn't care if Qin Shao would suddenly attack them. Their confidence was very high. The two of you sure are in a good mood. It's a pity that I'm not a good drinker. Otherwise, I'd really like to sit down and have a drink with you too. Qin Shao curled her lips and said. Taoist Master Hua Mu and young Master Long chuckled, full of ridicule. Immortal Hua Mu only raised his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Qin Shao, saying, Good wine should be drunk with experts. You are not modest at all. Do you think you are qualified to sit down and drink with us? You don't seem to be polite at all. If you want to sit down, you should at least ask for the owner's permission, right? Don't you think it's too awkward to forcefully interrupt? Young Master Long also chuckled and said, Some people are just too thick-skinned. There's nothing we can do about it. Do you think that just because you have a little bit of talent, a little bit of strength, and a little bit of fame, you can become complacent? I have the illusion that I'm number one in the world. This is an illness that needs to be treated. You're right. Young Master Long, do you have any good medicine? Taoist Master Hua Mu laughed and asked in agreement. The corners of young Master Long's mouth rose slightly, saying, I naturally have good medicine. Actually, it's quite simple. To deal with this kind of person, the simplest and most effective medicine is to ruthlessly stomp on them a few times. Stomp them down from the heaven where they feel good about themselves into the mud. Let them taste the stench of the mud, then they will understand. It won't do if you don't use a strong medicine. The two of them were echoing one another. It was obvious that they were targeting him. Facing the two's verbal attack, Qin Shao did not pay much attention to it. She smiled faintly and said, People who think they are good doctors are mostly Jianghu swindlers. These swindlers also have a very distinct characteristic. That is, they don't have any ability, but they can boast about themselves to the heavens. They boast as if they are omnipotent. I've seen a lot of scammers, but there aren't many like you who dress so beautifully and put on such airs. Appearance, intention, even the soul is similar. The two of them gave Qin Shao a strong medicine. Qin Shao naturally did not hold back. She directly retorted, scolding the two of them for being swindlers. Originally, Qin Shao had come to the door for these two people. He was going to attack the two of them. So, why was there a need to be polite with them? She could do whatever she wanted. If she was not satisfied, she could just directly fight. After being scolded by Qin Shao, Taoist Hua Mu and young Master Long were finally infuriated. Their gazes finally landed on Qin Zhao's body. Their eyes were filled with anger as they fiercely swept over. Kid, are you courting death? Taoist Master Hua Mu said coldly. Oh, what's wrong? Are you angry from embarrassment? Even if I see through your true face, you don't have to be like this, right? A swindler is a swindler. No matter how good you boast, you can't reach the heavens. Don't you have this awareness? You speak as if I'm courting death, but you, Taoist Master Hua Mu, have the ability to kill me, Qin Shao. Qin Shao chuckled and continued to provoke Taoist Master Hua Mu. Qin Shao could be considered to have a skill in infuriating people. Especially when dealing with people like Hua Mu Zhan, it was even easier to provoke them. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, Taoist Master Hua Mu suddenly flew into a rage. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Qin Shao. He was furious. He was completely furious. Taoist Master Hua Mu waved his hand, and the entire pavilion was razed to the ground, turning into countless fragments that flew away. Taoist Master Hua Mu glared angrily. A powerful aura surged out, becoming terrifying. You're courting death. This Taoist master will fulfill your wish. Humph! Taoist Master Huang Mu was about to attack Qin Shao. At this time, young Master Long also walked over and pulled Taoist Master Huang Mu. He said to him, "Brother Huang Mu, this is your first time in the immortal domain. You don't have to bother yourself with such a small matter. No matter what, you're still a guest. As the host, I'll naturally sweep away such a small matter. He's just a newborn calf. Brother Huang Mu, you don't have to lower yourself to his level. If you're too serious with him, you'll only be seen as a joke by others. This kid doesn't have much ability, but his mouth is quite annoying. He's the typical type who needs to be taught a lesson. Leave this matter to me. Brother Huang Mu, you can go to the side and rest. It'll be over soon." Since young Master Long had spoken, Taoist Master Huang Mu naturally didn't insist on anything. He left it to young Master Long and retreated to the side. Young Master Long looked at Qin Shao with his hands behind his back. He was displaying the style of an expert to the fullest. Qin Shao also looked at young Master Long. The two of them looked at each other, and sparks flew out. Eyes were the best way to show a person's aura. A person with a terrifying gaze would definitely have a terrifying strength. Eyes could determine the strength of a person's aura. However, Qin Zhao's eyes didn't show the slightest sign of weakness. He looked at young Master Long and didn't let young Master Long gain the slightest advantage in terms of aura. This made young Master Long feel a little deflated. Logically speaking, how could a second-step ancient saint realm existence not be weaker than him in terms of aura? As long as he suppressed the other party in terms of aura, then the rest of the matter would be much easier to handle. Once his aura was weak, he would lose 3 points before the battle. However, what made young Master Long disappointed was that Qin Shao wasn't weaker than him. "Kid, you're quite capable. I heard that you've already eliminated 4 people and intimidated the others. We didn't expect you to be able to break out of the encirclement. We thought that you would be eliminated very quickly. Brother Huang Mu and I were still thinking about which lucky person would be able to eliminate you and get the Lightning Sword Saint's Millennium Jade Pearl. We didn't expect that the Lightning Sword Saint would be disappointed. He won't be able to give out the Millennium Jade Pearl. What a pity, what a pity. It's rare for the Lightning Sword Saint to be so generous. He wanted to give out such a rare treasure, but he can't even give it out. I can only say that those people are too disappointing." They're all useless. Tell me, why would such a group of useless people participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort? Wouldn't the Holy Prince Consort chosen from these people be scum? Would he be worthy of the 9 profound saintess? Wouldn't that be a waste of her? Young Master Long opened his mouth again. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice sounded. "Young Master Long, I'm not as petty as you say, right? I'm not very generous. It's not rare for me to be generous. If there's a chance for me to be generous, I'll be more generous than anyone else. It's just that it's really a pity this time. I wanted to give out a good treasure, but I can't. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Hearing this voice, one could tell that the person who spoke was none other than the Lightning Sword Saint. He also walked over, and his deep eyes fell on Qin Shao from afar with a playful look on his face. That gaze made Qin Shao very unhappy. Very unhappy. His gaze was very aggressive, and it was filled with mockery and disdain. It was a gaze filled with hatred. The Lightning Sword Saint's entire body was filled with the seeds of hatred. Regardless of whether it was his tone, his gaze, or that annoying look, they were all filled with hatred. Looking at him, one would have the urge to beat him up. At least Qin Shao was very impulsive. "Ha ha ha, it's not embarrassing." Young Master Long laughed and said, "It's not over yet. It's too early to say that it's embarrassing. Brother Lightning, since those incompetent fellows don't have the strength to take your Millennium Jade Pearl, then only I can do it. It seems that this treasure will belong to me. This is really an unintentional matter. I'm also very helpless." "Ha ha ha." The Lightning Sword Saint laughed wantonly. "Young Master Long, then you have to be careful. You have to do your best. So many people failed to eliminate this brat. And this brat even came looking for us personally. He even threatened to eliminate all three of us. You're making me so scared. You're making me feel flustered. Young Master Long, you have to be careful. Obviously, the Lightning Sword Saint's sarcastic words were intentional, and he meant the opposite of what he had said. Young Master Long nodded and said, yes, yes. I'm also a little scared. My heart is flustered. But there's no other way. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Brother Huang Mu and I were drinking happily here. Qin Xiao directly came to our door. He came to our door. It's impossible to retreat now. Sigh, there's no other way. Forget it. There's no other way. We can only accept the challenge. Well, be careful. After all, this guy said that he would eliminate all three of us. Even if it's just a joke, I should be more careful. Qin Xiao was too lazy to listen to such sarcastic words. Qin Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at young Master Long coldly and said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. The three of you can discuss and see who comes. Unfortunately, I only have one chance left. Otherwise, the three of you can take turns. If the rules allow, I would prefer that the three of you come together. That way, I can eliminate all of you at once and save myself the trouble. Author Kinshang said, fourth update, I'm begging for fresh flowers again. If there's any trouble with fresh flowers, please donate. It's the new year. Only we authors can persist in working overtime until late at night. Don't be so stingy with free fresh flowers. There are only 2 days left. If it expires, it will be invalid. Chapter 28:49. Hee, you're so arrogant. But speaking of which, when I was young, I was even more arrogant than you. However, arrogance is arrogance. Only strength is arrogance. If you don't have strength, then you're courting death. Young Master Long chuckled. He did not care about Qin Zhao's arrogance and directly made his move. Young Master Long was in existence in the three-step ancient saint realm, and he was also from the heaven realm. He was born with the arrogance of an expert in his bones. In terms of realm, he was one level higher than Qin Xiao. Therefore, in all aspects, young Master Long was naturally incomparably arrogant in front of Qin Xiao. He was high and mighty. When he made his move, he also seemed very casual and casual. It was as if he had the supreme aura that could dominate everything in the world. When young Master Long made his move, it was indeed very extraordinary. After all, he was in existence in the three-step ancient saint realm. The power of the law turned into a waterfall and rushed toward Qin Xiao like a thunderbolt. Although the waterfall was fast, Qin Xiao was already prepared. With a move of his body, he directly dodged it. Qin Xiao's attainments in the law of space were not bad. He could even use the law of space to move directly from the void. This could not be described as simple speed. However, as soon as Qin Xiao dodged the waterfall, it immediately transformed. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to 10,000. It quickly split into 10,000 waterfalls, completely enveloping the sky and trapping Qin Xiao in this waterfall. The surging power was like a catastrophe that could destroy the world, roaring toward Qin Xiao. Wherever the waterfall went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Young Master Long's move was ruthless. This move was extremely powerful and domineering, with the ultimate power to destroy everything. Another 3 types of law power were fused together, and the level was very high. They were all in the realm of great accomplishment. In terms of level, it was 1 realm higher than Qin Xiao. It was the fusion of 3 types of law power, and he also had a powerful cultivation method. Therefore, when he made a move, it was as if the world was destroyed and the sky collapsed. It was very domineering. Most second-step Empyrean saints would not be able to withstand such tyrannical destructive power. Any treasures in the mental world were ineffective, so the body was much weaker and it was easier to be killed. It was just like how Qin Shao was able to eliminate a second-step Empyrean saint within 3 moves. It was obviously impossible for him to do that. It would not be easy for a second-step Empyrean saint to kill him. It was much easier to kill people here. Qin Shao also took it seriously. She could feel the terrifying power. Qin Shao was already prepared for this. A third-step ancient saint would naturally not be weak. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He had fought against third-step ancient saints before and had defeated them before. He unleashed the full power of the heaven-splitting sword art and pushed the power of his internal world to its limits. Coupled with the power of Grand Tao laws, Immortal Tao laws, and Heart Force laws, it was equivalent to 4 different powers working together. It was very difficult to fuse the power of 8 Grand Tao laws. Qin Shao could not do it for the time being. Young Master Long did not go all out, and Qin Shao also held back. He had not used the power of the 5 fundamental laws. Qin Shao had only used the full power of the laws of the 3 major cultivation paths. With the support of the power of the inner world, coupled with the full power of the sky-splitting sword technique, the power of Qin Zhao's sword had reached an extremely powerful level. Under such power, Qin Zhao's sword unleashed an unparalleled sharpness, forcibly tearing apart the destructive power. He wanted to tear out a ray of light from the end of the world. Originally, Qin Zhao's realm was 1 level lower than young Master Long, and the level of his laws was 1 level lower. Moreover, young Master Long's 3 types of laws had fused together, which caused a qualitative change and made him even more powerful. Under such circumstances, Qin Zhao's disadvantage should be very obvious. However, the power of Qin Zhao's internal world was too strong. Just the power of his internal world alone was probably enough to reach the level of a 4th-step ancient saint. Therefore, with the support of the power of his internal world, coupled with the power of the 3 major cultivation paths laws, he naturally became extremely terrifying. Moreover, the power of the cultivation paths laws was actually a bit stronger than the power of the 5 fundamental laws. The combination of the power of the 3 major cultivation paths laws was also extremely terrifying. Although Qin Shao was trapped and beaten by young Master Long, after fighting for a while, Qin Shao also tore a way out of young Master Long's trap. After rushing out, Qin Shao did not hesitate and directly attacked young Master Long with his sword. Young Master Long was slightly surprised when he saw that Qin Shao was able to break out of his trap so easily and quickly. He did not expect that Qin Shao would actually be able to break free so quickly. He originally thought that if he used 80% of his strength, it would be enough to crush Qin Shao and eliminate him. However, the reality was somewhat beyond his expectations. 80% of his strength was enough to suppress an ordinary 3rd-step ancient saint. However, he did not expect Qin Shao, a 2nd-step ancient saint, to be able to break through his trap so quickly. Young Master Long made a hand seal in front of his chest. Suddenly, the void in front of him seemed to be opened up. A golden sword flashing with fire flew out of the passage and directly attacked Qin Shao, who was rushing over. Clang! A fierce sound of collision resounded through the sky. A powerful force exploded in the void, and the power that spread out flattened the mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles. Struck by this sword strike, Qin Shao was blasted back 30 kilometers. It seems that I have underestimated you a little. Young Master Long raised his eyebrows, but his tone was still frivolous and disdainful. His bearing was still full of the aura of an expert. But it doesn't matter. The result will be the same. You do have some ability, but you're still just a 2nd-step ancient saint. Perhaps you can give me a headache if you cultivate for a few more years. It's a pity that you're still too inexperienced now. After saying that, young Master Long chuckled and attacked again. Enlightened being Huang Mu and the lightning sword saint looked at each other. Both of them were surprised by the situation. Qin Shao had just broken through to the second step ancient saint. They did not expect him to be so strong. Most likely, any ordinary third step ancient saint would have a headache if they were to face him. This kid was indeed monstrous enough. It was no wonder that he was called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. It was no wonder that Sagely took a fancy to him and accepted him as a personal disciple. He was really heaven-defying. However, so what if he was heaven-defying? All in all, his cultivation level was still too low. It was more interesting to trample on such a peerless genius. If it was possible, he had to kill this brat. After the lightning sword saint and enlightened being Hua, Mu looked at each other. Killing intent surged in their hearts. If there was a chance in the future, they must not let Qin Shao go. Otherwise, if this kid grew up and wanted to hold a grudge, he would find trouble with them. From Qin Zhao's body, they could indeed smell a trace of danger. However, since they had already provoked him, there was nothing more to say. They just had to find a way to kill him. On the other side, young Master Long finally took the fight seriously. He attacked once again. Light surged throughout the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to tremble violently. The commotion was extremely terrifying. Qin Shao could not help but frown when he sensed such a terrifyingly powerful movement. He looked around with great vigilance and was prepared to go all out. Qin Shao knew that young Master Long was going to go all out. The real battle had begun. When young Master Long went all out, the battle array was indeed a little scary. The battle array was huge, and the power would definitely not be small. Some of the Heaven Realm skills were very powerful and terrifying. They were famous in the Great Thousand World. Qin Shao thought that young Master Long was going to use an extremely powerful skill at this time. Sure enough, under the violent tremor, the world began to be divided, showing a strange scene of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The whole world became extremely strange. The 9 heavens and 10 earths formed a strange world. And this world was like a huge cage of heaven and earth. There was no way out, and no one could leave from this place. At this time, young Master Long was controlling the 9 heavens and 10 earths like a supreme god, dominating everything in the world. This was the 9 heavens and 10 earths divine technique, a powerful saint art of the heaven realm. At this time, young Master Long stood above the 9 heavens like a ruler. He put his palms together and shouted, "9 heavens and 10 earths, suppress this kid for me." Rumble. Under young Master Long's order, the 9 heavens and 10 earths quickly smashed toward Qin Shao. Like a torrent of rolling stones, they crazily pressed down on Qin Shao. This was not an ordinary pressure, but the pressure of the heavens and earth. It was the pressure of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 9 heavens and 10 earths. How powerful and terrifying was this power? What kind of power could block the pressure of the heavens and earth? What kind of power could withstand the pressure of the heavens and earth? Terrifying, terrifying. What a powerful technique. The 9 heavens and 10 earths destroyed everything in the world and suppressed the netherworld sea. In the face of such a terrifying and powerful technique, Qin Shao did not hesitate and attacked with all his strength. The power of the 5 great fundamental laws also surged out. The 5 great fundamental laws were one and perfect. It was a cultivator of the mandate of heaven. The 5 elements were complete and mastered. Therefore, the power of the 5 great fundamental laws could be directly and perfectly integrated. There was no need to spend too much effort to achieve the integration. Therefore, at this time, Qin Shao displayed the 5 great fundamental laws. The 5 great fundamental laws and the 5 elements were integrated into one. Naturally, the power of the 5 great fundamental laws had reached an extremely terrifying level. In addition to the power of Qin Zhao's inner world and the power of the 3 great fundamental laws, all the power surged out and roared in the heavens. Since the breakthrough, Qin Shao had not really fought a real battle, so he did not know how strong he was. This time, he was going to go all out and see how strong he was right now. The 3 great fundamental laws and the 5 great fundamental laws were equivalent to the power of 8 laws. A person who could cultivate so many laws at the same time. In this great wide world, there is probably no second person who is about the same age as Qin Shao, right? Not to mention someone about the same age, it was probably difficult to find a second person in the entire younger generation. Not to mention this generation, even if one looked at the long river of time, it would be difficult to find a few people like this since ancient times. Moreover, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was extremely heaven-defying, far beyond that of ordinary people. If all these powers were superimposed, and if he had a natal weapon in hand, Qin Zhao was confident that he could fight with a fourth-step ancient saint. Chapter 2850. He was confident that he could fight against an ancient saint of the fourth step. He only lacked his natal weapon. Although his power would be reduced, it wouldn't affect him too much. Therefore, Qin Shao was confident that he would be able to defeat Zhang Long, who was a 3-step ancient saint. Even if the 9 heavens were oppressing him, Qin Shao would break through it. Even if the 10 earths were howling, Qin Shao would crush it. No matter how powerful the 9 heavens and 10 earths were, Qin Shao had great confidence in himself. All of his strength surged out. The power of the 8 great laws was unleashed, pushing his strength to the extreme. A sword attack was like Pan Gu's axe that split the sky. It directly cut through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing could stop Qin Shao, and he directly shattered everything. Young Master Long's 9 heavens and 10 earths divine technique was very powerful, enough to suppress many 3-step ancient saints. However, this power didn't have much effect in front of Qin Shao. With a sword attack with all his strength, Qin Shao forcefully cut a shocking hole in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Shao took a step forward, walked out of the cage of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and directly attacked young Master Long. What? How is this possible? How? How could he? This time, young Master Long was truly shocked. It was not a small shock, not a light fright. His expression suddenly changed greatly. His expression became somewhat flustered as he hurriedly retreated. He never thought that Qin Shao could break through his 9 heavens and 10 earths divine technique and kill his way out. Not only could he kill his way out, but he did it so easily and so quickly. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Zhao's strength had already reached an unimaginable level, a level that he did not even dare to imagine. Clearly, the situation had far exceeded his expectations. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Shao would be able to block his strongest attack. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as blocking it. He also broke his strongest move, and now he was attacking him. Such a situation was obviously very bad. Young Master Long quickly retreated, and somewhat panicked. He tried to block Qin Zhao's wave of attack. However, his aura had been shattered by Qin Zhao's strong power just now. With his aura weakened, it was equivalent to losing half of the battle. Qin Zhao's attack was incomparably strong, and he didn't give young Master Long any chance at all. Under that powerful force, he arrived in front of young Master Long in an instant. His power surged, and he launched a fierce attack on young Master Long. At this time, Qin Shao naturally wanted to take down young Master Long, without giving him any chance to breathe. Young Master Long's most lethal means had been broken by Qin Shao. At this time, facing Qin Zhao's powerful attack, he naturally felt powerless. In terms of heart, aura, and strength, they all felt powerless. Since he was caught off guard, he did not have the power to turn the situation around. There is no way to change all of this. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Impossible. He's clearly just a second-step ancient saint. How can his strength be so strong? How can this be? How can this be? Young Master Long still found it hard to accept this fact. After all, he was a third-step ancient saint. Moreover, he was a very powerful third-step ancient saint. He had been a third-step ancient saint for a long time, and his strength had long been raised to a very high level. He could defeat an ordinary third-step ancient saint in one move. However, when he faced Qin Shao, a mere second-step Empyrean saint, he felt a sense of helplessness. It felt like he wasn't facing a second-step ancient saint, but a fourth-step ancient saint. Such a strange situation really puzzled young Master Long, and he found it hard to accept it for a while. He couldn't block it. He clearly felt that he couldn't block it. He couldn't block Qin Zhao's powerful attack at all. The 5 basic laws are complete, and there's also the Great Tao Law and the Heart Law. There's also that powerful and terrifying pure power. If it's not the law of strength, then what is it? Is it an innate divine ability? Heaven's Mandate Cultivator. Qin Shao is actually a Heaven's Mandate Cultivator. Such a young Heaven's Mandate Cultivator. The power of the 8 great laws is really terrifying. When the quantity reaches a certain level, it's far from what the fusion power of my 3 great laws can withstand. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he be so heaven-defying? Even the most talented youths in our heaven realm are much weaker than this brat, right? I'm afraid that even the great sage, heaven's equal, might not be able to compare to this kid. How can I be so unlucky to have provoked this kid? Young Master Long really felt like crying in his heart. He gritted his teeth fiercely, but there was more helplessness in his heart. Now that things had come to this, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Everything had already come to this, and all of this was caused by him. So who could he blame? Such a setback was absolutely the first time for him. Young Master Long, didn't you just say that I'm crazy? Then what I want to tell you now is, so what if I'm crazy? It said that young people should be frivolous. I'm still young. How can I not be frivolous? To deal with people like you who are arrogant, self-righteous, and always want to step on others. So what if I'm crazy? The best way to deal with you is to give you a taste of your own medicine. So what if I'm crazy? Qin Shao chuckled and said to young Master Long. At this time, Qin Shao was somewhat condescending and looked at young Master Long with disdain. The situation between them had been completely reversed. Previously, it was young Master Long who was high and mighty. He sneered at Qin Shao and was quite disdainful. Now, Qin Shao used his fist to prove himself. He slapped young Master Long hard in the face. Young Master Long's face was red and his expression was very ugly. Qin Zhao's first sentence was a fierce slap to young Master Long's face. 3 sentences of, so what if I'm crazy, showed Qin Zhao's soaring heroism and boundless brilliance. It was also like a sharp knife that stabbed into young Master Long's heart again and again. It hurt young Master Long so much that he almost vomited blood. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. Previously, young Master Long had humiliated Qin Shao. Now, he was being stepped on by Qin Shao. How ridiculous was this? Young Master Long's face was completely lost at this time. He was pressed to the ground by Qin Shao and was ruthlessly rubbed against. Young Master Long had never suffered such a great humiliation in his life. Today, he felt it so fiercely that he wanted to die. However, no matter how much he wanted to die, young Master Long had no way to change the situation. He was destined to be eliminated. Under that extremely gloomy and ugly expression, young Master Long finally couldn't resist and died under Qin Zhao's power. He was eliminated by Qin Shao. Of course, this was only killing young Master Long in the world of consciousness. In reality, the possibility of killing young Master Long was not high. In the world of consciousness, the most dominant thing was still the power of one's consciousness. Once defeated, the consciousness would collapse and one would naturally die. Young Master Long was eliminated. The battle was over. The final winner belonged to Qin Shao. After retracting his power, the world quickly returned to calm. Everything was quiet as if nothing had happened. Everything was silent. The world was silent. Spiritual Master Hua Mu and Lightning Sword Saint's eyes were cold to the extreme. They stared at Qin Xiao expressionlessly. It was as if they were frozen in place. Both of them stared at Qin Xiao. It was as if a 100-flavor bottle had been knocked over. They felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. There was an indescribable bitterness and unspeakable discomfort. It turned out like this. It turned out like this. The way they looked at Qin Xiao had completely changed. They were no longer looking at him with disdain and ridicule. Instead, they began to pay attention to Qin Xiao. They finally treated Qin Xiao as a person on the same level as them. They no longer looked down on him casually. Both of them felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. It was as if something was stuck in their throat. They couldn't spit it out. From the beginning, both of them didn't put Qin Xiao in their eyes. Although they knew Qin Xiao's identity and background, they were still very disdainful of Qin Xiao. They still despised him. No matter how monstrous a genius was, he hadn't grown up yet. After all, his wings hadn't been fully developed yet. What was the use of such a monstrous genius? Wasn't he still at their mercy? But now, they knew how ridiculous their thoughts were. They had to reorganize their understanding of the world. A second step Empyrean Saint was actually strong enough to defeat young Master Long. Of course, wasn't necessarily true in reality. But to be able to defeat young Master Long in the mental world was enough to explain everything. At the very least, it was enough to prove that Qin Zhao's strength wasn't below young Master Long. There was a high chance that he was stronger than young Master Long, damn it. The Lightning Sword Saint gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He was the one who was the most unhappy. He was the one who was the happiest at the beginning. He had offended everyone and even offended a few women. Most importantly, he was determined to get the Holy Prince Consort. He had already bragged a long time ago. He didn't expect someone to jump out of nowhere. Qin Zhao's brilliance made the Lightning Sword Saint feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He knew that he had a strong opponent. Even young Master Long was defeated. Did he still have a chance of winning? He was very clear about young Master Long's strength. He was stronger than him. How could he fight this battle? How could he win? The Lightning Sword Saint was very unhappy. How could it be like this? He thought that he had a 90% chance of winning. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the Lightning Sword Saint. His eyes were like sharp blades, piercing into the Lightning Sword Saint's body. The Lightning Sword Saint felt very uncomfortable. Lightning Sword Saint. Qin Xiao opened his mouth. His voice was cold. The two of you are lucky this time. I have already eliminated 5 people. I don't have the chance to eliminate you two as well. But don't worry. There are still tests to come. I hope you won't be eliminated so early. If you're eliminated, I will personally send you out. Don't worry. Young Master Long is only the first. Soon, you will slowly catch up. I will eliminate you one by one. Especially you, Lightning Sword Saint. Qin Xiao pointed his finger at the Lightning Sword Saint. His lips curled up in a cold smile. You insulted the 9 profound saintess, insulted my friends, and insulted all the women in the world. I will settle this score with you. As long as you fall into my hands, I will not let you have an easy time. Lightning Sword Saint, since you want to play, let's play. Don't be a coward. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.